For the first time in a long time, the weather in the village was good, the warm sun was shining and people were working in the fields. An old man walked through the entire village and carried on his back a bag of vegetables that he had collected from the garden. A woman and her daughter walked through the entire village and carried warm bread on their heads to feed the people who worked in the fields. From the very morning, people were already sowing the fields and plowing the soil. They were trying to have time to prepare the field for the new season. But from that time on, one man sat on the sidelines near the house and watched other people work. He realized that this profession was not for him. He was very thoughtful and recalled the mistakes of his youth, because of which he now had a lot of regrets. He blamed himself for the fact that when he was young, he had to lie about having mastered the martial arts of Murim. Once upon a time, he came to the village of Wachon and told people that he was a 17-year-old student of Myanmar, and people believed his lies and realized that this man could stop the robberies and protect them. He only strongly believed in his lies that he was playing too hard and in fact began to consider himself a martial arts master. But his lies were not as dangerous as people might think, because he actually devoted 40 years of his life to studying martial arts. Every day he tried new techniques and honed the martial arts techniques he already knew. He ideally had several combinations that allowed him to fight against strong opponents. One of the techniques was called step forward and 10 back. But the man often thought that the people around him were deceiving him much more than he was deceiving them. A man sits in a house and drinks alcohol. Next to him sits an old man who tells him that it is better to leave the village and follow the warrior, because the warrior knows a lot of people and following him would be a good idea instead of sitting here. But the man reacts with rejection to the words of this old man. He drinks. The alcoholic says that he does not have enough virtues to follow a warrior. The old man tells the man that he has several children without parents whom he must give to someone and asks the man to accept these children. The man refuses this offer and says that in a few years they will be able to provide for themselves on their own. The old man understands that he will soon die and the children may not survive if they are not given to the care of someone. The old man says that it is best if these children follow the warriors and therefore will not be able to learn something and earn their own food. The old man took out a bag of money and handed this bag to the man. He said that this is all the money he has that he is ready to give so that the warrior can take his children. The warrior looked at this old man in surprise and thought that he had no conscience at all if he was offering money to give away his children. He saw that the bag contained silver and iron coins, maybe a good reward for taking responsibility for these children. But when they went outside, he saw that there were as many as 6 children standing near the stone fence. The man understands that he calculated that the money he took from the old man will not cover all the expenses for these children. He was upset for a moment and realized that he had been deceived because there were too many children and this money would not even be enough to feed them for 6 months. He understood that there was no turning back on the path and he needed to go to the end. Therefore, he told the children to follow him and went forward. The boy asked the other guys, "Is this man going to be their new grandfather?" The children began to follow the new grandfather and resembled small children who did not know what would happen next. They just followed the big mother duck. The old man who sold this war to the children watched them through the doorway. The daughter of this old man asked her father for a few people. He gave them to this hermit for the fact that he would simply take care of them on this day. The old man replied that in such situations you need to act according to the call of your heart and morals, therefore you cannot save on hermits, and he gave him as much money as he considered necessary. The woman said that this money was very important for their family, but the old man interrupted her and replied that there were a lot of these children and they would need money so that they could eat. He no longer wanted to argue with his daughter and simply turned around and left, saying that this was all empty talk. But all that worried her at that time was that they would have to eat only one risk for a very long time. The hermit walked through the forest with his new children in the direction of their new home. They had been walking through the forest for several hours, and I didn't understand where this hermit was leading them. They just blindly followed him in the hope that he would lead them to a new home. The man walked silently all the way and thought that a very big responsibility for these children now lies on his shoulders, and he must make the right decisions so that everything is okay with them. The children followed the old man. The oldest ones went first, the rest caught up with them. The younger children constantly communicated with each other and discussed everything they saw around them. He turned his head and looked at them to make sure whether they had time to follow him or were lagging behind. When he turned his head back forward, he saw a small obstacle ahead that could interfere with them. Ahead of them the road ended and they had to jump down from the cliff in order to go further. He approached the cliff and looked down in order to understand how much distance they needed to overcome to get out of here, but the cliff was small, so it was possible to cross. The man was the first to go down and then began to help the other children go down. He took them in his arms and lowered them down. The older children helped the younger ones climb down the cliff. They stopped near the river so that the children could play a little in the river and have fun. The old man at that moment just wanted to sit and relax. They washed themselves in the river and played with the water. They really liked this place. The eldest child helped the steel children wash themselves and get themselves in order so that they were clean. The man looked at this guy and realized that he was the oldest of them, so you can rely on him and expect support from him. They reached a small polar forest in the center of which they lit a fire in order to spend the night here and wait for the morning. A little girl approached her grandfather and asked how long they still needed to go to their new home and then yawned. He also yawned when he saw her and said that in one night they would arrive at the place and could rest. The children were very tired after this hike and immediately they all fell asleep next to their grandfather. The old man also closed his eyes and fell asleep. Another day and one night passed and they finally reached a new house which was located deep in the forest near large mountains. Only one old man lived in this house and there were no beds, so the children had to sleep on the floor. He looked at how these children slept and thought that he brought them here with him in order to save them. But their food supplies are very small and therefore they will have to eat only bread for some time. When he took this money, he thought that he could buy himself good tasty wine, but now he understands that this money will be spent on food for the children. The man decided to pamper these children a little and bought several chickens which he cooked in sauce and served to them. The children were surprised when they saw 3 chickens on their table. They could not believe that they would eat such delicious food.
El extraño notó que los jóvenes de hoy no tienen modales en absoluto. Cuando un anciano habla hay que responder.
He smiled and said in a loud voice that they should eat this chicken instead of looking at Grandpa. These children had never seen so much meat in their lives, and all they had to eat in their short lives were just small pieces of meat that were given to them. The old man told them not to waste their time and eat the chicken while it was still hot. He was glad that these children liked the food he prepared. The children greedily ate the chicken that their grandfather gave them. Each ate it in their own style and rejoiced at this food. The old man watched these children from the side and was glad that at least today they could be happy because soon they would not have so much food. After a couple of weeks their food became much less, so the old man had to eyeball how much rice they would eat today. First of all, I used rice which was going to spoil soon, and therefore I decided that I needed to cook it. But this rice was only enough for a few days, and because of this the old man was upset because these were his main food supplies. He took out another bag of rice which he considered a reserve and poured it into the cauldron in which he was going to cook this rice. He thought that in this way he would clear his karma, and in his next life it would be counted as a good deed. This time he prepared eggs for the children which he managed to buy at a cheap price at the market. The children barely ate these eggs and they thought it was very tasty. Each of them handled the food in their own style. Some tried very carefully to open and clean the egg and some played around and fought with the food. They constantly communicated with each other during dinner and played while eating. The old man watched these children and noticed that their weight began to increase. Despite the fact that their food supplies were running out, these children still gained weight and became healthy. He took them to the river so that they could play among themselves and feel happy. While the children were playing in the river, Asterix could go to the market and buy fresh corn there. He brought it to the children and told them to stop playing in the water if there was corn. They ate this corn and it turned out to be very tasty. Some children fought with heads of corn. He watched them and realized that every day he spends next to these children brings them closer and he begins to love them. Night fell. The moon illuminated the earth like a big lantern. Grandfather gathered all the children in the room and decided to tell them a bedtime story. The story was about a tiger who saw his prey. He parroted this tiger very well and said that if the children do not go to bed then this tiger will eat them. The children were very frightened by such a fairy tale and immediately hid under the blanket so that the evil tiger would not find them. Grandfather started laughing when he saw that the children were so scared. He said that they need to go to bed, otherwise this tiger will come and eat them all. They were very scared by this story and immediately hid under the blanket and said that they would immediately go to bed. He lowered his head down and thought about the fact that their food supplies were running out very quickly and he planned to stretch out the food for a few more days. But everything turned out to be much worse than he had planned. The children immediately fell asleep after Grandpa finished telling his story. They were very scared and tired, so they easily managed to fall asleep. He went up to each child and covered him with a blanket. At that moment he thought that he would do everything possible to ensure that these children never go hungry and feel good. A new day has begun. Clouds floated across the sky like ships. The old man gathered all the children near the house and said that today they will have to find a new home for each child. He asked them not to worry because the people with whom they will live may seem evil to them. But this is only at the beginning, and then they will become a family for them. He looked at the eldest child, whose name was Song-yu, and thought that there was a blacksmith in the city who could take him as his apprentice. This guy, I was still a child, but nevertheless he has a very strong physique and tenacity. These qualities could be useful for a blacksmith. He could be taught everything. He looked at the girl whose name was Yunchin and thought that this girl could be sent to a woman named Sanhyaru.
Inmediatamente Fallen sacó su arma y la golpeó provocando que ella saliera volando hacia la pared del fondo.
He looked at the third child, who was the smartest of all the children, and thought that he could be sent to a tavern to help there, and then the child would never go hungry. He understood that he was giving them only because in this case a better life would await them and people who could provide for them could look after them. He said that he no longer has time to be here and needs to go to the city to find new families for the children. He arrived at the place and looked from the top of the mountain at the city that was in front of him. He stood on the edge of the cliff and saw in front of him many buildings in the city. It was his favorite place because from here he could see all the houses. When they approached the city, they heard very loud blows of a hammer on an anvil. The blacksmith worked with his hammer and various tools and created new tools for working in the field. At that moment he was making a new sickle for a man who was working in the field. An old man and his children approached the forge and wanted to talk to the blacksmith. He hit the iron sickle with his hammer and tried to achieve the best possible shape for this tool. The old man approached the blacksmith and greeted him. He said that they had not seen each other for a very long time, and he was incredibly glad to meet his old friend. This blacksmith's name was Chan, and he looked incredulously at the old man who came to visit him. He was not happy to see him, but the old man still tried to be friendly, and asked how he was doing. Chan didn't immediately understand that this man was here for a reason and answered him that he didn't need a worker because he was doing a good job. But the old man understood that he needed to persuade the blacksmith to take on a new apprentice and said that he had a very smart guy who could learn everything very quickly. Chan replied that he didn't need a new worker and there was no work for a blacksmith in the city anyway, much less for an apprentice. There was definitely no work to be found. The old man continued to persuade the blacksmith to hire the boy. He tried to explain all the best sides of this boy, but Chan didn't want to listen to anything and simply hit his hammer on the hot sickle in order to even out its shape. He didn't understand how else he could get the attention of this blacksmith. He tried all possible ways to convince him. Chan was starting to get angry because this annoying old man kept trying to persuade him and wouldn't leave here. The children were very worried when they watched this blacksmith. He seemed to them a very scary man. Chan repeated once again that there is no work in the village for the Kuznetsov. He does not need an assistant, but the old man asked just to listen to him.
Después de informar sobre el trabajo realizado, Minsu colgó el teléfono, pero inmediatamente sonó otra llamada.
The old man said that this is my boy, only 8 years old, and his body is not yet strong enough, but if you train him for several years, he will be a good helper, and in the future he will be able to become a blacksmith. Chan looked at this guy with a very attentive gaze. He tried to assess this boy's abilities in advance and thought that this could really be a good assistant. The old man looked at the blacksmith and said that this guy Song-yu is a very conscientious and persistent boy, so he will be a good helper. The old man convinced the blacksmith that he would not be able to cope with all the problems alone for a very long time. He would still need an assistant. He said that if this boy is raised well, he will be useful in his work and the blacksmith will not be lonely. The old man said that he could only trust Chan and leave this child to him. Chan closed his eyes and understood that at that moment he needed to make a very important decision. The old man looked at Song-yu and told him that now he would live with this blacksmith, and this was his new mentor, but the boy did not want to leave his grandfather. The old man reminded the boy about their conversation near the house and said that it would be better for him if he lived with a new mentor. And for him it would be good because he would have a new skill that would help him earn money for living in the future. The boy was upset because his grandfather wanted to give him to this man and began to pull his sleeve. The old man understood that he needed to show courage and not succumb to childish manipulations, so he pulled out his hand and stepped aside. Song-yu watched as his grandfather left him and took the rest of the children to leave here. He started crying and asked his grandfather not to leave him and to take him with the rest of the children. Song-yu promised that he would behave well and do absolutely everything that grandfather said. He said that he would even eat less if necessary. The old man stood and listened, and all this and his heart was breaking because he was about to abandon the child. The old man began to cry, but he tried to show me his tears so that the children would not see them. He said that he was not abandoning the boy but was trying to show him a new way to survive for a better life. He started urging the children forward and saying that it was time for them to leave here. Song Yu began to cry and could not stop his tears. He begged his grandfather not to abandon him and not leave him alone here because he was very scared. The boy said that he will eat very little and will help his grandfather with all the housework and may not play at all, but he does not want to stay here. The old man turned his head towards the boy and said that no one was abandoning him, but that they were only trying to help him. He said that it would be better for him. The grandfather tried to explain to the boy that this man is the best blacksmith in the area, and if Song Yu is his assistant, then in the future he will be able to earn his living from this craft. But Song Yu didn't want to listen to anything. He just wanted to return home with the rest of the children and live next to his grandfather. The old man could not look at how this boy was crying and came closer to him in order to calm him down. Suddenly, absolutely all the children who were nearby began to cry. They could not come to terms with the fact that their brother would now be taken away from them forever. The old man looked at how all the children began to cry and could not understand how to calm them down. And he felt uneasy because they were so upset. The first child ran up to his grandfather and hugged him and cried. He said that he would behave well and eat little, but only so that Song Yu would stay with them. On the other hand, a girl came up to him and took his hand. She cried and looked into her grandfather's eyes, trying to persuade him not to give up their friend.
A partir de ese momento su objetivo fue hacer todo lo posible para sobrevivir al apocalipsis y convertirse en un fuerte carroñero.
He sat down on the ground, lowered his head down, and said that he was trying to give them the opportunity to be well-fed and live a normal life because with grandfather they would starve. A girl approached him and began to wipe away her grandfather's tears with her hands. Unchun said that grandpa doesn't have to worry about food because she will soon grow up and be able to take care of grandpa and the rest of the kids herself. They all ran up to the old man and started hugging him and asked him not to let them go because they love grandfather and don't want to go anywhere. He hugged them all and sobbed, trying to explain that if they didn't go with him now, then they would have to starve and cover themselves with a straw bedding in the winter. In the end, grandfather's heart could not stand it, and he melted and decided to take them all with him and not give them to anyone. He said that no matter how hard it was for them, they would still come up with something. They returned home when it was already night. The children were very tired after this hike, and they immediately fell asleep when they came home. While the children were sleeping, the old man decided to open the bag of money and see how many coins they had left. He remembered that the blacksmith gave him a bag of money and said that when the boy grows up he is ready to take him as his assistant and gives this bag of money to feed this child. He went to his room, in which there was a large wooden chest. The old man opened this chest, and inside it he found a small box that stood right in the center of this chest. He lifted the lid of this box and looked at the contents that were in it. Inside the box there were gold coins and jewelry. There were not many of them, but this was enough for the old man to buy a small field not far from his house and be able to grow food there. This would be enough for them to live. He sat down on the floor next to him. A candle was burning, and the old man understood that now the whole meaning of his life lay in these children. He wanted to do everything possible so that they grew up as happy people. His only regret was that he had not been able to prepare properly before taking on such a large number of these children, and now he would have to come up with a plan to fix everything. He complicated his task by taking 2 more new children when he was in the city, and now he understands that it was a big mistake. But if he had not taken them, they would have simply died. He stopped being upset and remembered that no one but him was ready to take these children, and realized that he needed to save so that they could not survive and live normally in the future. Morning came and the sun was just beginning to appear. It was still very early on the horizon, and there was a slight fog near the house. The old man came into the children's room at dawn and said that morning had already come for them to wake up. They were surprised that grandfather woke them up so early. After all, they were not used to getting up at such a time and wanted to get some more sleep. The smallest girl, who was recently taken into their group, could not wake up, and all the children tried to wake her up. But it was pointless. Song Yu asked the other children not to wake up this little girl because she is still very little. The teacher said that she needs to sleep well. While she was sleeping and the other children were clearing out their sleeping places and tidying up the room, the teacher gathered all the children on the street and lined them up in one line. They were still very sleepy and did not understand what was happening. When they saw the teacher in front of them, they did not bow to him and greeted him, but the smallest child did not know the rules and greeted his grandfather differently than everyone else. Bak Gu explained to this child that now he can't call the old man grandfather and all children should call him teacher. He immediately corrected himself and bowed and greeted his teacher once again. The teacher praised the new student and asked him if he slept well today. Chan replied to the teacher that he slept well and felt great. The teacher looked at all the children and said that now they can start training because he saw that they were already ready. Today the teacher gave them a task to practice even with a fist. He taught basic martial arts techniques and wanted them to learn how to defend themselves. Martial art, this is all that the master could do, and that's why he decided to teach his craft to children. He showed them every movement and the children repeated after him. When he finished the combination, he immediately started it again, and the children had to repeat this until they started to succeed. At some point after several hours of training, they still began to get punches and were able to remember the combination. At some point children who were older began to learn military techniques faster, but those who were younger began to forget what they needed to do. He thought that these children would need to be counted according to seniority. After all, it would be more convenient to watch them and teach them. He faced a problem because Wu Ram was the eldest child, but Song Yu is better able to cope with these tasks, and Song Yu has leadership qualities. They trained almost all day, and teacher said that now the time has come when I can't rest. He taught them a breathing technique that would help their body restore strength, and the children tried to master this technique. He asked them to take a short breath and exhale long. And even if it was hard for them, they still needed to calm down and try to do exactly as he said, because this could help them in the future. Each of them understood the task that grandfather gave them in their own way, but nevertheless everyone tried hard to complete these tasks and learn everything that grandfather said. The teacher taught this breathing practice to children so that they could not get rid of illness. It was the safest breathing practice. Xiao Yul was the youngest student, and she slept through the entire training session because she was very tired lately. Grandfather prepared a bowl of rice for the children. It was the only food they could afford, but nevertheless he tried to make it tasty. He took the spoon in his hand and told the children that they could start eating and wished everyone a bon appetit. One guy was very hungry and he ate a bowl of rice so quickly that the rest of the children hadn't even started eating yet. The teacher was very surprised when he saw that this boy ate his food so quickly. He realized that this child was very hungry. He decided that he would give him half of his food so that the boy would have a normal dinner. He understood that if he skimped on food and fed them only rice, then their muscles and bones would not grow, so he had to find a job for himself and decided to soon go to the city to look for this job. Song Yu saw the teacher leaving the room and asked him to stay because he wanted to talk about important things that worried him. The boy was embarrassed to talk about it, but he still asked his grandfather not to make him a senior student. The teacher was surprised by this decision and wanted to know why the boy was asking him about this, and Song Yu said that Ram is older than him and he deserves to be the eldest student. The teacher replied that he determined the rating not by age, based on leadership qualities, and Song Yu is the eldest student because he is the best suited for this position, and the rest of the students are distributed by age. The boy did not understand why his grandfather decided to give him such a position and how he was different from other children. The teacher said that he distributed the children according to positions as he sees fit in accordance with Myun Moon, and all children must treat the older student with respect. They all listened to their teacher and nodded their heads in agreement. They said that they would respect and treat Song Yu. Everything the old man did was just to make them feel good. He understood that all these children are from different families, so they can go astray, but when there is a connection between the students, everything will be different. He remembered that once he was also the elder head of the clan, but he decided not to tell this to the children because they would start laughing at it. They collected water from the big iron casinos in buckets so that they could have drinking water.
Yeunbo intentó tragar el nudo que se había formado en su garganta por el miedo y no pudo tomar una decisión.
But one boy had trouble getting water into a bucket. His hands were very weak, and he didn't have enough strength to hold the bucket. The fifth student began to call the second student names because he was unable to fill the bucket with water. Song Yu scolded the fifth student and said that this is no way to communicate with younger brothers, and if something doesn't work out for them, you need to help them. The fifth student was dissatisfied with the fact that this guy always carries very little water unlike the others, and because of him the others have to work twice as hard. Song Yu said that one should not scold the second student for the fact that something does not work out for him because he is more important in terms of seniority, and one should not underestimate his importance. Song Yu walked with the second student and carried water in buckets home. Song Yu told the second student that he had good talent in writing and decided to offer him a new lesson. He said that the rest of the students did not know how to write and read, and therefore it would be easier for them to help the second student learn to read and write, and then he could teach everyone else. The second student said that he could carry water and learn writing, but Song-yu stopped him and said that everyone is good at one thing. Song-yu said that today the teacher will buy a book in the city and bring it home, and the second student will be able to learn writing instead of carrying water with the rest of the students. He tried to explain to the boy that if he studied grammar and learned to write, then he would become a great man, but the boy did not understand how he would study it. Song-yu calmed the second student and said that everything would be fine, and the rest of the students believed in him. The teacher went to the big city to find at least some work here and earn money. In the city he found a building familiar to him called the tea house. He immediately decided to go there. A woman in a purple kimono was sitting in a tea house and trying to cool herself by waving her fan. It was very hot today. There was no one in the establishment except her, and she spent the whole day trying to fight with her wife who was on the street. She heard that someone came into the room and thought that it was a new client, so she immediately greeted him, but when she raised her head and saw that it was an unusual client, she saw a man who came to her in the establishment and immediately recognized him. It was her old friend Boyaka. He smiled when he saw his friend and said that he was glad to meet her again. She said that she had not seen him for a long time, although many people in this area knew about him, and asked why he was here now because people said that he quit his job. Boyaka said that he actually finished his work a long time ago. He completed his last order and retired. She smiled and said that not all people are able to retire from such a serious job, but she was glad that her brother was able to do it. He asked his sister how is her trade going, and she said that before it was better here because there were constant battles and wars. People came to her for tea, but now it's peaceful and calm here, and there are no visitors. She replied that all the traders who were in this city for a very long time had to work for Murim. She said that crime in this city has been stopped since the new ruler came here. Because of this, new warriors do not come to her, and she has practically no profit. She looked at the man and said that he most likely came here to find a job, and Boyaka asked the girl if she had any part-time work for him. She said that he doesn't work very much now in these parts, but she can find some kind of work for him, but she needed to know what difficulty of work he chooses. He said that he was ready to take on work of the highest complexity because he needed money, and the woman was very surprised by this answer. She didn't understand what was happening. Her brother always took on simple and medium difficulty tasks, but he replied that he really needed money now. She thought that he was a very strong man, but taking on a high-level job could be very difficult for him. She asked her brother when he was ready to start, and Boyaka replied that he was ready to start work at any time but asked to exclude assignments in other areas. She told him that she had one task, but it would only need to be completed in 2 weeks. Boyaka was glad that his sister found him a job, and thanked her for this. He said that he could always rely on her. Boyaka could no longer linger here. He needed to go back to the children, so he thanked the girl again and went to the exit. She thought about the fact that she got married too early, and most likely because of this she is so worried about this big child. She was very surprised that Boyaka took on a high level of difficulty in completing the task. It was not like him. He returned to his home, and on that day the weather was beautiful. The sun was shining very bright, but thanks to the clouds it was not very hot. As the sun rises, dew begins to appear on the leaves of trees and bushes. Boyaka gathered all his students for a new training and ordered them to warm up. After training, they all went to a river that flowed near large rocks and began to play in the water. It was a very hot and pleasant summer that will forever remain in their memory. They played in the water and made life happy. It was a carefree time that will not always be remembered. The second student sat next to the teacher all the time and studied the books that his grandfather gave him. Boyaka decided to spend part of his saved money to buy a field. Now that autumn was coming, the children could harvest and sow this field. They grew little by little when autumn came and did not feel that the next year had already begun. In winter, children tried to stay indoors more, and in order not to get sick, and tried to warm each other. Boyaka spent all his free time with the children. He played with them, taught them something new, and watched them grow. He was very happy that these children felt happy and was glad that their lives were getting better. Then night came. Snow continued to fall from the sky, and all the children were already asleep at that moment. The moon shone very brightly that night and illuminated the room of the second student. While the rest of the students were sleeping in their beds, the second student was studying books using natural light from the moon so that he could read. Came again, or did it mean that now is the best time to start working in the field? It was necessary to prepare the field in order to sow it, and for this I had to work all day long. Song Yu worked alone because he felt that he had a lot of strength and energy. The other children were resting at that moment, and he took on great responsibility. He knew that in a few days he would finish working in the field, and when he received the money he would be able to buy clothes for the youngest student and some paper for the second student. Suddenly he heard the voice of the teacher who called him to him. The boy was surprised that the teacher appeared here. He saw his grandfather standing in the forest and was glad to see him. Boyaka was also very happy to meet his senior student here and see that this guy works all day. Song Yu said that the teacher returned much earlier than planned and asked what this was connected with. The grandfather did not answer anything. He was just holding bags of food in his hands. Song Yu was very happy that the teacher returned earlier than promised, but suddenly he noticed something very strange. He saw that the teacher had a weapon cut on his hand, and what happened to him. Boyaka did not answer the guy's question and said that his hands would fall off to hold all these bags, so he asked the guy to take them for himself. Song Yu apologized for not immediately understanding that he needed to pick up the bags and helped his grandfather lighten his load. Boyaka asked the senior student what happened during his absence and were there any problems. Song Yu replied that everything was fine with them and didn't even know what to tell the teacher because nothing special happened. This news pleased the old man, and he said that it was time for them to go home. Boyaka said that starting tomorrow he will help the first student work in the field. Song Yu was very concerned about the teacher's behavior. He acted very calmly and acted as if nothing had happened. But the boy still asked the old man one more time and asked where he got this fresh wound. The teacher said it was a minor scratch and not worth worrying about. Song Yu was very worried that every time the teacher goes to the city on business and then returns with a new wound. Boyaka didn't know what to answer to his student and simply decided to remain silent and look at the guy. He was very glad that this boy was worried about his health. He stroked his head with his hand and said that the guy had already grown up to take care of his teacher. Boyaka said it was just a small scratch, but if he didn't get it he wouldn't be making money and he shouldn't worry about it. The teacher said that he could carry the boy on his back like in childhood, but the guy refused because he said that he was no longer so light and it would be difficult for the teacher. Boyaka started laughing with the older student and said that when he was little and he constantly asked the teacher to carry him on his back. The teacher came home and showed the children all the purchases he had made in the city. They were delighted because there were jerky meats and many different interesting things. The children were very happy to see the teacher's return, did not hug him, and tried to spend as much time with him as possible. Song Yu could not calm down. He was constantly worried about the teacher's health and did not understand why the teacher returned with a new wound every time. He noticed that the teacher always behaves the same way no matter what difficulties he has to overcome. He gives the children absolutely everything he has and leaves nothing for himself. He can spend all his money and energy on students, giving gifts and trying to make them all happy. But he himself constantly wears old things that should have been thrown out a long time ago and bought new ones, but he doesn't spend money on himself because he wants to make his students happy. Many people would be afraid to walk around in such old and dirty things because they would be laughed at on the street. But the teacher prefers to buy the second student a new book instead of buying clothes for himself. Every day he is losing weight more and more, and it is already starting to catch the eye. Anyone can notice that grandfather is spending all his energy on them. Song Yu thought about the fact that he wants to become an adult quickly and help his grandfather live a good life and help all his brothers. When he becomes an adult, he will be able to repay his grandfather for everything he did for them, and then everything will work out for them. Autumn had come and the leaves were falling from the trees, and the weather was becoming very gloomy. The teacher again went on a new assignment and left his house. The senior student saw him off. Boyaka told the older student that it was already very cold outside and asked him to return home so that he would not freeze. Song Yu, I am very surprised that the teacher is going on a new assignment and will work all winter and autumn. Boyaka said that he should be grateful that they now have work, and besides he was able to take a lot of rice with him and would not die of hunger during this time. Song Yu said that there is no point in the teacher going to work all winter because Blacksmith Chan will take the boy to work starting next year. The teacher replied that this would happen later, but now they still need to earn money so that younger students can eat normally. Song Yu was very worried about the teacher and worried that nothing bad would happen to him. After all, he is already old. The teacher said that the book that the second student Ram is reading is already tattered and unsuitable for learning because he constantly works with it and the teacher wants to earn money to buy him new books. Song Yu was still worried about the teacher and said that his health was no longer the same as before. He could harm himself if he worked all winter. Boyaka was very glad that the older student was so worried about him, but nevertheless he said that everything would be fine and for him it was not difficult. He patted the older student on the head and told him to take care of the younger students because now he remains in charge here. The teacher told her that the older student could not look worried because the rest of the students would start to worry for no reason. After these words he said goodbye to the boy and went on his way. Ram was sitting in his room when all the other students were already asleep. He was worried that the teacher had left again and did not know when he would return back. The only thing he knew for sure was that he had to succeed in learning writing in order for the teacher to be proud. He had to become the best in this matter and then teach all the other students. A lot of time has passed since the teacher left the house. The weather has become good again. Spring has come. The students meditated every day in a large room under the guidance of a senior student. The fifth student was very distracted and prevented the other students from meditating because he tickled them. He asked the younger student how he was feeling and the boy replied that his stomach still hurt as before. The fifth student suggested that the boy tell his senior student about his stomach pain, but the boy refused because calling a doctor is very expensive and they don't have that much money. He tried to explain to the younger one that the older student should take care of the problems of the younger students. The fifth student asked the boy to tell him immediately when the younger one started to have a stomach ache. It was important for him that the younger one notified him about it. Song Yu asked all the other students to calm down and focus on training. The younger students felt very guilty for being distracted from training and disturbing others. Song Yu that day also could not concentrate on practicing meditation because various thoughts entered his head and distracted him. He understood that the teacher should have returned, but he still hasn't. It's been a long time and something could have happened to him. Song Yu was worried about this because they were running out of food and had no money to buy new food. He decided to tell the rest of the children the news that he heard from the village people. They say that the barbarians are now attacking the village.
Pero al momento siguiente de repente dejó de reír y se puso serio.
Song Yu said that these barbarians are ruthless non-humans and kill everyone who gets in their way. For them it doesn't matter at all who is in front of them, an old man, a woman or children. They treat everyone the same and kill and rob. He told me the younger students that there was no teacher next to them now and therefore they needed to be especially careful, and he understood that the protection of the rest of the students rested on his shoulders. He said that Chun-yul and Jung should stay at home all the time and take care of the order in the house. After that he looked at the fifth student and said that he and Bak-gu would work together to get water and firewood even though it would be very difficult. Bak-gu didn't like this idea because it would be very difficult for two to carry water and handle firewood, and he asked what the second student would do during this time. Ram felt very awkward sitting at the table. Everyone paid attention to him, and he realized that he was doing the least amount of housework. Song Yu said that the second student should study writing and go to Soton. He needed to study and had no time for other activities. Bak-gu was very unhappy with this decision because he would now have to work twice as hard as before. Ram felt like the most useless student and invited the eldest student to help them. But Song Yu said that the second student should teach the others how to write. Song Yu missing even one day of school will slow down his learning for a whole year, and therefore he should not miss classes. He understood that if the second student did household chores, then he would have no time to study at all. Song Yu forbade the girls to go outside. This was a new rule in this house. He was worried that something might happen to them and could not put them in danger. After that he expressed everything he needed and said that they could start eating. The children were very hungry after a hard day at work and very quickly barely ate the food that the senior student gave them. Night fell and the moon again began to illuminate the earth like a large lantern. Song Yu decided to visit the second student at night. At that moment Ram was studying a book. Ram asked his older brother why he came so late because it was almost morning, and Sun Yu replied that he had a lot to do if he didn't level the ground in the fields now and then it would be too late. Ram said, I can also help the older student and do everything you can. Song Yu said that they had already discussed this topic and the second student should study books because this is much more important. Song Yu asked the second student why he still did not go to bed, and Ram answered him that he hardly moved today so he was not tired. Song Yu asked the second student to go to bed and rest because he needed to gain strength to study books and sleep at least 4 hours. Ram said that he was very worried about the older student because he sleeps very little. But the guy told him that a strong body is all he has and he must have time to work in the field so that they have food. Song Yu said that he is very concerned about the health of the younger student because he now has a fever and needs to show him to the doctor. Song Yu began to change clothes and said that the younger student gets a fever every time after training and he knows that no one wants to tell him about this, so as not to bother him he will still need to be taken to the doctor. Ram was very surprised when he saw the muscles of the senior student. He could not believe that this guy had pumped up so much during this time. Song Yu worked alone in the field from the very morning to prepare the land for new sowing. He worked almost without rest in order to get everything done. His body was very strong and he was able to work for a long time. He perceived work on the field as a separate type of training in which he strengthens his body. He said that it was much more effective than just standing in the equestrian position all day. He thought about the fact that younger brothers are constantly learning something new and becoming better. But for now he is still the strongest student because he is older than them. Suddenly the guy heard strange sounds coming from the forest. He immediately paid attention to them and decided to see what was happening there. Song Yu hid on the ground so that he could not be noticed. Thus he tried to follow the people who were approaching him. He saw that masked warriors began to approach their village. They were armed with spears and rode on horses. The horses galloped very fast and there were many of them. The leader of the barbarians informed the rest of his warriors that they must find the girl today. Song Yu looked at these people in fear and realized that these were the same barbarians that the people in the settlement were talking about. He understood that this was very bad news because the barbarians were already very close to their home. He became very interested in what girl they were talking about, who they wanted to find. Song Yu realized that they had already run far enough and could continue working on the field because he had no time to waste. The sun was directly in the center of the sky and it was the hottest part of the day. Song Yu heard strange sounds again. He realized that some person was approaching him, and he decided to look at this person. It was a tall, beautiful girl with long white hair wearing red-black clothes. She was very upset and worried about something. Her red eyes were cast down. Song Yu was very scared when he saw this girl here. He understood that it was dangerous to be here. He tried to stop her and said that she couldn't be here and it was better for her to leave here as soon as possible. She didn't understand why this boy was so worried about her being here, but the guy didn't have time to explain it to her. He took her hand and began to drag her along and said that this was a very dangerous place for her and he would try to explain everything later. He took the girl to a barn that was located not far from the field and said that it was better for her to sit here and not make a sound. Song Yu asked the stranger to stay here and not come out because it would be better for her. She listened to the boy's words and did not sit in this barn. But I still didn't understand why he hid her here. Song Yu didn't want the barbarians to notice this girl and do something bad to her. He continued to work on the field and pretended that nothing had happened. He still needed to level a lot of land in order to prepare it for the season. The sun began to approach the horizon, which meant that evening would soon come.
Dijo que recientemente había entrenado intensamente con un verdadero campeón de boxeo.
They returned back and could not find who they were looking for. Suddenly the leader of the barbarians saw a child working in the field and thought that he could talk to him. He ran up to him on his horse and stopped, then asked the boy if he had seen a woman here.
El tipo comenzó a moverse con confianza hacia el enemigo en ese mismo momento.
The barbarians began to communicate with each other and discuss a girl who should be somewhere nearby. They said that they had never seen such a beautiful girl before, so they wanted to get her. The leader of the barbarians did not personally see this girl and heard about her only from stories from his soldiers and asked one of the barbarians how beautiful she was. The warrior who saw her said that this is the best girl he has ever seen. One of the barbarians got down from his horse and approached the boy. He told him that if the boy was lying to them about the fact that he had not seen the girl, then they would kill him. Song Yu was very scared when he heard this barbarian shouting at him, but still said that he didn't see anyone here. This answer made Varvara very angry, and he raised his hand to the boy. He hit the guy in the face with his palm as hard as he could. Song Yu felt very strong pain from this blow and flew to the side. He fell to the ground, and the barbarian at that moment said that this boy was lying to them because there was no other road here and it definitely had to pass here. The barbarian was sure that this boy was not telling the truth. Because of this, he wanted to kill him right here and now. Song Yu continued to hide the truth and answered the barbarians that he actually did not see anyone here and tried to prove to them that he was not lying. But the evil barbarian did not like this boy's answer and he began to kick him. While this scumbag was beating a weak boy, the rest of the barbarians watched this and laughed. The leader of the barbarians said that this guy is the biggest scumbag from their gang because he beats women and children. Song Yu continued to receive blows from this barbarian but still did not tell the truth because he was worried about what they could do to this woman. At that moment, the girl was in the barn, and through the doorway she saw everything that was happening on the street. She watched how these barbarians beat the boy, but he still continues to be a doctor and does not talk about where she is. Song-yu tried to cover his head with his hands so that it would not hurt him so much, but they still continued to beat him. The barbarian said that this boy apparently really didn't see this girl, maybe he was so stupid that he just didn't notice her. The leader of the barbarians said that they cannot waste any more time on this stupid boy and need to find this girl as quickly as possible. They went further in search of this girl. The boy at that moment was lying on the ground and was in very severe pain. He lay on the ground and trembled because his body hurt very much after Varvara knocked him down. The girl who was hiding in the barn finally realized that she could come out and decided to approach the boy. She sat down next to him and began stroking his shoulders with her hand to make him feel at least a little better. She said that this boy is already the second person who tried to protect her and suffered for it. She turned her head back and saw that the barbarians had already run away very far and were not even visible on the horizon. Night came that night. There was a month in the sky and there were hundreds of stars around it. In the barbarian camp that night, there was a meeting. Bright lights were burning and all these thugs gathered in one place. One barbarian sat in the center of them and everyone else stood around him and watched him suffer. The rest of the barbarians laughed at this guy because he told them about a beautiful girl, but they never found her, and because of this he was punished. The leader of the barbarians drank alcohol from a bottle and said that because of this idiot he had to ride horses all day to swallow dust, and all this was to no avail. The leader of the barbarians accused this guy of slander in front of everyone because he dared to collect information about a girl who in fact they could not find. But suddenly in the distance, a silhouette of a beautiful girl appeared who was approaching the central gate. The barbarian who was accused of lying and beaten turned his head to the side and saw this girl. He shouted to all the other barbarians that this was the girl he saw this morning and she had now come here.
Chaeun escuchó atentamente las conversaciones tratando de comprender exactamente de qué estaban hablando.
She was very calm and was not afraid of these barbarians. She came here all alone, and it was a very strange act from a girl. The barbarians began to behave like natives when they saw such a beautiful girl in their camp. She came out to the center and the camp and stopped. The girl turned her head to the side and looked at the barbarian with a beaten face who was sitting on the ground. She immediately understood what was happening here but still behaved very calmly despite the fact that these barbarians looked like wild monkeys. The leader of the barbarians looked at this girl and could not take his eyes off her. Drool was flowing from his mouth, and he asked where such a beautiful woman appeared in their camp. She counted all the savages who were in this camp and said that there were 54 people here and not one of them could escape from here. The leader of the barbarians asked this girl what she meant, but immediately after 1 second his head was cut off. She killed the leader of the barbarians in front of all the other members of this sect.
Hyun-Hou no entendía muy bien si también podía ayudar a Namgon-Hil y pensó en ello durante un rato.
With quick blows of the sword, all these barbarians were destroyed in a few seconds. They didn't even have time to understand anything. In fact, the girl did not come here on her own, and she was in the company of experienced warriors who were masters of the sword and killed all these barbarians like real professionals. One barbarian whom the rest of the barbarians just wanted to execute remained alive and watched as all the members of his gang were killed in an instant. She came closer to this barbarian and he began to shake with fear. He understood that something very terrible was about to happen. She leaned closer to him and said that she would have a completely different conversation with this scumbag and she wanted to talk to him separately. And when he heard this, he became so scared that he turned pale and realized that a very terrible torture awaited him. The sun came out from behind the horizon and began, and she was already in sight behind the rocks. Song-Yu woke up first at that time. The rest of the children were still sleeping. He felt that his body was in great pain after being beaten by this barbarian. It had already been several days since this event happened, but his body still hurt. Oh, looked at the rest of the students. He was very glad that they were sleeping so well and soundly. He was glad that these guys were resting well. But when he began to count all the students, he saw that one student was missing and was afraid because something could happen to him. But then he realized that the second student most likely woke up earlier than everyone else in order to go study new books, and the guy realized that he also needed to go to work. He took his tools and clothes to go to work in the field. He is already accustomed to the fact that he goes out to work on the field before everyone else when the steel students are still sleeping and returns when they are already asleep. Before leaving, he looked at the guys who were resting sweetly in bed and said that they too should work well today. The sun was already in the center of the sky and it was the hottest part of the day. Song-Yu continued as always to work alone in the field, and prepare the land for the new season in order to plant vegetables here. When he was working, he didn't notice that there was anyone else on the field besides him, but suddenly a girl appeared. She approached the guy and called him. The boy heard a woman's voice and turned his head towards her. He saw this girl and realized that this was the same girl that he had hidden from the barbarians. Because of her he had big problems. He didn't understand why she came here again, because it's very dangerous to be here. If the barbarians return, they'll have big problems again. She looked carefully at this boy and realized that this was the same hero who saved her, and he also very much reminded her of one person. This boy was very similar to her older brother, whom she loved very much, and he remained in her memory. She asked the boy how he was feeling and if everything was okay with him, because he had committed a great stupidity when he protected her. She took his face with her hands and began to examine the monitor lizards. She said that because of his stupidity he could have died. Song Yu didn't understand why this girl said that, because he saved her and thought that she would behave differently. She told him that it is not worth fighting with an opponent who is several times stronger than him, and that it is better to fall to the ground and just hide until he becomes stronger than the enemy. Song Yu didn't understand why this girl was talking like that. Everything he was thinking about then, this or that to save their lives. She said that this boy has people he must protect, and such a brave act could harm the people who depend on him. Song Yu thanked her for the advice and bowed to her. The girl said that she had been watching him and knew that he was engaged in martial arts. He told this girl that he had a teacher who told him that he should not miss a single day of training. And the girl was very surprised that this boy had a teacher, and she asked what school he belongs to. He said that he studies the Muin Moon School of Martial Arts, and his name is Song Yu, and he is the 18th student of this school. She was very surprised when she heard the light of this boy's information. She immediately realized that their purr was a charlatan or a fake. Song Yu called this girl sister and asked her if she practices martial arts. She was very surprised that he called her sister and asked why he said that. He laughed and started scratching his head. He told her that he couldn't call her grandma, and Miss also sounded very strange. She started laughing, and I thought this boy was very cute and good, but I thought that he was a golden child. She was touched by the fact that this cute boy was talking to her so funny. She asked this boy to call her aunt, and this was very unexpected for Song Yu because he saw her for the second time in his life. She looked at him and thought that she definitely wouldn't be a grandmother for him because she was still too young, but her aunt was best suited in this situation. She smiled and said that since she is already an aunt to him, then she will have to take care of her nephew, and Song Yu at that moment felt very awkward.
Jin Il-seok tan pronto como Yeon-bo abrió la puerta entró a su apartamento y le pidió que no le dijera que unirse al club de la tienda era solo para acumular puntos.
She asked him if he was ready to show his skills in martial arts. Song Yu was delighted and said that he would be happy to show her everything he knew. He was very glad that someone was interested in seeing his abilities. The boy began to accumulate chi energy in himself in order to fill his body with the right energy. He began to move his right hand and prepare it for an attack. He clenched his hand into a fist and began to feel the strength in his hand. Song Yu showed the combination of blows that the teacher showed them. He knew this combination better than others. Ant carefully watched the boy's movements and analyzed his technique in martial arts. She found this boy very interesting. Song Yu began to make movements with his legs and showed the blows that he had learned. He concentrated all his attention on these blows and did not worry about the fact that someone was watching him. His movements were very clear and fast. After he finished his combination, he got into a fighting position and began to accumulate energy. The ant saw how the boy tried to show her the blows that he learned from his teacher, but she understood that this was absolutely not a martial art but just strange movements. She was very impressed that this boy spends a lot of time training every day and puts his soul into this activity, but he only managed to learn the basics of martial arts. He said that he can't fight very well with his bare hands, but with the help of a stick he fights better, and the girl said that this is very good and praised him. Song Yu was very surprised when this girl praised him, and he asked is he really worthy of praise. She answered him that her aunt had never lied to anyone in her life and said that the boy's breathing technique was similar to the Taoist technique. She saw that his martial art is nothing special, but he is very proud of it. If she tells him the truth, she will obviously be upset. She understood that his teacher did not understand anything about martial arts, but he worked correctly with the spirit of this boy. She asked him if he wanted to know something very interesting. Song Yu was very interested in this proposal, and replied that he was looking forward to his aunt telling him this. She said that if the boy slightly changed the breathing technique that he had learned, he would fight much better, his movements would become clearer. She put her hand on his stomach and asked him not to worry and just trust her. Auntie told him to inhale air when she presses her hand on his stomach and exhale air when she removes her hand. He felt very strange because he had known this girl only recently and she was already helping him master his breathing. She pressed her hand on his stomach and he took a breath. Then Nu pressed his stomach again and he took another breath. Her hand began to glow with a bright light and she once again pressed his stomach and asked him to take another deep breath. After that she removed her hand and said that now he could finally exhale, and the boy exhaled. She said that if he remembered the breathing pattern and trained it, he would be able to feel something rising through his body. The aunt said that the boy should feel this something inside himself and work until this something rises to his head. All this time he must continue to breathe and not worry about the fact that something might go wrong. He just must train and work. She said that the most difficult thing is patience, but if he can constantly train it, then he will have good results. She raised her hand up and said that he would succeed, and when he was able to free himself, he would feel completely different. Song-yu didn't understand what was happening now. It all looked very strange, and for some reason this girl was helping him. He was watching how she was moving now. It looked very interesting. He watched the movement of her hands, and it seemed to him that she was moving very quickly. She hit her palms on the ground, and a dent appeared in the ground. These are her hands. Song-yu understood that he needed to have incredible strength in order to leave such a large dent in the ground, and he did not understand how such a fragile girl was capable of such a thing. But she continued to move her hands and show him her capabilities. Her movements were so fast and clear that she was able to cause a very strong flow of wind that threw the guy to the side. Song-yu was delighted when he saw that this ant was able to summon the wind from her palms. He said that he wanted to learn how to do this. She smiled and thought that it was possible to interest a child in such an easy way. And she told him that he could learn this if he trained his breathing, but he would have to work hard. Song-yu smiled and said that he would put a lot of effort into learning how to release the wind from his palms. She was very surprised that this boy was so active. He reminded her more and more of her older brother. She said that she could teach him several things that he could use in the future, and the guy was delighted that this aunt was ready to help him. He thought it was the best day of his life. The aunt said that they would teach the boys several martial art techniques that could help him in the future. She asked him to carefully observe his breathing and said that he needed to concentrate his breathing in one place. Auntie put her hands together and made a red fire sphere appear in her hands. She began to make circular movements with her hands and increase the power of the sphere that was in her hands. Aunt made a sharp movement with her hands forward, and after that the sphere began to increase even more. She sent red fire spheres and all the energy forward, and after that an explosion occurred. Song-yu had never seen anything like this before. The power of her fighting technique was incredibly strong, and the boy tried to follow her every move. Song-yu thought that his aunt showed him the technique of breathing and movement, and it looked very simple, but in practice he still did not understand how to do it correctly. She took his hand and tried to give him the correct pose and stance in which it would be easier to do this exercise. She said that great power is not as simple as it might seem. She asked the boy not to show this technique to anyone until he himself learned to use it easily. Song-yu repeated every movement that this girl showed him, and he tried to give his best so as not to miss anything and do everything right. The aunt asked the boy to remember a very important phrase, that mismanagement of talent can cause anger. He promised her that he would train until it became natural for him and until he completely mastered this technique. Song-yu said that he forgot to ask her something very important. The girl asked what he could mean, and the boy replied that he wanted to know the name of this martial art. Aunt said that there is no name for this martial art because she created it herself after looking at the situation she was in, and the title for this technique does not make sense because it is improvised. Song-yu said that this is very cool. He said that the teacher sometimes told them a story about heroes and their techniques were called Heavenly Dragon or 18 Truths, and he was always delighted with these names. She laughed because this boy seemed very cute to her. She said that the name of the technique is a way to describe its content. After this, aunt made a serious expression on her face and said that this technique can be called murder. Song-yu was scared when he heard the name of this military technique, and he did not think that techniques could be called such terrible words. She explained why this technique is called that way. After all, if a person uses his hand while using this technique, then he must kill the enemy or make sure that the enemy cannot resist. She said that this is the only way to guarantee your safety, which means that the boy must think 3 times before using this technique because there will be no turning back. Song Yu promised that he would use this technique carefully and would always take it seriously. But my aunt also asked that she never tell anything about this martial arts technique because it is secret. Song Yu was very surprised when he heard such a request from this girl. He said that he has several students whom he teaches martial arts and asked if he could show them this technique. But she forbade him to do this, explained this by the fact that she wants to repay the boy for saving him but does not want to raise killers, and if he does not keep his promise she will cut off his hand, and said that the aunt never lies. Song Yu was scared when he heard that his hand could be cut off, and he felt very embarrassed. He didn't want his hand to be cut off. Aunt leaned her head closer to him and said that the boy could show his students the breathing technique that she showed him. And then she said that she had something else for the boys as a token of gratitude. She put her hand in the inside pocket of her jacket and tried to reach something. She pulled out a beautiful expensive ring from her pocket and said that she would give it to the boy as a gift if he had big problems with money and poverty began. Then he could go to the largest store in the village to sell this ring. Song Yu was scared when he saw such an expensive gift. He said that he didn't need this decoration, it would be superfluous because his aunt taught him so much. She was very persistent and put the ring in his hand. Aunt said that when adults give something you just need to accept it. She asked him to put in more effort so that he would learn all the combat techniques that she taught him as best as possible, and he said that he would definitely do it. She looked at this guy for the last time before leaving. She thought that she did everything possible to help this boy. After all, he has a very kind heart, and said that she would like to see him again someday. Song Yu all this time looked at the expensive ring that his aunt gave him and could not believe that she was so kind and ready to give him such an expensive thing. He was so carried away by this ring that he forgot that the girl was somewhere nearby all this time when he raised his head and was no longer there, and he began to scream and call her. She disappeared so quickly as if she had never been here. This girl looked like a ghost who could disappear at any moment, and the boy did not understand how she did it. But he had her ring in his hands, and he understood that she had actually just been here, and he promised himself that he would never forget her and would fulfill all her requests. Song Yu returned to his home with the rest of the guys, and they were all in the courtyard of their house. The second student drew some drawings on the ground with a wooden stick. He tried very carefully to draw every line, and he had a book in his hands. He drew hieroglyphs to show the other guys what symbols are. The second student wrote a phrase on the ground that means that everyone has shortcomings, and knowing your shortcomings you need to correct them immediately. He said that these were words that they needed to learn today and promised that he would help every student if they had questions. One of the students began to scratch his head and said that he did not understand why he should learn these symbols because he would never use them. Song Yuda started yelling at this guy and said that there is a huge difference between not knowing and not using something, and explained that the letter needs to be studied and not necessarily used, so he asked him to stop being capricious. The boy was upset because an older student had just yelled at him and said that he would learn all these hieroglyphs. The second student saw that Bakgu was now very upset and realized that he needed a little support so that he would not be disappointed in the letter and on the contrary would get excited about studying the letter. He approached the boy and began to help him write these hieroglyphs correctly, but the boy did not quite understand why the second student was doing this. He asked the fifth student to carefully monitor his movements and try to draw a hieroglyph with him. The second student drew his name with him, which sounds like Bakgu. He asked the boy if he knew what his name meant. Bakgu replied that he does not know the meaning of his name and does not know what these characters mean. At this moment, the second student explained that his name means strength and the letter is just a way to express it. He explained that his parents knew about the meaning of this name, and that's why they named the boy, because his name meant blessing and his parents thought that he could receive 9 blessings in his life. The students listened carefully to what the second student was saying, and he explained to them that learning hieroglyphs is difficult, so many do not know them, but if they learn to have knowledge that others do not have, then they will have more opportunities. The girls also listened to him carefully, and the second student explained that they can eat more delicious food and have the opportunity to sleep in a more comfortable place if they know something that others don't know. Bakgu finally understood what the second student was talking about and stopped being capricious. He said that they should study because it will lead them to a good life. One of the students was very happy about your idea and he started smiling. He saw the fourth student smiling and asked him if he had already learned everything, and that's why he was laughing at Bakgu. The second student explained that this boy's name Chisim means sincere knowledge. Therefore, he needs to learn more than anyone else because his name already speaks about it. The second student said that they are very good at learning hieroglyphs, but they still need to try as hard as possible to learn it all quickly, and said that it all depends on their actions. He hoped that all the students would be able to understand this and would study well in the future because he was worried about every student. For the second student, the most important mission in life was to share his knowledge with these guys because he dreamed that they would have a good life in the future. They all shouted in unison that they would study well and promised the second brother that they would learn these hieroglyphs. Chi-sim didn't even have time to write 2 hieroglyphs, but he saw that the younger student had already written about 10, and he asked how he did it. And the younger student replied that he remembered it the first time. The second student knew that it was not easy for him to study the book, and the paper was very expensive. The teacher and brother tried to get them for him. Therefore, he had to study well. He knew that he had to succeed in his studies and become the best student in order to later teach his brothers and sisters. The next day came, and Song Yu gathered all the children in the yard to begin teaching them using the breathing technique that his aunt showed him. The students sat in the lotus position and tried to breathe correctly using a new technique that the senior student showed them. Chi-sim tried to perform the correct breathing technique, but he couldn't. He said that he was starting to choke and asked why he needed to breathe like that. Song Yu tried to explain to the student that if he learns to breathe correctly using this technique, then he will be able to create wind with his own hands. Chi-sim scratched his head and said that this is a very good skill, but it's still hard for him to breathe like that, and his chest is very hard. The senior student explained to the boy that if he continues to train and does not give up, then this feeling will pass and he will succeed. Song Yu noticed that not all students find training their body an exciting activity, and it will be good if interest in this activity increases over time. The younger student raised his hand and said that he had an important question for the older student. Song Yu went up to the baby and asked what happened, but the boy told him that his stomach hurt a lot and asked him not to do this exercise. Song Yu put his hand on his stomach and felt that his stomach was actually very hot and asked if the boy was in pain now and how he was feeling. I'll explain to the boy that it doesn't hurt him now, but when his stomach gets warm it starts to hurt and he doesn't like it. Song Yu asked what kind of pain he was experiencing in his stomach and did it look like his stomach was starting to hurt. He thought that this might be exactly the feeling his aunt had told him about. When she taught him this technique, she asked him to inhale and exhale air and placed her hand on his stomach. Song Yu breathed a lot that day under her control and also experienced strange sensations. That day he felt this because his aunt did something to his body, and this baby now has exactly the same sensations. The aunt then said that first the boy should feel a light touch and energy. That's where it all begins, and this feeling can be developed and improved. Song Yu focused all his attention that day on the word of energy and thought that this was the key to unlocking this skill. He realized that the younger student had already begun to use this breath correctly, and perhaps his stomach hurt due to the touch of this energy. Song Yu walked up to the boy and scratched his head. He said that a warm belly is good and you shouldn't worry about it, but if the boy is worried, then he can't rush to learn breathing techniques. He understood that he had to do this technique better than them in order to understand it and so that he could help them. It's moments like these and tell everything. Suddenly one of the students shouted that the teacher had returned, and everyone jumped up from their seats joyfully. The children could not believe that the teacher had actually returned because he had been gone for a very long time, and they thought that he would not come again. They immediately dropped everything they were doing and started looking at the teacher. They were very happy when they saw him. The old man came to them with gifts. In his hands were several chickens that he brought for them, and the old man himself was very happy to see these children. The children immediately ran to the teacher and began to hug him. They could not contain their joy and wanted to spend as much time as possible with the teacher. Today they had a very tasty dinner because the old man brought a lot of chicken and spices. Thanks to this, they made incredibly tasty chicken. Grandfather wanted to pamper the children and therefore did not spare them the ride. He understood that he was gone for a very long time, and they probably missed him because of the delicious food. Grandfather said that the children can start eating and said that today they cannot resist eating as much as they want in order to satiate their hunger normally. The old man was very worried about the youngest girl Yul because she needed to eat as much as possible. After all, her body was just beginning to grow. The fifth student asked why they only had 2 chickens on the table because the teacher brought 3 of them, but they explained to him that the second brother would eat 1 chicken. He was upset about this and said that it was unfair because for 8 people there were only 2 chickens, and for 1 guy the grandfather donated a whole chicken. Chi-shim explained to Bak-gu that second brother is not feeling well, and besides he shares food with the rest of the students every time. Bak-gu was unhappy with this and said that second brother does not work in the fields and does not help with housework, and he does nothing at all except read books. Chi-sim said that this is why he should eat more. After all, the second brother, although older than the elder brother, is inferior in physique. The girl heard the dialogue between her younger brothers and said that these chickens are very large and they got more food than usual, so she asked them to stop mischievousness. Song-yu took a chicken leg from his plate and passed it to his younger brother Bak-gu. Bak-gu, at this moment I started to feel awkward. He said that he didn't want to eat part of his elder brother's food and he just wanted to say that it's not fair to give the second brother a whole chicken. Chi-sim didn't understand what the problem was and why the fifth student was so concerned about this issue. Bak-gu said that he couldn't eat the chicken leg that was originally on his older brother's plate and wanted to give it away. Song-yu said that there is nothing wrong with it and he doesn't want to eat chicken leg and he just needs to eat porridge. Bak-gu understood that his older brother was lying to him, and now he felt very uncomfortable in front of the other students. Song-yu could not eat calmly because he was constantly watching the teacher and trying to understand what was happening to him. The teacher behaved strangely all the time. His body was trembling, and it was clear from his face that he was in pain. Song-yu noticed that the teacher was not behaving as usual. This meant that most likely he was injured again when he left for a mission. He returns every time with new wounds. This frightened the boy. The night came, the moon illuminated the earth, but today it was incomplete. It was only a month. Clouds floated across the sky and covered the beautiful stars. The teacher did not sleep at night. He was in his room near the fireplace and bandaged his wounds so that his students would not see him. He understood that he was already too old and he was starting to feel this way. He noticed that he always gets wounded before leaving a mission at the very last moment. Suddenly he heard someone coming into his room and turned his head. He realized that it was one of the students who was not sleeping now and decided to come to his room. Song-yu went up to the teacher and said that the old man was hurt again, but the grandfather reassured the boy and said that there was nothing serious here. The boy explained that he was very worried about his grandfather. He started touching his grandfather's wounds and realized that he was starting to have serious problems and needed help somehow. Song-yu said that the old man should be healthy, so he asked him to be careful and accept the respect and care that Song-yu has. But the old man said that he will live to be 100 years old and will see how these guys grow old. Song-yu said that he will grow up very soon and will be able to earn money for their family. His grandfather will no longer need to leave for a long time. He asked his grandfather to wait for this moment. Boyaka smiled and hugged the boy. He said that everything would be fine and he would definitely see how these children grew up. Boyaka said that everything would be fine with him and there was no need to worry about him, but he himself understood that his body had to endure and be patient a little longer, and he could not think about the fact that he was weak and old. The grandfather asked the boy what happened during his absence and how they were doing. Song-yu began to tell his grandfather the whole story of the events that happened to him. He told him about the barbarians and about the girl he saved. And after that she taught him martial arts. Boyaka was shocked by the story that the boy told him. He couldn't believe that sometimes there are such good people in the world. He thought that the boy had great luck and luck was on his side and thanked him for his good deed. Grandfather said that this girl was apparently an unusual person, but Song-yu tried to explain to him that this is not the case at all. He began to show the old man the blows that she had once shown to the boy and said that if you try very hard and learn this technique you can cause the wind with your own hands. Boyaka thought that if this girl allowed the boy to call her aunt, then she obviously liked him, and then he thought about the fact that Kong-ho, the village in which they live, does not have a single similar girl. He wondered who she was. He thought that it would be good if this girl took the boy with her because she could teach him a lot of things because he is such a good child. There were a lot of people in the city that day. Winter came and the whole city was covered with snow. From the tea shop, which was located in the very center of the city, the screams of a woman and a man were heard about something, a very loud discussion. People passed by and did not pay attention. Boyaka came to his sister and asked for 50 coins for the next task, but she told him that she did not have that much money. The old man tried to convince her. She replied that she simply does not have that kind of money and she does not want to continue this dialogue. He said that he really needs this money and as soon as he gets a job he will immediately take it up, but for now he doesn't have a job. She asked him what he was going to spend such a large amount of money on, and the old man explained to her that his children were growing up and they needed to buy a lot of things. Boyaka said that winter has already come and he needs at least one set of warm clothes for everyone, and he has one very smart guy who needs to buy new books. She asked why he did this and why was he so worried about these children. The old man said that these are very good children and when he looks at them his heart feels caring. He becomes warmer and for the first time in 50 years he feels something like that. She said that he was too old and he needed to quit this job and take care of himself. Boyaka persuaded Yume to give him a new job for a good reward. He said that he really needed it. He said that all his life he has been wandering around the whole area and knows a lot of different gossip, and therefore the girl must keep her word. Yume understood that this old man was pushing her and said that she still has no money and her business with the tea shop is not going well. But when he looked at her with such loving and pitiful eyes, she could not help herself because this look had lured her since her youth. She could not stand it and agreed with his proposal. She said that she would give him money next time the matter might be more complicated and perhaps it would drag on for several years. The old man replied that he would be happy to agree to this task. He took the girl by the hand and thanked her. She thought that she could send him to where he would be a target, but she didn't understand why he was still grateful to her. Boyaka said that he was grateful to her for knowing about his problems and still continuing to take care of him, and said that he was ready to work. He turned his head to the side so as not to look at his beautiful eyes anymore and thought that Boyaka was a very frivolous person, but still she could not restrain herself in front of his gaze. She no longer wanted to look at him and got out of the chair. After that she asked him to sit still and wait. He looked, but only the girl came into the room and thought that he had one less problem and 50 coins. And the children will be able to live without starving for 3 years, and he will still be able to buy a lot of books and notebooks for Ram. He waited for the girl to return with the coins and thought about how best to spend this money. Yume left the room with a red package containing a box. She said that she put silver and iron coins to make it easier to use. Yume asked the old man to check the contents of this box so that he could personally verify that it contained the correct amount of money. Boyaka said that there is no point in checking the contents of the box for him because he trusts it. The old man returned home with gifts for the children that he bought in the city. Enthusiastic cries of children could be heard from the house. They were glad that the teacher was so kind today. The students looked at new clothes and chose costumes for themselves depending on which one they liked best. Along with these clothes, the teacher brought a lot of delicious meat jerky to pamper the children, but they began to play and quarrel with them. The teacher took out a large orange package and said that this was a gift for Ram, and the boy at that moment was shocked because he did not expect such a gift from the teacher. Boyaka said that the boy goes to school and studies with books there, and it is inconvenient and therefore he can now study at home thanks to these books. Ram said that this is all very expensive, and where does grandfather get so much money to give him such expensive gifts? He said that the school teacher said that such smart children are rare, and this is the first time he has seen such concentration in a child of his age. Ram didn't know how to react to these words from his grandfather. He just continued to look at the gift. The grandfather took the boy by the shoulders and said that the teacher even noted that he would not have difficulty with the exam, and the grandfather hoped that the boy would become the youngest student in the school. The old man said that he has very high hopes for him, and if the boy grows up to be a big man, it will be a good example for the rest of the students. Ram promised his grandfather that he would live up to his expectations and become the best student because his grandfather invests a lot of money and effort in his education. The old man hugged the boy and said that his teacher would barely be able to write his name, but in his old age, he would have such a wonderful student. Ram still felt guilty that his grandfather gave him such expensive gifts. He understood that his grandfather would have to work very hard because of this. Songyu knew that if Grandpa gives them such expensive gifts, it means that he will leave soon, and apparently he will be going for a long time. Winter was already coming to an end. The snow on the trees began to melt, and much less snow fell from the sky than before. Spring came, and the flowers began to open in their buds, and the air became completely different. Now it was warm and pleasant. Grandfather had not yet gone on a new mission, and therefore he was able to teach his students martial arts. But he understood that the time would soon come and we would hit the road again, and his happiness did not last long. Yume then told him that she had a job, but she didn't know how long this work would take. She said that the amount for this work was very large, so she agreed, but nothing is known exactly about this work, and the old man asked how much they pay for this work. She said that for this work they pay 100 coin if he can finish this work and return alive, and everything will be successful. You will pay him another 300 to me. Boyaka understood that for all his work he was paid as much as 400 coins, and this gave him the understanding that this work could be his last. Then he could calmly continue to live with his children and not work. He said that it's worth risking your life for this and trying because such a chance rarely comes. Songyu worked in the field with his brothers. The old man looked at him and thought that in 3 years this boy would have nothing to worry about because everything would be fine.
Kon Junwoo señaló que estaba muy contento de verlo y le pidió que se sentara en uno de los asientos vacíos.
Song Yu looked at his grandfather and the video showed that he had a very strange behavior. He did not understand why, but he was glad that his grandfather was happy. Boyaka showed the boy a thumbs up and said that he was very glad that he had such a wonderful senior student. At that moment the boy felt awkward because it was very unexpected. Night fell on this day, there was a full moon and there were few clouds in the sky, but the stars were shining very brightly. The eldest student as always accompanied his grandfather on his way, and the grandfather gave the boy a red package and told him to take it. Song Yu took the package and asked what was there. Boyaka explained that this time he will have to leave for a very long time and he does not know exactly when he will return. For this reason he decided to give some money to the doctor so that the children will always have medicine for Seo-yul, and he leaves you some money for them so that they can buy food. Song Yu asked his grandfather how far will he go and where is he going. The old man explained that he still doesn't know, but he asked the boy not to worry about anything, and even if there is nothing outstanding about him, his body is well preserved. He leaned over to the boy and asked him what he should do during his absence. Song Yu replied that he should be a support for all younger brothers and sisters because he is an older brother. The old man said that this is exactly how the boy is an older brother, but the rest of the students should take care of him. At that moment a comet flew across the sky. It was the perfect moment to make a wish. The comet flew by very quickly and disappeared into the cosmic sky. The old man said goodbye to the boy and said that he had to leave and promised him that he would definitely return. Song Yu carefully watched his grandfather disappear over the horizon, and all this time he stood and watched him. He made only one wish when he saw the comet so that grandfather would return safe and sound this time. Morning came and the sun began to emerge from the horizon. It appeared between two high rocks. The children as always slept together on a large mattress that lay on the wooden floor. Suddenly the older brother came into the room and woke them up. After that they all slowly began to wake up. Yul, the youngest student of all, saw that her grandfather was not there and asked her older brother where he was. She was still completely asleep. Probably nevertheless she wanted to find out where her grandfather had disappeared. Song Yu hugged his little sister and said that grandpa had already left for work and he left at night because he urgently needed to go to work. The children began to talk about the fact that grandfather had left. They were wondering when he would return and what gift he would bring him next time. One of the brothers scolded the fifth student for thinking only about gifts and said that the teacher is already old and gifts are the last thing you need to think about at their age. Song Yu said that grandpa will return as usual this time. When they grow up they will be able to take care of grandpa themselves, and then the teacher will no longer need to work. Song Yu ordered the children to quickly wake up and clean the room. After that they should go outside and start their activities. Ram called the senior student to him and said that he needed to talk to him. Ram asked the older student why his grandfather left. He suggested that the situation in their family was very bad, and so the grandfather was forced to leave, but the older student replied that there was no reason to worry, and the teacher just wanted to work a little before getting too old. Ram thought that the whole problem was in him because he only eats and wears out clothes and his grandfather constantly buys him something, but the senior student explained to him that if the second student succeeds the rest can too, as Moon says they are all one whole. Song Yu explained to this guy that his grandfather did not go to work because of him but for his sake, and he went there for the sake of all of them, and a little later they will not take care of the teacher. Ram replied that he knows all this, but grandfather still returns every time with new wounds on his body and it scares him. Song Yu asked the second student to speak more quietly so that the other children would not know about it because it would be bad if they knew about it. Ram said that this is all true and there is nothing to hide from others. Song Yu once again repeated to him that this is all being done for the sake of all of them, and the teacher was very worried that everything would work out for them. If he suddenly gets sick then they will all starve. Therefore while he can move he is trying to earn money. That's what the teacher said. Ram felt guilty and could not calm down. He said that he would also go to work with everyone else in the field. Song Yu yelled at the second student and said that he was talking complete nonsense and he should mind his own business and not worry about it. He put his hand on our shoulder and said that the teacher has great hopes for this guy and we can't let him down. He asked the second student to stop doubting because neither their teacher nor the rest of the students want the second student to give up. None of them are as smart as him. Song Yu said that if a real man has aspirations he should follow them and not be distracted by everything else. That's what the teacher said, and the boy should choose his path and follow it, and the current situation in the family is not the problem of the second student. But Ram continued to doubt his abilities and he could not calm down. Because of this he felt guilty and felt that he did not deserve such gifts from the teacher. The third student came into the room and said that the elder brother is right. If none of them can succeed, then they will all have to constantly worry. Only go if someone can do it. Definitely the second student. She asked the second student not to doubt the words of his elder brother, and if he cannot be purposeful, then he is not a man, and if he wants to give up, then let him do it now. Ram said that everything is not like that at all, and he is not a weakling and is not ready to give up, and he wants to go to the end. She said that she now recognizes the second student, and this is more like his normal behavior. She said that everyone believes in him and all the students are waiting for him to succeed. The rest of the children were on the street, and through a small window in the wall they eavesdropped on the dialogue in the room. They shouted that when they grew up they would buy all the books in the stores for the second student and paper and brushes with ink. They were ready to do everything for him. Song Yu let the second disciple listen to the support from his younger brothers and said that these guys believe in him. Ram promised his brothers that he would definitely cope with this task and reach the end. A lot of time has already passed and winter has come again. Snow was falling from the sky in large flakes. Moonlight rays of light fell through a large window in the wall. Ram loved the full moon because on these days there was a lot of light from the moon and he could study at night. He felt happy every time he was left alone with books, and this was the moment he loved most about learning because no one rushed him or forced him to do it. He turned over sheets of paper to read new symbols. He wanted to go to a new page, but suddenly he heard a noise in the room and saw a light. Ram saw a hand that put a small candle for him at 100 so that he could have lighting in his room. The senior student put this candle so that the second student would not spoil his eyesight when he studied at night. Ram said that it was not worth doing this because the oil is very expensive and the family already spends a lot of money on it. Song Yu said that he could not buy the second disciple a new book, but he could afford to buy oil, so he asked the second disciple not to suffer about this. Ram looked at the older student in surprise, and then said that he was not suffering, and this was not at all like him. Suddenly Ram told a story that in ancient times there lived a man named Song Kong, and people say that he counted books in the moonlight. Song Yu continued this story and said that in the summer this man read books and used the glow of fireflies in the night for this. Ram was very happy that her older brother also knew this story. Song Yu said that she heard this story from one of the narrator's uncles who came to work at the tea house. Ram asked his elder brother if there were such people there. Song Yu said that he sat for a long time and listened to his stories. It was very interesting. That's why many people come there every day despite the expensive tea. Ram began to smile and laugh. He said that he would really like to visit there because it is very interesting. Song Yu said that he remembered this only when the second student began to tell this story. But now it's too late. Therefore he asked the boy not to sit at books for so long. Song Yu said that he still needs to go to school tomorrow. The senior student got up early and noticed that his temperature was rising and his body had been working since the morning. He took a wooden stick that was near the front door. He went outside despite the fact that it was still very early and cold. The guy still decided that this was the best time to train. With a sharp movement he stood in a fighting stance and raised the stick up. Song Yu noticed that lately he has become too hot. It doesn't look like he is sick. His body is overflowing with vital energy. He was practicing martial arts techniques early in the morning and trying to learn a new technique. He said that he would never give up and would practice until you get the best result. Every morning he practiced with his stick. His movements became clear and precise. His body became stronger every day and his muscles improved. Song Yu felt that his body was becoming stronger and his internal energy was improving every day. His movements were becoming strong and clear. Summer has come. He was training as always in the morning and suddenly heard one of the students calling him. He turned his head towards the student who was approaching him and decided to find out what was happening. The younger student ran to the older student and asked him to teach him these martial techniques. But it was very bad because he was still very young. Song Yu understood that he was still too small and it was too early for him to learn these martial techniques. The younger student said that he had learned absolutely everything that his older brothers taught him and he wants to start new learning. Song Yu tried to explain to the younger student that he had to remember these techniques so well that he could repeat them with his eyes closed. The boy said that he can already do these techniques with his eyes closed and said that he can even show it now in front of everyone. Song Yu asked the younger student to demonstrate his knowledge in practice and convince everyone that he had already grown up and was ready to start new martial techniques. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and tried to tune in before performing this technique. The boy stood in a fighting stance and prepared to perform the exercise. The senior student watched him carefully. He started showing exercises and tried to prove to them that he had managed to learn all the moves that the older brothers did. His movements were very fast, but they were still uncertain. He tried to show maximum seriousness and do everything right so that the elder brothers would believe in him. He tried to perform the movement clearly, and now he needed to deliver the final blow to do this. He raised the stick up. The boy performed a combination of movements with a final blow which he delivered through the air. The children could not believe their eyes. They carefully watched their younger brother and saw that he was very skilled with a stick and was able to learn all these movements alone. Song-yu was delighted that the junior disciple was able to learn this martial combination of movements on his own and said that the junior disciple was a genius. The older student laughed and said that after what they had just seen, the older students need to try twice as hard, otherwise the younger student will catch up with them. Chi-sim scratched his face with his hand and said that he is trying very hard, but if he lifts his feet off the ground he loses his balance.
Guncheon y la niña caminaban lentamente por las calles al anochecer hablando del día anterior.
Song-yu approached the boy and said that he was doing very well and that he was moving better than the rest of the students now. He was very glad that he did so well, and the boy was able to prove to the rest of the senior students that he was worthy of learning new martial art techniques. The fifth student Bak-gu invited the younger student to fight him and measure his strength, and we thought it would be good practice. Chi-sim asked the senior student his thoughts on who would win this fight, and the senior student replied that Bak-gu would win.
La compañera respondió que se iba a su casa, a la casa que compartían donde vivían juntos.
Song-yu answered his questions and said that Bak-gu lost only to him and other disciples cannot defeat him. Bak-gu said that he was giving the younger student a head start and suggested that he attack first. The younger student took the stick in his hands and decided to strike the first blow. He thought that he should take advantage of this opportunity. He threw his first blow from above, but his opponent was able to parry this blow. Bak-gu immediately jumped to the side and changed his trajectory. He decided to strike the younger student from below. He thought that this would be a good opportunity to break through his defense. The younger student was able to repel this attack and blocked it, but he understood that it was difficult to block. The boy took a jump and bounced back. Bak-gu didn't expect the younger student to be so fast and therefore missed with his attack and hit the ground with his stick. The younger student knew that this was a good opportunity to outline the attack and began to make circular movements with his stick. He decided to strike his opponent from the right side. Bak-gu had a hard time fighting it off, and he didn't expect the younger student to be so fast. He began to receive several at once, and this forced him to constantly be in a defensive stance. He constantly had to give back control in battle. The younger disciple sped up and began to launch many fast attacks. He tried to break through the fifth disciple's defense. Chi-sim is very surprised because the youngest student is pushing the fifth student out of the battlefield, and Song-yu replied that from the outside everything looks exactly like this, but if you look at his face you can see something more important. The younger student learns quickly, but he lacks strength and endurance because when training new ones he quickly gets tired, but Bak-gu keeps up with the older student. He started making circles with his stick. His face was happy and calm. He realized that now was the perfect moment to start attacking the child. He suddenly repulsed the boy's attack, and the younger student did not expect that this could happen. He thought that victory was already in his hands. The youngest student was very tired after the series of attacks he made, and now understands that he invested his strength in these attacks, but the fifth student still continues to counterattack. Bak-gu struck with his stick, and it was pointed towards the younger student. He tried to deliver his blow in such a way as to break through his opponent's defense. At that moment, the stick was moving so fast that it seemed like it was rubber. He was able to break through the defense of the younger student and hit him on the hand with his stick. The younger student felt severe pain in his hand and threw away the stick. He just received damage. Bak-gu put his wooden fighting stick on the ground and informed the younger student that he had just lost. But the youngest student suddenly began accusing the fifth student of being a coward, and this seemed a very strange accusation for Bak-gu. The younger student said that he had never learned anything like this, so he could not block the blows of the fifth student. Bak-gu stood happy in front of his concept and said that hitting a weak spot is the best way to win. If the younger student could not repel this attack, it was his fault.
Han pasado 3 años desde entonces y mucho ha cambiado en el territorio calista.
Bak-gu explained that the older brother and the teacher teach them the same things, and he can spin the stick at the same speed as Bak-gu. In this case, to win you need to use your head and slightly change your basic movements. The younger student was upset and said that he had simply never studied this focusing technique and therefore did not know how to do it. The fifth student smiled and said that he had never learned this martial arts technique either. The younger student was very upset because of this and almost started crying because I don't understand how the older brother learned this technique. But when he gave himself time to think a little about it, it finally dawned on him and he understood what the words of the fifth student meant. Bak-gu smiled when he realized that the younger student had finally figured out how it all worked. He was pleased that this child was smart. But the whole problem was that when the younger student realized how this military technique works, he wanted revenge and therefore challenged the fifth student again to a duel. Bak-gu refused another battle and began to leave the battlefield. He said that he needed to enjoy his well-deserved victory. The brothers started laughing at this whole situation and they were happy when they saw that the younger student wanted to fight so much and was learning new things. Chi-sim said that the senior student was right and everything happened as he said, but Song-yu told him that each student has his own style and his own strengths, so you can't compare them. Chi-sim smiled and realized that his older brother's words made sense. He was very glad that he also had strengths and weaknesses. One of the students cooked food at night for all the other students. She was very worried that today she had to use little rice to cook her food. She came up with the brilliant idea of adding a little more rice to the cauldron so that tomorrow they wouldn't be able to eat more food. She saw a large tub containing rice. They usually always hid it there. But when she opened the lid, she saw that there was very little rice left, and this is very bad news for the whole family. The girl understood that she needed to talk about this situation with the older student and tell him everything because she needed to come up with a solution to this problem. She explained to him that they only have enough rice for 3 months. This is a very short period of time, and when winter ends they will run out of rice. Song-yu immediately remembered that the blacksmith told him that he had urgent matters. So he will return next fall. An auntie is from the tea house and helps them so much. It's already embarrassing to ask her for help. The girl asked the older student if he knew when the teacher would return. She said that the year before last, he conveyed the news through one of the caravan guards that he would arrive in a year. Song-yu asked her not to worry about it, but she still wanted to know what he was going to do and how he was going to solve this problem. Song-yu said that there are not many options for solving the problem and you just need to find a way to make money. She wanted to know how he was going to do it. The guy asked her not to worry and trust him and told her to come home because it was cold outside. Song-yu looked at her leaving and thought that he didn't understand at all how he could earn money. He hoped that they would have enough money to live this year and remembered that medicine for So-yeol is very expensive. He hung his head down and said that he needed to think about it. If they didn't eat well, he would feel guilty about it. All that worried this boy that day was just where he could find a job and how to earn money for his family. He looked at the nerves and understood that even adults are very difficult to do this now, and it's enough just to look at the guests of the tea house and understand that people have very little money. He was angry with himself for not being able to figure out where to make money and tried to direct all his thoughts to finding a job. The morning came and the sun was shining very brightly. The city was very quiet and calm. It was a normal weekday day and there were few people at the market. Song-yu decided to go to the city and approach all the people in order to go to their work, but he was denied this desire to earn money. He went to different establishments and talked to people in order to get hired. But every time he heard the same answer that they didn't need workers now, so they asked the boy to leave. There was no work for him here. Night fell and the boy spent the whole day looking for work, but everything was unsuccessful. He was walking along a forest path on his way back home and thought that life was very unfair and suggested that he needed to go to a larger village in order to find a job, but he could not go there all the time. His sister was waiting for him near the entrance to the house. She was very glad that the senior student had returned. Song-yu asked his sister why she was still not in bed, and why was she standing here on the street. She answered him that she would soon go to the house. She asked him if he managed to find her any job. He replied that today all his attempts to find a job were unsuccessful and tomorrow he will go again. The sister suggested that the older brother talk to the rest of the students instead of training. They could catch a rabbit or a bird or collect medicinal herbs to sell. Song-yu said that this was a bad idea because then all the discipline they had been building for years would be destroyed. He asked his sister not to worry about work and promised that tomorrow he would be able to find this job and would not have to worry about it. He said that he would go to a larger village and there would definitely be some vacancy for him there. The sister was very worried about the older student. She asked him if he had eaten anything today. Song-yu replied that he was not hungry, but nevertheless at that moment his stomach began to grumble very loudly and made it clear that he really wanted to eat. She said that she would immediately go to the house and put a few potatoes for the senior student and asked him to eat and then go to bed. Song Yu was sitting in a large room and I was eating food that my sister put for him near the window. Ram heard that someone was very loud and slurping in the next room and decided to see who it was. When he entered, he saw an older student there. Song Yu was frightened by the unexpected appearance of the second student and almost dropped the potato out of fear. Ram decided to share the news with the senior student and said that there would soon be a drought in the southern regions and therefore everyone was very worried. He said that he heard this from his odnoklassniki. Some of them have relatives who trade there. And after that he said that he still wants to share something with his older brother. Ram said that in 2 years he will finally be able to show his abilities. The second student informed the older student that from now on he wants to focus only on this exam to show what he is capable of. Song Yu was very glad that the second student made such a serious decision. He was ready to take the exam. Ram said that they are worried about this and don't know how to behave correctly because he is very afraid that he will not succeed. But he remembered that when you made a promise to all the brothers and said that he would only think about exams and pass them in 2 years. Song Yu replied that he will succeed and will definitely cope with these exams. Ram became a warbler and bowed to the senior student. It was very important for him that the senior student always believed in him. Song Yu understood that if the second student was going to prepare for this exam, then he would need a lot of money to buy him books and at least to go to this exam hall. He looked at the bitten potato and thought that there must be some way to earn money and help out all the members of his family. Suddenly he remembered one very important moment from his life and thought that this was exactly what could help him. He remembered that the aunt who he once saved showed her kindness and generosity. In addition to teaching him about martial arts, she gave him something else. That day she reached into the inside pocket of her jacket and took out something very valuable. She gave him a precious ring and said that if his situation in life became completely disastrous, he could go to the largest store in the village and sell it. He took out this ring and thought that it was wrong to sell what the benefactor gave him, but this aunt then told him to do so in case of urgent need, and he began to think where is the largest store nearby to sell this ring. The next day came and the boy immediately went to the nearest village to sell this ring. In the pawn shop that day it was very quiet and calm. There were no people and no visitors, only one salesman who was sitting at a large table and wiping a vase in the dust. This seller sat and thought why he didn't have any visitors for several months. No simpletons came here, and it began to confuse him. Suddenly the doors to the store opened and a new visitor came in. The salesman immediately jumped up from his seat and joyfully greeted the new visitor. He looked closely at this visitor and thought that something strange was happening here. Song Yu said that he needed to sell something at this pawn shop, and the seller said that this is not a place for children. The boy asked the seller to carefully look at the ring he had brought to sell, and his eyes lit up. But then he started coughing and said that this ring doesn't look special and looks like an ordinary trinket. But the seller was deceiving the boy, and when he took this ring into his hands, he realized that this was an unusual ring and that he was doing it by a real master using a special technique when creating. Song Yu asked the seller how much he was willing to give for this jewelry. The seller said that this ring looked like a rare thing and a real master worked on it, and said that he could give only 1 gold coin. The boy did not agree because it was very little, and he said that he knew that this stone was quite expensive. The merchant began to explain to the boy that now there are big problems with money, and he cannot give him more for this ring, and the stone inside this ring is not real, so the boy agreed with this proposal. The merchant was very glad that he managed to fool the boy and immediately began to rummage around in his desk. He put the documents on the table in front of the boy and said that he could familiarize himself with the terms of the purchase and sale agreement. The boy put his finger stamp on these documents. The merchant asked the guy to wait a little near the desktop. He put on 1 silver coin, and Song Yu was very indignant because it was a silver coin and they agreed on 1 gold coin. The merchant began to smile, and at that moment he looked like the devil. He said that he would never in his life give this child a gold coin. Song Yu said that even though he lives in a village, it does not mean that he is stupid, and explained to the merchant that he should give him a gold coin. The merchant said that this boy is crazy and he is talking some kind of nonsense. Song Yu asked to return the ring to him. He said that he would not sell it to the merchant. He showed him a document that the boy had already signed, and therefore the documents could no longer return the ring. Song Yu said that this document is about 1 coin that the merchant must give to buy the ring, but the merchant said that it is not about a gold coin. Song Yu said that this merchant is a swindler and a charlatan, and asked him to return this money or the ring in an amicable way before he used force. The man asked this guy not to yell in his store and said that the boy could not own such a ring, and apparently he stole it, and 1 silver coin should be enough for him to live for a couple of months. Song Yu said that he did not agree with such conditions and asked them to return the ring to him. The seller turned his head back and called his friend. He said that a visitor had appeared in the store and was rowdy. Two tall and strong men came out of the mystery of the room that was behind the red cloth. Song Yu was very angry when he saw these men. He was ready to destroy everything they saw because he had just been deceived so much and decided to make his last hopes of making money. The men who came out of the room were very dangerous and they worked here as bouncers. The merchant ordered his bouncers to throw this puppy out of his store and asked them not to forget and beat him to a pulp. They smiled and started laughing because they understood that this was a very weak opponent and they could quickly deal with him. One of the bouncers walked up to the boy and grabbed him by the face and asked where this brat got so much courage to be rude to the merchant. Song Yu removed the thug's hand from his shoulder and asked not to be touched again. The bully said that it is worth beating this puppy several times so that he begins to be afraid of his elders. He swung his fist and wanted to hit him. His big and strong fist was already flying towards where Song Yu stood. The boy realized that the situation was getting out of control and now he urgently needed to take some action to stay alive. Song Yu realized that this was the perfect moment to try his fighting techniques in action and dodged the blow and tripped this thug. The bouncer understood that this guy was smarter than he might seem at first glance and felt that he was about to fall. Song Yu was able to knock down this big guy's daughter-in-law using his agility and ingenuity. The merchant was very surprised and shocked that this guy had the courage to defend himself against such strong opponents. The second bouncer was also surprised that this boy was defending himself and was able to knock down the son of such a thug. He was angry at this child and clenched his fist in order to strike back at him. But Song Yu moved faster than this idiot and therefore managed to strike him in the jaw with his fist. He put all his strength and power into his attack because he was very angry with these people, and the big guy also fell to the ground. Song Yu was very surprised that his blows caused such a large amount of damage. He had never used his strength in action and could not believe that he was so strong. He wondered if he should continue this fight or just let these thugs go. At that moment, a big bald man began to get up from the ground. He was very angry that he had just been dropped to the ground. He wanted to take revenge on this child and try to hit him again in order to break something for him. The bouncer took advantage of the fact that the boy now did not understand what to do and decided to immediately strike him. Song Yu felt very strong pain when he was hit and blood began to splash out of his mouth. Song Yu got angry at this big man and lost control of himself and started beating this big guy. He grabbed him by the shoulders and tried to throw another blow. He kneed him in the stomach and the big man started screaming in pain. After the bouncer took a knee to the stomach, he also started coughing up blood. Song Yu was scared when he saw that this was a big strong man on the blood cashlet. He thought that if this big guy died then he would have big problems. The merchant felt in danger. He was very scared because he had never seen such a small boy be able to fight so well. Now they were left alone and the merchant understood that he could no longer protect himself. After all, this guy knocked out two of his guards. Song Yu understood that if he couldn't get money now then the day after tomorrow his students would starve and that didn't suit him. The merchant knelt down and began to ask for forgiveness from the boy. He asked him for mercy and did not want to be killed. Song Yu extended his hand to him and asked him to return here what was rightfully his. The merchant said that he would give everything he had if only this guy would save his life and not kill him. Song Yu said that he was attacking them with his fists and that the merchant had set the guards on the boy so he would take his item and 1 silver coin and leave from here. The merchant said that he would do everything as the boy asked. I gave him the ring along with the silver coin. Evening had already come and the boy was returning back to his home. He ran as quickly as possible in order to return as quickly as possible. When he ran, he only thought about the situation that happened to him today in the trading store. He understood that these people whom he beat did not die and therefore he did nothing wrong. And in addition, they themselves attacked him. Suddenly he heard something very strange and decided to turn his head back. Song Yu noticed that in this forest now besides me there are other people who also move quickly in space. These were unusual people. They were ninjas with white masks on their heads and they were chasing a boy. Suddenly these ninjas stopped in front of him and blocked his way. The ninjas looked at this boy and said that his body is an adult but he is still a child, so they must deal with him as quickly as possible. The main ninja approached the boy and asked how he could already be a thief at such a young age. Song Yu at that moment lowered his head down and realized that problems today would accompany him all day. He began to scream very loudly. Red energy began to be released from his body, which meant that he was now in a state of rage. He began to collect the fire sphere in his hands and said that he was not a thief and had not done anything wrong. After that he calmed down and said that he was not a thief. These things were originally his, but Ninja said that the boy himself was to blame for selling it and not finding out the true value. Songyu said that it was the seller who wanted to buy the ring for 1 gold coin but gave him a silver one, so he did it and it will be invalid.
La segunda opción era que de alguna manera lo matara y así salvara las vidas de todos los demás.
Songyu said that everything was exactly like that, and the merchant promised 1 coin and it was about a gold coin. The rest of the ninja said that there was no time to communicate with this boy and they needed to solve this matter as quickly as possible. The ninja put his hand on his shoulder and told the boy to quickly give him the money or they would cut off his arm or legs, but he didn't want to do that. Songyu refused to give this money and the ninja ring, and therefore they were very angry with him. He threw this ninja's hand off his shoulder and realized that he needed to start a battle because they just wouldn't get away from him. After that, he threw this ninja's hand off his shoulder. He immediately received a blow to the liver. Songyu understood that he had to attack even if he didn't want to do it, but there was simply no other choice. He began to strike this ninja and tried to break through his defense. The ninja was surprised that this boy was moving so fast. Songyu tried to strike directly, but suddenly yellow energy began to wrap around his arm. The ninja blocked the boy's hand and did not allow him to move. Songyu felt very strong pain because this ninja tried to break his arm. He used the fighting technique that his aunt taught him and thought that this was the time when he should use it for the first time. The boy struck the ninja in the face with his palm. Songyu tried to perform the technique according to all the rules and laws so that it would be as effective as possible. At that moment he remembered what his aunt told him: if he uses his hand, then he needs to understand that he must kill his opponent or make sure that the opponent cannot resist. Songyu then thought that he would not use this technique because he would have to kill his opponent. The ninja was shocked that this guy could use such strong fighting techniques. In addition, he knew nothing about this martial art. He struck him in the face with his fist and took revenge on the boy. He kicked him and knocked him down until the guy lost consciousness. Songyu started coughing up blood and couldn't resist anymore. He could no longer fight and fell to the ground. The ninja said that they need to take this child's things and leave here. It was already night and the moon was shining in the center of the sky. Songyu was only able to come to his senses now and tried to walk home. He felt that his whole body hurt after this fight and he was only getting worse. Suddenly he started coughing up blood and felt even worse. He could no longer stand on his feet and began to fall. Songyu fell to the ground and lost consciousness. He was very tired that day and could no longer walk. Songyu slowly began to open his eyes and saw the blurry silhouettes of his brothers and sisters. He tried to focus his gaze on these guys and was able to see their frightened faces. They sat next to his bed and watched him wake up. Songyu tried to get out of bed and raise his head, but he didn't succeed because he didn't feel well about you and his whole body hurt. The sister put her hand on the older student's shoulder and said that he had slept for 3 whole days. Songyu did not understand how this was even possible and what was happening now. He had very little memory of the events of that evening when he lost consciousness. The sister said that she should ask the eldest student what happened to him because he was lying on a deserted road, and the second brother was returning late from his studies and was able to find the eldest student and bring him here. He lay back on the bed and looked at the ceiling. The guy thought that he lost consciousness before reaching home. The students began to make their own assumptions and versions about what could have happened. But Songyu told them that everything was fine and they didn't need to look after him, and instead they could go and do their own thing. Songyu asked his sister not to leave and to stay with him for a while because he wanted to talk to her. He slowly turned his head and looked at her and then asked his sister how much food did they have left. She said that there was no need to worry about it because the fourth brother brought some food. Songyu tried to get out of bed again and asked where he got the food from. She replied that there is a grandfather who lives in the mountains and he helped them. Songyu said that it was grandfather who collected medicinal herbs in the mountains. The sister put her brother back on the bed and said that this grandfather was also a hunter, and he took the fourth student as his assistant. Songyu was very glad that Chisim was able to find a job for himself and help the whole family. The sister said that the students understand everything and also try to help the family and therefore take on new responsibilities and look for work. Songyu said that he found out everything he wanted and now his sister can be free. And the guy wants to lie alone in the room and think about something very important. He looked at the girl and waited for her to leave the room so that he could remain here alone. He could not believe that all this happened to him, and now he is in such a state that he cannot be useful. He was angry with himself because he got into such a terrible situation and now he doesn't know how to get out of this situation. He closed his eyes and began to cry. He thought that if nothing was done now the students would starve, and he was confused and didn't know what to do. He wanted the teacher to come back soon. Autumn came and the leaves on the trees began to turn yellow, and the estate in which the guys lived was closed with wooden beams so that no one could pass here. He climbed the fence and looked into the below. He tried to see the teacher, but he was not on the horizon, and he did not understand what was happening because the teacher promised to return in the fall. Song-yu walked around the yard and tried to come up with a new plan. He thought that he needed to earn money quickly to help his family because Chi-sim cannot bear everything on himself. He thought that if the guys only ate empty porridge they wouldn't have enough strength to train. Song-yu thought that he would most likely have to go outside the city to find a job. Evening came and the sun was hiding behind the rocks. He was returning home and saw that there was smoke from a fire near the house, and this meant that delicious food was being prepared at home. He smelled a very tasty chicken smell and wondered what was happening at home now and where did the chicken come from. Song-yu assumed that the teacher returned home and brought chicken, so they are now cooking it over the fire. Near the fire there were students watching chicken meat being prepared on the fire. Suddenly they saw an older disciple who had just returned home. They were very happy that the older brother would now join them. The younger students asked the older student Song-yu why he just shouted so loudly that the teacher was back because he was not here now. The guy started laughing and said that his older brother got it all wrong because of the smell of chicken. In a large black frying pan there were 3 chicken carcasses that were being cooked on a street fire. Song-yu patted the younger student on the head and asked the rest of the guys where did they get this chicken from. The guys could no longer contain their appetite and they were very glad that the senior student returned because they could immediately pounce on the chicken and start eating dinner. The sister explained that the 5th brother had worked well today and so he was able to bring chicken and rice for the whole family. The 5th student smiled and said that today was just a lucky day and the merchant paid him generously for his work so he was able to buy a chicken. Song-yu at this moment began to feel useless because he spent the whole day looking for money, but his uncle scolded him and said that he had nothing. Song-yu began to worry that he did not know this person who paid the 5th disciple. The 5th replied that this uncle was heading to Hunan and the boy helped this traveler all day. Song-yu started yelling at the 5th student and asking what exactly the boy had to do to earn this money. He replied that he had been loading luggage on a cart all day and did not understand why the older student was shouting at him and asking so many questions. Song-yu started yelling at the 5th student and trying to find out where he actually got this money from. The 5th student replied that he told the whole truth and does not understand why the elder is shouting at him. Song-yu said that he has been trying to find a job in the village for a month and knows about all the vacancies, and when a stranger comes to the village Song-yu is the first to help him, but today he has not heard of any stranger. The 5th student lowered his head down and began to shake. He did not understand why the older student was shouting at him because he brought food and wanted to feed everyone. Song-yu began to shout at the guy even more and asked him leading questions that the 5th student could not answer. He was waiting for this guy's explanation and to find out where he got this money for the chicken. The 5th student could not stand such tension and said that he lied to everyone and in fact he stole this money and then bought a chicken with this money. The rest of the students were very upset and scared when they heard that the 5th student had stolen the money. He felt very ashamed and said that they had not had normal food for a month and he had almost no strength, so he began to train less hard and skip training. Song-yu said that this is not a reason to become a thief. The 5th student replied that he had no choice because if they didn't eat they would simply die. He said that there had been no work for a month, he needed to eat and that's why he stole the money. The 5th student said that he does not know all the details and problems of the family, but he definitely noticed that it is very difficult for the eldest student to cope with all the difficulties on his own. Song-yu understood that the younger students see that he cannot cope and therefore take the situation into their own hands and solve problems as best they can. Suddenly they saw that the 2nd student had returned from studying and immediately approached them. The 5th student began to accuse the 2nd brother of only reading books while all the other children were starving. The sister was very dissatisfied with the behavior of the 5th student and told him to never talk about the 2nd student like that again. Brother went up to the 5th student and took him by the shoulder and asked him to apologize to the 2nd student. But the 5th saw support in Chi-sim and said that it was all true and he didn't want to apologize. Chi-sim said that situations in life can be difficult, but it is wrong to behave like this with a mentor, and the 5th student began to get angry because he is always the one to blame for all conflicts. Song Yu looked at the fifth student who had set their family up very badly and tried to understand what measures should be taken to punish him for this act. The fifth student said that he stole the money, but today all the brothers can have dinner and not die of hunger. Song Yu said that even if he dies of hunger, you can't take other people's things because this is the act of a weakling but not a real man. The fifth student again began to blame the second student for the fact that he can eat at school during training and therefore it is easy for them to talk about it.
Minsu levantándose de la mesa se puso la chaqueta y les informó a todos que el vicepresidente lo había llamado y que iría a su oficina.
Bak-gu said that the brothers think only about themselves and completely forget about the younger ones. He said that no one knows that So-yul has been feeling very bad all these days, and So-young gives her all his food to make her feel better. All the brothers and sisters were very shocked when they heard that the fifth student told secrets that should not be told in front of everyone. He started crying and running away, and when he ran he shouted that he wanted to cook this meat for Yang-woo, So-young and So-yul so that they would not die of hunger, but if the older brothers don't like it, let them do as they want. The students were very frightened by this behavior of the fifth student and did not know what to do now. After all, he was running away from the territory of the house. The younger students also looked at the fifth and began to cry. After all, they didn't think that he tried so hard for them. Song Yu lowered his head down and realized that everything had gone so far and the situation was starting to get out of control due to the fact that he could not do anything. Song Yu called all the younger students and asked them to sit down at the table and dine on this chicken. He approached the second student and said that he too should wash his face and sit down at the table to have dinner. The second student said that he wants to talk to Song Yu. Song Yu asked what the second student wants to talk about, and the guy replied that for some time he would eat and sleep at school and went home to report this information. Song Yu was not prepared for such news, because if the second student went to live separately, their family would gradually begin to fall apart. The sister and brothers were shocked by this news, and they were not ready for the second student to live separately. On the table in a plate lay chicken cooked over a fire in a very tasty broth. The older sister broke her leg from this chicken and wanted to share it among the younger students. The boy asked where the older students are now. Why are they not present at dinner? The sister said that they will eat tomorrow. The boy replied that he and the younger students could also eat tomorrow. She said that her brother would be angry if they did this because he said that it was necessary to take food for the younger students. So Yul began to cry and asked her older sister did the brothers quarrel because of her. The older sister saw that the baby was upset and took the girl with her hands and hugged her. She sat her on her lap and said that all the brothers and sisters love baby So-yul, and they were not fighting because of her for a completely different reason. She immediately calmed down and stopped crying. The girls felt much better as the older sister explained that the baby was not to blame. She started feeding the children chicken and making sure they had a good dinner today. Morning came and all the students stood on the street and warmed up their bodies before the training began. Chi-sim asked the fifth student Bak-gu what happened and why does he look so bad today, as if he didn't get enough sleep. Chi-sim said that the fifth student needs to learn to control his anger and later, he should tell his elder brother that he was wrong and talk to the second student and go to his school. Bak-gu closed his eyes and did not agree with his brother but did not want to answer him. The senior student left the house and saw that the rest of the students were already ready for training, but before the training began he wanted to talk to the fifth student. Bak-gu bowed to the senior student and apologized for his actions. He said that he behaved wrongly and it will never happen again. Song Yu tried to stop the first student, but it was too late because the boy continued to apologize for his action and said that this would not happen again. Song Yu said that the fifth student was not to blame for his actions and he did everything right because he was worried about his younger brothers. Song Yu apologized for yelling at the fifth student yesterday and causing him mental suffering and making him worry. He also said that he would not behave like that again. Song Yu asked the fifth disciple to also promise something very important in front of all the brothers and sisters. He said that he didn't want any of the students to ruin the reputation of the Muyin clan and asked them to promise that none of them would steal money, take other people's things, or beg on the streets again. He looked at the fifth student with a serious look and asked the student to promise him never to do that and to follow these laws. Bak-gu started crying but couldn't immediately promise his older brother to fulfill all these requests. Song Yu said that he took responsibility for the lives of all the students and for their future, and therefore this means that if he earns money then the students will eat food, but if he does not earn then all the students will have to starve. The rest of the students were very scared and shocked when they heard this rule from the older student, but they replied that they were ready to make such sacrifices and obey their older brother. Song-yu closed his eyes and realized that now was the time to begin fulfilling his main mission. He turned around and walked up to the fence to take a long stick. The students did not understand why the elder brother went for a wooden stick and what he would do with it now. He walked up to his sister and extended his hand in which there was a stick for her to take it. He said that the student should receive punishment for becoming a thief and only Song-yu was to blame for this act, so he asked his sister to hit him 10 times with this stick. The sister replied that this could not be done. The rest of the students were very scared when they saw that the eldest student decided to punish himself for not being able to follow the 5th student. Song-yu said that every action has its consequences. There are matters that cannot be resolved with words alone. Song-yu told his sister to take the stick because he should receive punishment, and Yu's sister is the eldest after Song-yu, so she should do it. He came as close to her as possible and said in a quiet voice in her ear that this was a necessary measure, so that the younger students could think about their actions, and this was necessary so that Bak-gu would not make such mistakes again. She understood why her older brother was doing this, but she was still not ready to hit him with a stick. The girl took this stick in her hands and stood with it for several seconds. She nevertheless listened to her older brother's request and gave him several blows on the back with this stick, and he was left with bruises all over his back after the blows. He closed his eyes and felt very strong pain. After all, he understood that these wounds would take a couple of weeks to heal. She went up to her brother and began to examine his wounds. She asked if his back hurt much after the blows. Song-yu said that everything was fine, he just couldn't do otherwise. The girl told the older student that the other students love and respect him very much. He said that this was very good and it meant that they would no longer steal, and he was glad that this method worked. At that moment she was trying to cure his wounds on his back. He said that he had to do something to make Bak-gu change his mind and not become a thief in the future. He knew that while the teacher was not at home, he was responsible for all students. She said that the older student thinks a lot and comes up with extraordinary solutions. He replied that this is why even if something bad happens, he should be an example for everyone. He said that he has no greed, but he wants to have the right to be called an older brother because he once took on this responsibility and promised the teacher that he could handle it. She said that it would be very bad if the second brother found out about all this. Song-yu asked not to tell anything to the second brother because he would take this news harder than all the other students. She admitted that sometimes she thinks that Bak-gu is right and the second brother hardly helps the family. Song-yu replied that the second student should focus on books, and even in such a situation he should continue to study and clearly follow his path. He said that the second brother is the smartest student of them all, and he has plans and firm intentions to fulfill it in life, so the second brother knows that he is their hope. He asked his sister to trust and just believe in the second brother because in the future he will help them all. Suddenly the door to the room opened and someone decided to come in. Song-yu immediately noticed the door and wondered who could come to them at such a late time. The door kept opening slowly. The sister asked her older brother to look forward because at that time she wanted to apply medicine to his back. The second student went to the door of their house and left a package there. He placed this package near the door and began to leave. It was a gift for the other brothers and sisters from the second student, but he decided to do it quietly so that no one would know. The next day it was very warm and many people were walking around the city. 3 men stood on the street and a man in a blue vest told these guys a story from his life that scared him so much that his heart was pounding like crazy. The guy called this man in a blue vest with his head. But the man in the blue vest didn't like it. He said that he should no longer be called the head, but instead be addressed as Big Brother. He said that they are all ordinary people from the Black Death Guild. Suddenly Big Brother turned his attention to the fact that some person was approaching them. He became interested in what this person wanted from them. In front of him stood a modest and frightened Song-yu who wanted to somehow start a business with them. Big Brother looked contemptuously at this child and asked what he was looking for here and why was he standing next to them now. Song-yu didn't know how to start a dialogue with this man and he needed a few seconds to come up with his first words. He bowed to this gentleman and said that he also wants to work, he really needs money. Big Brother asked this boy, who is he anyway, how does he know what they are doing? Song-yu said that he has seen these guys work several times and wants to work too. Big Brother began to turn his head in different directions and looked so that there were no other people near him who could hear this dialogue. Big Brother suddenly remembered this boy and he said that this boy used to work in a store that sells fabrics. Song-yu replied that everything was exactly like that and asked this man for a job. They were very surprised by such a request. After all, this boy was still very young, and they did not know whether they could count on him. He took a heavy breath and then exhaled the air from his lungs and thought that he could figure something out with this boy. He reached into the inner pocket of his vest with his hand and said that recently they said that the next street was completely deserted, so there was no work there. He gave the boy 1 silver coin and said that if this guy is really hungry he can go and buy himself some rice. Song-yu said that he is not a beggar and came to this gentleman because he really needs a permanent job. Big brother said that he can't just trust some kid and he doesn't even know what this boy is doing. Song-yu said that he may still be very young, but nevertheless he can do a lot of things and cope with any task. The gentleman looked at this guy carefully and said that in his youth he was exactly the same, so he even gave him money for food. The gentleman was tired of looking at these pathetic eyes of the boy and said that if this guy had been watching them for a long time then he should know about Kolda. He looked at this gentleman in surprise and did not answer because he was trying to remember who Koldu was. Suddenly he remembered how on the street he saw a very strong man who could bend an iron pond with both hands, and people called this guy the strong Koldu. So Song-yu saw the gentleman that he knew this guy and asked what he would need to do. The gentleman said that he has a job for the boy. This job is to catch a guy named Koldu. Song-yu asked if it would be enough to just catch this guy or is there anything else that needs to be done. The gentleman said that it would be enough to just catch the strong man and then he would come to the inspection and be hired. Song-yu said that everything is clear to him and he goes to work. The workers asked Big Brother why did he just send this boy to catch Koldu. The master asked his subject to go to Cold and tell him about everything. What happened, and when the boy gets there you just need to beat him a little but not break his bones, then return him back. This gentleman is called Lee Ji-sun and he is the head of the Black Guild. He stood and thought that in modern times it is very difficult to earn money for a living. It rained very heavily at night. Flashes of lightning periodically appeared in the sky and thunder could be heard in the distance. The windows into the building were not lit and it seemed as if there was no one at all inside the building. On the ground floor of the building lanterns were burning and illuminated the street, but there were absolutely no people on the streets because of this heavy rain. Near the red statue there was a jug in which there were 3 scented candles. There was the inscription Great Kong-gu. The girl approached the red statue and looked at it carefully. She was very worried because she had not seen Myung for a long time and did not know if everything was fine with him and what was happening to him now. She looked at his photo and asked the guy not to smile like that when he looked at her. She hoped that everything was fine with him and that he was happy with that woman who did not live long after the death of her brother. Suddenly she remembered that kind boy who tried to save her life and hide her from the barbarians. She closed her eyes and lowered her head down and said that if he had married her, then he would have looked completely different. He looked away and thought that now it was time to take care of it. Suddenly she noticed that there were a large number of people sitting on their knees on the street and she didn't understand what they were doing here because it was raining now. She ordered those people who want to talk to her to stay here. Everyone else should go inside so as not to get wet. The lady asked her chief assistant Byung-won, who was her right hand, what happened here. He answered her that there was a matter that required the intervention of the head of the clan. Byung-won began to tell the head of the clan about everything that happened and wanted her to listen carefully to this story. She started laughing when she finished listening to this guy's story and said that she was sure that he would fail the task, but in the end he did well despite the fact that he lost the sacred scroll. He said that soon this sweater will be returned. She asked him if he wanted to go to the defense and get down to serious business. Byung-won replied that he should return the scroll back because this thing belonged to the previous chapter. She said that the scroll is now in the possession of a person who will not just give it up and his powers are different from theirs. She said that the person whose revolution now wants to engage in the complete extermination of people. But suddenly this guy started shouting that he could find him first along with his squad, and then this monster wouldn't get anything. She asked him to stop and said that if they fight with this man they need to ensure safety and they cannot allow their followers to get hurt. She looked at her assistant and said that if he so wants to finish this matter, then in that case she herself will be able to figure it out. He didn't understand why the head of the clan wanted to go on this mission herself. She said that if I don't feel strong enough to complete this task myself, then let me prove it in practice. He looked at the lady in surprise and realized that she now wanted to check him and immediately bowed to the head of the clan. He said that there is no doubt in him and all his people are ready to prove their loyalty to the head of the clan. She put her hand forward and tried to stop this guy, but he continued to bow to her. Black energy was released from his body. He thought that the mind suppression technique of the sky and the earth of his head is completely, and he can't even raise his head when she controls him with this technique. She said that she was taking her words back and changing her mind, and immediately all the people who were sitting on the ground thanked the head of the clan for such an act. She said that if they wanted her to stay here and not go anywhere, then they need to find one child. She said that she met him when she fought with the barbarians from the Bones clan and gave him her ring, but it seems he still hasn't sold this ring, so she wanted to go in search of this boy herself. He was very surprised when the head of the clan started talking about the ring and wanted to know what kind of ring she gave to this boy. She said she gave him a ring of demons and gods.
Kem-ho pensó en ese momento que tal vez debería lanzarle una frase y que tal vez realmente funcionaría.
The lady smiled and said that it would be nice for them to hurry up to find this boy because he tried so hard to help her. They didn't understand what the lady was talking about and how some little boy could help such a strong person like her. The lady replied that this boy helped her at the risk of his own life and therefore received an appropriate reward, and ordered her subjects to find this boy but not do anything with him and just find out how he lives. She just asked to look after him because he is strong enough so that he can survive, and then when he grows up and understands the structure of the world, this boy will need to be brought here to return the jewelry. They answered the lady that they would do everything perfectly exactly as she asked and would carry out this order. Before releasing her subjects, she told them to send someone to that person from the department, because they need to know how things are, and also that they should not take their eyes off their subordinates until they are sure. The next day the weather was magnificent. There were white clouds in the sky and there was no sign of new rain. Lee Ji-ai's son was very surprised when he saw that this little boy completed his task and came back. Song Yu said that he carried out his order and was able to catch this guy and bring him here. Lee Ji-ai was very surprised when he saw that this boy actually completed the task. You actually shouldn't have completed it. Near the butcher shop, there was a man standing at a table cutting fresh lard. Lee Ji-ai asked the boy, does he see the old man who is now standing behind the counters, and the guy replied that he sees him perfectly. Lee Ji-ai ordered the boy to beat up this old man and inflict a large amount of damage on him. Song Yu didn't understand why this man was giving him such a terrible order. Lee Ji-ai explained that this old man borrowed money from them and does not want to give it back, and therefore he needs to be crippled so that he does not do this again. Song Yu was not prepared for the fact that he would now have to beat the weak old man. But Lee Ji-ai said that the boy must immediately carry out his order. Song Yu said that elderly people should not be killed because they are already old and cannot fight back. Lee Ji-ai said that this old man just needs to be crippled and nothing more is required from the boy. Big Brother said that he heard that his granddaughter needed medicine, so he borrowed money, but he shouldn't have done it if he couldn't pay the money back later. Lee Ji-ai said that a guy can beat either an old man or his granddaughter. Song Yu said that he wants to take on some other task. Lee Ji-ai said that there is another task, but the work there will be about the same. He said that now it's his turn to attack and he wants to show it what's coming in return. Lee Ji-ai said that this task must be completed if he wants to get to work with them. He said that the work of their clan is that they beat people who do not give them money. If the guy cannot cope with this task, then no one will give him a job in this clan. Song Yu said that he doesn't want to do this dirty work and it would be better if he robbed people like Lee Ji-ai instead of beating his grandfather. He closed his eyes and stood silently for several seconds. Suddenly the boss started laughing and took this boy's words as a joke. He took this guy by the shoulder and said that they had better go and eat something now. He looked at the merchants near this shop and addressed him as his father. Song Yu was very surprised when he realized that this seller was an unusual old man, and in fact it was his father. The old man began to scold his son and said that he had repeatedly asked him to buy groceries and help with the store. Lee Ji-ai turned his head towards the boy who was standing behind him and told this boy to come closer to them. The old man told the boy that it was better for him not to communicate with his son because his son was still an idiot, and began to laugh. Song Yu bowed to this old man and said that he would listen to him. The old man immediately realized that this boy was very good and could be useful, so he invited him to sit down and eat food from his bench. The old man looked at his son with an incredulous look and said that if he is going to die, then let him die alone and not drag innocent people along with him like this boy. Lee Ji-ai at that moment decided to ask the boy how old he was, and the guy replied that he was already 18 years old. The boss said that he likes this guy, but their organization accepts people who are already 20 years old. Song Yu said that he didn't know about this rule and he doesn't even know his exact birthday. Lee Ji-ai said that he sees this boy's strong body and it is suitable to accept him into the organization, but this guy's childish face gives away his age. Song Yu said that it is just a face and he is not small. He even tried to deceive his boss and said that he was already 20 years old. Li Ji said that he was ready to take a risk and take this guy into his organization, but the boy must promise that he will not tell anyone that he is not yet 20 years old, and if he spills the beans they will both suffer. The boss said that he thought that the boy did not stand out in any way, but this was not the case, and he noticed him, so he was ready to accept the guy into the Black Tiger Squad. Wang Nam. Song Yu smiled and thanked his new boss for finally deciding to hire him. They brought him a plate full of delicious food and told him to eat well. The old man told the boy not to mess with his son. Song Yu couldn't believe that I would feed him such delicious food today. Li Ji and Song Yu started eating these incredibly delicious noodles, and they really liked this food. Li Ji decided to talk to the boy while eating and asked him if the boy had parents or was he an orphan. Song Yu was very surprised because he didn't expect such a sudden question and didn't even know what to answer to this guy. Song Yu said that he is not completely an orphan because he has a teacher and other students with whom he studies and survives. Song Yu is very hungry because he hasn't eaten such delicious food for a long time, and therefore he emptied the entire plate. The boss finally decided to introduce himself to this boy and said that his name was Li Ji Sunday. He said that he lives by the rules you always get as much as you give, and said that I'm filming everyone, it will be simple, then he will be able to survive here. Li Ji said that there is no need to be afraid of everything that happens here because ordinary people live here too. Song Yu said that he will listen to this guy as his brother. Li Ji smiled and thought about what kind of boy this could be very useful to them. When evening came they went into the forest and the boss wanted to show the guy what they were doing and test him in practice. Song Yu had to fight in the forest against a strong opponent, and at that moment the other guys were watching their battle. His opponent was of a very strong build. But despite this, he was already very tired and wanted to finish this battle as quickly as possible. Song Yu was also already tired, but he still understood that he had to fight further to prove to the rest of the gang that he was worthy to be among them. The gang members were discussing this boy and trying to understand why he came here again and is now trying to get into their gang. Li Ji thought that this boy was still very weak and he didn't even understand where he ended up. The big man didn't understand why he had to fight this weak boy. It was very humiliating for him. He understood that if he now beats this little boy to death in front of everyone, then he will be laughed at for the rest of his life and he will not be able to wash away his shame. The big guy said that he was already tired of waiting for this boy to attack him and decided to attack him first. They started attacking each other, and it was clear that the boy was having a very hard time resisting this big guy. Li Ji didn't understand what was happening to this boy now because he had just and still couldn't withstand the confrontation of this thug. The big man grabbed this boy by the shoulders to throw him and then pulled him down. He threw through his hip and the boy began to fly towards the ground. Song Yu started screaming very loudly and didn't understand what was happening here now. The goon saw that the boy had fallen to the ground and was not moving, so he asked why this child was not defending himself. He ordered this guy to get up and continue the fight. Li Ji hit himself in the face with his palm and realized that this was a complete failure. If the boy doesn't, then there's no point in him. But Song Yu still decided to show his strength and was able to get up from the ground. The thug at that moment said that if the boy thinks that he is the youngest and can dodge blows, then he is mistaken. The thug immediately started attacking this guy and said that no one would play with him here and everything was serious here. Song Yu began to cover his face with his hands and try to block the attacks of this thug. The brute began to inflict fast and strong attacks, so the boy tried to test his strength. Song Yu was able to block a large number of blows and didn't even fall after that, and the thug realized that he was already tired of beating this guy. He turned his head to the boss and asked where they found this guy, and the boss replied that this boy himself came. They asked him how this boy was able to catch Kolda, but Li Ji replied that he did not know how the boy did it, but nevertheless he was able to complete this task. Li Ji said that maybe he formulated the problem incorrectly for this boy. He didn't need to fight now like a rebel in a pawn shop. Li Ji said that this guy has very good potential, but the whole problem is that he is very different from them. The boss said that this guy is not quite suitable for the Black Tiger Squad, and rather he is suitable for the White Tiger Squad, so he brought him here to be tested. The big guy said that he overdid it a little with the blows, and the boy would need to rest a little, most likely just a couple of days for him to recover. Li Ji told the boy that he did everything right, and now he wanted to take him to rest. He said they weren't the best teachers and would need to work on their teaching. Li Ji said that the guy did a good job today, it was very hard for him, so later the boss will treat him. The brute told you to take this boy to the Red Tiger Squad and the Great Master can help him there. Li Ji said that in this case it would be against the hierarchy. And even if the thug studied under the great master, how could he perform the duties of a mentor regardless of the squad? Li Jie thought that this guy looks like a bear, but for some reason he is very light and a heavy body will make even the spirit strong. Therefore, if the boy loses like this, he will not last long here. Li Jie thought that someone should become his next opponent and these guys could attack at any moment, so he needs to be vigilant until he corrects the boy's character. Song Yu returned to his home and slept all night, and when I woke up it was already day and the weather was magnificent. My sister saw that the older student came home yesterday covered in bruises and injuries and asked what happened to him. Song Yu replied that he was just unlucky and his sister shouldn't worry about it, and the guy immediately started looking at the door. Song Yu began to scold his sister because in his absence students can sometimes miss training and this should not be allowed somewhere, it destroys discipline. The sister reassured his older brother and said that all students train every day and do not miss training. Song Yu could no longer sit still and rest in the room, so he decided to go outside and see what was happening there. All the students at that moment were in the yard and were holding wooden sticks in their hands. They were training with these weapons. Chi Sim was the best student who could spin a wooden stick in his hands. Song Yu was very pleasantly surprised when he saw that the students were training and wielding their weapons so well. Song Yu suggested that Chi Sim switch from a wooden stick to an iron one because the wooden one is too light, but for this he asked if the student wanted this. If so, then they would buy him an iron stick. Chi Sim said that the wooden stick is very light for him, and he doesn't even notice how he rotates it and would like to exchange it for another. Song Yu looked at this guy's wooden stick and realized that it would actually be nice for him to replace it with an iron one, but the prices for these iron sticks are very high now. At that moment, I didn't understand that he definitely needed to help his brother find a new weapon. Song Yu came up with a temporary solution to the problem and tied a heavy stone to a stick to increase the weight of the stick. He said that the training would prepare this guy for a real fight, and in a few days the senior student would try to get him an iron stick. Chi Sim smiled and said that he would be waiting for this gift from the senior student. Song Yu thought that this was his first vacation in a whole year, and thus he needed to do everything that he could not do before. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that he wanted to fight with some student in order to measure his strength. The students were very surprised when the elder brother invited them to fight and try their hand at combat because they knew that the elder brother was the strongest. Bakgu said that the elder brother works a lot, because of this he does not have time to train, and the students have become much stronger than the elder brother during this time. Song Yu said that he actually doesn't have time to train, but that doesn't mean he's having fun at this time. He invited the fifth student to go out and fight in order to pass the exam. Bakgu said that he wants to fight against his older brother along with the sixth student because they learned one interesting combination. Song Yu said that it would be even more interesting and allowed them to fight together.
Una enorme bola de energía brillante comenzó a llenar rápidamente todo el espacio que la rodeaba por completo.
Song Yu said that he will not spare these boys and will give his best during the battle, so they need to be on the alert all the time. The guys were not afraid of the older student and knew that if they worked hard they could defeat him. Song Yu looked at his opponents and began to prepare for battle. Suddenly Song Yu made a quick dash forward or else run towards his opponents. The guys are damn not ready for their older brother to start running towards them so quickly, and they didn't understand what to do now. Song Yu very quickly approached the guys and pushed them with his hands in different directions. The sixth student could not stand on his feet and immediately began to fall. He was not prepared for the fact that the elder brother would attack them so quickly. Bakgu also forgot that the senior student moved very quickly, and now he realized that the fight would be more difficult than he originally thought. Song Yu understood that this was just the beginning, and he now wanted to continue the battle and inflict further attacks on these guys. He grabbed the fifth student by the shoulder with his hand and began to pull him towards him. Bakgu tried to stay on his feet and not fall. He wanted to block the elder student's attack, but suddenly he realized that his strength was not enough to confront the older student alone. Song Yu made a sweep and began to push the fifth student down. Bakgu was unable to resist the damage and began to fall down. Bakgu said that the older student was going to hit him between the legs, and the wind prevented the boy from concentrating. Song Yu said that he only pretended to hit him between the legs, but in fact it was a deception in order to divert his attention. The sixth student stood up and said that the elder brother said everything correctly, but there are contradictions in his words. Song Yu said that the other day he learned something: if you start a fight, you need to win it. And it's always better to end a fight. But if you've already started fighting, then you definitely need to win. He said that all battles consist of cheating, Song Yu asked the guys if they know what it means to hit the weak points and vulnerable points of their opponent. He extended his hand to the fifth disciple lying on the ground and helped him to his feet. Song Yu repeated again to everyone that the most important thing for him is to protect his body, and therefore the best option is to avoid a fight. But if you had to fight, you need to think only about victory. Bak Gu said that next time they will be much better prepared than during this battle. After all, they will already know a lot more information about the battle. At a school that was located in the city, classes were now being held and many students were at school at that moment. There was always a sign above the school doors that said that this place was an educational institution. The second student sat in the classroom at the table and studied everything that was written in the books. But suddenly he was interrupted and some guy started talking to him, and the second student had to stop reading the book. He took his eyes off the book and decided to look at the partner who wanted to talk to him now. It was his classmate who approached the second student to ask why he wasn't resting now like the other students. The second student said that everything was fine with him and there was no need to worry because he was studying now. A classmate got angry because this guy didn't pay attention to him at all and wanted to fight with this student and rid him of this habit, but his father forbade him to fight. He wanted to start a fight, but instead he calmed down and ordered the second student to look up from the book and talk to him. The second asked his classmate why he pestered him and what he wanted to achieve. Classmate asked this guy if he knows anything about the group of rain and wind. The second student replied that he did not have time to worry about such nonsense because he was busy studying. The second disciple immediately understood that his classmate was referring to the Wind and Rain Union, consisting of outstanding people among the senior fortresses of Changsha. A classmate said that his mentor used to be a member of this association, but now he wanted to talk about something else. A classmate said that in this association there are people worth remembering and only famous families are included there. The second student once again asked his classmate why he approached him and what he wanted from him. A classmate looked at this guy and thought that this student himself was reaching out to him and he could be caught in a trap like a nonentity. He said that he just wanted to introduce his classmate to new people and therefore decided to approach him. The second student knew that this classmate always communicates with the same students who are part of his social circle and did not understand why he decided to come here to him today. A classmate said that he knows about the situation in this boy's family and members of noble families have already applied to participate in the exam, and he said that the boy will be able to pass the exams without such help. The guy said that before the exams you need to study everything, including information about exam questions. The second student looked at this guy with an incredulous gaze and thought that his opinion remained unchanged about this guy, and since he left his native place, he has been thinking about money all the time. He asked Yang Chan one last time, what does this guy want and what does he want to say? Yang Chan began to scratch his head with his hand and said that he wanted to help each other because the second student had almost finished the scientist exam and said that he still couldn't even get to the very first level. The boy assumed that Yang Chan wanted to ask him for help with his studies. Yang said that everything is correct and it will be good if the second student does it because lately his father scolds him a lot and he will die if he doesn't do this exam. The boy said that if this guy wants to pass the exam then he needs to go to his place and read the book, and later the second one will make a study plan. Yang Chan thanked the guy for agreeing to help him and said that he would no longer bother him. Yang Chan understood that all adults admire this smart boy and he needed to gain trust in him, and he would not have done this if he had been able to pass the exam himself. Summer came and the weather was magnificent. Trees and bushes began to bloom around the large rocks and everything was green. Chi Sim ran very fast and tried to catch up with the old man, but he didn't succeed. He decided to speed up his running speed and try to catch up with this old man using all his strength. The old man ran away very quickly and the boy could not catch up with him. He did not understand how this grandfather managed to run so fast. The old man watched this boy and realized that this guy has tenacity and a strong character, so he can chase the old man for a long time. The old man did not understand why this boy continued to run after him. After all, if he knows that he cannot do anything, then there is no point in his pursuit. The mountains stood motionless and guarded the local territories of prying eyes. The rays of the sun made their way through the green leaves and Vyatka trees and illuminated the forest. Chi Sim sat with the old man near the tree and watched the old man drink water from his flask. The old man said that they need to rest a little and after that they should continue hunting, and he handed a bottle of water to the student. Chi Sim took a flask of water and began to drink it. At that moment he had a very great thirst for water and he wanted to calm it down. The boy put his hand to his mouth after he drank the water and told the old man that he would carry this flask. The old man said that when they fill this flask with water it will become much heavier, and the boy already moves slowly. If he has a heavy flask in his bags, then he will be slow as a snail. He hid the water bottle in his bag and said that everything would be fine because he had already adapted. The old man was surprised that this boy already felt so confident when communicating with him. Chi Sim began to scratch his head and said that he had not yet understood medicinal herbs, so they were useless, and if he carried the bottle then he could somehow help this old man. He said that if the old man had not helped him, he and his brothers and sisters would now be hungry, and therefore the boy wants to repay the old man for his kindness. The old man did not understand why such a kind boy like this appeared right now. After all, if only he had not given up on his own affairs, he himself would have been able to help these guys. The old man asked the boy if their guardian had returned with his work. The boy replied that he sent them a message last winter, and since then nothing has been heard about him. The old man said that they shouldn't worry too much about it, seeing the lack of news is also good news. He answered his grandfather that the older brothers also try to think like that. Grandfather is no longer young, and it will be good if he returns as soon as possible. The old man thought that he did not know their guardian but envied him because he was a strong man and gave a good base for these guys. The old man thought that if this boy learned at least one new combat technique it would be useful for him, and immediately asked the guy if he was skipping training. The guy replied that if he skips training his older brother will definitely scold him and punish him. The old man said that strengthening the basics is very good, and besides piercing blows and swings the boy can't do anything, so his older brother doesn't know anything else. Chi Sim replied that he was just a little stupid student and what his elder brother taught them admired him, but other students didn't even have enough to repeat it. He started laughing and thought that this was all very surprising. I didn't understand how they could be such friendly students. After all, this boy became so angry when he thought that the old man was insulting his older brother. The old man smiled and asked the boy if he had made a mistake in something, and that is why Chi Sim reacted this way. Chi Sim began to get angry and clenched his fists, and he said that even if this gentleman is an old man he still cannot talk about the Muyan clan so disparagingly. The old man turned pale when he learned that these guys call themselves a ghost clan and are so worried about the honor of their clan. Chi Sim joined his hands and said that he was the disciple of the 18th teacher from the Phantom clan. The old man stood near the tree and leaned his back on the tree trunk. At that moment, he thought that the boy was lying to him because it was impossible. More than 100 years have passed since the disappearance of this clan. The old man asked the boy did their teacher tell them that he was a follower of the Phantom clan. Chi Sim replied that everything is so and therefore they should always do the right thing. The old man looked at the boy and thought that he didn't know the history associated with this clan at all, and after that he asked the guy to show him his martial arts once. The old man said that he was just curious to see how strong his martial art was. Chi Sim began to go to the open space to show the old man his mastery of martial arts and said that it would be a little difficult for him to do this. He once again repeated to the old man that he was a little stupid and did not know martial arts as well as his elder brother or other students. He answered the boy that there was nothing wrong with this, he just wanted to know how well this boy knew martial arts, and admitted that in his youth he also studied martial arts. Chi Sim understood that even if the haircut is talking like that now, he still needs to try hard because he can't disgrace his brother and the rest of the students. He picked up his stick and got into a fighting position to begin showing the blows that he knew best. He began to make quick movements towards and strike an invisible enemy. He did these blows better than the others, so he decided to show the old man them. It began to rotate around its axis. Then the guy began to rotate his stick because he remembered that the older student praised him for this skill. At the end, he completed his combination of blows with a strong overhand madar and stopped in this fighting position. The old man watched this boy and thought that this guy has a very powerful spirit. But this is because of his innate strength, and he does not see any outstanding movements in him, rather the most ordinary attacks. Suddenly Chi Sim began to emit magical energy from his body that appeared around him like smoke. Old man didn't expect to see such energy radiation from this young boy. Chi Sim began to attack very quickly with his stick, and his speed was phenomenal. He moved very quickly, and such movements are usually seen in adult fighters. He saw a black shadow in front of him that turned into his opponent. The guy made very fast attacks with his stick and wanted to destroy this invisible enemy. At some point he reached the maximum speed of his attacks and then stopped. The old man noticed that this boy's movement is very fast and clear, his speed is phenomenal, and it seems he has already seen this military equipment somewhere. Chi-sim held a wooden stick in his hand and looked at the old man to see how he reacted to it. He said that he had finished his combat combination, but he repeated once again that other students were doing it better than him. The old man was delighted with this boy's fighting technique, and all this time he was trying to remember where he had seen this form before. The hot sun was shining very brightly in the sky. It was very quiet and calm in the mountains that day. The fifth student together with the sixth student went into the forest and walked somewhere for a very long time, and Bakgu said that they had almost arrived at the place. In front of them in the forest there was a large cave that was hidden in a stone. They decided to go into this cave, and inside they saw that there had once been a fire there, and there were wooden benches near the walls. Sixth student asked the fifth student what this place is and why they came here. Bakgu said that this is his secret place, and he told only the sixth student about this place and asked him not to tell anyone else. Bakgu explained that even rabbits have several burrows so that they can rest in different places, and he also has one secret place, so he doesn't want others to know about this place. The sixth student began to laugh and said that the fifth brother was very strange, but he liked it. Bakgu said that he was just enterprising. There used to be bad people in the area, but now they are not here. The sixth student said that the bad people called themselves the Bone Clan. Bakgu replied that he found this place when the robbers left here, and for now it's still dirty here, but later they will put everything in order here, and they will have their own secret hideout. The sixth student smiled and said that this was a very good idea. Bakgu said that someday this place will be useful to them, and then it will become a memory of this time, and he will allow others to use this place. But in secret he said that their house is much better than this cave, but the cave is also a good place. They decided to go outside and practice a little near the cave. They approached a wooden structure near which there were wooden sticks. The boys took turns each taking one wooden stick. They stood near the trees, and the fifth student said that the elder brother has very good defense, but he only has 2 hands. The sixth student said that if they don't make a mistake in the next battle, they will immediately lose control of the battle. Bakgu said that this is why they can't make mistakes, and if they only think about defense, then it won't work. They both knew that the elder brother is very strong, and they need to train well before the next battle against him. They raised their poles up and began their training. The guys practiced punch combinations and learned to move in sync. They tried to practice their best attack technique in order to demonstrate it in the future in a battle against their older brother. In front of them stood the phantom Songyu, whom they imagined in their heads, so they knew how to fight him. The city had a combat training ground where warriors practiced their strikes and conducted training battles. Songyu held a stick in his hands and prepared for the next battle. He took a deep breath and then exhaled the air and began to show his martial arts. He raised his stick up and did his fighting combination differently. Songyu showed very fast and clear blows using a stick. He made a quick turn and struck with his stick. He moved incredibly quickly and clearly. People who watched his movements were shocked because they did not expect this guy to be so good. They talked to each other about how this guy was getting scarier every day, and they were scared to fight him, and they couldn't even move. The guy decided to ask Li Ji when a new batch of newcomers would arrive. Li Ji told this guy to watch his language. After all, when beginners train like that, the rest must work even harder. The guy with the white bandage on his head said that the boy who is now training is very good with weapons. They watched this boy move. Songyu stopped and said that he wanted to try new strikes, but for this he needed an assistant and asked the guys who could help him. Li Ji ordered one of the other students to help this guy. Li Ji said that he had urgent matters and he needed to leave now, and the rest of the students began to leave with him. Songyu didn't understand why all these guys suddenly decided to leave, because he just wanted to practice. He picked up his stick again and thought that if he tried to repeat this combination a few more times, he would definitely succeed. He said that theoretically he understands how to do this combination correctly, but he still doesn't have enough technique. He started his training and thought all the time that if he succeeds in something new, then he will definitely be able to improve his martial art. The sun at that moment was at its zenith and shining very brightly. The blacksmith was at that moment working in his forge and trying to make new tools for the workers. He took the red-hot sickle in his hand and looked at its shape in order to understand how good it was. Suddenly, the blacksmith heard someone's steps slowly approaching him. The blacksmith put his hot sickle into the cold water and saw a boy in front of him. He immediately said that this boy had changed a lot during the time since he had not seen him. The blacksmith said that he heard that the boy began to work in the city. Songyu apologized because he had to work at the forge. But the blacksmith said that the boy did not need to apologize because he himself was late and the boy's choice was correct. The blacksmith put his hammer on the table and asked the boy if there was any new news about the teacher. Song Yu said that there is very little news, but everything seems to be fine for the teacher. Song Yu asked the blacksmith if he knew any news about the teacher. The blacksmith replied that he had no news, but this old man would definitely not disappear anywhere if he said that everything is fine, then it is so. The blacksmith said that the boy's body had become stronger, and he probably didn't miss training, so he asked if the guy wanted to help him distribute furs. Song Yu agreed to help this blacksmith and began to fan the bellows to make the flame hotter. He heard his uncle call him and immediately turned his head to find out what the blacksmith wanted to say. The blacksmith said that if the boy could sometimes come to him and help, then it would be very good and useful for the boy. Song Yu said that he will definitely come and help as soon as he has free time. In the city, as always, there were a lot of people walking along the street and going about their business. Armed people came to the merchant who once wanted to deceive Song Yu and began to interrogate him. The man who stood in the center said that they came to Lee Ho-sung, who is now 49 years old and is a buyer in the governor's store. The man said that it was he and these armed people who came to the address, but he did not understand why they came. One man said that in the winter of the year before last, this merchant received a ring that belonged to the Hanamyuk family. Lee Ho said that he hardly remembers who brought him what rings and asked these strangers who they were and why they came to him. The soldiers began to ask this seller how this ring came into his hands. He didn't understand why they demanded this ring from him and what was his fault, because the boy who brought it to him seems most likely to have stolen it, and this is clearly not the kind of item a child should have, so he sold it a year later. The man saw this merchant thinking about something and asked him the same question again. The merchant said that he didn't want to tell these strangers anything because he didn't know them. The warrior pointed his finger at this merchant and said that this was probably the same person who bought that very ring. He said that if the merchant talks about everything calmly, then he will not have problems, but if he resists, then he will have to be killed. The merchant was very scared and did not understand how to act in this situation, but suddenly he heard that someone was entering the room. The servants opened the red curtains and a man in purple clothes came out of the secret room. The merchant greeted the governor and said that hooligans had come to their store. The governor ordered his soldiers to seize this merchant immediately. Two bald guards immediately started running towards this merchant. They grabbed his hands and the merchant asked the governor in a pitiful voice what was happening here. The governor accused the merchant of buying things without reporting it, and after that he brazenly sold this thing for profit. And now he is asking for mercy like a pathetic coward. At that moment, the merchant regretted 100 times that he had decided to contact that boy. The gentleman bowed to the guests and apologized for being a little late and not being able to arrive on time. He said that the owner of the workshop asked me to tell him that he knew nothing about this situation. He said that they conducted their own investigation and found out that this man, blinded by greed, committed this crime himself. The merchant was very scared because he understood that he was now in a difficult situation, and he thought that the people who came to their store were most likely high-ranking personalities. The warrior put his hand on his sword to hold it and told the gentleman who stood in front of him that if he saw or heard any news about this ring, then he must tell them about it. The gentleman bowed to his guest and said that he was preparing a report on this ring, and he once again repeated that except for this merchant, no one knew about this ring until recently. The warrior looked at this pathetic merchant and said that it was so strange that so many problems had arisen because of one person, but due to the fact that the lady's right hand was personally involved in this matter, then a thorough investigation should be carried out. The gentleman said that he would provide these people with a report to help them in their investigation. The warrior said that they would need to pick up this merchant in order to interrogate him. The gentleman said that a warrior can take this merchant and no one will protect him because the merchant himself is to blame for this crime. The merchant looked at the governor in fear and began to beg him not to give the merchant into the hands of these people. He asked for protection for himself. The governor looked down on the merchant and said that he himself was to blame for the combined crime and must confess everything that he had done to these people. This was the last advice from the governor. The merchant at that moment realized that he did not need to interfere in this matter because at that time he had no idea about the significance of this ring. There were a huge number of clouds in the sky that flowed over each other and changed their shapes, reminiscent of giant ships that hover in the air. Song Yu had been training since the morning and practicing new fighting techniques. He was already quite tired but still continued to control his breathing. He held a stick in his hands and practiced throwing new blows. Song-yu began to spin this stick in a circle and constantly accelerated the speed of this rotation. But in order to complete this combination, it was necessary to strike the final blow with a stick from above. The students carefully repeated all the movements that the senior student showed them and did not try to do everything to make the senior student proud of them. Song-yu looked at how the guys were working and said that they were training very hard while he was away, and he could immediately notice positive results. He decided to praise his younger brothers for their hard training and invited them to eat something tasty today. The student asked his older brother, "Will they really have chicken for lunch today?" Song-yu replied to this guy and all the other students that today they will not eat something very tasty and it will be much better than chicken. At that moment, the students began to imagine incredibly tasty food, but they couldn't even imagine that the senior student would offer them to eat. Song-yu said that he knows one establishment that serves incredibly delicious food and invite the students to go with him to this establishment in the evening and have dinner. The younger student said that this is a very tempting offer, but in order for all the students to eat, they will have to spend a lot of money. The students began to worry and talk about the fact that if they go to this restaurant today, they will spend a large amount of money, and said that beef noodle soup is enough for them and they do not mind having this soup for dinner today. Song-yu said that the diner he wants to take everyone to is not the best place and the prices are not the best, but the students still continue to worry about money. Song-yu told the students that today they don't have to worry about money because he has recently started working and therefore can feed all the students. The sister said that even if each student orders very little food at this diner, they will still have to pay a large amount of money because there are so many students. Song-yu said that he has been working very hard lately, and once he can afford to treat all his brothers and sisters. She understood that her elder brother was now trying to do the impossible in order to please all his brothers and sisters. But if she now began to dissuade him, she would devalue her brother's generosity. The brothers were very happy when they realized that today they would go out to eat and talked about the fact that their older brother would buy them delicious food and therefore they should finish all their work early today and they need to be clean and tidy. Song-yu looked at the younger students and was happy that he was able to cheer them up today. He looked at the sky and suddenly remembered his teacher. He didn't understand where their teacher was now and he felt sad because of this. He would like to teach today. He was with them and saw how they were going to the restaurant. Song-yu looked at the sky and told the teacher that he could cope with all the problems himself, but still he wants the teacher to return as soon as possible. It was late evening and the weather was extremely pleasant. People walked along the small streets of the city. For the first time in a long time, the students all went to the city together and slowly walked to the establishment where they would have dinner. So Yul was very surprised when she saw that there were so many people in the city. Now she was delighted that it was so beautiful here and could not get out with the whole family. Song-yu looked at this baby and thought that he hopes that his younger sister will be fine with her health and needs to set a day to go to the doctor with her. He held her in his arms and didn't understand why she was so light and thought that the next time he went for medicine he would need to ask for something to strengthen her body. When they approached this restaurant, they smelled a very tasty smell. They immediately began to discuss the fact that this place smells incredibly delicious and they already want to try the local dishes as soon as possible. When they entered the establishment, they saw that there were a lot of people here and all these people were sitting at tables and eating their food. Suddenly the waiter who was standing in front of them turned his head and saw that a large number of customers had come to them. Song-yu asked all his students to say hello to this waiter and be polite. The brothers and sisters immediately bowed to this man and greeted him so that he would be positively disposed towards them. The waiter smiled and looked at these cute children. He was very pleased that they behaved very politely. Song-yu thanked this gentleman for taking care of all his brothers and preparing a special table for them. The waiter said that the boy works very hard and he deserves to have dinner with his family in this establishment, so there is no need to thank him for it. The waiter said that he would bring the food as soon as it was ready and would like to seat them on the second floor. But today there are a lot of guests. He hopes that they will not be offended. Song-yu said that any place suits them. They all followed their older brother and he told them that he knew one good table, so he asked them to follow him. The sister carefully observed the people who were in this establishment. She was interested in looking at them. The men who were sitting at the next table saw that this girl was looking at them and asked her why she was staring at them and stopping them from eating. The man froze for a moment and began to carefully examine this girl. They had a very sly look, and it seemed as if they were up to something. Song-yu along with the rest of the students occupied one large table and sat on a bench. They calmly waited for the food to be brought to them. My sister told me that she really likes this place because it is very big and suitable for a family like theirs. Song-yu told his brothers and sisters that Ji-song sent him to work here and told him not to let him down and to work hard to make everyone proud of him. Song-yu looked around and looked at different tables, and then he saw a table on the second floor and thought that one day he and his brothers and sisters would sit at nice tables instead of sitting in the corner. He thought about the fact that there was money in work and he could afford himself and his brothers to order a table on the second floor and pay the appropriate price for it. A few minutes later, the waiter brought them several plates of food, and it was very tasty food and it looked great. The younger student asked his older brother to try this food first because thanks to him they all came here today. Song-yu picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat from the plate. He put this piece of meat in his mouth and slowly began to chew it to feel the taste. When he felt this taste, his face looked incredibly happy. Brother's or older brother's reaction after he tried his food and immediately began to eat what they had on their plates because they also wanted to try this taste. Song-yu said that it would be very good if the second brother was with them now. The student said that this would actually be very good, but the second student is currently busy due to his studies and cannot join them. The sister said that they should leave some food for the second student so that he could also try this food. Song-yu answered his sister that she didn't have to worry about this because he asked the waiter to send the second student food separately, and therefore the students today can eat all the food that is on the table. He turned his head to the side and saw something very strange. He looked to the side and realized that the people who were at the next table were alarming him. From the moment they arrived at the establishment, these people were carefully watching them all the time and did not look away. The men noticed the sister, and she seemed very beautiful to them, and therefore they were eager to meet her. An employee of the establishment approached Song-yu and said that he wanted to talk to the boy. This guy explained to Song-yu that they and their brothers and sisters had better leave quickly because people from the Rain and Wind group are coming here, and these people are ordinary idiots who go to prostitutes in the evening. He said he was worried about Song-yu's younger sisters. At that moment, the sister was calmly drinking a drink from her cup and did not suspect anything. Song-yu said that he understood the whole situation and will try to somehow solve this problem. The senior student asked the rest of the guys to finish their food as quickly as possible and explained that if there were more guests in the establishment they would cause inconvenience and they would need to leave. The students answered that they would eat faster. There were empty plates on the table. The students listened to the elder brother's request and finished all the food in a very short time. Song-yu asked the students if they were full and if the food was tasty. Yul was delighted and told her older brother that her stomach was about to burst from so much delicious food. Song-yu said that next time he will buy her even more delicious food. Yul asked her brother, "Is there really any food tastier than the food they ate today?" He replied that there is food that is thousands of times tastier and he just needs to earn more money to buy this food for the baby. Suddenly a group of people entered the establishment and all the waiters immediately began to bow to these people and welcome them to their establishment. The leader of these guys looked around and looked at the people who were already sitting in this establishment.
Lo consideró simplemente una traición. Dominique vio que estos cheques se extendían rápidamente entre los comerciantes. Para cobrar un cheque tenían que ir directamente al banco donde ya se encontraban con ofertas.
Their leader said that his disciples do not like such places. One of the guys said that he was annoyed by the idiot who was sitting at the far table and he didn't understand why the older people were caring about him. The leader said that they have no other choice because they were given strict orders to add this guy to their group. He ordered his guys to be quiet and not say unnecessary words because there are people in this place who just came to eat. Song-yu and her sister immediately drew attention to these guys who had just entered the establishment. They were wary because they felt the danger of these guys. Song-yu ordered all his junior students to immediately get up from the table and leave here. The sister said that she absolutely supported the elder brother's decision and asked the younger students to speed up. The younger students at that moment did not even suspect that they might be in some kind of danger, and they were discussing the delicious food that they ate in this establishment today, but the fourth student said that this food was no tastier than the chicken that the third student was preparing. Song-yu said that it is unlikely that anyone can beat the food that the third student cooks because it is the most delicious. He replied that next time it would be better to buy several chicken carcasses and ask the third student to cook her signature dish. The sister listened attentively to the brothers' dialogue about how they praised her food and she immediately felt very pleased to realize that she was cooking deliciously. The guy saw this beautiful girl and froze in place, but he could not move. He thought that he had never seen this beautiful girl in this area before. She didn't pay any attention to them, but at that moment the guys looked at her carefully and didn't know how to behave correctly because they really liked her. The sister walked past these guys and didn't even pay any attention to them. Her hair slowly fluttered in the wind and the guys couldn't take their eyes off her. The guy extended his hand to her and tried to stop her in order to start a dialogue with her. He wanted to take her hair with his fingers in order to feel it, but suddenly a man stopped his hand and pushed him back. The guy managed to touch her hair with the tip of his fingers, but his hand was immediately removed. Song-yu stood between his sister and this strange guy in order to protect her and not let this stranger touch his sister. He asked this young man what happened and why was he letting his hands go. The guy stood surrounded by his assistants and felt more confident, so when he saw Song-yu in front of him, he immediately asked why is he protecting this girl. Song-yu looked at this guy and understood that if he continued to behave like this then conflicts would not be avoided, and at that moment he had already begun to prepare for the upcoming problems. The guy didn't understand where this guy in black clothes came from. He started to make him angry, and he wanted to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. He covered his mouth with his hand and cleared his throat several times in order to start talking. He said that his name is Yang Chan and in this district almost everyone knows about him or has at least heard something, and he asked if this guy in black clothes who is standing in front of him knows who he is. Song-yu answered that he didn't ask the name of this guy. He repeated his question again and said what's the matter and why is he letting his hands go. Yang Chan said that this guy in black clothes is worrying in vain because today is a beautiful night view and good weather. He wanted to invite this girl to go to the second floor and eat delicious food, but Song-yu told him that they had just eaten and were already leaving. He joined his hands and said that it was time for them to say goodbye and there was no point in continuing this dialogue. Yang Chan said that he is not interested in the opinion of this guy in black clothes. He wants to hear what this girl wants now. He was very surprised when he saw that there were people in this district who did not know him and assumed that these guys were from the lowest classes of society. The guys realized that they needed to help their friend and began to explain to this girl that this guy who is inviting her to dinner is the heir to a wealthy family. I am not all rich and important people. Yang Chan ordered his idiot friends to shut up because he was the first to invite her and this girl is already his. Yang Chan thought that no one would dare to reject their invitation and he couldn't just let such a beautiful girl go. The sister did not know what to answer to these guys. She was not ready for such a situation, and she felt very embarrassed because she felt a lot of pressure on herself from these guys. They stood opposite her and smiled so that she would agree to go with them. The sister asked the older brother to quickly leave here because the younger sister So-yeol was already very tired and wanted to sleep. Song-yu replied that they were leaving now. Song-yu said that they had just heard the girl's answer and realized that she would not go with them, so it was time to say goodbye. But they were not satisfied with this answer, and they said that no one dares to refuse them their offer, so they do not agree with her choice. The brothers were very angry because of the behavior of these strangers, and they understood that if there was a fight now then all the brothers would fight together. But suddenly the second brother entered the establishment and saw that his entire family was now here. Fifth disciple first approached the second brother to greet him. The second student asked the fifth student why they are all here now and what they are doing here. The fifth student asked him a counter question and asked why he was here now. Because the older brother said that the second student was very busy and could not see them. The second student began to feel awkward and did not know what to answer, felt that he was very ashamed and asked for forgiveness. He turned his head to the side and saw that all his brothers and sisters were standing not far from him and realized that he needed to approach them. He stopped next to them and asked his elder brother for forgiveness because he had urgent business and could not come to this dinner on time. Song-yu said that the second student has nothing to apologize for, and they perfectly understand his situation, so they are not offended by him. The second student saw that in this place there were his acquaintances whom he did not expect to see here, and he asked them what they were doing here. Yang Chan asked Wu Ram if he knew all these guys and why did he communicate with them like that. Ram replied that these are his elder brother and students from the teacher's house, and these are the closest people he has. This is his family. Ram realized that he needed to explain how he knew these guys and told his older brother that these guys were friends of his classmate. Ram said that they are all studying in the same school and asked what is happening here. The senior student replied that everything was fine and nothing happened here. Ram said that Yang Chan is the most important of the group of these guys and he is quite a rude person and hoped that this guy did not insult his family members. The sister took the second student's hand in his shirt with her hand and asked him to be a little quieter. She wanted to calm his temper. Ram looked at the situation from the outside and understood that something had clearly happened here and all these guys were now ready to attack each other and start a fight. Ram looked around carefully because he wanted to understand this whole problem. Yang Chan came up with a brilliant plan and invited their entire family to have dinner with them. He said that they were on time and dinner would be served soon. Song Yu once again repeated to this idiot that they had already had dinner today, and there was no point in agreeing to this invitation. Song Yu looked at the second student and told him that he understands that the second student devotes a lot of time to studying in an easier way to come home more often because he and his brothers are starting to forget his face. Ram bowed to his elder brother and asked for forgiveness for the fact that he had not been home for a very long time. Song Yu put his hand into his inner pocket and began to feel for something there. Song Yu told his brother that he must understand that in their house there will always be food for the second student and they will never doubt his diligence. The elder brother gave the second student a green bag and said that this was a gift to him from the whole family. Ram felt very awkward and did not understand how to thank his brother and tried to explain that everything was fine with him and it was not worth giving him such a gift. Song Yu told the second student that he should not worry about money and if he needed something the eldest student could always buy it for him. Ram said that today he would definitely come to their house but not for long because he also missed them very much. Song Yu patted his brother on the shoulder and said that it was time for them to leave. Ram watched as his elder brother and his entire family were now leaving this establishment but he still remained standing in place. Yang Chan watched this guy and didn't understand why he was behaving so strangely. Ram slowly walked down the steps from the second floor and headed towards the exit of the establishment. The guys looked at this boy and laughed at him. They called him an impudent and idiot. They discussed the fact that they wanted to impress Ram but he was impossible to please and Yang Chan said that now they were in the wrong position and were unlikely to be able to please him. They discussed this. What really infuriates them is that they can't recruit this guy in any way and they just need to wait. After all, if he fails the exam then everything will change and the teacher told them that only one unknown is he an exam for the first level or for the second. They were discussing that this guy is actually very smart and he is the only one who can give this exam and help them but Yang Chan said that he can't think about anything other than that girl and he will definitely do anything to get her. Yang Chan said that every person on the path of life encounters many obstacles, but he will not give up and overcome them with his head held high and achieve his goal. The guy said that Yang Chan just spoke so confidently about this girl as if he was going to marry her. Yang Chan said that this is a girl rather than his status. They will not be allowed to marry each other but he also does not want to see her as his wife and would rather make her a concubine. The second guy said that he would do the same thing and make this girl a concubine because she is very beautiful. Yang Chan gave himself a word that this girl would definitely be his concubine and he would do everything for her to be his. A plate of noodles and a delicious broth containing a large amount of meat was left on the table. Song Yu, I eat noodles with my new boss while sitting at his father's counter. The boss saw that the guy was looking at him very carefully lately and decided to ask what this boy wants. Song Yu put chopsticks on the table and said that he wanted to gain access to combat missions.
Después de ordenar sus pensamientos preguntó si a Asa y Rodríguez les gustaría entrar al granero y ver todo con sus propios ojos.
He looked attentively. I looked at this boy and sucked the noodles that were in his mouth. He said that he remembers that the boy failed to complete the order for Yang Ming and he remembers how big the mark from the fist was on his cheekbone. He said that that time the boy did not cope with the task. The boss's plate was already empty and he finished the noodles that were on his plate. Song Yu said that he understands why the boss is worried about him, but nevertheless he wants to take on another task. He asked the boy what happened and wanted the boy to explain why he needed a new task. He asked the boy does he really need money. Song Yu said that his older brother will have his final exam soon and he will need a lot of money. The boss asked me to explain what the final exam is. Song-yu said that he had already talked about this before, about how he has many students and one of the students in his family is doing very well in school. Song-yu explained that the second student needs to pay money for his studies and the amount that needs to be paid for training is very large. The boss said that this was a very touching story and he had never seen someone worry so much about their brothers before. Song-yu said that this boy is the hope for their family and in fact there are many people helping them. Song-yu said that despite all this he is a senior student and does not want to burden the rest of the students with this problem. The boss watched his father slicing meat and said that a smart and educated person in the family is always good, but what if they have to sell the house so that he can study further because this could happen? He thought about this boy's proposal and thought that he actually had a very good goal and it would be nice to help him because the boy is very confident in himself. He asked Song-yu if he knew anything about the thug. Song-yu said that he had not heard anything to the programmer before and asked the base to tell him about this man. The boss said that the thug is the man who created their squad and every member of their gang should know about him. Night fell, it was very dark and it was raining from the sky. The rain turned into downpour and fog hung over the city. Not a single lamp was on in the city and it was very dark. The thug stood in the center of an empty street. Rain dripped from the sky on him, and he stood silently and looked forward. He lowered his head down and agreed with himself that he could move on. The thug began to walk forward, slowly stepping from foot to foot. He took his weapon, which was on his back, with his hand and ordered the people who were hiding to immediately come out of their hiding places. The head of a man peeked out from behind a dark corner and his body slowly began to appear. People who were hiding in alleys and shelters began to slowly come out and show themselves. There were a large number of these people and they all stood on Central Street and were armed with swords. The big man smiled and began to laugh in his hoarse voice. He said that he was very surprised to see so many people here who came to take his head. A man came out of the crowd and said that the thugs needed to know the limits in their actions and now it was his own fault that they had gathered here. The thugs said that the thug had gone too high and now it would be painful for him to fall, but they asked him not to be too upset because he was not the first to make such a mistake. The thug said that he never gets upset at all and asked them to keep this in mind so that later they would not regret their actions and the fact that they made a mistake. He raised his weapon up and defiantly showed everyone that he was ready to fight. The brute smiled and then began to laugh very loudly, showing his disrespect for these scum. The thug understood that these headhunters had no idea who they were in contact with, and he smiled because he knew that they would now regret that they had come to kill him. The bounty hunters began to surround the thug from different sides and shouted that they needed to kill him. He fought off these guys with his weapon and with one blow was able to knock them out and knock them out. During the battle, the thug used the weapon that was in his right hand. But besides this, he used his left hand to punch the enemy in the jaw. He dealt them very strong blows, after which the opponents were immediately knocked out or lost consciousness. After his blows, blood flew out of their mouths and their skulls were severely wounded and broken. The bounty hunters shouted that this guy is very strong and they underestimated his strength when they agreed to this task. Suddenly the thug felt very strong damage and realized that he was being attacked by several enemies at once and it was difficult for him to defend himself from their attacks. But the damage they would cause to the weak, so he did not worry about it and began to smile. The brute raised his iron stick and made a strong swing to fight off several opponents at once. He accelerated his attacks and began to beat his opponents very quickly. They did not even have time to approach him. He was tired due to the fact that he constantly had to fight back and took a short break for himself in order to restore his breathing. The brute began to look around and realized that most of the opponents were already lying on the ground and most likely he was able to knock out all the headhunters who came here. He looked at their wounded bodies and said that they should not blame themselves for being too weak and unable to cope with him. The next morning he came to the palace and sat down on the steps that were near the main entrance. His gaze was lowered and he was thinking about something very carefully. All this time he was waiting for someone and therefore behaved very calmly. Suddenly he looked up and saw a man approaching him. His reaction was amazing when he saw this man. The gentleman stood opposite him dressed in black and red clothes. He had very long black hair and he looked down on the thug. The big man immediately fell to his knees and began to bow to this gentleman. He asked what brought this highly respected man to their outback. The gentleman said that rarely does anyone succeed in making him laugh. Well, the thug did it better than anyone and he hasn't laughed like that for a long time. The thug said that if such an insignificant person like him managed to make a noble gentleman laugh, then he is ready to do this all his life and is ready to give his life for this cause. The gentleman asked this big man to stop humiliating himself so much and get on his feet. He said that this was his house and it would be wrong for the gentleman to leave the owner of the house in this position sitting on his knees. The gentleman asked the big man if the report he came for was ready, and the thug replied that the report was ready, but he didn't think that the gentleman would come for this report personally. Mr. asked the thug, is there something that doesn't suit him or surprises him? The thug replied that he couldn't be surprised by anything in the master's actions, and he was infinitely happy to see such a respected and great man in front of him. The gentleman began to laugh very loudly and asked why the legendary 17th warrior suddenly became so flexible. The thug smiled, but he didn't know what to answer to this gentleman and simply began muttering some incomprehensible words under his breath. Mr. asked this guy, has he ever offended him or deceived him? He said that they never even quarreled. The thug answered that there were cases when they had conflicts, but in general the thug is in an unpaid debt to this gentleman. He turned his head at him, smiled, and said that he was already tired of this chatter and asked the big man to stop worrying so much. On the table there was a white tray on which there was a kettle of tea and 2 small cups. Near the kettle there was a small floor lamp that illuminated the room. He was lying on the bed and carefully looking at the wall, thinking about something. At that moment he had a cup of tea in his hand. For what moment did he freeze and stop moving in his head? There was a process of thinking and reflecting on various moments associated with this gentleman. Suddenly he started screaming very loudly, and his scream could be heard throughout the entire palace. His eyes began to turn red, and he said that he didn't want this to happen again. The thug remembered how the gentleman told him this morning that he wanted to get more power and might, and he needed the thug's help. He thought that recently it had actually been very calm, and there was not even a need to use Venom's powers, but if it weren't for these powers he would have ended up in hell long ago. He clenched his fist and thought that the venerable gentleman said that he would take care of him, but he still did not understand what he should be afraid of. Suddenly I heard the footsteps of some people who were approaching his room, and walking along the corridor these people were shouting very loudly, thugs. He said that he allows these people to enter his room, but he did not fully understand what guests decided to come to him today. Song Yu and his boss came to the thug's room and bowed to him. Together they greeted this big guy. The thug asked his subordinate what happened, and the most important question, you were interested in who is this guy. They explained to him that this boy appeared in their bathhouse quite recently. The thug started scratching his beard and thought that this guy actually had a very good and strong body, and he asked the boy how old he was. Song Yu understood that now the moment had come when he needed to take it, and he told this thug that he was already 20 years old. The thug said that this boy looked younger and reminded him of the rules of their gang. He said that if the boy decided to break them, even the thug would not be able to turn a blind eye to such a violation. The man said that the gentleman need not worry about this, and he would not bring just anyone here. The thug said that he trusted these guys and once again asked them what was the matter and why did they come here. The man said that nothing special happened to them and they came here to just say hello to the thug. He opened the glove compartment in his desk and took out a blue bag. He said that these guys wouldn't come here just like that and asked again what they needed. They replied that sometimes they can cause a thug for no reason. The thug threw a blue bag at these guys and said that they could immediately ask for money and there was no need to make excuses. He took this bag in his hands and began to unwrap it. He said that the thug was like an older brother to him and he was faithful to him and was ready to give his life for him. The thug said that soon this guy will have to pay his debt anyway and do something for the thug. This matter will be very important. This is the first time he hears a thug asking him for some important matter and immediately decides to find out what happened and what this task is. The thug said that soon he would gather them all and they would talk about this matter, but that would be later. But for now he told these children to go train and take care of their health. There were a lot of white clouds in the sky that were rapidly flying north. A blacksmith forged a sickle in his forge for workers who ordered tools from him. After he leveled the shape of this tool with the help of his hammer, he lowered the red-hot piece of iron into cold water. Suddenly he heard some guys approaching his forge and turned his head to look at them. In front of him stood 2 brothers from the Song Yu family who came here to ask for a job as a blacksmith. After all, they really wanted to earn money. He said that this cannot be done and that they are still too young to be his assistants. The brothers began to persuade the blacksmith and explained that this was not true and that they were not working very hard but with real weapons and they could master another craft very quickly because they are very hard working. The blacksmith said that their elder brother Song Yu never came to him with such requests and he was always polite and reserved, and therefore he wants to ask them, do they really consider themselves as talented as their elder brother? The fourth student said that they need the help of the blacksmith if he does not refuse, and then they can immediately move forward. He said that he doesn't think so. If they learn how to handle wooden weapons correctly, then they can easily get used to real weapons. The brothers said that the wooden sword was too light and they did not get tired of training with it even if they carried it with them all day. The blacksmith told them that if the elder brother asks him to personally give them a sword, then he will make special swords for them, but for this he needs the approval of the elder brother. They did not understand what to do at this moment. They thought that they were already adults and should not ask their older brother for permission, but the blacksmith still refused them because they were not old enough. The fourth student said that he promised that he would train very carefully with this sword, and the second brother replied that he would also be very careful with the sword. The blacksmith continued to work on the tools and beat out the shape with his hammer on the hot tool. When he finished hammering this tool, he turned his head and realized that these guys were still here and they hadn't gone anywhere. He said that these guys were behaving very stubbornly. He didn't like it, but in the end he agreed and said that the sword he would make for them would be different from their ball in its weight. Brother, at first he didn't understand what this blacksmith meant. He felt awkward because he didn't understand what to answer. But in the end he said that everything was clear to him and thanked his uncle the blacksmith. The second brother looked at this and thought that this sword that they would now be given might be useless. He smiled and thought that now they could not achieve their goal and persuade this uncle to fulfill their request. Near the forge that day it was very quiet and the work was in full swing. Song-yu and the blacksmith decided to take a break to have a little snack and regain their strength. Song-yu, I am a piece of bread that I took with me from home to have a snack. He chewed it slowly, but suddenly he realized something and immediately froze. He stopped eating and thought that it was best to ask the blacksmith this question right now. Song-yu said that he did not expect that his younger brothers would still come as an uncle to the blacksmith and ask him for such a favor. He said that he was very sorry that they caused inconvenience to the blacksmith. The blacksmith said that it would be no big deal if you traveled far and asked not to apologize. For this he said that in the end they just wanted to be useful and nothing more. Song-yu said that next time it will be better to keep an eye on them. The blacksmith said that he had already promised his younger brothers to do this and therefore asked the older student not to worry because it is not difficult for a blacksmith to do this. He said that smoke for them, the new weapon, is identical to their old weapon, but it will be a little heavier so that they can train better. Song-yu said that he was very grateful to the blacksmith for agreeing to help them, but nevertheless he understood that the iron was not free and he could not pay for it now. The blacksmith asked the boy not to worry about it because he used the leftovers that he had left and he never takes money for these leftovers, but he still appreciates the fact that the boy has already begun to think about where he can make money. Song-yu lowered his head down and thought that he was still very embarrassed to sit next to the blacksmith now because the service his uncle did was very expensive. Blacksmith, of the boy's strength, did he manage to improve his skills and upgrade his body? Song-yu said that nothing worked out for him and he could not improve his skills, but he is pleased that at least he did not become worse than he was before. He said that he could find another job, but it would hardly be something good, and he is glad that the Vannam clan accepted him and he chose this path, so he must follow it, but his excitement only becomes greater if the second student wants to join the government service. He may become a hindrance to him. Song-yu said that he needed a minute to think about everything and be alone with his thoughts. The blacksmith stood up and began to walk towards the workplace. He told the boy that everything would be fine and said that they needed to start work because they didn't have much time left. He lowered his head and thought about the fact that Bak-gu and Enwu did something without thinking about the consequences at all, and he didn't understand why they did it. When they returned to the blacksmith again to pick up their weapons, they were shocked. They saw the spear and sword that the blacksmith provided them with, and it didn't look at all like what they imagined. Bak-gu said that it looked very little like a sword. It looked more like a piece of iron, but the blacksmith told them that they just wanted to increase the weight of their weapon, and therefore said that they needed to learn how to handle these pieces of iron, and then he would sharpen them if there was a need for it. They looked at each other and realized that their expectations were not met, and the blacksmith simply gave them 2 pieces of iron. Song-yu went to the city with his boss and they walked along the longest street of the city and talked. Song-yu asked his boss if he interacted with people from other clans or from other fields of activity after joining the Wannam clan. The boss did not understand what exactly this boy meant and stood silently for several seconds trying to comprehend his question. He said that he has friends who communicate with him after he set foot, and his parents are the people with whom he communicates, but most of the shopping area is not related to the clan. But they have to communicate, and there are times when they cannot help but compete with each other. Song-yu said that most people are a lot of people, and therefore most likely, he will not be able to communicate with many people. The boss said that if possible it is better to avoid communication with other people and it is better to gain contacts with people who have some kind of prestige in society. Song Yu asked him if the elite of Murima society were included. The boss replied that they have a very good relationship with Jinan Pyo-gun. He said that his son was a student of Pek Du-moon. He said that he also heard that his younger sister led a famous clan of martial artists. Song Yu did not believe that this was all true and these stories sounded to him like some kind of fiction. He explained to the boy that people who have large capital must have connections here and there so as not to lose them, and there is nothing surprising in this, but there is no need to worry because they also do not have the poorest position in the gang and all the shops and money that belong to their tops need protection and they have acquaintances among the Murim government. Song Yu was very surprised when he learned that they also have their own connections in the government, and the boss explained to him that the Black Guild is the strongest fighting unit of the Van Nam clan. He said that the members of the guild are much stronger than any other Murim mercenaries and especially second-rate warriors. Song Yu was very surprised when he learned that he was a warrior stronger than the Murim warrior. The boss put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that he had found one very large and profitable business for him that would bring them a lot of money. He said that from tomorrow the boy will be suspended from all activities and will have to train every day at the training base instead of working. It was very noisy on the training ground that day. Today there were a lot of people here. All of them were warming up their muscles and bodies in order to start training. Song Yu stood on his hands right in the center of the training ground, and he stood like that for several minutes trying to demonstrate his abilities to everyone. Suddenly, he saw that some guys came up to him and said that this is the same junior mercenary who appeared in their gang recently, and this guy works for Gi Sung. He put his feet down to chat with these people. He looked at all these healthy guys who stood in front of him and said that his name is Song Yu. The guy invited Song Yu to join them. He said that they had arrived not long ago and therefore had not yet met and did not know Song Yu's fighting technique. The guy who stood behind and stretched his hands and told the head of SOC that this was the youngest boy among all the participants and did not understand why the head was so worried. SOC replied that no one has ever refused to join the Black Guild and everyone who is in the Black Tiger Squad must stick together. Suddenly these guys started laughing after hearing Chief Suk's words. But he made a very strange look and looked at these guys. After that he asked why I wasn't laughing because he didn't say anything funny. Gi Sung said that he would like to get into this squad and said that over the past few months he has been so tired that he seems to be no longer in the best shape. Juice asked what happened because over the past year they have not had a single serious task. Gi Sung said that in this case all the Black Tiger mercenaries ended up here for some reason. He wanted to know what the reason was. The guy remembered that Cole recently said that he was worried about this child. Gi Sung asked the boy if he wanted help with his training. He said that his older brother has a nickname Legs of Steel, so if the boy can't handle it we won't be able to train for a long time. Now it was the hottest part of the day, but due to the fact that there were clouds in the sky the sun was not shining so brightly. Song Yu stood on the training ground to fight against Suk. The enemy understood that he wanted to test this boy's strength and do everything possible to win this fight. He made his first kick. His leg moved very quickly and his movement looked crisp and powerful. He hit the boy very hard on the leg and put a large amount of his energy and strength into this blow. Song Yu felt very severe pain in his leg and was barely able to withstand such damage. He feels that the enemy is delivering very strong blows to him and is having a hard time holding back such an amount of damage. Juice didn't understand why this guy had such an expression on his face as if he was in a lot of pain. He thought that this boy was absolutely not ready for such serious battles. Song Yu tried to protect his body using his hands and not allowing this opponent to deliver very strong blows to critical points. Song Yu understood that this guy would break all his bones if their battle continued at the same pace. He took a fighting stance and thought that he urgently needed to take some action in order to change the course of the battle. Sok realized that now this boy would want to attack him and try to knock him down. Song Yu made a swift dash forward and very quickly began to run towards his opponent in order to execute his combat combination. Sok raised his leg up and bent it at the knee in order to strike. The boy realized that now he would be interrupted like this and he needed to have time to block the enemy's blow. Sok kicked the guy in the head very hard, but Song Yu managed to block this attack and did not allow himself to be hit very hard. He knew that if the enemy took another step towards him, he would be in very big trouble. But if everything was the other way around and he could break through his defenses, then this would change the course of the battle. Juice thought that among all those with whom he had the opportunity to fight, they tried to surpass his skill. He made a very quick turn and swung his leg to deliver the next blow. He thought that no one had ever been able to surpass his skill and his opponents always fell. He kicked the boy in the head and thought that this guy had been training very hard the last few days. Song Yu flew back after receiving this damage, and for what moment did he even stop understanding what was happening now? Juice thought that he had already managed to cope with this guy, but suddenly he saw how the boy woke up very quickly. Song Yu was prepared for the fact that he would have to receive this blow, but thanks to the fact that he had prepared for this, he very quickly returned to his place and continued to attack. Juice lost a lot of strength from this blow, and he did not expect that this boy would return to his feet so quickly. Song Yu used a technique called ramming and grabbed this guy's body with his hands in order to throw him to the ground. He grabbed the enemy's body and closed his fingers in a lock from which it was no longer possible to get out. Sok punched this boy on the back and on the head so that he would let him go, but it was useless because the boy took his body in a death grip. The guys who had been watching the fight all this time began to discuss the fact that they were confident that Song Yu would be able to defeat this opponent because he uses new skills every time. Song Yu did a hip throw and started throwing this guy to the ground. The juice flew down very quickly and rapidly, and I didn't understand how this boy managed to take it in such a grip. He fell to the ground and hit his head and back very hard on the asphalt. When he opened his eyes, he saw Song Yu in front of him, who extended his hand to him and asked if he was okay. He extended his hand in response and slowly began to rise from the earth. He smiled and said that he had not seen opponents for a long time who were so cunning and accurate in the execution of their blows. The younger student, together with his sister, was training on the street at that moment and practicing his blows. He learned new combinations and tried to make every blow as clear as possible. He spread his hands in different directions and began to raise them. Black energy began to appear around his palm. His movement resembled the wings of a black dragon, and he was very skilled in this combat technique. Yul began to applaud her brother and said that his fighting technique looked very cool. He asked her if this technique really looked that cool. She replied that he controlled his hands so masterfully, and thanks to this the wind was created. He once again quickly slashed forward and created a stream of wind that was shot from his hand. He said that so far he is still very bad at creating wind and all he can do is knock the air out of his mouth, but she told him that this is nothing and the way he does it looks very cool. He smiled and said that he wants to be younger than the second brother, but he will 100% achieve success before the second brother. Yul asked him how he felt because he said that when he creates the wind his stomach hurts. But he answered her that it was like that before, but now it's gone. He smiled and said that there was no pain at all and therefore he could devote more time to training. Evening came and slowly turned into night. There were a lot of stars in the sky and small pieces of clouds continued to hang in the air. Someone threw a bag of coins on the table and it started to ring very loudly. Ji-sung told the boy to stop just looking at this bag of coins and take it for himself as soon as possible. Song Yu began to thank his boss for giving him such a large amount of money, but the boss said that there was no point in thanking him because Song Yu's life was at stake. Ji-sung asked the boy to warn his students that he would be gone for at least 3 months, but in extreme cases he could be gone for 6 months. Song Yu said that this is the first time he is going on such a difficult mission that will take a lot of time. Ji-sung said that despite the complexity of this task the reward will be appropriate, and after completing this task he will receive another heavy bag of coins. Before leaving to carry out the tasks they did not go to the Chamber of Commerce to see their father and take more food in order to eat properly. The school was very quiet and calm. It was already evening, and in this place it was very dark. No students were visible. When the last lessons ended, all the students slowly began to leave the school and go to their homes. Ram was leaving school and suddenly heard the voice of his older brother calling him. Ram was very happy when he saw his elder brother here and did not know how to express his joy, but the elder student said that it was already very late and the second student still had not eaten anything. Song Yu said that they will go now and he will buy the second disciple some delicious food for him to have dinner, but Ram was very worried and asked where the rest of the disciples are now. Song Yu said that today they would walk only together, and the second student did not understand what happened but was very interested in it. They were brought a large amount of different delicious food and put this food on the table. Ram asked his elder brother, why is there so much different food here? The senior student replied that the second student was very pale and that in order to continue to study well, he needed to get in shape. Ram said that he eats well and has never needed food since he went to school. He said that in this academy they are fed very well. Song Yu said that he should still eat as much fatty foods as possible in order to gain weight. The second student didn't understand what was happening because it was all for him. It looked very strange and he didn't understand why his older brother was suddenly so concerned about his nutrition. Song-yu said that he had already fed the rest of the students today and now wants to have dinner together with the second student. Ram didn't understand what was happening now because it all looked very strange, but he agreed with his older brother and was not against having dinner together. Song-yu poured alcohol into a small cup and asked the second disciple if he had ever drunk alcohol before. The second student replied that their mentor once treated them. Ram didn't understand why his older brother was offering him a drink, but he didn't mind and agreed to drink this alcohol with him. Song-yu smiled and said that they would drink just one small cup each because they couldn't drink too much. It was very dark on the street, and the only light that illuminated the road were the windows of houses and buildings in which there was light. Song-yu took a piece of meat from his plate using chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Ram could not eat in peace until he found out what happened and why his elder brother decided to have dinner with him without the rest of his brothers. Song-yu said that there is no point in wasting time anymore and most likely we need to explain to him now what happened. He put a bag of money on the table and moved this bag closer to the second student. Ram asked what it was because he was very surprised when he saw such a big bag of money. Song-yu said that unfortunately he does not know what exactly the second student needs, but he gives him such a large amount of money so that the second student buys everything he needs. He said that their family is not rich but they can afford to spend money on training the second student. Song-yu said that he was very sorry that he could not save the second student from having to think about money before this. Ram looked at his older brother and could not believe that he was making such sacrifices so that the second student could simply study. Ram said that he would definitely pass all the exams and the senior student would be proud of him. Song-yu replied that there is no need to worry about this because he heard that many people fail exams several times and this is normal. Ram said that he promises his elder brother and the rest of the students that he will pass all the exams the first time unlike the others. Song-yu said that the second student should not worry about it and study at his own pace. They sat down at the table again and calmly began to continue their dinner. He was sitting at a table surrounded by two girls who were drinking alcohol with him. He drank alcohol from a cup and saw that two guys approached him and wanted to tell him something. These guys smiled and looked at the girls who were sitting with the gentleman. Yang Chan said that he did not have time to introduce them to these girls and asked them to tell them the information they know as quickly as possible. Then he said that he wanted these two to bring him a girl whom he recently saw in a restaurant. The man asked the gentleman why does he need this girl. He wanted to know why the gentleman chose this girl because he always has many different ladies around him. Yang Chan said that he is not going to answer his questions because this does not concern this man and he should just follow the order. The man said that if the master wants to make her his concubine, then why doesn't he just offer it to her? He said that she is unlikely to be the same. This is the gentleman he has an offer. Yang Chan said that if everything was so simple he would have done this a long time ago and would not have asked these two guys to carry out this order. He remembered how Ram said succinctly don't pay attention to it. He thought that this guy was infuriating him and he was behaving like an impudent idiot, but the main problem was that Ram could not just be besieged or mocked because he plays an important role. The man told the young master that they had one problem that the young master should definitely know about. He said that this girl's older brother works part-time in the restaurant where they are already burbot, and the owners of this restaurant are warriors from the Vietnam detachment. He said that they were chasing Song-yu and he also belongs to this group. Yang Chan started to get angry and said that if these guys want to go against his word then they will be punished for it. The man said that the warriors from the Vietnam clan are very serious units that it is better not to mess with because of some girl because then serious problems may arise. Yang Chan said that he is not asking you to kill this guy. The main task is to decorate this girl. The servant replied that if they kidnapped the girl very serious problems could arise with this clan. Yang Chan said that this is already starting to make him angry because one girl who should be a concubine is creating a lot of problems for him. He put his hand on his head and said that it really infuriates him that he is so concerned about you and the girl and doesn't understand why he can't just forget about her. After all, her family has problems with money and maybe if he buys them a house he'll give them money, then she herself agrees to be with him. Yang Chan looked at the two idiots standing in front of him and asked what they would do now. He told them that if I liked his idea then let them come up with a plan to get this girl. They looked at each other with a frightened look and did not understand what to do now because of this girl they would now have big problems. The hunter's small house was located on the top of the mountain. It was hidden between the mountains and few people knew about the existence of this house in this area. The old man had been working in his garden since the morning drying leaves and medicinal herbs in the sun. While he was hanging these herbs on wooden sticks, he said that he was wondering whether this boy would come to him today or take a day off for himself. Suddenly, he heard the boy's voice and turned his head towards him. The old man said that he didn't expect to see him today. He looked at the old man and stopped to catch his breath because the path to this mountain is always very energy-consuming. He apologized for being a little late. The old man said that the boy was great for coming to help his grandfather today, but he asked the boy to be careful and not forget to rest. The boy replied that his grandfather taught him so much during this time and therefore it is not difficult for him to come and help the old man. He scratched his head with his hand and after that said that no matter how much he ran and waved his stick, he still didn't get tired. The old man patted his shoulder with his palm and said that he was very happy for this guy. He placed his hand on his back and used his internal energy to feel this guy's internal energy. His hand began to glow even brighter and he began to emit a large amount of energy. The old man thought that he doesn't know where this boy got such a good knowledge of the basics of martial arts, but nevertheless his strength and internal energy are simply beyond the old man's understanding. The old man said that he was very glad that the boy came today, but he had nothing special to do here, and after that he asked the boy if he and his brothers knew when their mentor would return. He replied that they were all very worried about their teacher. The older brother was especially worried, and he worked very hard every day to help all the other students. Grandfather said that elder brothers always behave like this, and you feel that the main burden of responsibility has passed to them. The boy said that he is afraid that his brother will start doing something bad just to get more money, and lately his older brother is almost never at home. He said that now he has also matured and can go to work and help his older brother earn money. The old man said that the boy is still a child in the eyes of his older brother. Grandfather said that he has not very good news because they will soon not be able to see each other for some period of time. He asked his grandfather what happened and why they couldn't see each other. Grandfather replied that something had happened and he had to leave early tomorrow morning. If their older brother was at home, he would have asked him for permission to take the boy with him. The boy replied that without him, his older brother would have a very hard time. In addition, their second brother also left home to take exams, and without him his older brother would be left completely alone. Grandfather said that this guy is great and he really has no choice but to take on the responsibilities of an older brother in such a situation, and said that their mentor raised their family well. He asked Grandpa if I'll ever see him again. Grandfather replied that he did not know how long he would need to leave. Well, be that as it may, the boy should not forget his advice. Grandfather said that perhaps he would return and the boy himself would be able to find him when he got older, and therefore asked not to worry too much. The boy replied that he would definitely find the old man when he grew up. He fell to his knees and began to bow to the old man. He began to thank his grandfather for his guidance and help. He said that in the future he will definitely take care of both his mentors and his grandfather. The old man looked at this young and kind guy and thought that he did not deserve such an assistant in his life, and he just had fun teaching this child. He put his hand on that guy's shoulders and thought that it was impossible to stay longer because he had been postponing his departure for so long and Mr. Moonju would be very dissatisfied. He said that he would try to finish his business and return back as quickly as possible. The old man stroked the boy's head and told him not to forget to take care of himself and his brothers while the old man was not around. He was returning to his home after helping his grandfather all day, and it was already dark, and he walked alone through the forest. He raised his head up and thought that today there were again a lot of stars in the sky, and no matter how much he wanted to go with his grandfather, he couldn't leave his family, and besides So Yul, it would be very difficult to accept the fact that he would have to leave. He turned his head to the side and heard some strange sound not far from him. He saw his older brother coming out from behind the bushes and holding some kind of bag on his shoulder. Song Yu asked the fourth student what is he doing here, and the fourth student answered that the elder brother returns home every day later and later and is very rarely at home. Song Yu said that he would gladly return home faster and earlier, but there is a lot of work and the most important thing is that he just returns home. They went home and saw that all their younger brothers were standing in front of them and were happy that the fourth student had come along with his older brother. Song Yu smiled and said that he was finally home and was very happy to see all his beloved brothers and sisters. When night fell, Song Yu went outside with his sister and the fourth student to tell them something very important. He gave his sister a bag of coins and said that this money should be enough for them. My sister asked where this money came from. He replied that this was a deposit that he was given before the next task that he would need to complete. The fourth student and his sister were shocked when they heard this from their older brother. They didn't understand what he had gotten himself into and where he got that kind of money from. The sister asked her older brother if he had to go on this task and said that if he returned the money then he wouldn't have to leave. Song-yu replied that it was not as dangerous as it seemed and asked them not to worry about him. He said that everything would be fine. He said that after he returned home, they could build a new house because the old one was too small for his older brothers and sisters. They still couldn't calm down and weren't very worried that the senior student was leaving. They were very worried about him. Song-yu said that during his absence they remain as big brothers and sisters and are now the most important in the family, and he asked them to take care of the others. He said that they should take care of Seo-yul first because she has been feeling especially bad lately, and he warned the doctor that they would soon come to him and would have to buy all the necessary medicines. He told Chi-sim that even if the second student returns home and the eldest student is not there yet, he asked not to leave the third student and help her. Chi-sim told his older brother that he will definitely have his word and will control everything so that his sister feels good. He said that without their help, he would not have dared to even think about such a task, and therefore he really counted on them. They realized that the eldest student would leave for this task in any case and there would be no other choice. Therefore they must not let him down and make sure that everything is in order in the family. Clouds slowly floated across the sky. A large group of people in a column walked through a mountainous area heading towards large mountains. Song-yu walked in the center of this column of people along with the rest. He did not fully understand where they were going but nevertheless continued to walk. All the way he thought that this road was flat and the slope was not steep, but he did not understand why it was so difficult for him to walk along this road. He felt that it was becoming difficult for him to breathe, and he was already very tired of moving on. Suddenly their commander said that it was time to rest a little, and after rest they would set off again. They sat down on the ground near the grass and began to restore their strength. Many of them at that moment decided to drink water and have a snack of some food in order to renew their energy. His boss approached him and said that he understood that the boy wanted to show his best side, but he asked him not to be wary of the other participants and to share his burden with the rest. Song-yu turned his head at him and said that he would try to listen to this advice. The dream said that this is not training or a game, this is actually real life, and therefore you need to take care of yourself. He said that Song-yu definitely couldn't handle it alone, and besides he has students that he must take care of, and he must remember that he needs to return to them. Song-yu said that he will return to them at any cost and will definitely see them again. He said that let this serve as an incentive for him to return back because the enemy will also fight to return home alive, and now they have stepped on the blade and press only those who are confident in themselves and their choice will be able to return. Song-yu said that he was just a little worried, but other than that worry he was fine. The boss said that's exactly what he wanted to hear from the boy. The commander shouted very loudly that the break was over and they had to move further in order to get there on time. The guys came up to him and said that they were glad to see a new addition to their ranks seeing such a young guy. The man who walked to his right said that they would all be like big brothers to him, so he could be calm because they wouldn't let him die. When they arrived at the battlefield, a very serious battle began and one of their warriors stood on his feet with the last of his strength.
El archimago era el maestro de este joven, pero cuando vio a su alumno Rambeli se molestó bastante.
Suddenly one warrior began to cough up blood and his eyes turned white. He received very strong damage and could not withstand it. Song-yu ran forward with the rest of the soldiers and carried the wounded soldier on his back. Song-yu didn't understand why they had so many problems with enemy soldiers. After all, they were ordinary scouts. They didn't understand how the enemy soldiers knew about their location. The warrior who was running next to him offered to carry the wounded soldier one at a time in order to be less tired, but Song-yu said that he was fine so they should just keep running. Guy asked the wounded soldier what happened to him. He said that he saw how he was stabbed with a knife and asked who did it. The soldier said that he was stabbed in the stomach several times and after that he does not remember anything. The wounded soldier began to blame the guy who was running on their right for being careless, and because of him they were all discovered by enemy soldiers. This guy in his defense began to say that the enemy soldiers made a trap precisely for this reason and did not notice them. Another warrior intervened in their dialogue and said that instead of wasting their energy on meaningless chatter, they would be better off making sure they moved as quietly as possible so that they would not be found again by enemy soldiers. The wounded soldier thought that he could not protect the younger member of their squad, and now the younger member is forced to drag him on his back. Song-yu said that the wounded soldier was holding up well, and would ask him to be patient a little longer because it will all be over soon. The wounded soldier said that he was starting to feel very bad and could soon become a burden for them and therefore asked to leave him if it became difficult for him to carry him. Song-yu said that he will not do this and they will succeed because they are all one team to fix this mission and all return home alive. The wounded soldier said that he should be a burden and not be afraid more than to die. Song-yu replied that if the elder brothers had carried him, they would hardly have abandoned him. Dream shouted for them all to shut up because they could be discovered by enemy soldiers again due to their chatter. The Dream said that soon everything will be over and now they know the location of the enemy and will be able to attack them later. He said that he hopes that they will be able to do this because these freaks are real or that they will come. The Dream said that now they have to make important decisions and many people think that killing is easy, but in fact this is not at all the case and usually conflicts are resolved by the supreme rulers. He said in a sad voice that this has now turned into a real war in which people do not act as soldiers. He asked the youngest member of their team if he had ever killed anyone. Song-yu said that he has never killed anyone before and doesn't even know what it's like. The Dream continued to run quickly. I said that however this is always difficult to do even if you are a ruthless person. Despite the fact that they survived only thanks to the youngest, he must remember that he will need to kill in order to stay alive himself. Song-yu said that all this time he was thinking that the purpose of their mission was to avoid battle and engage in reconnaissance. The elder told him that he hoped that they would be able to simply avoid battle. Suddenly the boy saw something in front of him and stopped as if he felt the presence of someone else here. He immediately stopped in order to stop running further and show the rest of the team that they needed to stop. The guy who was to his right asked what happened and why did they stop so suddenly. Dream asked if the younger participant was tired and needed help carrying a wounded soldier. Song-yu said that they cannot continue to run forward because he feels the presence of some person there and perhaps this person is not alone. They carefully began to look into the distance in order to understand whether there were actually any people ahead. A crowd of people began to emerge from the forest. They walked very slowly and there was a white fog around them. They slowly continued to move forward and some of them were already wounded. The guys were happy when they saw the rest of their team and among these people was their commander. The Dream looked warily at the people who were approaching them and he clearly didn't like something. At that moment when the rest of his group saw their brothers approaching them he experienced strange emotions. For some reason he didn't trust these people and it seemed strange to him that they also ended up in this place and found them on the other side. The commander stopped when he saw these guys and asked what they were doing here. Song-yu understood that something strange was happening here and also became wary. The guy lowered his head down and with regret in his voice said that the main commander was still mistaken. These words caused a very surprised reaction from the rest of the group members. The guy said that during this trip not everyone was hurt and a lot of bad things happened. The commander saw the wounded soldier and asked what happened to his stomach and how does he feel now. The wounded soldier said that he felt as if something was stuck in his stomach and because of this he was experiencing very severe pain. The Dream thought that first of all he needs to choose the right side to take before events worse than what happened now happen. He shouted that it was too late to regret and they were warriors and had no right to just stand and wait for death and he would fight to the last drop of blood. But after this they did not see the proper reaction from their commander and were very surprised that he did not react to this in any way. The Dream saw that enemy soldiers were approaching them and shouted that they needed to be careful because there were a lot of enemies. The enemy soldiers ran towards them very quickly and everyone understood that now there would be a battle to the death. Sleep fought off these soldiers in every possible way. There were a lot of them and he had to fight alone against several enemies at once. He got carried away by the fight and lost concentration. Because of this, he could not see that another enemy was approaching him from behind. The ninja swung his sword and was about to strike, after which he was no longer able to get up. The Dream turned his head and realized that he would not have enough time to dodge this blow and most likely he would die now. But suddenly he saw a large iron club appear in front of his face. His life was saved by a fighter who suddenly appeared and with one blow stunned the ninja and knocked him out. It was a big fat warrior who held 2 iron clubs in his hands. This guy's name is AK-Kan, and he is the commander of the Black Tiger Squad. The Dream understood that the commander had just saved his life and now he was incredibly grateful to him for this act. AK-Kan swung his clubs and fought off the enemy soldiers. He ordered his warriors to fight and not give their lives to these enemy ninjas. He was a very strong warrior and could fight alone against 5 opponents at once. He ran forward and picked up speed to help the rest of the warriors from his squad. He tried to run to them as quickly as possible. Enemy soldiers constantly appeared in front of him and prevented him from moving forward. Ik Kong shouted to Ji Sung to start fighting like a real warrior because soon this will all be over. They only need to hold out for a little while. The commander saw a boy who was the youngest member of their team, and this boy looked very tired. Song Yu held a wooden spear in his hands with which he fought off opponents. He struck with this spear and shouted very loudly that he was ready. Song Yu said that he was very scared and he did not expect that everything would be like this. He told himself that he should not allow fear to take over him, but because he allowed this to happen, he is now very ashamed. He said that teamwork requires constant caution and everyone understands this rule, but he made a mistake. The enemy ninja was approaching him holding a wooden stick with which he fought. Song Yu saw how his enemy swung his stick and was about to strike from above. At that moment, he realized that it was impossible to keep track of all opponents at once. Song Yu dodged the blow of this ninja and thought that what just happened was something that he was not prepared for and that he could not cope with. He was able to dodge the enemy's blow but felt that the enemy cut off a piece of his hair with his blow. Suddenly Ji Sung intervened in this fight and kicked ninja aside. Ji Sung ordered the boy to immediately retreat and go to the rest of the fighters because right now he could die due to the fact that he froze in place and did not fight back. They were trapped because there were twice as many enemy soldiers as they were, and they surrounded them on all sides. Song Yu continued to attack with his weapon, and at that moment he understood a lot and something special awakened in him, something that he had never noticed before. Song Yu could not calm down because this feeling began to consume him and he felt incredibly violent rage. Evening came and they made a fire in the forest area in order to rest and try to let go of this day. Akaken sat silently and watched the fire. He tried to calm down after today's battle. Ji Sung put his knife to the fire and waited for the moment when the knife blade was as hot as possible. Ji Sung said that the knife is already hot and can be used to heal wounds. He put the knife to the one that had been opened earlier, which was on the commander's body. He clenched his teeth tightly and his father began to tear up his cheek. He tried not to show that he was in pain, but it was very difficult to hold back this pain. Ji Sung asked the commander how is he feeling. The commander replied that you could tell from his face that he was in a lot of pain. Akaken said that these opponents were exactly the same mercenaries and this battle looked very strange. The commander said that he did not know who these soldiers were and that they would need to figure it out later, but first they needed to return home and then investigate this matter. The warriors began to discuss Song Yu. They said that this boy fought very well in his first battle and many experienced warriors were scared this time and began to panic, but the boy, despite his panic, continued to fight like a brave warrior. The commander said that this boy saved a lot of people today with his brave act. Ji Sung said that he made several mistakes because of his recklessness. He almost died and it was very stupid. Ji Sung shouted very loudly and called Song Yu to him. He asked the boy to come over because they needed to talk to him. Song Yu walked up to the older brothers and asked what exactly they wanted to talk about. They asked the boy how he was feeling with a question mark, and he told them that physically he was fine but mentally he was feeling very bad now because his older brother Huang had died. Ji Sung said that this happens often and you shouldn't get upset because of it and you just need to accept it as a fact. Akaken said that everything is already over and the boy can continue to think about empathy, but in such battles it is precisely such thoughts that hurt more than any blade, and it is because of them that comrades can die. Song Yu said that he was worried that he could have saved this guy, but he failed and promised that this would not happen again. The commander praised the boy for the fact that he fought with dignity today. Like real wars in the future, many more challenges await him, and therefore he needs to train hard and prepare for the next tasks. Song Yu said that next time he will not repeat his mistake and will act exclusively according to plan. There was a very bright moon in the sky that illuminated their way. They set out under the cover of darkness in order to get home as quickly as possible and not meet enemy soldiers again. Song Yu walked the whole way and thought that something had definitely changed in him, but he didn't quite understand what exactly. The only thing he knew was that from now on he would no longer be the same. Song Yu said that his aunt was right, and at that moment he began to remember all her instructions. She patted him on the head and told him that he shouldn't rush and want to get something right away because everything has its time. She smiled and said that he shouldn't worry and something will definitely happen to him when this moment happens, but for now he should continue to train hard and not doubt himself. Song Yu thought that this moment happened today and most likely this is the very moment that the aunt was talking about. They continued to walk slowly in the dark and move very quietly. so that they would not be found by enemies. But suddenly they stopped and saw that a large number of armed people were standing in front of them, and it seemed as if these people had set up an ambush and were waiting for them. The commander gave the order to his soldiers to go ahead and fight like it was the last time because they have no other choice. The soldiers immediately took out their weapons and began to prepare for battle. They did not understand that they would not be able to return home without a fight. Song Yu held a wooden spear in his hands and defended himself with it. He understood that it wouldn't end just like that, and he was forced to fight again. The night sky was practically cloudless, and thanks to this there was a good view into the forest due to the fact that the moon illuminated it. The commander struck very quickly with his batons and killed his opponents. It was a very brutal battle in which a large number of warriors participated. Song Yu was very tired due to the fact that he had to fight off enemies, but there were a lot of enemies and it seemed that they would never end. He pushed the enemy who was trying to attack him and then punched him in the jaw, and the ninja began coughing up blood. The ninja fell to the ground and hit his head very hard, after which he lost consciousness because he had just received very heavy damage. Song Yu felt that he was running out of strength due to constant battles and he needed rest, but now there was no time to rest. Suddenly another ninja made a high jump and wanted to strike with his sword from above. His sword flew very quickly towards Song Yu. The boy managed to notice this ninja and therefore fought off him using his stick. He dealt a very strong blow to the enemy. But as soon as he was able to deal with this ninja, another enemy appeared from behind and wanted to strike from above. Song Yu turned his head back and noticed the enemy who wanted to attack him. He was able to quickly react to this enemy and hit him in the stomach with a stick, after which the ninja also began to cough up blood. Song Yu kicked this ninja in the head and knocked him out because it was the only way to defend himself. His face was stained with blood. He looked very tired, but he understood that he was still forced to continue the battle in order to stay alive. He fought like a real warrior because his only goal was to return home, but at the moment of battle he began to suspect something. He noticed that Kang Ho's enemy soldiers' technique looked very sharp and rough, but he was still able to defeat them. His blows caused very strong damage to his opponents and he saw blood splashing out of their bodies. He noticed that another enemy was approaching him, whom he did not have time to see in time. The ninja hit the boy on the head with the hilt of his sword and caused him stunning damage. Song Yu understood that the technique of these opponents should not be underestimated because it is often unpredictable and you always need to keep an eye on them. He was able to immediately come to his senses and strike back at this enemy. He understood that his internal sensations at the moment had become completely different, and they were different from those sensations that had been. What did he think about the fact that only now he was able to understand kissing an ant and delve into their essence? Enemies constantly appeared from different directions. It turned out that they would never end. There were a large number of them, and it was very difficult to fight them all. Auntie told him what he would feel when the time came, and at that moment he realized that the time had come and that he had just become better. He hit his opponent again and realized that it was only an illusion, and in fact he remained the same as he was. The ninja swung his sword again and wanted to hit the boy and cut his body. He looked at the sword that was approaching him very quickly and cutting the air and thought that true masters never talk about how they have become better. He blocked the enemy's sword and did not allow himself to be damaged. He was able to realize in time what was happening and orient himself in order to place a block. He knew that he couldn't doubt a battle even for a second because every doubt could lead to a fatal mistake. Yunho followed his opponent and was very calm. He hummed songs because he understood that for him it was all like a game. Song Yu understood that before this moment, while he took a breath, the tip of something's sword would already pierce his heart, and to achieve the highest mastery you must always jump above your head. He understood that if he didn't do this now, then in the future he would die, and he needed to be ready to kill the enemy. He raised his stick up and wanted to damage the enemy. The ninja cut his stick with his sword and thereby deprived him of his military weapon. Song Yu felt this vile and disgusting feeling that he could not explain in ordinary words. At that moment the blade of the sword touched his stomach. Ninja, that this is the perfect moment to kill this child and end him once and for all. Song Yu felt his stomach being pierced by this blade of the sword and realized that he must fight because if he does not do this he will die right now. The enemy continued to attack him and tried to inflict as much damage as possible at the moment when the boy stopped resisting. Song Yu clenched his teeth in order not to make unnecessary sounds, but he felt very strong pain because he had just been wounded in the stomach. Song Yu hit this ninja with his head and tried to fight him off and save his life. He kicked this ninja in the stomach and threw him back. He continued to fight through the pain. After all, he had a goal to survive at any cost. He looked at the opponents who lay around him unconscious or were already dead, and at that moment he realized that he had fulfilled his most important goal and survived this battle. The city was very quiet and calm at that moment. Two men were sitting at a table in the distance of the restaurant and talking about the girl that the young master ordered to steal. The guy said that everything in this world is very difficult. I didn't pay this man money to complete the young master's task. The man said that initially they agreed that he would just need to follow these children and tell the young master about everything. Now their plans have changed. The guy in white on his head told his interlocutor to close his mouth and calm his emotions because the head of their family has ears. If he finds out about his son's affairs, they will definitely be left without money, and they will have big problems. This guy asked why he should speak quietly because he doesn't see anyone around here and hardly anyone can hear their dialogue. He drank alcohol from his cup and said that it was the girl who did something strange to the gentleman because he had never seen a young gentleman want some girl so much before. The second guy said that one of the brothers of this girl is a member of the Van Nam clan, and this is the main problem that prevents them from calmly completing this task. He also drank his cups of alcohol and said that this clan protects their family. If you don't do something wrong, then they will have problems with the clan. He poured more alcohol into his cup and said that in any case they are just a bunch of idiots who think that having learned a couple of fighting techniques they have become the most powerful warriors in the city, but this is not at all true. The guy in the white bandana said that he doesn't know much about this clan. But people say that this is a very dangerous gang and it would be better for them not to get involved in this mission. Suddenly they heard the voice of a young gentleman who heard their dialogue and immediately stood up from their seats to look at him. Yang Chan said that he heard their dialogue and he didn't like what they were talking about just now. The man in his defense began to say that the young gentleman misunderstood everything and he simply did not hear the entire dialogue. Yang Chong said that he hopes that the words about him are true. He asked them how long he would have to wait for the moment when he did not complete this task. The servant tried to calm the young master down and said that they had almost completed this task and that everything would be ready soon. Yang Chan smiled and said that soon this girl will be in his hands and she will no longer be able to run away from him because she will only be his property. Song Yu and his team continued to run forward and escape from the enemy soldiers. The commander that the enemy has rebelled from quite a bit and he thinks that their main commander already knows about it, and if he has brains he will not continue the battle. He suddenly saw in front of him the silhouette of an enemy standing and waiting for them. He was shocked because he thought that there would be no more enemies ahead, much less ambushes. This man smiled and looked at them. He said that if they decided that they could escape so easily, then I'm not mistaken, no one would allow them to do this. The soldiers again took up fighting positions and prepared for infection. They understood that they would not be allowed to go further just like that. The enemy said that he was very surprised because they had to spend a large number of people in order to catch a bunch of ordinary mercenaries, and he did not expect that they could not go so far. He took out his sword and said that now he can deal with all these mercenaries personally, and their skill and fighting spirit surprise him. AK can understood that this was an unusual person in front of them, was one of the strongest warriors whose name was Murim. The commander said that those who had strength left could run further and never look back because this was the only way they could not save their lives. He said that he would delay this enemy and allow the others to escape. Morning came in the city and it was very warm and sunny. People walked along the streets of the city. There were a large number of students in the palace who came here to take the exam. The second student sat near a piece of paper and wrote answers to questions. He noticed that the people around him were very nervous and forgot the answers to many questions. Ram studied very well in recent years and wanted to pass this exam so that his older brother would be proud of him and understand that he did not waste all this effort. Evening came in the city and the sun began to hide behind the horizon. There was an orange sunset in the sky. The guy drinks a bottle of alcohol and pours himself a full glass of rice wine. His friend came up to him and said that he couldn't drink today because they had the most important exams tomorrow and they needed to prepare. But the guy was holding a cup of alcohol in his hand and said that he wanted to be left alone. Suddenly he said that today was only the first exam and it was too early to give up. After all, this exam is not an indicator, but the guy with red hair said that he did not expect a perfect result, but all his answers were wrong. He took a cup of alcohol and drank all the alcohol that was in it to the bottom. He looked to the side and thought that he was now coming up with a very good plan, and because the alcohol had gone to his head he felt braver. He saw that Ram was sitting next to him at the next table and reading books, and this guy began to infuriate him by constantly studying something. Ram did not pay attention to this guy because he was busy with his own business and understood that these idiots were of little interest to him. The guy started shouting at the second student and told the second student to pay attention to him, but Ram continued to ignore this guy. He called him over again and said that he hates it when people don't pay attention to him. He went up to this guy and closed his book with his hand, because he was annoyed that Ram was constantly reading something and not paying attention to him. Ram said that you can't just come up and close someone else's book without permission, and he really doesn't like this guy's behavior. But he was already very angry, and because he drank alcohol he stopped thinking, so he shouted at the second student and said that no one has the right to ignore him. Ram explained to this guy that he failed his exam today because he spent all his time talking and drinking. Ram advised this guy to reread the treatise on political doctrines again, and perhaps this treatise will help him prepare for the next exams. This guy smiled and said in a calm voice that Ram speaks as if he also couldn't pass the exam today. Ram replied that today he wrote everything he knew and all the topics were discussed in class, so everyone wrote the exam today to the best of their ability. He said that Ram communicates with him as if he feels smarter and therefore treats everyone like idiots, and he said that such a weak opponent is just an ideal gift for him. Ram said that he is not a rival because opponents should be equal in their ability. The guy grabbed his shirt collar with his hands, but Ram answered him that they were not rivals, and if he were his enemy he would also drink alcohol every day, continuing to ruin his future just like this guy. Ram said that if this guy is not going to change his life and his behavior, then he better not interfere with Ram. He took his hand with his palm and pushed this guy to the side. He said that he still needed to finish reading the book and there was no time for these stupid showdowns. The guy didn't expect that Botanica would push him and behave so impudently. He thought that this was the weakest student in school. All the students who were in this room immediately drew attention to the conflict that had just occurred between the two guys. Ram extended his hand to him and invited him to get up. He wanted to help this guy get to his feet. The guy put his hand to the side and said that he didn't need help from such an idiot as Ram. He took his hand and began to rub it so that it would stop hurting. He said that he was very sorry that his interlocutor did not understand anything and that there was no difference between bad and good people. They immediately asked him between which people is there a difference. Everyone immediately started laughing at him because he had been preparing for this exam for several years and still couldn't pass it, but the second guy had beer all this time and was having fun and also couldn't pass the exam. Ram understood that the whole difference is in responsibility and none of them takes their studies seriously. These are their main problems. He looked at his book and realized that studying is the most ordinary competition in which the most diligent student should win. At that moment, the guys returned to their secret shelter, which was located in a cave in the thick of the forest. The fifth student smiled every time he came to this place because no one could find him here. The sixth student also felt safe every time I came to this place. They held in their hands their new weapons that the blacksmith gave them and talked about how these weapons looked like real ones. The fifth student that this sword is as heavy as a real one, and even though it is not sharpened, such a weapon will suit them. The sixth student answered him that they need to train hard and they mastered wooden swords very well. Now it's time to switch to a new weapon. The sixth student said that he wanted to get his new sword as soon as possible. The fifth student told him that he needed to wait just a little bit. If they were lucky again, they wouldn't be able to buy another sword for a small price. The sixth student, if the elder brother finds out that they asked the blacksmith for an iron weapon, he will be very angry. The fifth student said that they will take some money from those who work in the village and buy new weapons with it. They began to rejoice because it seemed to them that they had come up with a brilliant plan and thus deceive everyone themselves and get themselves a new weapon. Better, the sun broke through the leaves of the trees and illuminated the forest. Chi Sim was climbing a mountain to find a flower, and when he climbed up he saw a red flower that was right in front of him. He began to dig up this flower with his hands in order to tear it out of the ground along with the roots. When he finished digging this flower, he took it out of the ground and saw that it had a very large root. Chi Sim was delighted that he found this flower and could not convey his joyful emotions because he had been looking for it for a very long time. He began to shout loudly and joyfully that he had found this flower, and thus he splashed out his positive emotions. His scream was very loud and it sounded a very long distance. It could be heard at the other end of the forest. He looked at this flower from different angles and realized that he had managed to find a unique plant. Chi Sim carefully hid this flower and carried it in his hands. he hugged this flower and tried to treat it with care. He thought that Song Jong-woo and Seo Yul would need to buy new clothes because they constantly wear out the clothes of their older brothers and sisters. He remembered that the younger brothers Bak-gu and In-woo also deserved new weapons because they had asked for a very long time and it would be the most correct thing to do. He remembered about the fourth student and thought that she also needed to buy some kind of gift, but he didn't know what exactly she wanted. Chi-sim quickened his pace and thought that he wanted to get home as quickly as possible and show everyone his flower. When I approached my house, I saw in the distance the silhouettes of two people standing on the territory of their house. He was surprised because he didn't understand what was happening here and why strangers were now on the territory of their home. He came a little closer and saw that they were standing right next to the gate and waiting for something. Chi-sim threw his bag on the ground because he was shocked and began to carefully observe these people. The weather was very good that day and there were no signs of trouble. The fourth student together with her younger sister hung the laundry outside and hung it on a line so that it would dry after washing. So Yul didn't understand why the fabric didn't want to straighten after washing and tried to constantly do something about it to make it straighten. The fourth student saw how the younger sister was trying to help and started laughing. She said that it was better for her little sister to sit aside and relax, but Yul said that she also wants to be useful and help. She looked at her younger sister and realized that her little sister was very sweet, and she was glad that Yul was so beautiful. She continued hanging the laundry on the line so that it would dry as quickly as possible. Suddenly she turned her head to the side and saw something very scary, because of which she got scared and didn't understand what I should do now. The same young gentleman whom she saw in the restaurant came to their home, and this time he was in the company of two adult armed men. Yang Chan smiled and looked at this girl. He understood that now it is unlikely that anyone will be able to protect her and his plan should come true today. He laughed and couldn't stop rejoicing because he understood that he was able to find this girl, and now all that was left was to take her for himself. The fourth student hid her younger sister behind her back and asked these strangers what they were doing here and why they came here. The guys looked at this girl and understood why the young master fell in love with her, because she was actually very beautiful. They thought she was too good for the young master. So Yul was very scared and didn't understand what to do. She hid behind her sister and said that she was scared. But the fourth student calmed down her younger sister. She once again asked these strangers in a loud voice who they were and why they came here. The guys looked at each other and together they thought that they needed to grab this girl immediately because she was screaming very loudly. He came closer to her and told this girl that their master was the son of an influential man and asked her to follow them. She replied that she was not going to see anyone and would not go with them, after which she asked them to leave the territory of her house. They did not understand what they needed to do in order for her to go with them. After all, they did not want to use force against her. Yang Chan shouted very loudly for them to grab her immediately instead of standing around and doing nothing. They began to slowly approach her and surround her on both sides. They said that I would only get better this way and that these were her chances for a good life. She understood that these people would not leave here just like that, and most likely now she would have to fight with them and she would have big problems for them. The clouds covered the moon, which was located in the very center of the sky, and because of this lighting it became a little worse. Murim said that he would not allow these soldiers to just run away from here, and they would all die today here in this place. Caveman got angry and began to run towards the enemy in order to be the first to attack. The rest of the soldiers understood that they needed to help their commander cope with this enemy and also began to run to the attack. Murim laughed when he saw their attempts to attack, and he was absolutely not worried about the fact that such a large number of opponents were running towards him. He immediately made his first blow to attack the enemy. At this moment, the commander also struck with his baton from above in order to attack the enemy. Murim hit the club with his sword, and at that moment a very loud sound was heard. Murim moved very quickly and was able to change his position in 1 second and go behind their commander. Caveman turned his head to the side and realized that his opponent was moving very quickly, and he did not have time to follow his movement. Murim cut the enemy commander's body with his sword and released the blood from his body. He watched as his enemy began to cough up blood and smiled. It brought him pleasure to watch his opponents suffer from pain. Ji Sung raised his sword forward and with a loud cry began to run towards his opponent in order to attack him. He raised his sword up and made a very fast strike to repel this guy's attack. He hit so hard that after the impact there was a small explosion and smoke and dust appeared in the air. Ji Sung saw that his sword broke after meeting the enemy's ball, and he did not understand how this even happened. He started screaming very loudly because he was shocked by the power that his opponent had. Murim said that this is not the first time he has seen how weaklings like this guy cannot take their eyes off him and look at him with delight and fear in their eyes. After finishing his sentence, he immediately struck this guy's body with his fist and put a lot of damage into this blow. Ji Sung fell to the ground and began coughing up blood. He threw his sword out of his hands and held his stomach in order to somehow reduce the pain. Murim wanted to finish off this enemy, but he saw that two more opponents were running towards him and needed to be fought. He made several quick strikes with his sword and dodged their attacks very easily without taking any damage. His sword hit his opponent in the stomach. He hit the enemy in the leg with his sword. The last blow that he made was able to the hand of one of his enemies. Murim said that he did not expect much from such weaklings as these mercenaries, so he will have fun with them like toys. The three of them hit him with their swords until as soon as the swords approached his body, he disappeared somewhere as if he had evaporated. They raised their heads up and saw that he was in the air at that moment, but they didn't even see how he was able to jump so quickly. Murim slashed downwards with his sword and began to laugh because he knew that they would not be able to repel his attack. He cut the body of one of the guys into two halves and cut his hands and broke the second guy's sword. After that, he landed on the ground and saw that the last enemy remained in front of him. Murim presented his sword to his face and said that he had never seen such bad fighters before, even though he did not expect them to have outstanding knowledge in martial arts. He waved his sword and said that he was already tired of them and he needed to end it all quickly. But suddenly he felt danger approaching and realized that something very strange was happening. He turned his head back. The stick was flying not very fast. It was an enemy weapon that was ready to attack him. He managed to notice this attack in time and reacted to it. He made 2 somersault jumps back in order to dodge. Song Yu immediately launched another attack with his stick in order to catch up with the enemy and inflict damage on him. Murim hit this guy with a sword from above in order to knock the weapon out of his hands. His sword hit right in the center of the enemy's stick, and he thought that this blow could cut the stick and deprive the boy of his weapon. But he was very surprised when his sword could not destroy this stick, and instead he just felt a strong trembling throughout his whole body. Murim didn't understand why he couldn't break this stick. He got the impression that this stick was made not of wood but of iron. Song Yu stood in front of him and held a weapon in his hand, preparing to fight with this man because he had no other choice to survive. He thought that he had already been able to get used to the constant tension but still could not get used to this enemy. Song Yu made a swift dash forward and began to run towards his enemy in order to attack him. Murim understood that this guy was much stronger than all the other opponents and he would have to be fought seriously. Murim put his sword forward to block the attack. He thought that this would help him cope with the blow. Song Yu moved his sword to the side using his stick and thus opened up weak points in the opponent's body. Murim began to get angry because he was not used to the fact that he had to fight strong enemies. He began to attack the boy very quickly so that he could not fight them off. Song Yu tried to follow each of his blows and block them so as not to receive damage and die. Song Yu understood that this was an unusual mercenary fighter. Most likely this was some experienced martial artist. Due to the fact that he was distracted, he was unable to control the enemy's attack and weakened his defense, and the sword pierced his body. He felt very strong pain and could not do anything with this feeling. He missed one of the most important attacks and the sword pierced his shoulder. Murim said that he was interested in fighting this guy, but now he is finished. But suddenly he saw something very strange and could not believe his eyes. After all, this boy continued to resist. Song Yu took the blades of this sword with his bare hands and slowly began to pull it out of his chest. He extended his hand forward and tried to grab the opponent's shoulder in order to attack him. Song Yu hit his opponent with his head with all his strength and put all his power into this blow in order to defeat him. Murim did not expect that he could be attacked so easily, and therefore he was not prepared to receive such great damage. Song Yu began to accumulate energy inside his body in order to finish this battle. He created a fireball in his palms and accumulated powerful power in this ball. He remembered how his aunt taught him this technique and told him to use it in the most extreme cases. When you need to protect yourself or kill an enemy, this technique is called death. When the energy in his hands overwhelmed his body, and he felt that he was now ready to explode, he began to run towards the enemy in order to hit him. Murim began to scream very loudly and was scared because he understood that he would not be able to repel this attack. Song Yu used a deadly sphere to kill the enemy and he threw the sphere directly at his head. When he completed his attack, blood began to fly in different directions and he saw that his enemy now had no head. He simply wiped it off the face of the earth with his blow. At that moment, there was an old man standing behind him who was carefully watching this boy's technique all the time. Suddenly this old man took a step to the side and very quickly disappeared somewhere, and his movements were fast as the wind. Song Yu understood that he was finally able to master the very forbidden technique that his aunt had told him about. The commander along with the surviving soldiers watched as the boy had just defeated an enemy whom they could not kill altogether. Song Yu felt very bad after this battle. He was very seriously injured and spent a lot of energy. He felt an incredible strength in his body that he had never felt before, but due to the fact that he was very tired, he could not stand on his feet and fell. Very strange screams and sounds were heard from the house in which all the students lived. She held a stick in her hands which she used as a weapon to defend herself against these strangers. They tried to grab her and attacked from different sides in order to take her prisoner, but she dodged well their attempts to attack her. They were shocked when they saw her combat evasion techniques and did not understand what to do. After all, they were absolutely not prepared for the fact that this girl could fight. She got into a fighting position and put her weapon in front of her. She ordered them to immediately get out of here and never appear here again. They said that if they don't fulfill the order, then young lord, you're nothing, and now they didn't understand what to do because this girl is actually good with weapons. Yang Chan started yelling at his subjects and ordered them to immediately grab this girl and complete the task instead of standing still and chatting about something. They began to quickly run towards her and attack her with their swords. They didn't know how else to stop this girl and grab her. He tried to defend himself with the help of his stick, but he understood that she was not good at it. He struck very hard with his sword and cut her stick into 2 pieces. After they deprived her of her weapon and did not immediately grab this girl and start dragging her along with them, he shouted to her very loudly that if she had gone with them voluntarily, they would not have had to hurt her. Seo Yul grabbed the man's clothes and told him to let her little sister go immediately. The girl was very scared and started crying. He threw her aside with his hand and the girl began to fly back. Seo Yul fell to the ground and hit her head very hard. The 4th student wanted to run up to her little sister to help her, but these guys started beating her with their fists and punching her in the stomach. She fell to the ground. They said that nothing like this would have happened if she had immediately agreed to go with them. Suddenly they heard the voice of some guy who very quickly insulted them. This guy shouted that they were not committing real chaos here. Chi Sim was furious because these guys beat up his sister and he wanted to teach them a lesson and take revenge for her. He said that they just can't get away with it and they will have to pay for the fact that they just hit his sister. He ran very quickly towards his opponents in order to attack them. Chi Sim hit this guy with his fist and his punch was very wide in order to cause as much damage as possible. He grabbed this guy's fist and didn't let him continue his attacks. Chi Sim continued to put force into his strike in order to inflict as much damage as possible on the scoundrel. He understood that he could not restrain the power that this guy possessed because it was incredibly large despite his young age. He could not withstand such strong pressure from this guy and fell to the ground. He started yelling at these guys and told them to get out of here immediately and not touch his sister. Chi Sim was very angry, although inflict as much damage as possible on this enemy so that they get out of here. The enemy used long-armed combat techniques and tried to strike the enemy quickly. The boy tried to dodge this blow, but he couldn't. He felt that his body was now falling into a trap. The bandit threw the boy aside and caused him minor damage. Chi Sim understood that he would not be able to defeat these opponents just like that, and suddenly he saw an axe in front of him sticking out in a tree stump. He understood that he had no other choice and now he needed to make radical decisions in order to save his sister. He took this axe in his hand and said that they themselves chose their path and now he has no other choice to defeat them. He shouted that for those actions that they did not commit they will have to pay very cruelly and he will tear their bodies using this axe. The weather was very good in the mountains that day. Better the sun broke through the leaves and illuminated the forest. The teacher raised his head up and noticed that the sky today was unusually beautiful and clear. He thought that this was a good sign. He lowered his head down and saw something very strange, after which he thought that everything here was not as good as he thought. There were a large number of wounded and killed soldiers lying on the earth, and he realized that there had recently been a battle here. He said that this earth is filled with dead people and they should have thought about their strategy better instead of mindlessly entering into battle. He walked past wounded and dead people and at some point raised his head and saw a very familiar place. He saw a mountain that led to his house and felt a familiar energy here that he had not felt for many years. Song-yu slowly began to open his eyes after passing out. When he opened his eyes a little wider, he saw the blurry silhouette of his friend Ji-sung. The boy tried to focus his vision, and at some point he saw that Ji-sung was actually sitting in front of him asking him if he was okay. Song-yu opened his eyes wide and suddenly felt incredibly intense pain. He started coughing up blood. His internal organs were injured, and therefore he suffered internal bleeding due to which he had to spit out the blood. Ji-sung asked the boy not to make sudden movements and once again try not to move. He said that the best thing for Song-yu to do now would be to just lie down and rest. He helped the boy to the ground. Song-yu asked what happened and why he was feeling so bad now, and Ji-sung told him that it was very strange that Song-yu didn't remember anything. He said that thanks to Song-yu they are all alive now because he saved them very much. You are a warrior, and Ji-sung asked the boy what kind of strong technique was it thanks to which he killed the enemy. Song-yu looked at the sky and tried to remember the last battle. He remembered how he made a strong red sphere in his hands, and thanks to this sphere he was able to defeat the enemy. Song-yu understood that he was able to master the technique that his aunt had shown him a long time ago, and he was not particularly eager to tell others about this technique. Ji-sung said that the rest of the group would be back soon, and their commander told everyone to go back. He said that they can't go right now because Song-yu needs to rest. Song-yu said that because he lost consciousness most likely they failed the task. But Ji-sung explained to him that thanks to the boy they were able to break through the enemy's siege, and the commander and the rest of the soldiers entered the main camp. Ji-sung stayed here to be close to Song-yu. He said that they survived and that's why everything is fine now. Even though there were very few of them left, they were still able to survive thanks to Song-yu. Song-yu smiled. I said that he was very glad that Mac could save his team and said that he could not die because he needed to return to his family because he was the eldest brother there. Ji-sung smiled and said that when they return the thug will pay Song-yu very well for completing this task and his family will never have to go hungry again. He said that the money he received initially would be enough for him and his family, and most importantly there would be enough medicine for his younger sister. Ji-sung asked the boy not to worry about it, because he will enter the elite of their organization and this will give him many opportunities. Song-yu said that he risked his life to earn money and for him it all looks very strange. Suddenly he felt some very strange pain in his body, but it was an unusual pain. He felt a blue sphere of energy appear in his stomach, and despite the fact that his body was in a lot of pain, thanks to this blue energy in his body he felt better. He didn't understand what exactly was happening to him and why he was releasing such strong energy. This energy is currently regenerating his body on its own and numbing the pain he is experiencing. Ji-sung patted the guy on the head and said that he needed a good sleep to gain strength and soon he would be lying in his warm bed. Ji-sung looked at the boy slowly closing his eyes and thought that thanks to this guy they were able to survive, but his super kick looked very strange and he realized that he still doesn't know everything about this boy. The old man ran through everything and hoped that he would arrive on time. He did not know what awaited him ahead and raised the possibility that he would have to sacrifice his life or risk it in order to save the people close to him. He remembered that he had promised the senior student to return home as soon as possible, and now he understood that there was no turning back and he could do it. He raised his head up and saw that several ninja warriors armed with different weapons were now flying in the air. At this moment several warriors fought against one very strong warrior who resisted them all. A strong warrior cut the bodies of opponents with very fast blows of his sword and dodged their blows. The old man understood that there was a very strong battle going on here now and he would not be able to resist these warriors. Therefore it was better for him to get out of here. He turned his head to the right and saw that new wars were now emerging from the forest. He realized that these were reinforcements and now it would be very hot here. He tried to move as quietly as possible so as not to attract unnecessary attention to himself and get out of here as quickly as possible, but he thought that if he could get out he would have a chance to get a good reward. Suddenly he stopped and felt a strange sensation in his body as if he had been noticed. He heard very loud laughter coming from different directions and tried to cover his ears. He couldn't stop hearing this loud laughter. His ears began to hurt, and it seemed to him that it would never end. He turned his head to the side and decided to look at what was happening on the battlefield in order to understand the problematic nature of this situation. He saw that there were already a large number of people in this clearing. The warrior and his thugs stood opposite the old man who was holding his head and was afraid to move. He looked at this whole situation and realized that it was you. The poor old man was about to be killed. The warrior looked in surprise at this old man standing in front of him and realized that this was not the man he was looking for. Easy will shout that he cannot see his enemy here Song Chunwon, who is called striking, and ordered to immediately go out and ambush and show his face if he is not a coward. Suddenly a man jumped out of the forest. He ran past the rest of the people so quickly that no one even had time to notice him. Easy appeared in front of Sung Chun, who fell to the ground in fear and pointed his finger at him. Sung Chun said in a frightened, trembling voice that he did not expect to see the real Easy Shernam here. The old man was also very surprised when he saw Easy Shernam here, because this man who easily broke his opponent declared himself at the 7th meeting as one of the strongest warriors. Song Chun understood that there was no point in resisting such a strong warrior, and he immediately knelt down and began to bow to him. Easy Sheenam said that the life of this worthless weakling does not belong to him, and he is just a small insect that can be easily crushed if she gets bored and gets in the way. Sung Chun asked the master to kill him and let him die without suffering. The old man watched this spectacle carefully. He understood that Easy Shernam would either kill this man now or make him his slave for the rest of his life. He raised his eyes to the gentleman and said that he was not to blame for anything. But at that moment everyone absolutely didn't care about his justification and felt sorry for his attempts to stay alive. The people who surrounded him shouted for him to give his life. The old man did not understand how this man could agree to give his life because he only has one. Song Chun approached the master and said in a trembling voice that he was giving his life to the master and now it belonged to him. Easy Shernam said that he is always amused by idiots like this. He asked his new fish how he could prove his loyalty to his master. Sung Chun said that unlike the others he can sacrifice his life for the sake of the master, but he needs an order. Easy Shernam said that he was satisfied with the answer of the new slave, and the slave himself knows what he must do, so he must demonstrate his loyalty to the master. The old man continued to observe this whole situation from the side and thought that this was all too strange, and he did not expect that this slave would do everything to make the master convinced of his fidelity. Sung Chun really wanted all the heroes who are here to stay alive. Because of this he is ready to give his destroyed life as payment for this request. He asked the master if he would spare all his warriors because he was now sacrificing his life for the sake of the master. The old man understood that this guy now wants to deceive his master and use the Ichi technique to create a real hell here. The soldiers were surprised that their master was ready to give his life for them to stay alive, and his feat delighted them. The soldiers from the enemy camp did not understand how this man decided on such a feat and wanted to give his life for the sake of others. During this time the old man watched them and thought that they were not moths to flock here like to the fire, and they should know that they would not be able to defeat such a strong enemy even if he tried to escape. Easy Sheenam said that his new slave is worthless because he is an insect, and offering his life to free the others is too daring a statement. The old man understood that if this slave now so easily gives his life to this master, this will only cause more problems. Song Chun took out a bag of money that he and his soldiers earned and said that they would transfer all the money they earned to the master for the rest of their lives. Easy Shernam extended his hand to take this bear. He laughed and was happy because now he was offered to take easy money. The process of transferring money to you is very slow, and they both were in no hurry to transfer this bag to each other. Suddenly, at the very last moment when the gentleman was about to take the bag, a sword appeared between their hands and cut the air, not allowing them to hand over the bag. Easy Shernam began to shout very loudly that no one has the right to interfere with such a great man as he does his business. But at that moment a man came out of the forest and everyone heard his voice. This man said that if such a pathetic flea calls himself a great man, then every worm can call himself a great man. This man came out of the forest in the company of his companions. They were all armed with different types of weapons and had straw hats on their heads. The old man saw that the man who came out of the forest was armed with a fishing rod, and he realized that this was the well-known Dong Jong-o. Easy Shernam pointed his finger at these people and said that these are sea creatures that cannot live on land, and asked them how they have not died yet leading such a stupid lifestyle. Dong Chong replied that he rarely meets the devil outside of hell, and would not mind helping this little devil return back to his home. He extended his hand forward and asked Sung Chun to give him this bag of money because he would need it more than this pathetic weakling. Dong Chan said that he knows that there are always 3 of these guys and they are always together, but he is ready to give one of them twice as much money. Sung Chun thought that this was a very tempting offer, and before it was too late, he could go over to the side of this fisherman in order to get protection. Easy Shernam saw that his slave wanted to go over to the enemy's side and said that if he did this he would die in agony. He raised his hand up and said that if anyone else besides these stinking fishermen wants to challenge him, then now is the perfect time because he is already very angry. The soldiers from different factions who were now here thought that now was the perfect moment to attack this gentleman, but he is very strong and the consequences will be terrible. There were a lot of clouds in the sky at that moment, and it seemed that today was not a day predisposed for mass fights. Suddenly an old man came out of the crowd holding a large wooden club in his hand. He said that you also want to fight for one of these 3 guys and take one of them for yourself as a slave. He saw this hunchbacked old man with an iron club and immediately realized that it was Jachil, who is called the Chilson monster. Easy Shernam looked at the old man who was slowly approaching him and said that today it would be very hot here because a lot of friends had gathered whom he was definitely not ready to see here. The old man understood that he would definitely not be able to survive in such a strong fight. It would be better for him to get out of here as quickly as possible or find a moment to sneak in unnoticed. Song Chun was experiencing very strong pressure on himself. He understood that at the moment he was a victim and there were a lot of hunters around him who could kill him at any moment. He raised the bag of money up and said that a lot of strong warriors had gathered here, and he thought that he now had no right to be greedy, but he said that he didn't know who would get this bag of money. He said that he didn't want to decide who to give this money to, and therefore, he would simply put this bag on the ground and the honorable gentlemen themselves would figure out who would take this bag. They saw that now this treasure did not belong to anyone and everyone was eager to take it for themselves. Don Chan swung his fishing rod and although take this bag to himself as quickly as possible before the rest of the opponents understand what is happening. The hook of the fishing rod flew very quickly towards the bag in order to catch on to it. The fisherman was the fastest and most agile. Therefore he was the first to hook this bag with his hook and pull it towards him. Shachil hit the ground with his iron club and did not allow this fisherman to take the bag of money. He said that it was a very good and brave attempt, but it was not successful. Easy Shernam clenched his fist, which was 3 fingers long, but still despite this, he tried to use the magic that was within his control. The bag was flying in the air at that moment and did not belong to anyone because no one could take it away from them. He used black magic to lift this bag into the air and bring it closer to him. Don Chan understood that his opponent's magic had become several times stronger than it was during their last meeting, and he did not expect this, but he didn't care and was ready to fight further. He swung his fishing rod and then struck with all his might to prevent the enemy from taking the bag for himself. He hit this guy on the hand with a stick, and at that moment the magic stopped its active phase. The bag fell to the ground again, and again it became no one's. Now everyone could try again to take it for themselves. Jay Cheel started laughing very loudly because he understood that now it was his time to pick up this bag of money. He swung his large iron club and was about to strike. He hit the ground with this club and the stones began to fly into the air along with the same bag of money. He calculated the force of his blow with such accuracy that after the bag took off it began to fly towards him, and the old man only had to stretch his hand up to pick up this bag. Easy Sheenam couldn't let this old man take the bag, so he began to accumulate energy in his hand to make a shot. He fired a shot and hit the bag directly, causing the bag to fly up even more, and the old man couldn't take it for himself. Soldiers of different factions saw a bag of money fly over their heads, and each of them hoped that this bag would fall into their hands. All this time he was watching this performance from the side and understood that now is the most ideal moment to escape from here, and he only has one chance. The soldier saw that the bag was flying as close to him as possible and tried to catch it with his hand. At that moment another soldier did not allow him to take the bag and hit him on the head with an iron club. A fierce battle began between soldiers from different factions for the bag of money. Each of them wanted to bring this bag to their master. The teacher saw that the bag of money was flying towards him, and he did not understand what he needed to do now. He froze in place and could not move. He understood that the bag of money was flying straight at him, and he had been watching the bag all this time. He thought that if he managed to take this bag for himself and run away, he could make good money. The green bag of money fell to the ground and bounced several times before finally landing. An unknown guy armed with 2 swords accompanied by a girl in a purple robe saw a bag fall in front of his feet. He saw this bag and realized that there was not money in there but a very important artifact called life. The old man now realized that all this time they were talking about the artifact that is inside this bag, and this artifact is developing valuable life, and that is why they are fighting so fiercely for it. He walked up to this bag and kicked it with all his might so that the bag would fly as far away from here as possible. The old man approached the guy who was standing next to him and said that he was very glad to see his old friend Tae-chan again. But Tae-chan was very surprised to see his older brother here and didn't understand what was going on in this forest. He asked his older brother what he was doing here. The girl who was next to him was also very surprised by this whole situation. Chi-sim screamed very loudly and then made a strong blow. The mercenary managed to block the axe blow with his sword, but he was shocked that this boy would hit him so hard. The mercenary said that he would kill this boy if he continued to swing his axe. The second mercenary swung his sword and was preparing to strike, but before the blow he shouted that the boy must surrender or he would be killed. Chi-sim was very angry and his eyes glowed with white light, and thanks to this, he scared the mercenary and he froze in place. Chi-sim made a dash towards this mercenary and tried to knock him to the ground. The mercenary hit the boy on the back with the hilt of his sword and shouted that it couldn't be that this little idiot could push him over. Chi-sim was very serious and wanted to make these bandits leave here and never come back. When he knocked the mercenary to the ground, he took the axe that was in his right hand and raised it up to strike. Chi-sim was very angry, and although he could strike with his axe and injure this mercenary, the mercenary screamed very loudly in fear and thought that now this axe would cut him and he would die right now. The first receiver saw this whole situation and tried to save his friend, so he kicked the boy in the back and pushed him away. Chi-sim flew away and fell to the ground. Chi-sim lost consciousness for a moment and lay motionless on the ground, and at that moment the bandits realized that the girls were absolutely defenseless. The mercenaries at that moment helped each other get to their feet and grabbed these girls. Chi-sim woke up and his anger became several times larger, and he emitted red energy similar to flame and shouted that he would kill these mercenaries because they came to his house with weapons. He swung his axe and hit me in the chest, but the mercenary managed to block this blow with his sword. The mercenary understood that this boy was very strong, and if the battle continued for some time, then most likely this boy would kill them. Chi-sim accelerated his attacks and was able to deliver about 10 blows with his axe in a few seconds. The second mercenary saw that the boy was busy with the first mercenary and realized that this was the perfect moment to attack him from behind. He struck with his sword and was able to damage this boy in the chest, and Chi-sim's blood sprayed out of his body. The mercenary smiled and realized that he had finally managed to break through this boy's defense and inflict significant damage on him. Chi-sim stopped and tried to ignore the pain that now appeared in his body after being wounded, and he turned his head and looked at this vile mercenary with hatred. He ignored the pain and lunged towards the enemy who had just wounded him. Chi-sim hit him on the shoulder with his axe and caused very strong damage, and the mercenary saw that blood was flowing from his hand. He wanted to scream in pain but couldn't because his throat wouldn't allow him to do that, and he just started coughing up blood. The first receiver shouted that they would not forgive the boy for this act and would kill him right here and now. One of the students ran home very quickly and approached the battle site. The fifth student ran home very quickly and shouted that he would now kill these vile bandits and help his brothers and sisters. The mercenary heard a loud scream, after which he turned his head and looked in surprise at the boy who was approaching him. He could not believe that there was another boy here who would fight with them. The student made a jump and then swung his sword to strike from above. The mercenary reacted very quickly to this attack and threw the boy back without allowing him to hit. Suddenly another student appeared and used a long stick to attack the mercenary. But his attack failed because the mercenary stepped aside very quickly and did not allow himself to be hit. After that, the mercenary dodged, waited for the perfect moment, and struck with the hilt of his sword in the back of this boy, and the boy began to cough up blood. The mercenary shouted that he would kill all these children now if I did not continue to resist and wave my weapon. But the fifth student did not agree and therefore jumped up from the ground and once again wanted to strike with his sword. The mercenary predicted the attack of this boy and therefore made his counterattack and hit him on the mountain chest and threw him back. Mercenary wanted to kill this boy because he did not obey his orders. Chi Sim saw that the mercenary was now going to attack his brother and decided to help and save his brother. The mercenary saw that the boy who had been fighting with them from the very beginning was approaching him, and I realized that I needed to immediately fight back this boy. He swung his sword and struck Chi Sim. After he struck, blood sprayed out of the boy's body. Chi Sim saw that his shoulder was pierced by a sword and could not believe that he received such a serious injury. But despite this, he was still ready to continue this battle. Chi Sim, despite the pain, approached this mercenary in order to grab him and block the movement of this mercenary. The fifth student at that moment got his bearings in time, stood up from the ground, ran up to the mercenary and waved his sword to strike. He cut this mercenary's back with his sword while the fourth brother was holding this mercenary and did not allow him to move. The mercenary felt a very strong pain in his back and saw his blood flying out of his body in different directions. The young master did not understand what was happening here and why these idiots could not cope with ordinary children. He turned his head back and saw that his mercenaries were lying on the ground unconscious with severe wounds on their bodies, and these children were slowly starting to recover. The fifth disciple saw that the young master who came here and brought these mercenaries here is now running away. He shouted that he needed to immediately catch this guy and not let him run away because of him this chaos started here. The young master ran down through the forest and tried to leave this place as quickly as possible. The fifth student ran very quickly after the young master and shouted that he would not be able to escape and that he would still catch up with this bastard. Yang Chan said that he hated these mercenaries who could not cope with the children and thought that he had just wasted his money on them. He turned his head back and saw that the boy who was running after him was not going to stop, and he was very serious. Yang Chan tripped over a stone while he was running, and because of this he began to fall. He lost his balance to stand on his feet. At that moment he began to fall. Yang Chan somersaulted several times and rolled on the ground after he fell, and only then stopped when he crashed into a tree. The fifth student remembered that this guy was in a restaurant when he and his family had dinner there, and now this guy brought mercenaries to their house. Bak Gu slowly walked up to this guy and held a sword in his hand. He was very angry at this idiot. He shouted that this guy had contacted him and his family in vain, and they would not forgive his actions and would make him suffer. Yang Chan began to beg this boy to spare him and not kill him. He said that I regretted my action and did not want everything to turn out this way. The fifth student did not want to listen to his apology and swung his sword to kill him. Yang Chong covered his head with his hands and fell to the ground so as not to see the sword pierce his body. At that moment an unfamiliar warrior appeared who did not allow the boy to strike and blocked him with his sword. Bak Gu didn't expect another person to appear here and was very surprised when he saw that his attack was blocked. The stranger turned his head to the young master and asked his brother what was happening here and if everything was okay with him. Yang Chan saw that Chan, who had just saved him, was standing in front of him and realized that he had a chance to survive. Chan didn't understand what was happening here, but he thought that he came here on time and was able to protect this guy's Yang Chan. The young master shouted that this boy wanted to kill him and then take all his money, and he was a real thief, so he asked Chan to kill this boy. Chan looked at this boy and thought that the young master was now lying to him because this boy was still too young and did not look like a robber. Yang Chan asked his friend why is he waiting. He said that this guy killed all the traders and warriors who accompanied him to this place. Chan asked the young master why all the pre-war merchants accompanied him and what was he doing here. Bak Gu didn't understand why everything inside his body was now turning upside down, and he was experiencing very severe pain. He didn't know what it was connected with and why he was now feeling such terrible sensations in everything really. Chan saw that this boy was still very young, but nevertheless he already had incredible strength, and he wondered what this child was doing here. Bak Gu shouted that if this warrior sides with his enemy, he will also become his enemy and they will have to fight to the death. Chan was again able to block the blow of this boy, and nevertheless, he did not understand why the young master was an enemy for him. He became interested in what was happening here. Chan dodged all the blows that this boy was trying to deliver and watched his movements. He thought that the young master was in trouble and he needed to first understand this conflict before attacking this boy. Bak Gu said that he had to worry about who would oppose him. He was ready to kill this young master, and even if he himself died he would take the scoundrel with him. Chan told the boy to lower his sword and they would sort out this conflict before the main battle began and maybe they could avoid a fight. Bak-gu did not want to communicate with this man and made a swift dash to meet the young master in order to kill him. He swung his sword and wanted to strike from above in order to finish off the scoundrel. Yang Chan began to scream very loudly in fear and thought that now he would probably be killed if Brother Chan did not save him. Chan kicked the boy with all his might and the boy flew to the side. Bak-gu didn't have time to strike. It fell to the ground and spun several times before stopping. Bak-gu understood that he would not be able to kill this vile gentleman as long as this warrior was here. Bak-gu decided that now it would be better for him to run away from here in order not to die because he still won't be able to kill this bastard. Yang Chan ordered his brother to immediately harass this boy and kill him before he ran too far. Chan asked his brother, "Does he really want to kill this child so badly?" And what happened here? Yang Chan said that this kid is a real killer and he would never lie to his brother about such things. Chan said that he hopes that his brother is not deceiving him and that this boy is actually very guilty and wanted to kill him. The old man stood near the tree with his old friends and talked about how they needed to somehow try to get out of here. He thought that he had gone too far and he did not need to watch these people and get involved in their conflict. The guy said that in this bag there was an artifact called life. The old man replied that there is no need to feel sorry for not being able to take the artifact from him because he knows that a fleeting thirst for profit can ruin the rest of his life. The guy said that the old man actually speaks the right words and greed usually ruins people and he didn't want to take it but this bag was right in front of his eyes and he will do it. The old man replied that to tell the truth, he has no idea where all this could lead them. He thought that they were lucky and yet he met his friend Tae-chan here. He hoped that this was his chance to leave here. They ran along the forest and tried to leave this place as quickly as possible and hoped that these criminals would not catch them. They ran for a very long time and at some point they noticed that the sun was already beginning to beat beyond the horizons and evening was coming. Tae-chan said that he should ask the old man how did he end up here. He said that the appearance of the old man was very surprising for him. The old man replied that he had one very important matter here. He thought that it was better for him not to talk about what he was doing because it would be selfish and then he thought that his friend Tae-chan was standing in front of him. The old man said that he had to tell him something about what he was doing here and hoped that Tae-chan would listen to him and understand. He said that he got involved in a lifelong adventure and he was not sure that he would ever be able to finish this business but suddenly he met Tae-chan and this is his chance to finish this business. Tae-chan said that he is always ready to help his older brother, but he doesn't think that he will be of much use because he hasn't trained for a long time. Kwok said that he is not asking his friend to do him a favor, but now he wants to join hands with him and take advantage of the chance that fate gave him. Tae-chan said that he doesn't mind helping his old friend, but he doesn't understand what's going on here, and he has a feeling that it's all very dangerous. Kwok said that he had never gotten involved in such stories before and sensing danger he ran away instantly, and he was always a team player but when left alone he also wanted to run away but suddenly he saw his old friend and changed his mind. Kwok said that the fact is that because of an artifact called life there is now an active battle in this place and he would like to take part in this battle but he learned that nearby there is an educational building in which the teachings of heaven are located. Tae-chan said that this cannot be and where could there be such an important book in this area. Kwok said that this is true and he himself personally saw this book and this teaching contains a heavenly blessing and therefore everything that is happening now is not just an uprising, it is something more. Tae-chan was not prepared for the fact that such important events were now taking place in this place. It was hard for him to believe that people were now fighting here for an artifact called life and that the teachings of heaven were located here. It was incomprehensible to his mind. Kwok said that now you just need to calm down and think. He said that if these artifacts awaken a thirst for profit in Tae-chan, then other people will go completely crazy and people will be ready to die in order not to part with these artifacts. They didn't understand what they needed to do, but the old man said that first it was better to think about a plan and figure out how to deal with these problems and do everything correctly. Tae-chan said that he has a stupid idea but it might work. This idea is that they can replace all these artifacts. Kwok said that everyone is too eager to get these artifacts and therefore it is unlikely that anyone will be convinced of their authenticity, and for this they need to know what they look like in the original but he knows how to make a high-quality craft and they will have a better chance of success if Tae-chan helps him in this matter. Kwok said that one of those guys put on a whole performance and left the team to save his life together. It will be much easier for them to work. Tae-chan said that his thoughts are exactly the same as his older brother because they are from Murim together and practically agreed to this task. Kwok thought that there are a lot of good people and it's a pity that not everyone is not aware of their own capabilities. He said that he assures his friend that their nicknames cannot even compare with them in terms of their level of combat skill. Kwok said that there are only 3 things that should not be stolen and 2 of these things will belong to Tae-chan because the old man wants to take just one of these things. He said that no one should know about this and he only told Tae-chan about these artifacts and trusts him, and they know that he will honestly give the share to his old friend. Tae-chan said that he also trusts Kwok. He said that if someone else had offered him such a task, he most likely would have refused because it would all have sounded like nonsense from their lips. They shook hands and confirmed that they agreed to complete this task. Bak-gu was returning home after he ran away and failed to kill the scoundrel who attacked their family. The 6th student was at home and cried all evening. He could not stop his tears, but when he saw brother Bak-gu he calmed down a little. The 6th student said that he did not understand why he was crying because no one died and began to wipe away his tears. At that moment Chi-sim was lying next to him who had a through wound in his shoulder. Bak-gu was shocked when he saw his older brother lying on the floor with a severe wound in his shoulder. Chi-sim lay silently with his eyes open and blood was flowing out of his body, but he did not move. Bak-gu asked his brother what happened and the 6th student replied that just recently Chi-sim was lying with his eyes open and looking at him, but now he is not moving at all and the blood that is flowing out of his body does not stop. Bak-gu took his older brother with his hands and tried to wake him up. He wanted his brother to answer him something to make sure that he was still alive. Bak-gu at that moment began to pray to the great Buddha, so that this great Emperor of Heaven would help his brother stay alive, and he promised that he would grow a peach garden and build a temple in honor of each of the incarnations of Buddha. The 6th student began to cry even more and asked this student if their older brother had just died. Bak-gu held his brother in his arms who was bleeding all this time and began to scream that the very bastards who came to their house with weapons were to blame for his death. He looked at his sisters and thought that he should calm down, and now apart from him their family has no older brother and he must take his responsibility upon himself. Bak-gu said that they need to immediately find Song-yung and after that the whole family will go to a secret place to get away from here because these people might come back and attack them again. Bak-gu ordered the 6th disciple to stop crying and come to his senses because they need to deal with these problems as quickly as possible. The palace was completely destroyed. They burned almost to the ground. Everything that relatively recently was still intact and looked like expensive things was now just ordinary garbage and ashes. The thug thought that he needed to find out who this guy really was because a lot depended on it. He thought that the reward was insignificant compared to their losses and almost the entire Black Tiger had been destroyed. He needed to report to the master. He didn't understand how such professionals could get into such a difficult situation. He thought that it was all the fault of this boy who went on a mission with them for the first time, but nevertheless the other participants said that he worked well. The goon put his hand forward and said that all these guys did a good job, and he doesn't know what to say to them right now about what happened, but as soon as they return they will all receive their rewards, and no matter what they must understand that today they won. When the mercenaries heard the words of their boss, they did not feel a surge of emotions and shouted that they managed to do it, and they were very glad that they completed this mission. The night sky was filled with stars that could be seen through the tree branches. Song-yu trained in the woods with Dropsy while the rest of his team rested and slept. He trained not to let go of the sensations that he could recently feel, and this feeling allowed him to throw out a large amount of energy to perform a super blow. He wanted to train as much as possible and hone his skills in order to again evoke the same feeling in himself. Song-yu suddenly heard the voice of a man who appeared out of nowhere. This man asked him why he constantly repeats the same movements. He turned his head and tried to see the person who had just spoken to him. This man asked the boy not to be nervous. He saw that an old man with long gray hair appeared in front of him and moved very quickly and imperceptibly. He turned his head and was shocked when he saw this man. He didn't understand what the old man needed from him. Song-yu used his stick as a weapon to defend himself because he saw this old man as a threat to his life. The old man said that training alone at such a late time is a very strange decision for a young boy, and he rarely meets guys like this. Song-yu asked the old man who he was and assumed that this old man belonged to the barbarians. The old man said that the boy is either too naive or too stupid if he considers him his enemy, and if the old man wanted to kill, he would have done it long ago. Song-yu didn't understand what the old man wanted from him and why he was talking to him so strangely, as if he wanted to earn his trust. Song-yu lowered his stick and said that if this old man is here now, then most likely he has some business with him. The old man said that he just became very curious what this boy would do, and so he put aside all his business to come here and see. The old man said that he came here because of those people who were sitting there in the distance near the fire. He asked the boy if he was one of them. Song-yu asked the old man what exactly did he want to know from him. The old man replied that most likely they are paid very well for work that they do not perform. He smiled and said that he would like to say that the boy was very lucky, but it was bad luck because he saw how the boy saved everyone. He asked where the boy learned these fighting techniques. Song-yu said that this is just an ordinary technique and he doesn't understand why the old man is so interested in it. The old man said that this technique was unusual and it was a rather beautiful way to kill your opponents. He again asked in an insistent voice where the boy learned this. The old man said that he had been to so many places and seen a lot of things in his life. He had never seen such smooth movements. Song-yu understood that this old man wanted to talk and there was a technique that his aunt had once shown him. He said that he didn't know what this old man saw, but he definitely didn't do anything like that and he acted intuitively. Old man, this boy seems to be very smart, but he acts like a fool and for some reason he's pretending. Song-yu said that he speaks only the truth and does not understand why this old man wants to ask him about these techniques. Song-yu didn't understand why this old man was behaving this way, but he definitely remembers how this old man said at the very beginning that he was not his enemy. The old man patted the boy on the chest and said that he had never seen such an interesting martial art technique before. Song-yu replied that he is not interested. Continue this dialogue. The old man turned and said his name was Fu. Song-yu was very surprised when the old man said his name, and he did not understand what was happening here. The old man once again repeated to him that his name is Fu. Fu asked the boy if he knew him, or maybe he had ever heard anything about him. Song-yu replied that now he knows that this old man's name is Fu. Fu was very surprised when he found out that this boy didn't even know his name. Song-yu bowed to this old man and said that now he knows his name and therefore next time he will greet him properly. He said that now it was time for him to leave and he couldn't stay here any longer. Suddenly Song-yu stopped and beads of sweat began to run down his face. He did not understand what was happening to him. He could not control his body and stood motionless as if he had just been frozen. Fu said that in Chinese his name means luck and if the boy turns away from him now he will lose his life. Song-yu at that moment was thinking that this old man was a real monster. Song-yu asked the old man what he wanted from him. Fu replied that he already said that I want to find out who taught him this martial art technique. He heard the boy's answer that he would not talk about this military equipment and could not tell even if he really wanted to, but the old man liked this answer. Fu asked the boy to at least tell who this person was who taught him. He meant that he needed to find out whether it was a man or a woman. Song-yu was shocked by such a question and did not understand why this old man needed to know what gender was the person who taught him this martial technique. The old man looked at him with his stern gaze and wanted to hear an answer from this boy. He said that he had just heard his answer. Song-yu replied that he did not say anything out loud and did not understand how the old man could find out this. Fu said that the boy didn't tell him anything specifically, but he answered anyway. Fu moved very quickly from place to place and looked at the boy from different angles. He wanted to understand why this particular boy was taught such a technique. He wanted to know what the reason was and why he was so special. Fu said that if the boy doesn't want to talk he can just go with him and one way or another he will find out the reason, and if he agrees to work on the old people he will become even stronger several times. Song-yu thought that if he told this old man about this secret military technique his aunt would kill him. Fu said that he doesn't know why he attracted her attention so much and what connects these two people, but this is not so important and he is ready to adequately pay him hundreds of times more than he receives now. Song-yu became interested in this proposal because I understand that you can make good money here, and he asked what would need to be done. Fu replied that he didn't care at all and the main task would be to kill. Tae-chan fought against a warrior using his stick. He could deflect massive sword blows. Enemy, how are you very angry? And it was clear from him that he would go to the end in order to get his artifact. Tae-chan threw his opponent's sword aside and pushed him back. After this a rapid jerk forward and pushed the enemy even harder so that he fell to the ground and hit. Kwok watched this battle and thought that he was right and not mistaken when he said that this guy could not cope with Tae-chan. He knew that his eyes had not failed him. Kwok said that the strength of this guy is incredible and he has already forgotten how to fight this valiant warrior, and in the future legends will be made about him throughout the world of Hanamu. He said that this guy was able to defeat a famous master. He held a bag in his hand and said that this scoundrel hid artifacts of life in himself and wanting to preserve it until the end of his days. He ended up dying because of this artifact. But this is not the end, and we need to go down from the mountain. Therefore it is better that this artifact will be kept by Tae-chan. Tae-chan picked up this bag of artifacts and looked at it in surprise. He asked if Kwok really didn't mind having this bag of artifacts in his possession. They heard some strange sound and realized that the enemy was approaching them and immediately reacted to it. An old man appeared near them holding a giant iron club in his hands, and said that this was all very strange, but nevertheless he was ready for it. Kwok saw that a very strong warrior had approached them and realized that the two of them would definitely not be able to cope with him and would not even be able to resist this master. The old man looked at the dead warrior who was lying on the ground and bleeding. He said that it was the damn slug who gave up very quickly, and he would never have been taken with the artifact of life in such a simple way. He ordered these guys to immediately give him this valuable artifact, and then he would probably leave them alive. Kwok Boyaka thought that this big guy is very cunning. He wants to get money and artifacts online for himself, but they can't just give it to him. Tae-chan asked this thug what he would get in return if he gave him this artifact. The thug replied that this guy is not thinking about the things he should be thinking about. Kwok Boyaka understood that his friend was now asking very stupid questions, because even if they now give this big guy the artifact life, they still won't be able to leave here without a fight and stay alive. He knew that they would be killed so as not to leave witnesses. Tae-chan threw the bag to the old man for him to guard and said that they would not rely on alms and would not just give these artifacts to some stranger. Kwok caught this bag and thought that his friend was right. Now they could only hope for someone's mercy, but he didn't know if they could cope with such an opponent. In the house of two trading families, the lights were on in the windows, and there were two guards standing near the entrance who did not let outside guests through. The silhouettes of two men were visible in the windows. They were quarreling among themselves and shouting about events that happened 2 months ago that they should discuss. Chan said that his brother wanted to hide his crimes from him and thought that he would never find out about it, but he found out. Yang Chan said that he did some disgusting things, but they don't understand what his brother wants from him. Chan said that he should tell his father before it turns into a bigger problem. Chan said that his brother had gone completely crazy because of his actions a man died. Yang Chan replied that this is absolutely unimportant and his people are also dead, and therefore no one is spreading anything about it and no one will know about it. Chan began to shout at his brother and said that what he was saying now was incomprehensible to him, and the younger brother treated the death of people as some kind of toy. He said that it saddens him that his brother's notoriety is growing every day. If he had not intervened today, his brother would already be dead for all his sins. Yang Chan shouted that his brother was in heaven when he was really needed and returned only now, and therefore he should not pretend to know what is happening here. If he wants to complain about his ugly brother, then let him go and do it. Chan said that he would tell his father everything he knew, and it all grew into a huge problem. Yang Chan replied that if the father and all the top people find out about this, then there will be a lot of problems in their family. Jan said that his father has done a lot of things and his brother now wants to be drawn into the investigation of this stupid case and for all his efforts to turn into dust. He said that his brother didn't even think about the fact that his father might know everything himself, but he was deliberately covering for him. Yang said that Chan is his younger brother who is very worried about his older brother and does not want to help his older brother. He said that if Chan thinks that when Yang dies all the money will go to him, and he is wrong. Chan didn't understand why his brother had such a dirty mouth and why he said so many vile words. Yang saw his little brother running away and thought that this guy doesn't deserve to be his brother because he behaves like a real rag and a weakling. He just now remembered that today he was supposed to have a meeting with a beautiful girl and he completely forgot about this meeting. Ian smiled and said that just thinking about it makes him hot, and he clearly spent today on the wrong people. He wants to meet that beauty as soon as possible. He turned his head back and saw that in his room there was a person he knew who was afraid of him. Bak-gu stood in his room holding a sword in his hand and said that the hour of reckoning had come, and now no one could protect this vile bastard. Bak-gu hit his opponent with the ball and caused him very strong damage and cuts part of his body. Yang Chan did not expect that he would be attacked so suddenly and did not have time to dodge, and after he received damage he began to cough up blood. He began to run into the distance of the corridor and shout very loudly that he needed help and everyone who was nearby would come to his aid and save him from this guy. Bakgu said that today is a fateful day and one of them must die, either he or Yang-chan. At this time of year the weather was terrible and there was a strong wind, especially in the evening, and this wind blew away the last leaves that remained on the tree. Song-yu returned home, but he was shocked because the lights in the house were not on, and there were things scattered in the yard. He did not understand what happened. He was very surprised when he didn't see his brothers and sisters here and thought that something had happened here. Song-yu walked throughout the house from room to room looking for students. All he could find here were scattered things and clothes that were not left. He didn't understand where all the students had gone and why there was no one here. He had to understand what happened here, and it was strange for him that the disciples did not leave any note where they were now so that he could find them. He promised himself that he would find all the students and save them, but first he needed to find at least some clue that could help him. In the evening there were a lot of people in the city. They were all walking along the streets of the city and leading their usual way of life. Song-yu held his stick in his hand, which was his main weapon, and wandered through the streets of the city in search of his brothers, or people who saw or know what happened to them. Suddenly a bald old man appeared in front of him and accidentally pushed him with his shoulder. The man turned his head at the boy and began to scold him for the fact that he was absolutely not looking in the direction he was going. Because of him they had just collided. But when the man looked closely at this guy, he was very scared and immediately fell silent. Song-yu emitted very strong negative energy that could be seen with the naked eye, and everyone who saw this energy was immediately scared. Song-yu didn't pay attention to this bald man and just kept walking forward. He was too busy looking for his students. He didn't care about this bald man. Song-yu remembered a dialogue with his boss about how they said that the boss would check on him from time to time. The boss was surprised by this dialogue, and for him the guy's words sounded very strange. Song-yu was shocked by all these events. He believed that this was just some kind of nonsense. This could not be true. He wanted to find his brothers and find out what happened to them. He came to Yang-chan's house and saw that there were 2 guards at the entrance guarding the central doors. The guards limit the guy that today I will take a few more steps towards them, they will be forced to attack him. The guards told this guy to stop and tell them the purpose of his visit, but he didn't pay attention to them. Song-yu looked at this guard with a reproachful look and made it clear that he did not intend to communicate politely with them, and at that moment the guard recognized this boy. The guards grabbed him with their hands and said that they would not allow him to go further until he stated the purpose of his visit and until he said his name. Song-yu was not in the mood to communicate with them, so he kicked the door with all his might and broke it. The guards said that this guy was their enemy and immediately brought out their weapons to attack him. Song-yu took out his stick and made several quick swinging strikes to fight off these guards. The guards did not have time to follow his fast movements and therefore lost control of themselves with their swords and dropped them. At that moment the swords flew into the air. Song-yu came in on a mission and shouted his brother's name very loudly. He said that he knows that Bakgu is here now. The guards saw that some stranger had entered the building and ordered him to stop immediately. Song-yu shouted very loudly and asked where Yang-chan was, and he ordered this guy to come out to him as quickly as possible. Suddenly an old man in white clothes appeared in front of him and ordered the boy to stop. The old man said that if this guy has anything to do with a member of such a high-ranking family, he should start observing some rules of decency that are accepted in this house. Song-yu said that he came here because he needs to find one person, and that's why he is looking for Yang-chan. The old man thought that he felt the destructive power of this guy and didn't understand which clan this boy was from, but he saw with his own eyes how this guy knocked out a large door with his foot, and he was definitely an unusual person and it would be very difficult to cope with him. The old man asked who exactly is this boy looking for. Song-yu replied that he is looking for his student named Bakgu, and he knows that Yang-chan is connected with the fact that his student disappeared. The old man did not understand how the heir of this house could be connected with the student of this young guy, and he stopped understanding what was happening here. The old man asked the boy, "Is he really looking for the heir and eldest son of this family?" Song-yu replied that he does not know who the eldest son in this house is, but he is definitely looking for this guy and knows that he lives here. The old man understood what was happening here and why there was such an idiotic situation in this house. The old man called his servant and ordered him to immediately report to the head of the house about the situation that happened, because this guy is very dangerous and they must report it because it will be very difficult to solve this situation in words. The old man said that he doesn't understand who this is. This is a boy. Why did he come here? But they won't find someone who will solve his problem. The old man said that he wants to find out the name of this guy who is invading everyone in their house and find out his origin. He said that his heir is probably a great man since he feels so confident. Song Yu was very angry but understood that he needed to calm down and talk to this old man because he was trying to solve this problem diplomatically. Song Yu told this old man his name and said that his mentor is the 18th disciple of the Muyin Ghost clan. The old man understood that this is an ordinary person and at his age, he simply could not have such strength and therefore he belongs to a certain clan. But it turns out that the Muyin clan again has an outstanding warrior. The old man married this boy and he said that he had heard about this clan. It was part of him to get to know this young man and they are often called the Starlight clan. Song Yu was very surprised when this old man said that he knew about this clan and he became interested in what connects his mentor with this house. The old man says that this boy knows nothing about him and their house, but he is sure that in the future this guy will become an outstanding leader. Song Yu asked what does his mentor have to do with this place. The old man replied that he had nothing to do with it, he was just here as a guest some time ago, and asked the guy what brought him here. Song Yu said that he has already talked about this but will repeat once again that he is looking for a person and asks these people not to disclose details. The old man saw that the stick in this guy's hands was emitting strong energy, and he was very surprised by this because he understood that the guy was very strong. The gentleman came down the steps and was brought here to meet this boy. The gentleman said that his name is Yongjun Peter and he is the head of this house and the head of both high-ranking families. He asked the boy who he was and why he had the impudence to come to someone else's house and behave rudely with the inhabitants of this house. Song Yu said that as soon as his question is resolved, he will immediately apologize for his game in the area, and at the same moment he asked where is Yang Chan now. After that he asked another question and asked where his disciple Bakgu was now. Yang Jun said that he had already heard this question and asked the boy not to repeat it again because nothing would change from this. He said that there was no person named Bakgu in his house. At that moment a service came up to him and whispered some information. Yang Jun found out that the person this guy is looking for is the same bandit who invaded their house with a weapon in his hands. Yang Jun said that if this boy is looking for their enemy then he automatically becomes their enemy. Song Yu asked why they call his student an enemy. He said that this gentleman tried to desecrate his sister in broad daylight and he is the real enemy. Song Yu said that his students were just protecting their sister. Yang Jun pointed his finger at this boy and said that he was telling a lie and he should be punished for his dirty family, and he himself has no idea what his student did. The gentleman said that the guy who invaded his house with a weapon took the hand of his eldest son. If he had not stopped in time he would already be dead. He said that this vile guy whom he calls a student I was lucky and he came here anyway and now demands that they give him the killer and his son. Song Yu said that he does not know all the details that happened here, but he wants to know what is happening with his student Bakgu. He emitted very strong energy from his body and said that if they don't immediately give him his student then he will cut off this guy's second hand. Yang Jun ordered his soldiers to immediately attack this guy and force him to kneel down and apologize for his words. Song Yu said that he now understands who his son has become and if they are such vile people they should be punished for this. The soldiers pulled out their swords and immediately made a quick dash towards this guy in order to attack him. Song Yu fought them off with his stick and quickly destroyed his enemies without even allowing them to approach him. The next soldier ran towards the guy and wanted to strike him very hard for the fact that he had just neutralized two of his friends. Song Yu dodged this blow and the soldier missed and then fell. Song Yu was very angry and kicked this soldier in the chest with all his strength using his internal energy to strengthen his blow. The blow was incredibly strong and the soldier flew back very quickly as if a bomb had just exploded near him. Song Yu said that he came here only to pick up his brother but he won't be able to do it just like that. He shouted that he would have to kill everyone who was stopping him from taking his brother from this house and they themselves were to blame for resisting him. The old man watched this battle and could not believe that this guy had incredible combat equipment and he thought that in the clan that his grandfather was talking about the boy did not study such deadly techniques and this guy was not going to give in to his opponents. The soldier swung his sword and shouted very loudly he wanted to deal a crushing blow. His ball hit a wooden stick and the soldier thought that he could break the stick. But everything didn't happen at all as he thought and his iron sword began to crack as if it were glass. His sword broke when it touched this wooden stick. Song Yu rotated the stick in his hands and created a whirlwind of blows. In this way he accumulated a large amount of energy in a very short period of time. Song Yu immediately made a counterattack and the fragments of the sword that were flying in the air he hit and began to fly towards the opponents like shurikens. The soldiers defended themselves with their swords from iron fragments in order not to get injured. The old man saw that iron fragments were flying in their direction and thought that this was very dangerous. he immediately created a protective dome that protected him and the master from these fragments. Song-yu said that he will kill everyone until he sees his student and that bastard who tried to offend his sister. Suddenly Chan appeared and ordered this guy to immediately stop and stop fighting. Chan blocked the enemy's stick with his sword and did not allow him to continue this battle further. He saw that this guy was very angry and he was emitting an incredibly strong red aura that was ready to destroy everything that would interfere with him. Chan saw that his opponent was not going to stop. He was constantly throwing new blows. Chan fought off these blows and asked the guy to stop and talk about everything that happened here. He said that if they discussed this, they would be able to come to some kind of resolution to the conflict. Song-yu was very angry and his anger could no longer be stopped using words. He wanted to destroy everyone until they showed him his student and this bastard. Chan didn't understand how he needed to act in this situation. He tried to calm this guy down, but he saw that nothing was working. The old man told the young master to immediately move away and dodge the blows because this guy is crazy. Chan stood motionless in an open position and showed with his body that he did not want to fight and was ready to get hit. Song-yu didn't understand why this guy doesn't raise his hands and defend himself. He's already started his attack. If this guy stands still like he is now, then he'll definitely have to be killed. The old man managed to protect the young master in time and threw Song-yu back. He didn't understand what was happening because he didn't have time to notice that an old man appeared in front of him and was surprised that this grandfather could move so quickly. The old man began to shout very loudly at the young master that he was behaving absolutely stupidly and was not defending himself despite the fact that you could see that this guy was going to kill him. The old man threw the young master back so that he would not interfere with his fight with this guy and took out his fan to use it as a weapon. Chan looked back and saw that they were fighting. He shouted that a lot of blood had already been shed and he needed to stop immediately. He said that nothing can be fixed because it's too late. Song-yu tried to rest a little after this battle and come to his senses. He didn't understand where did this guy come from here and why didn't he want to defend himself. The old man said that the young master came to him with pure motives and did not want to fight and did not understand why the stranger tried to kill him. Yang Jun asked why his junior harmed the stranger and why did he come here to kill everyone. The old man touched his ball and said that this guy's hands are capable of doing evil and a lot of time has passed since he picked up a sword, but he no longer has the strength to just stand and look at it. Song-yu was very surprised when he saw that the old man was trying to get his sword. He understood that it would be a very strong and experienced opponent. Suddenly a strong man appeared in front of him and covered him with his back. He ordered the old man not to touch this boy. Song-yu saw his boss who suddenly appeared here and tried to protect him. He shouted that their family had crossed the last line and they were behaving like real monsters and should stop immediately. The gentleman asked this guy, who is he, why did he come here? This guy replied that he came here to finish everything here and now. Suk returned to Song-yu and said that he only recently learned about what happened to his students during their absence and called the boy's action reckless because he should have consulted him first. Sok said that the boy acted recklessly because he came here alone and he had to call him with him as an assistant, and probably he thought that if he was the eldest student then he should take revenge for everything himself, but if he died here there would only be more problems and the students would have suffered even more. Song-yu said that his uncle was right in everything and he behaved selfishly and recklessly. Sok replied that now he must not forget that before doing anything he needs to think carefully about everything and study his enemies properly. Juice said that he should never again blindly follow his place and first of all a man should take care of his family and protect it in every possible way. He said that there can be no excuses for those who cannot protect their loved ones and he must be more decisive. They slowly started to leave and the guy said that he wouldn't do that again and now feels guilty for his action. Yang Jun said that they have no right to leave here after we made so much noise here and started a fight. The uncle said that he would have been better off helping his wounded son instead of reproaching them for their actions. Yang Jun said that no one has the right to communicate with him in such a tone. The gentleman shouted that this boy caused a lot of problems in his house and many of his people were injured or even killed, and he caused serious injuries to his youngest son, and his disciple deprived his eldest son of his hand, and after that he believes that Song-yu is not worthy of life. He shouted that he would not allow them to leave here just like that with impunity. The blacksmith said that it was not this boy who started the fight, but that his soldiers on his orders attacked him and he was simply defending himself. The uncle ordered this gentleman to immediately calm down and admit that he was the first to start the battle. He said that it was him and his people and now he must think what his eldest son did and why all these guys are attacking him. He said that the gentleman is stupid and does not understand that his son is actually to blame. Sok said that it was all his son's fault because of him. He now needs to treat his people if he wants to stop all this. Why doesn't he figure out this whole matter himself? Yang Jun said that he needs proof and he can't just trust a stranger. Sok said that he still didn't understand anything from what he was just told, and he says all this because you want to stop the shedding of blood and explain that people died for a reason, but because this young gentleman did a lot of terrible things. The old man said that they all need to heal their wounds. After that, they will not be able to understand who is right and who is wrong. The blacksmith said that he initially said this, but if it turns out that Yang Chong is to blame for this conflict, then their family will be forced to hand him over to be punished. Yang Jun did not understand how to act in this situation because this conflict had reached a new level, and now he himself began to doubt that he was right. The blacksmith asked them not to worry and said that they did not need to take out their mercy balls. The old man thought that this stranger recognized him despite the fact that he did not even introduce himself or say his name. He said that first you want the children to calm down and heal their wounds, but he wants to know the name of the deceased person on their side and said that he has the right to find out this. The blacksmith said that he personally knew the boy who could have been killed in this house, and this information should be enough for them. Song Yu said that he had to take his student away from here today. He couldn't wait any longer. The blacksmith replied that they needed to go out and then they wouldn't talk about everything. The gentleman was very angry about this whole situation, but he could not do anything with his anger, and he was in the most advantageous situation. Song Yu worked in the forge and beat tools with his hammer and helped the blacksmith with his work. He hit the hot iron with all his might and achieved the ideal shape of this tool. Song Yu constantly thought about what the blacksmith told him after they returned home. Uncle said that he himself found out about everything too late, and the children were not very quiet. He thought that nothing could happen to him, but when he saw that the house was empty, he immediately went to look for them, and it seems they ran away in a hurry. Song Yu said that when Bak-gu cut off this guy's hand along with where he was, there was a riot. He said that he knows one person who should contact if there are serious problems. The uncle said that there were rumors in the city that the Black Tiger Squad was completely destroyed, and he was surprised that the boy returned alive after this task. He said that he thinks now that the time when everything happened here and when rumors began to spread was actually a dangerous time, and he shouldn't have attached importance to all this rumor. The uncle said that Song Yu's students could moderate the battlefield, but the problem is that Mr. Yang has connections that have great influence here, and so until he is sure that he can take revenge, it is better not to do anything. Song Yu continued to hit the red-hot instrument with a hammer and straighten the shape of this instrument. He said that he must definitely find his students no matter what the cost. He didn't understand how it happened that they disappeared. He wanted to know where they went and what happened to them. Song Yu closed his eyes and tears began to flow down his cheeks. A tear fell from his eye. A tear landed on the tip of the hammer and scattered many small drops. He said that if he had not been so arrogant, then everything would be fine with his younger students and they would all be alive, but his sister and the fifth student suffered because of him, and he cannot stop blaming himself because of this. Song Yu wiped a tear with his sleeve and tried to calm down. He thought that if he did one thing he would definitely stay for days and find his students, but for this he needed to work hard. The blacksmith looked at this boy and thought that Kwok did not raise him at all as he should, and he is too mature for his age, and if we add to this his strength and his character, there will be problems. If he goes the wrong way, he won't be able to stop either. He went to the next table and took a large hammer to start working. The blacksmith stood next to the guy at the next table and worked in the same way as the boy. Sparks from their blows flew in different directions. In the house where all the students lived, it was surprisingly very dark and empty. But before, there was always a lively atmosphere here. A grave appeared in the yard, which meant that the fourth student would always be remembered here. Song Yu looked at this wooden sign and thought that all this might not have happened if he had come a little earlier. Spirit Chi Sim talked to the senior student and said that he was a little late, and unfortunately he was late and they did not have time to meet for the last time. Song Yu apologized to the fourth student for his actions. Chi Sim said that no one knew that this would happen and it's not the elder brother's fault that he was delayed. Song Yu said that he is very guilty before all his brothers and sisters, and he cannot forgive himself for what happened in his family during his absence. Chi Sim said that he had not seen his elder brother in such a state for a long time and thought that his elder brother never cried. Song Yu put his hands on his head and said that emotions had overwhelmed him, and if he didn't cry he would feel even worse because after tears comes devastation. He said he would never act like a fool again. Chi Sim answered him that the older brother should not behave like this from this situation because he was not to blame for anything, and Chi Sim along with the rest of the brothers were simply protecting their home and their sister. Song Yu said that it was time for him to leave and they would definitely meet again and everything would be different. He said that he would help his brothers and sisters and would definitely find them. Tae-chan was very tired due to the constant intense battle. His legs were shaking. He tried to keep himself in shape and continue to fight, but blood was leaking from his nose. The old man said that this thing was great for catching bears like them, and he hit the mark right on target, so they should soon spit out their guts and die very painfully. Kwok held a knife behind his back and thought that this would probably happen right here, and there was nothing he could do to help this guy. He thought that he should try to do at least something despite the fact that he has no chance. Kwok saw a bright green light that appeared out of nowhere and turned his head to understand what it was. The girl used an amazing combat technique that created green energy tails around her. Kwok thought that this girl is also a martial arts master and this could be their salvation. She moved quickly with her hands, but her movements were very graceful and smooth and mastered a unique martial arts technique. She moved her hands forward and roots and vines appeared from the ground and obeyed her movements. The roots moved forward very quickly and headed towards the enemy. The vines began to bind his hands, preventing him from moving. He tore these roots and did not allow himself to be confused. He said that he would rid them of this stupid habit of resisting and destroy them immediately. The big man swung his large iron club to deliver a critical blow. She saw this big club and realized that she needed to try to dodge, but she didn't know how to do it. Most likely she would now receive heavy damage. The girl was very scared and did not understand what to do. She was in a confused state. Kwok realized that he couldn't let this girl die now and he needed to save her urgently. He jumped towards her and grabbed her with his hand to save her. He didn't want her to receive this severe damage. They fell to the ground together and the iron club flew past them and was unable to catch them and strike. Kwok started shouting at her that she was completely crazy, and because she didn't dodge this blow he said that she could have died. Kwok took out his knife and realized that now he would have to fight this big guy to protect the girl. Tae-chan suddenly hit this old man in the stomach with his club and threw him back. The brute did not expect such a strong blow, and because of this he flew to the side, was unable to stay on his feet, and received quite a lot of damage. Kwok asked the girl to use her superpower again and try to tie up this thug this time. She followed the old man's order and again created green roots and vines that quickly flew towards their enemy. The wooden stick very quickly hit the white target from different sides and delivered its blows. Each blow is only faster and stronger. Song-yu emitted very strong red and black energy, thanks to which he was able to train for a long time without stopping. He knew that he shouldn't give in, and he had to train until he became so strong that he could take revenge on all his opponents single-handedly. The blacksmith said that even if a dark streak has come in life, one must try not to make it even darker, and he said this about the secret technique that the boy uses but is not able to control it. Song-yu said that if he did not know this military technique, he would have been dead several times already. The blacksmith said that he has no idea what the boy is thinking about now and what motives were pursued by the person who showed him these techniques. But if he continues to resort to them, then only his name will remain from his personality. Song-yu understood that his uncle was worried because this technique only leads to death, and therefore he was very worried about this. If he stopped using this technique, then he would not be able to take revenge. The uncle said that the boy emanates a strange energy at such moments. It would be better if he learned to wisely manage this energy. He has enormous inner strength and he can defeat enemies with ordinary techniques. The blacksmith said that the boy did not understand what could happen if he used these secret techniques. And after that he calmed down and asked if any weighed his mentor. Song-yu said that most likely everything is fine with him. The blacksmith said that most likely everything is, so he has no idea why he has not contacted his students all this time, but to be honest, their mentor is not the weakest person. He said that their mentor used to have a nickname, the back and forth walker, because he constantly took 1 step forward and 10 back. The blacksmith said that their master was given such a nickname for a reason. He received a similar title for his actions. But in fact he is cool and strong, but he would have just staggered around here, and because of this no one respected him. The uncle said that he had rarely had the opportunity to deal with their mentor before, but he said all this to the fact that the boy should not worry, his mentor will definitely come back. Song-yu said that he hopes that everything will be exactly like this and he won't have to worry too much about it. Tae-chan activated his rage and with the help of a very strong blow was able to break the large iron club that this big guy was fighting with. He was in a state of incredible rage and it was difficult to stop him. He emitted very strong energy from his body which turned into lightning and scattered in different directions. Kwok shouted that he knows that Tae-chan can cope with this enemy and will be able to destroy him because he is an incredibly strong warrior. But suddenly he saw that something very strange was happening to his friend. I don't understand what happened. For some reason Tae-chan began to fall to the ground and could no longer stand on his feet. It felt as if he had completely run out of energy. He fell and was unable to get up for some time because he lost consciousness. Night had fallen. The moon was very bright and resembled a large sky lantern. He slowly began to open his eyes and tried to see what was happening around him and what had happened to him. Kwok said that the guy lost consciousness when he was fighting because he splashed out a lot of energy, but everything is fine and there is no need to worry because they are safe. Kwok said that this guy ate an artifact called life and now they own it because it's in his stomach. He said that this cannot be because this is the most unique medicine that exists. Kwok replied that that's why he gave it to Tae-chan when he lost consciousness, but he didn't expect the medicine to work so quickly. Tae-chan said that he was going to give this medicine to his children. Kwok replied that he himself had to be fine in order to be able to take care of his children. If he had taken this medicine, he would most likely have died. Kwok said that he too would like to eat an artifact called life, but he must give it to his senior student. Tae-chan said that he also wanted to do the same and he did not ask to be fed this medicine. Kwok said that Tae-chan himself should understand that he has excellent skills thanks to which he can earn good money and feed his children. Kwok said that he was so unlucky his skills are now much worse. At the beginning they argue that their views differ but their lives are very similar. Kwok smiled and said that he had to change his outlook on life in order to take care of his students. Kwok at that moment was thinking that he had one life artifact left and this sacred artifact could help him very well. Song-yu and his boss had dinner at the store owned by his father. Juice turned his head and looked at the worried face of his friend. I didn't understand what happened to him. Song-yu asked why Suk is looking at him and not eating his food. He replied that he had recently heard about the situation that had developed in the city and heard the boy's words that he wanted to avenge his brothers and younger students. Song-yu said that he shouldn't worry about it and he has everything under control. The boss replied that he cared and besides this happened at a time when they were away. Song-yu closed his eyes and tried to calm down, but he couldn't. He realized his eyes were up and thought that before he and his brothers and sisters were a happy family, but for some reason now he was left all alone. At this point, they just started eating noodles in silence and tried not to disturb each other. The blacksmith had been working in his forge since the morning and creating a new sword. He sharpened this sword so that the blade was razor sharp. He worked hard on this sword because he wanted to create a weapon of the highest class, and during the moments of work, he often remembered why he was doing it. He remembered the day when Kwok Boyaka brought his small children to him and asked for help. He showed him a little boy named Song-yu and asked the blacksmith to teach this boy all the intricacies of the blacksmith's craft and take him under his wing. The blacksmith remembered this moment every time, and after that he realized that the old man had always been very cunning. He sharpened his sword and then stepped aside to get a better look at it. He held this sword in his hand and rotated it in different directions in order to understand how well he managed to create the shape of this sword. He knew that he had to do something to not let this boy die, and since he was a blacksmith of making a good sword, this was the best help he could do. He raised this sword up and made a quick movement to the side. The blacksmith saw what trace this sword leaves after it moves in space, and this trace meant that the sword was made in the best traditions. He had to test this sword in battle and practice using this sword to test its strength. The blacksmith made a very wide side kick, and after that he saw that the smaller one did very high damage in the area. This was a very good result. He made very fast blows, and in cases of strong energy, he understood that this sword was created to bring light to this world and drive out darkness. He turned his head back and saw a boy approaching him. Song-yu said that he came to his uncle to do some work. The uncle replied that today they have a lot of work to do and therefore they need not to relax. The blacksmith said that he had prepared something for Song-yu and this item was located near the wall. He asked the guy to bring it and said that he told the guy yesterday that he wanted to prohibit him from using destructive techniques and therefore today he would teach him self-control. He said that he knows that the boy trained a lot alone, but what he wants to explain is very difficult and asked the guy if he is ready to learn this. Song-yu felt a strong anger that was destroying him from the inside and answered his uncle that he was ready to wait for this anger and learn everything that he would show him. Song Yu trained at the foot of the mountain and perfected his strikes with the help of new weapons. He hit the stone with his stick and the stones broke off and flew off this wall. He knows that he shouldn't feel sorry for himself and he had to do it at any cost. The blacksmith showed him blows that looked very accurate and restrained, but these blows could cause a lot of damage if they did not penetrate the enemy's defense. He said that the most important thing in this martial art is breathing. If a person does not breathe, he will simply die. Song Yu said that he absolutely agrees with his uncle's words, but he doesn't understand what exactly he wants to explain to him. The uncle said that a person must eat because if he does not eat, then he will die. But in order to eat, you need to work hard, and the boy must understand that he must consciously breathe, eat, and work hard to achieve results. Song Yu said that he still doesn't fully understand what exactly his uncle wants to tell him. The blacksmith showed a very accurate blow with good endurance and correct movements. He said that if the boy does not understand what his uncle meant, then he is acting unconsciously. Song Yu said that if you trust his uncle's words, then he should move naturally and all his actions should be controlled by his mind. The blacksmith said that this is the very first and most important rule, but this is just one rule of all. Song Yu asked what is the second rule. His uncle answered him that he needed to find the difference between working in a forge and training, and he should think carefully about his question and weigh everything before answering it. Song Yu said that when he hits with a hammer while working in the forge, he does it mindlessly, but when he practices with a stick, he pays attention to the strength of the movement and accuracy. The uncle replied that the boy was thinking in the right direction, and he said that various problems can happen to a person if he does not think. He said that Song Yu must sharpen the ability to act consciously in everything, even in habitual movements. He said that this is exactly where you should start training and curb your mind and emotions. Song Yu thought that first of all honing this skill using familiar movements would be the most correct option, but this is not as easy as it might seem at first glance. You could hear the sounds of a person running in your face. Kwok tried to offend with all his might, not sparing his energy, in order to return back as quickly as possible. He stopped for a moment to catch his breath because at his age it was already very difficult to run long distances. Kwok thought that if he had not met his old friend Tae-chan, he would already be dead, but at that moment he remembered the old wisdom that the one who was in charge yesterday will no longer be today, and the one who had the advantage an hour ago is now his doesn't have. He tripped over a stone that was under his foot, and at that moment the thought appeared in your head that smart people always know that the one who was on a horse today can fall off it tomorrow. Boyaka fell to the ground and hit his back. At his age, such falls are always very difficult. He rolled down the mountain somersaults, and I think that the man who lost everything turned out to be right in everything anyway. When he stopped, he cleared his throat for a long time and thought that he was sure that he would be able to escape and not stumble. He put his hand into the inner pocket of his clothes and took out a book. He looked at this book and realized that he now owned an incredibly important artifact. He had never been interested in such books before, but suddenly he wanted to steal it because his skills were far from those of the Murim and he knew his place and never gave in to greed, but this task became a lucky ticket for him. He hid the book back in his inner shirt pocket and began to run. Then he thought that he was still lucky and good luck was on his side. He understood that better than them, the best moments of his life came at the same time. This moment right now, he was thinking about the fact that he would have to risk his life again. But he was the man who had a goal in life, and these were his students, so he still did not give up and continued to run and fight. Only because he had a goal would he be able to return with his head held high and having washed away the self before last, and he had only one chance, a unique way to break through, and he had to use it. In a dark room in which there was absolutely no light except the moonlight that came through the windows, there were two people in this space, but their faces were not visible. The master asked his subject is a third-class man who was considered idle for 30 years, a worthless old man carrying out tasks for first-class mercenaries still alive. The servant sat on his knees and told the master that this worthless old man had created more problems for them that they now had to deal with. The master put his hand forward and pointed his finger at his slave. He began to tap his finger on the surface of the table and said that their problems should be solved and the moon shadow should do it. The servant raised his head up and looked at his master. The gentleman said that the moon shadow made a mistake that he had never made before. The servant said that he was ready to bear the punishment for his mistake. The master said that they would return to this issue and he would come back when he made a decision about what to do as a servant, but for now he allowed his subject to leave. He saw how his servant obediently listened to the order and then disappeared. The gentleman knew that this old man introduced himself with his idleness and his weakness. If he were a beginner, he would not understand his nickname, but the gentleman knew exactly the nickname of Kwok Boyaka. It was a hot summer outside. Autumn came very quickly and the leaves on the trees turned yellow and the weather became cool. Time flew by and the first snow fell and then covered the roofs of the houses. A small snowflake flew into the air, but after a few seconds this snowflake was cut with a sword. Almost nothing was left of it. Song-yu held a black stick in his hand and continued to train even though it was very cold and the weather outside was terrible. He practiced his strikes and tried to improve them every day. Fu watched this boy train and move. During training he saw these fast and powerful blows. Fu said that this guy's skills have improved and he now fights much better than before. Song-yu turned his head towards this old man and looked at him in surprise. He bowed to this old man and said that they had not seen each other for a very long time, and he was glad to see Mr. Fu again. The old man said that the guy managed to catch his steps. He was very surprised by this. He said that the boy had actually come a long way, but even that was not enough to fully detect him. Song-yu said that he only felt a slight awkwardness, and thanks to this, he noticed the old man. Song-yu said that his skills have not yet reached their perfection. Fu said that he was never mistaken about this boy, and when he first saw him in battle he realized that he did not have the proper skill, but he had obvious perseverance and fighting spirit. The idea immediately occurred to him that the boy was born to devote his life to this. Song-yu asked the old man how he knew his location. The old man replied that it was difficult. However, he began to look for information about Song-yu immediately after he refused to accept his offer and returned. He said that he had business nearby, and as soon as he came here he immediately thought about Song-yu. The guy said that if Mr. Fu is not busy then he will treat him with a cup of tea. The old man replied that he liked this offer. Fu saw that the guy put a cup of hot tea on his table and asked the boy what kind of people did he want to find. Song-yu replied to Mr. Fu that searching for these people is a very difficult task even for such a person as Fu himself. The old man replied that it was actually not that difficult, but the boy would have to pay a certain price for the old man to find these people. Song-yu said that if Fu offers him the life that he offered earlier then he is forced to refuse this offer. Fu-yu said that the boy honed his skills in martial arts but he still remained principled. However, he needs to provide a service in finding people. Song-yu asked, "Are there any other ways to pay for this service?" The old man replied that the guy can't offer him anything else, and he says all this from the leadership and his curiosity. Song-yu had to make a decision, but the old man could provide him with a very expensive service in finding people and helping him find his brothers and sisters, but in this case he had to give his life to this master and do the dirty work with him. Song-yu heard that the old man was ready to throw away his principles and make concessions for this guy. Fu said that he is ready to help the guy with such a minor request because he wants to do it. Fu said that the guy was very kind to him and treated him to tea, but Fu didn't even have time to drink this tea. He said that with a cup of tea he would not be able to pay for this service, but nevertheless he would take on this task and help the guy in return for the same request. Song-yu asked what exactly he should fix and what is this request. Fu said that the guy would have to convey one very important message and thereby repay his debt. It was very sunny and good weather outside despite the fact that there was snow everywhere. Bak-gu ran forward and felt that it was very difficult for him to move but still continued to run. There was a man with long hair sitting on his back and he had a mask on his face, and this guy was clearly dissatisfied with this. He asked Bak-gu why they were running forward now and what it all meant because he had completely lost the meaning of what was happening. Bak-gu shouted that this all meant that everyone who offended him and his family would definitely be destroyed. The guy put his hand on Bak-gu's head and said that of course everyone will be destroyed because he is the grandson of the Supreme Witch Samarin, and therefore today he himself will go to the top. Bak-gu's legs were pumped up by real professional warriors and he climbed to the top of the mountain through pain. The windows in the palace were burning, and at that moment snow slowly fell from them and covered the roofs of this palace. In the courtyard of this palace 2 men walked one after another. Ram walked along this yard and thought that the elder brother and the other students should wait just a little, and now they will no longer have to endure a poor life. He said that the gentleman chose Rama despite the fact that this guy had just received an academic degree and came to them. Ram said that he had only recently passed the final exam and entered the fortress for the first time, and he also did not understand why they chose him and hoped that the leader would correct his stupidity. The man turned his head and replied that the guy was really different from all the students who had graduated before. Ram said that he wants to gain practical experience because it is always more valuable than dead knowledge. If the man standing in front of him has something to tell him, he will definitely listen to what was said and will value this knowledge. The man said that this guy is the very person that their academy needs. Ram asked the manager what exactly does he mean when he talks about this. The manager replied that he just wanted to say that the guy was different from all other graduates, and today he finally realized that this guy was like those who tried to assert themselves by talking to him. The leader said that it was very good that the guy was different from that crowd of young scientists and his story was the same as himself. The leader said that from now on Ram must hide his identity. Even if he with his modest pattern evaluates this guy in this way, this means that it will be obvious to other scientists. Ram said that he does not agree with this and thinks that it is wrong to hide your identity. The managers replied that even now the guy behaves strangely, but despite this a conversation with him leaves a pleasant aftertaste on the soul. The leader said that in the future they would encounter Ram more than once and therefore he should not worry about such a joke because the leader just wanted to make him laugh. Ram continued to follow the leader and could not believe that you had just made a joke at his expense. The leader went to the door and informed the gentleman that the young scientist had come to him. The leader informed the young scientist that he could enter the room but asked him not to be too surprised when he went inside. The guy said that he would listen to the words of the leader and even if he was very surprised he would pretend as if everything was fine. When I entered the room I saw that a man was sitting on the floor and was drawing something on paper with a brush and barefoot. I found various scrolls of paper and artifacts scattered. He bowed to this gentleman and said that the young scientist So Moon Yu Ram had come at the request of the gentleman and was glad to welcome him. The gentleman continued to silently draw hieroglyphs on a sheet of paper using his brush and did not answer his guest. Ram didn't understand how he should behave in this situation because the gentleman didn't answer him and it scared him. The gentleman held a brush in his hand and wrote hieroglyphs on paper very smoothly and clearly. He drew very heavy hieroglyphs on a sheet of paper and something constantly did not suit him in those papers that he had already drawn. He constantly threw sheets painted with hieroglyphs aside, and next to him there was already a large pile with such sheets. The gentleman said that he again failed to do what he had planned correctly, and therefore he would have to start all over again. He turned his head to the side and saw that there was a man in his room. He was very surprised by this and asked when this guy managed to come here. The head of the secret council Jin Jie-su told the guy that he could stop bowing and standing in the corner of the fool and throw all his decency aside and quickly go up to him to help. Song knew that along the long street of the city and around it was already very dark because it was late evening. He went to the farthest part of the city where it was rare to meet a large number of people, and he went to one of the buildings that was located in this part of the city. When he entered this building you saw that a girl was standing near the bar and yawning very loudly because she wanted to sleep. She saw a guy who entered the establishment and was very surprised. She greeted him, but she was still very sleepy. The girl approached this guy and asked him what he would drink. He replied that he wanted to drink something full of flavor. She said that they have a fragrant tea called Wu Huan and this tea has quite a strong aroma. She asked if this tea suits him. Song Yu at that moment realized that this girl did not understand the secret word that Mr. Fu told him. Song Yu said that he needed very aromatic tea. She put a teapot with a small cup on his table and poured some tea. She said that you had recently delivered tea from a lotus flower and she thought that he should like this tea. She wished him a pleasant tea party. Song Yu thought that something didn't add up and for some reason his secret word didn't work. The girl behind him standing near the wall tried to figure out who this guy was. In the evening the palace looked incredibly beautiful because the sun illuminated the palace with orange light. Mikio, the military secretary, drank tea on the veranda of this palace and sat all alone. He took a small cup of tea, felt this wonderful smell with his sense of smell, and after that he was going to drink this tea. He was going to spend the evening quietly, but suddenly he heard that some man came and greeted him. He did not expect to see guests at his home today, and therefore was not very pleased with such a visit. Mekio saw that old Fu came to him and invited this guest to come to the table, but the old man refused and said that he would not be able to sit at the table with such a high-ranking person. Mekio asked the old man, "Has he really learned to be humble after such a long time spent in wanderings and travels?" Fu replied that he continues to look for a place where he could settle down, but he does not forget when to kneel. Fu said that his elder brother is a high-ranking secretary and now he is on top, everyone else is below. Mekio answered him that he wished for something he couldn't even think about. Fu asked his elder brother what exactly he meant and what he was talking about now. Mekio said that Fu was the head of the outer faction. He couldn't afford to remain in the dark about whose destructive energy it was. He said that the younger brother came here to find out. Fu said that this is not how he imagined the dialogue with his elder brother. Mekio put the cup on the table and the water flew out in different directions. he said that the younger brother dared to go against his head, and this cannot be explained. Fu fell to his knees and began to bow in greatness, and to the secretary, he said what an insignificant fool he was, how he had done wrong, but still asked his elder brother to tell him everything. Makio asked why he pretends as if he doesn't know anything, where you are very stupid of him. Fu replied that he was just a servant of the Grand Secretary, and no matter what the circumstances were, but in fact he knew nothing. If the secretary took pity on his servant and enlightened him, then he would remember his mercy until the end of his days. Makio said that Fu is now pretending as if you don't know anything, but when he saw this kid's skills he decided to keep it a secret. Fu understood that the gentleman was now very angry with him, and most likely this would cause a lot of problems because he guessed about the real events. Fu said that he didn't really know anything and this child just caught his attention and he thought it would be nice to take him and raise him. Makio said that he doesn't like the fact that Fu thinks this kid is his level and he's really crazy if he decided to do this. Fu asked the Grand Secretary to tell him what he knew and share this secret with his humble servant. Makio said that this child attracted the attention of their leader and Fu should have immediately understood everything because he saw his energy. Fu told the secretary that this was just not even in amazement, and if he had known about these details, he would not have dared to do anything unforgivable. Makio looked at Fu with a contemptuous look and tried to understand whether this old man was deceiving him or telling the truth. The gentleman ordered the old man to stand up and then sit down at the table. Fu replied that he would immediately carry out this order. Makio said that the head of the clan ordered to be careful and just watch this boy, and this task most likely had its own reason, but Fu intervened and violated the terms of the task. Fu said that he was simply impressed by this boy and decided to help him with one matter. Makio replied that this could not be done, and even if he now tries to fix something it will no longer help solve this problem. Fu said that the head asked to look after this boy and he thought that he could push him to action, and this is the reason why they were ordered to watch the boy and to understand whether he can feel this world with his body or in his mind does not yet understand actions taken. Makio said that this could not be done anyway. The deadly powers of this boy have been in his hands for some time, and it is very dangerous to interfere in this matter without the permission of the head. Fu just now began to realize that the deadly powers that this guy now possesses used to belong to another person. Fu said that the head taught him this knowledge of the exterminator on military equipment, which means that he trained a lot in order to achieve such results. Makio replied that if this guy gives up then his head will go spinning and everything could get out of control. He looked at his interlocutor and said that they should obey the will of the head and not interfere in the development of this guy. It was already dark outside and night had fallen. Song Yu tried to understand what his mistake was and why the employee of this establishment did not understand the secret password. He was sure that he transmitted the secret message correctly, but several days have passed and unfortunately everything he does is useless. Song Yu was sitting at the same table for the third day in a row, and every day he came here to order aromatic tea. Suddenly a girl approached him, and he immediately turned his attention to her. She looked at him, smiled, and said that she understood why he came here when he said the secret password he was wrong and it's correct to say Xiang Xiang. Song Yu asked this girl, is she really the lady he was supposed to meet? She answered him with a metaphorical phrase and said that if nothing is done then nothing will happen and will never change, and action is the main engine. She said that the gentleman did not tell her anything about the fact that the young man would visit her. Song Yu asked which gentleman this girl is talking about, and what does she mean? She replied that she was talking about the person who told him about Xiang Xiang's secret password. He heard this girl say that she was the same Xiang Xiang. Song Yu only now realized that he had been saying the password incorrectly all this time, and because of his incorrect pronunciation he had been sitting here for so long, and in fact it was her name and he was asking for aromatic tea. She said that only now he understood what was happening here, and she saw it in his eyes. He asked why they didn't immediately tell him that he was saying the password incorrectly. She replied that since he had already asked for something very aromatic, she thought that he just wanted aromatic tea. Song Yu said that he came here to give something from this girl, but now he wants to know what kind of thing he was supposed to give. Xiang Xiang looked at him and thought that this guy doesn't look like a person who can cope with her task, and most likely he won't stand it. A large mountain that was tossed with trees and bushes stood motionless in its place. Song Yu thought that I won't do anything today, then nothing will happen, and these words from the lady were correct, but fortunately she still spoke to him, and that means he didn't waste his time. He reached the edge of the forest and saw that there was a village below. He thought that this was the village he had been told about. He walked and thought that this lady didn't really look like a peasant girl. There were a lot of stars and clouds in the sky that floated across the sky. In a room in which there was very poor lighting, there were several people sitting in a circle and talking to each other. They said that I don't know why I was always sent, but all they knew was that they were given instructions from above and told to be here. The black silhouette said that he almost died in recent days from boredom. He is very glad that a new task has finally appeared and they can't have a little fun. He started laughing and said that he was having a lot of fun because the task could be dangerous and he had hoped that I wouldn't be able to get out of here. He was told that on this task he needed to be careful and follow the instructions of the headman. And after that this man asked who wants to start first. The guy raised his hand up and said that he would be the first, but first he needs to look at his hands. He said that he is ready to do this and he is confident in his abilities because the world is full of stupidity and naivety. It will take a little time to show this. He was told that in this case he really needs to start with him. The guy said that it's finally time to show your real skills. She poured tea into a small cup and waited for the tea to reach its aroma. She thought that this boy should have already completed the task and come to the indicated place. She heard her old friend's voice and he said that she looked very relaxed. She replied that he is not the only one who is relaxed. Fu said that he can look completely free and this is not entirely true in reality. She replied that when she doesn't look at him she starts to get a headache because she knows that he has come up with something again and she starts to worry about it. Fu said that he absolutely agrees with her. When he looks at her he also gets a headache. Xiang asked why he sent this boy to her and he must now explain everything he had in mind. Fu asked her opinion about this boy. He wanted to know what he was like. In her opinion, she replied that this boy is a strong leader with outstanding skills and besides he looks like a person who knows his worth. Fu said that she absolutely correctly described this guy and he is a suitable candidate to recognize this mysterious world. Xiang said that his sudden request to send this guy to the village was very strange. Fu explained to her that initially he just wanted to watch this guy as he slowly developed, but now it is no longer possible to do this. I found Songyu along the forest and thought that he just needed to deliver a letter, but he didn't understand why this task had to be so complicated. Yunho said that the rice tasted very wet. At that moment he was holding stones on his head. He continued to walk along the forest and did not feel any threat to himself, so he acted very calmly. Songyu heard his stomach begin to grumble and ask for food, so he decided that he would need to have lunch somewhere at the foot of the mountain. He saw a small canopy near the foot of the mountain and realized that there was a suitable place here. He was met by a man in blue clothes and he looked towards the waiters and immediately greeted the traveler who came into his establishment. Songyu asked what food they have. After this question he placed his stick next to him. The waiter replied that due to the location he could only prepare jumayan. He said that the meat is sold separately and the only alcohol he has is baijiu. Songyu said that he needs 2 servings of this food. The waiter asked if the traveler would like to bake a couple of bottles of baijiu. Songyu said that alcohol would be unnecessary and he still needed to cross the mountain. The waiter said that he could drink one of these and having already drunk we went on cheerfully. Songyu said that 1 bottle will do nothing and he will not get drunk. After that he smiled and started laughing. The waiter said that he makes this alcohol himself and it is quite strong and therefore the gentleman will cheer up when they drink 1 bottle. Songyu did not understand why this man chose such a place for his establishment and people rarely pass through this place and most likely this man earns very little. Songyu wondered what was happening to his students now and whether they were all okay. He knew that he had no news and that was not bad, but none of them had contacted him yet. It was very strange and scared him. A few minutes later a plate of delicious food and a bottle of branded alcohol were placed on his table. Songyu said that the food is very tasty. The waiter replied that despite the strange location of his establishment he was very proud of the taste of his food and wished his guest bon appetit. Songyu enjoyed every bite of this delicious food. He drank alcohol and it helped him relax a little. After some time his plate was empty. Songyu thought that it was very tasty and the waiter did not lie as he said that he was proud of the taste of his food. But suddenly he felt something very strange and did not understand what was happening to him. He looked at the plate of food and for some reason everything before his eyes blurred and it seemed as if he was seeing hallucinations. Songyu thought that he was experiencing terrible sensations at the moment and did not understand what happened. He looked at the bottle of alcohol and thought that he simply blamed it. If it had a little more alcohol then he would definitely not be able to go further. Song-yu tried to get up from the table but he couldn't because his head was very dizzy. He hit his head on the table and fell asleep instantly. The waiter came closer to the guy to look at him and said that this boy held on for a very long time. It was surprising because he thought that the guy would fall from such a strong drug 15 minutes ago. The cook said that this guy drank all the alcohol that contained drugs and ate all the food that was poisoned, and he is a real strongman if he could hold out for so long after such a portion of poison. Baldy said that this guy is from a black guild, but he looks very naive and he wondered why this guy was like that. The guy said that he had prepared several poison options for this guest, but they were slightly unprepared, but this guy passed out before he gave him other poisons. The waiter told the older brother that he must not forget that their task was precisely to get rid of this boy's nature. The bald man replied that one should not immediately go to extremes and should act carefully. He looked again at the guy who was lying on the table and said that everything needs to be done properly. When night fell, there was a bright moon in the sky. Song-yu lay in a dark basement with his hands and feet tied, and did not understand what was happening to him. He was only now slowly starting to wake up. Song-yu felt a strange pain in his body and did not remember what happened to him. He opened his eyes and saw what was lying on the floor. He needed to understand where he was and what happened. He looked around and tried to see everything that was near him. When he tried to get to his feet, he couldn't because his hands were tied and he couldn't use them. Song-yu started shouting very loudly that he wanted to talk to someone who was here, but his screams were unsuccessful because no one answered him. He continued to lie on the floor and try to get up. He didn't know what happened to him, but he understood that he needed to be on guard and prepare for any possible scenario that could happen to him. Song-yu gritted his teeth and jerked upward, after which he stood up and managed to get up. His legs were tied and therefore he could not calmly walk around the room and had to move by jumping. He looked out the window and saw that the moon was shining into his room and illuminating the space. Song-yu jumped to the window and looked through the bars. On the other hand, a man appeared who was in the restaurant, and this man smiled when he looked at him. Song-yu started screaming very loudly and scared when he saw this guy on the other side of the door. He was very scared, and because of this he fell to the ground. The guy said that the boy woke up very quickly and he thought that the boy would sleep for another 3 days, but now they have problems. Song-yu ordered his immediate release because they were keeping him here illegally. But he was immediately told that if they tied him up and sent him to a cell, they didn't do it in order to immediately release him later. Song-yu tried in various ways to prove to them that he was not guilty of anything and said that he would not tell anyone that they stole him. The man saw that this guy was as talkative as the old man who sent him here, and they all didn't know how to keep their mouths shut. Song-yu asked what exactly they wanted from him and why did they hide him in this cell. The man smiled but didn't answer. Time went very quickly at first and orange autumn came again. After autumn came a cold winter. The guy felt that his hands were very cold and tried to warm them with his breath. 6 months have passed since he was sent to prison. During this time, he never managed to find out anything about this place and where he is now. Song-yu called this place the settlement of evil because people who wanted to become villains gathered in this place. Song-yu tried numerous times to escape from this place, but it was all pointless and none of his attempts were successful. He worked very hard and diligently when he was chopping wood, and suddenly he felt that his stomach was grumbling and he was very hungry, and he spent a lot of energy on this work. He decided to go on a break because he was no longer able to work. But suddenly he heard the voice of the man who hid him in this place, and this man said that today the guy needs to work even harder than usual. Song-yu was in such a position that he could not refuse his new master. Song-yu still possessed incredible powers, but nevertheless, he could not even touch the robe of this man who stood in front of him. The gentleman said that the guy was wasting his time standing and looking at him, and instead he should go and continue chopping wood. Song-yu replied that he would finish working on this firewood by noon. The owner replied that as soon as he completes the job, they will give him several pieces of meat. Song-yu at that moment realized that if he does nothing, then nothing will happen and nothing will change, and therefore he is forced to think about all this again and somehow move on. He took a stack of firewood and carried it to the rest of the pile of firewood. At that moment, he was thinking that he needed to make a serious decision and become a person suitable for this place. The guy raised his hand up and with very quick movements of his fingers rotated the dice in his hands. He quickly moved the glass containing the dice. He put the glass on the table, and after that there was a silent pause. He said that his guests would definitely be lucky today and the bones would thank them. The players held their numbers in their hands. 2 gangs of players watched the playing field and waited for the final numbers to see which of them won. Some of them had more cards in their hand than others. In the end, it turned out that there was a draw between between the two teams and no one from both teams won or lost. The guy stood at the table and said that they are all united in soul and body, and he thinks that he is also in no way inferior to the other opponents. The croupier placed a glass on the playing field and then raised it, and the players saw the numbers that were written on the playing dice. There was a pair in this combination, thanks to which one of the teams was able to move forward. People started shouting very loudly and joyfully and throwing cards with numbers in different directions. Song-yu watched them and thought that he didn't like it at all, and he knew that the person standing right in front of him was a very gambler. But he didn't think that this man was so successful in this that he could throw 10 points instead of 3 at once and then shake off the dice so that he gets the number he wanted. Song-yu video that this guy periodically turns his head and looks at him, but he didn't understand why this guy turns his attention to him. The man walked up to the bar and held out a sign, and he said that he wanted to play again because he had just lost. The employee of the establishment replied that it is better for the man to go to the brothel and calm down and then return tomorrow. The man replied that he did not want to calm down, and he came here with documents for the house and was ready to mortgage the house in order to get more game tokens and continue the game. The employee of the establishment replied that in this case he would take only 1% from this man. The employee at the establishment said if a man takes the money and returns today, then he will take only 1% from him. The man said that this man was a pleasure to deal with. He put a document on the table that was the rights to his house and said that he needed to sign here. Song-yu thought that even a person who doesn't understand this business can easily guess how we can turn out to be then this 1%. He looked at this man. I thought that the money taken as collateral for the house would not be equal to even half of its value, and he would never be able to return this money and would lose his house. He would be lucky if he just took the house, and his family members would not end up in slavery. The owner called his slave Song-yu. The guy approached his master and immediately bowed. The owner said that he should go to Shanghai for a while. The city was very beautiful thanks to the burning lanterns that hung on all the streets of the city. The owner asked how the boy felt about the fact that he was transferred from the very bottom to the lowest student. Song-yu replied that he just works hard on every task I assign him. The owner thought there that even after several months this guy continues to hide behind the mask, and he thought that this was not enough to see his progress. He understood that the true nature of human character is difficult to simply break, and looking at this guy he involuntarily returns to the past. They stopped near a large building with many floors and looked at this building. Kwanan asked his slave if he would like to go into this building with him at least once. Song-yu thought that people told him that drinking in this establishment at night costs about 100 coins, and he does not have that much money to relax in this establishment. Song-yu was forced to refuse such an offer. Kwanan said that he sees right through this guy if the guy thinks that he can continue to betray his guts and sit quietly. He should try harder because he is still far from true professionalism. The owner walked forward and ordered the guy to follow him. Above the central doors of this establishment there was a sign on which it was written that new guests were not always welcome. Women's hands touched long women's hair with gentle movements. The lady sat and waited while her hair was tied up in a bun, and she was given a beautiful hairstyle. The mistress asked her maid if she was taking the medicine that they had recently bought for her. The third student replied that thanks to this lady she felt much better and was able to recover. The mistress raised her hand and with this gesture indicated that the maids needed to step back. She said that this time she was able to help her maid, but next time the girl will have to deal with her problems herself. She replied that she would never forget her mother's kindness and that she would like to. The lady said that she would like to continue helping this girl, but this help costs her too much. The mistress said that she was not forcing this maid to do anything, but she reminded that their brothel was an unusual place. She said that she is the only one who lives here for a very long time, and many others here are treated with great respect, and then they even become concubines of high-ranking officials, and rarely does anyone get such an opportunity, so she should think carefully. She replied that she would definitely think about her mother's proposal. After this dialogue, she continued to braid her mistress's hair. This place was quiet and cozy, and many courtesans walked here in search of their clients. Song-yu sat thoughtfully and waited for his master to be free. At that moment, two girls walked past him and drew attention to a lonely guy who was bored. The courtesan told this guy that if he is bored or very sad, they cannot go to the room together, and she will help him dispel his sadness and have fun. Her friend at that moment said that they had better move on and not pay attention to this guy. Song Yu continued to sit sadly, and did not answer these girls. He did not even pay attention to them. They began to get angry because this guy was absolutely not paying any attention to them, and one of the girls said that this is the guy who was nicknamed the Stone Buddha. Asura said that she wants to get this guy even more because he always behaves reserved and inaccessible. She said that she likes this guy and is attracted to him. Song Yu said that the whole world is pointing fingers at girls like these, but in fact they are the ones who should be angry at this whole world because their lives were unfair. He looked at the fire and thought that unlike the high-class courtesans who came to this work themselves, most of the girls here were either sold by members of their families or someone stole them and they are forced to work here. Song Yu understood that for ordinary men this street is a street and pleasure, but these girls call this place the Street of Tears, and this name is absolutely clear to him. The lady saw two courtesans standing idle and asked what they were doing here. The girls saw the elder mother who noticed them and stood in place in fear. I don't know what she will answer. The elder mother said that these two girls should go to work, but for some reason they are sitting here and doing nothing. The courtesans replied that they were already going to work. The elder mother asked the guy who was sitting next to her whether these girls took good care of his master. He replied that the second owner was pleased with their work. She said to hope that these girls got out of his master properly. Mother looked at this boy and said that that day he could not stand on his feet at all and looked very weak. Song Yu asked her what exactly did she mean. She replied that the boy is trying to protect himself with a mask from the outside world, but at the same time inside him he is looking for a better way to protect himself in order to destroy it. She said that's exactly what he looks like now and he doesn't need to push himself too hard. Song Yu thought that he should not be fooled by her smile, and it was people like her who could make him lose his vigilance in no time. She watched him, thought that he was behaving like a good boy, but in that case what was he doing here if he is only pretending to be? So then he must realize that anger will continue to accumulate inside him. Song Yu lowered his head and thought that he really didn't understand what purpose this girl was pursuing. He learned that he could not blame other people for his becoming a slave. He decided that there was no point in saying or doing anything until he knew all the information. He understood that the only thing he acquired here was inner awareness. Song Yu bowed to this lady and said that if she no longer has any business with him, then he will continue to patrol this place. Mom wished him good luck. Song Yu thought that now he himself wants to stay here to learn everything about this environment, but this is the only way he can protect himself from getting into such a situation next time. The silhouette of a man was visible in the window. The gentleman was sitting at the table and counting the income for the last days. Song Yu sat near the fire and periodically added new wood so that the fire did not go out. He said that he changed his thinking and he stopped being a slave sitting on a leash and became an assistant who was trying to identify this world. After he changed his thinking, absolutely everything that surrounded him changed, and most likely this was due to his new vision of this world. Song Yu stood up and said that he would go to the second owner for a while. The man waved his hand and made it clear that the boy could leave. Song Yu went outside and saw that a lot of snow had fallen from the sky today. He thought that everything in this world was new to him and he felt this newness. Song Yu knew that even if now he knows nothing about this world, even if he does not belong to it, he still must live the same way as other people live in this new world. He understood that his new thinking and new outlook on life were the best things he had ever experienced. He approached the second owner and saw that training of new fighters was now actively underway. The owner looked at the guy and asked why it took him so long to come to him. Song Yu bowed and told the second owner that he came as soon as he was free, and there was no way he could have gotten here before. Go-Dok loudly shouted to the fighters who were now training, so that they were not lazy to give their best and practice every blow as if it were their last blow. The owner looked at the boy and said that he looks like a very diligent person despite the fact that he does not study. Song Yu looked at this gentleman and thought that this man solves problems that cannot be solved only with words and money. Song Yu said that he knew that the owner was looking for him for some reason. Go-Dok replied that this time they would have to go a very long way and ordered the boy to leave the day after tomorrow and prepare before departure. Song Yu replied that he had orders from others and he asked if he could carry out these orders before leaving. Go-Dok turned away from him and said that so be it, and he allows the guy to carry out his assignments. Song Yu looked at this gentleman. I thought that their technique was incredibly simple and extremely effective, and he had not seen anything like it in Vietnam. He knew that if he just watched their martial arts he could learn a lot. He saw that the 5 most important owners were sitting at the table and having dinner. Song Yu turned his attention to the 3rd most respectable mistress. Her name was Yong Yong, and she was the godmother of the courtesans on the Street of the Poor, and this woman controls all their work on the Street of Sobs, and she also collects information that brings her additional profit. The fourth owner is the most professional gambler in this city, and he had a lot of nicknames. Most often he was called the Nine-Armed One because no one could follow his movements at the time of gambling. The fifth owner has the kindest face, but in fact he is the craziest because of everyone present, and there are rumors that this man has gone crazy due to eating human meat, and people think that these are not just rumors but in fact everything is true. Song Yu knew that all these people had different skills and abilities, but they all had one thing in common. They all know perfectly well what's going on in people's heads and know how to use it. He lowered his eyes and thought that he definitely needed to learn this skill from these people. The first gentleman said that they would not see each other again for some time, and therefore they had better have dinner together today. Nine-Armed said that this is not a bad idea. If someone wants to survive in the company of the second brother, he must eat well. Young said that she wouldn't mind if the boy joined them and also eat because he has been through a lot lately. Song Yu couldn't believe that these people were inviting him to the table and actually wanted him to have dinner with them. He silently walked up to the table and sat down at the only free chair, as if these people knew from the beginning that he would have dinner with them. The elder master ordered the boy to eat all the food he wanted. Song Yu understood that these people were very cunning, and they wouldn't just invite him to their table, and their kindness was always backed up by some plans and ideas, so he knew that they were up to something. The lady stood on the edge of her veranda and watched the beautiful views of the river. She turned her head and saw that the head of her organization had returned. She invited them to sit down at the table and have lunch with her. They constantly looked at each other and did not understand whether they could trust the mistress and sit down with her. It could be dangerous for them. The lady said that she left them without caring about their well-being, and therefore suggests starting their meeting with an apologetic glass of rice wine. She drank alcohol from the cup and after that said that today the debt was finally paid and so they should drink and celebrate it together. She said that she wanted to talk to them as frankly as possible and asked them who that person was. They looked at each other and I don't know which of them will talk first and what the lady will answer to her question. The oldest gentleman said that this boy is a difficult child. He explained that this guy is not flexible and he is not suitable for them. The gentleman said that character is always influenced by environment and circumstances. But if you speak from the bad side, then this guy is very stubborn. And if you speak about him from the good side, he is true to his convictions and he is too correct. The lady said that usually honesty is considered an advantage, but sometimes it makes a person weak, so she asked them to take care of this guy. Yong said that this child does not have any desires and aspirations and he probably has some kind of goal of his own, but it is probably different from the ordinary goals of a person in this world, and they think that these are certain special cases and most likely he has such willpower since childhood. Xiang looked at Yong. I wanted to hear a clear answer. Yong said that she couldn't understand what purpose this guy's will is aimed at, and what he really wants. She said that there is no greed or lust in this guy, and usually if a person is in such an environment he has a desire to succumb to vices, but this guy doesn't even show signs of weakness. Yong said that he tried to learn even what was clearly not suitable for him. And even though he was always in their sight, it was becoming increasingly difficult for them to reach him. Xiang said that even if the fifth owner speaks about him like that, it means there really is something special about him, and she thinks that's why Protestants are also interested in him, and knowing who he is would actually help them. The first owner said that the promised time had not yet expired and they had time to crack this guy and find out who he really was. The lady replied that the circumstances had changed and something had happened to the master. Therefore, the order was given to send this man. The senior owner was very surprised when he heard that the head had been given an order regarding this guy. She smiled and said that there are not many people in the world who dare to disobey such an order. The fifth owner said that this guy will become a real monster when he grows up. At that moment, all the people sitting at the table looked at him in surprise and wanted to hear the announcements. He said that his older brother had already talked about this, and this guy lives in a completely different world. If you guys manage to plunge into their world, he will become a real monster. The lady asked this guy what exactly does he mean. He answered her that he was talking about what would happen if goodness taught this guy evil, and no one knows what this child will think about and what things he can do if he submits to evil thinking. She looked at him in surprise and did not understand what exactly he meant. He said that at first he was sure that he would at least make a real person out of this simpleton, and he agreed to this task for fun. But now he realizes that he's been messing around with this guy for too long. Young asked him what exactly is he trying to say with all this and what is he trying to achieve. He said that this guy can do two logical things, and the first one is that he will hold a grudge against them and then take revenge, and the second option is that he will decide that they trained him well and will be favorable towards them. He stood up and froze and said that he could not speak for others, but he would definitely remember him for past grievances, and therefore when the time comes he will leave and abandon this task. He said that this guy hates his methods of work the most and Song Yu's future is predetermined, but he is not going to calmly wait for his death and therefore will leave. The most opportune moment. He said that together with this guy it would cost him his life and therefore he was definitely in danger and would be forced to leave the evil settlement. The lady looked at him in surprise and did not know what to answer. It was night outside and there were no lights on in the windows of the building because everyone was already asleep. The ninja moved very quickly along the roofs of the building and ran towards this house. He professionally jumped over the high fence and very quietly managed to get into the courtyard. Song Yu in a ninja suit flew down to land quietly. When he found himself at the bottom, he immediately began to look at this building and tried to understand what kind of strange place this was. The second owner told him that the job for which he was sending the guy would not be easy, and he would need to search one closed place and find a book there. Song Yu asked what book would he need to find. The second owner said that there are usually no books in this place. Therefore he will just need to bring everything that looks at least somehow like a book, and perhaps there will be security there, and therefore he needs to be vigilant. Song Yu at that moment understood why he was forced to practice shadow step techniques. He learned this not of his own free will but because his masters forced him to do it. Song Yu thought about the fact that now what was preventing him from acting of his own free will had disappeared, and he could very well pretend that he had gone on a mission and run away. He thought that he needed to be careful because this could be another test, and the 5 masters were masters of lies, and it wouldn't be difficult for them to give him poison instead of medicine. He ran very quickly to the entrance to this building looking for a suitable place to get inside. Suddenly he felt a very strange sensation and realized that he needed to trust his feelings and decided to stop. He stopped near the wall and overheard a conversation of some man who said that several months had already passed and no one except this scoundrel had come to his house, and they were the only ones suffering here. Song Yu realized that the matter was not simple and he would not deal with it in a jiffy, but first he needed to understand how everything worked here and find out the number of people in security. The man on the second floor said that if his opinion meant something here, he would not have babysat this guy and would have found out everything harshly and would have quickly killed him. The second voice said that if everything turned out this way, he is not interested in what is happening here. Song Yu didn't understand what these people were talking about, but he hoped that the book was somewhere near them. He tried to sneak quietly and unnoticed near the wall and continued to listen to their dialogues. Song Yu was able to find out from the dialogues of these guys that they were holding some old man prisoner. Song Yu made his way quietly and unnoticed to the exit to this building. He tried to move as quietly as he could, and that's why he didn't have anyone on his tail. Song Yu looked around the corner and saw 2 people and then hid back. At this moment the guards changed positions and some of them went on vacation while others replaced them and joined the patrol. Song Yu peeked out from behind the wall and watched them. He drew on paper with a brush and ink. He drew this house and all the parts that he managed to remember. He thought that he did not have time to examine only the central part of the house. Song Yu said that fortunately there are not many guards around this house and therefore there should be no problems. However, he has no idea what is inside this house and he assumes that there are about 30 people inside. He said that his task today is to get inside this house. He waited until night fell to go to this house again. Song Yu approached this house again and acted in the same quiet and unnoticed manner. He was able to get to the gate of this building and there was no security there, so he calmly entered the courtyard. Song Yu acted very carefully and tried not to attract too much attention. The guards were discussing the fact that they needed to be on alert because they would be hunting for the artifact that was in the house. The second faucet said that he did not know what artifact the old man was hiding in the house, but he would like him to have this artifact. The second faucet asked to speak more quietly because their conversations could be heard by strangers. The first guard smiled and said that they can be calm because there is no one here except them. The second guard said that he plans to simply return to his hometown when this work is over and therefore you don't want them to be killed here. They began to argue among themselves that each of them had his own views on how to work. The second guard said that if this thing is found, the problem will be precisely that it was not found. For such people they have only one end and no one will even raise an eyebrow when they are killed. Therefore he sincerely hopes that this is an old man and really doesn't know anything. After they had stood in this place for some time, they went back to the central gate. Song Yu listened to their dialogues and thought that inside this house there is some very important person who owns a large organization, and this organization scares ordinary people. Song Yu slowly began to come out of hiding. Suddenly he saw something very strange and immediately reacted to it. He hid back behind the wall. Song Yu saw a black silhouette walking not far from him and carrying him on the shoulders of a man. The house was very dark and the windows were not lit. There were various torture instruments on the table. Two men stood and looked at the prisoner who was suspended from the wall. The prisoner asked for one sip of water because he was very thirsty. They put water in a cup for him. He took several sips from this cup at once. He immediately felt better and felt relief throughout his body. The prisoner said that he now lives here, but for the first time in the form of this man in front of him, and his clothes are different from others. The man said that they were all tired of constantly torturing and interrogating him and asked him to finally confess. The master said that if he tells them everything then they will end it all, but he continues to remain silent despite the fact that he is already very old for such torture. The gentleman said that he really doesn't understand what the problem is because they promised him 1,000 gold for telling him everything he knows. The prisoner said that they still wouldn't be able to understand the most important thing. The prisoner said that the reason he endures all this is simply the desire to survive. He said that you know very well that as soon as they open their mouth and tell him everything, his life will be over, and that's why he doesn't tell them anything. The men realized that this man had finally opened his mouth and spoke to them. He said that 1,000 gold does not interest him because his own life is at stake and he will be happy to just get out of here. But those people cannot guarantee him that he can just get out of here. They said that they would personally guarantee that he would be released from here. He smiled and said that he could not trust their words and he needed confirmation. But the most important thing is that the person who is hunting him is much more terrible than them, and therefore they will not be able to guarantee his life. They looked at each other with a surprised look and did not understand what was happening to this prisoner. He said that even if he tells them everything now, they will not be able to give him a 100% guarantee that he will survive. The gentleman understood what exactly this prisoner meant when he said that they could not guarantee his life. Kwok said that even if he tells them where the thing they are looking for is still located, they will not be able to stay alive after they find out this information. The men looked at Kwok in surprise and asked him if the same terrible fate awaited them. Kwok said that they themselves should understand this. He said that if they don't expect to be safe when they find out where this thing is, they are very mistaken. They looked at him in surprise and asked what they should do because they were now in a state of confusion. Kwok lowered his head, looked at the floor, and said that they only have one way out. He said that this option is that he must tell everything personally to that man nicknamed Ark. When the guy heard the nickname Ark, he was very surprised and began to talk about how the Ark was now in a different place and wanted to tell where it was. But he was unable to finish his sentence because the old man closed his mouth with his hand. The old man asked the prisoner if this was the only way out of this situation. Kwok said that there was no other option. He replied that these people should bring him something from the Ark and then they will be able to survive. Kwok looked at the old man who was in front of him and said that if they stand still and do nothing, the problem will not be solved by itself, and ordered this old man to contact their head. The old man said that he doesn't want to mess with his head because it will cause him a lot of problems. Kwok answered this guy that if he is afraid to deal with his boss alone, then in this case they can do it together. But if the two of them don't leave, then there will be no one to keep an eye on the captive old man. The guy looked at the old man and said that the old man should go and tell the elder the new thing. The old man replied that he would do it but asked his assistant not to go anywhere. Kwok watched as the old man left this room and he was left alone with the guy in yellow clothes. Kwok waited until the old man left the room and then said that they were finally left alone and he was waiting for this moment. Kwok asked this guy what he will do next. He asked if this guy wanted to free him. The guy replied that the old man was completely crazy. Kwok said that he made his move and this guy didn't answer him, and this means that he needs to take the next step. The guy said that Kwok has gone completely crazy and he doesn't understand what's happening and where he is now. Kwok said that he was just fighting for his life. The guy replied that he didn't know why the group was hunting for this old man, but nevertheless he couldn't free him and save him. Kwok said that a group of people and one person are two different things. Kwok said that he can tell this guy where the artifacts are, but in this case he asks to be released. The guy replied that he needed a guarantee. Kwok said that he is very weak. If he tries to run away, this guy will easily beat him. The guy said that he doesn't understand what the point is for an old man to tell information on such conditions because he will simply die. Kwok said that the main thing is that he himself does not die in a ditch on the way home because his body is now in a terrible state. The guy believed his words and began to untie the ropes. He said that even if they let the old man go now without anyone's help, he would simply die on the way to the city. Kwok said that the only thing he dreams of now is just to survive. The guy sat the old man of the universe with his back and said that first of all they need to get out of here and soon they will be chased. Kwok said that they definitely need to get out of here alive and they can't die. A loud sound was heard in the courtyard of the building. Song-yu saw two people who had just jumped from the window and landed on the ground. He followed these people and wanted to understand where they were running now and who these people were. When the night ended and morning came, the sun slowly appeared from behind the rocks. The guy continued to run along the forest holding a wounded old man on his back. He asked the old man to be patient a little longer. He said that as soon as they were on board, they would immediately take care of his wounds and get him in order. All the way he thought that if this old man dies, then everything will be over, and in this adventure he will suffer the most because he put absolutely everything he had on the line. He felt very tired in his body and realized that he was no longer able to continue running. He laid the old man on a stone and decided to see what was happening to him now. He put his palm on his face and tried to wake him up because the old man did not show any signs of life. Kwok sat on a stone with his eyes closed and did not answer anything. He looked very sick and had a pale skin color. The guy tried his pulse and realized that the old man was still alive, but he was just unconscious now. Song-yu just now saw that this guy was standing next to his teacher and was trying to hit him in the face with his palm. The guy understood where this ninja came from here and why he just called this old man his teacher. Song-yu started to run forward very quickly and wanted to attack this man for stealing his teacher. Song-yu shouted that he would destroy the man who had kept his mentor locked up and tortured for so long. He said this guy would have to die for what he did. He turned his head to the side and saw that this ninja was very serious and immediately grabbed his sword in order to defend himself and fight back. A battle began between them and they did not strike each other quickly and immediately blocked these strikes. Song-yu was furious and understood that he must free his teacher at any cost and prove this bandit for mocking his master. The guy blocked the blows of this ninja with his sword, but nevertheless he was very surprised that this ninja fought so well. He asked this ninja who he was and where he came from here. The ninja did not answer this guy, and so he began to get angry, not understanding who this man under the black mask was and why he had been following them for so long. Song-yu understood that he needed to deal with this enemy as quickly as possible because his mentor was very ill and needed to take him to the hospital and treat his wounds. Song-yu made a very high jump and then swung his spear, accumulating red energy in it. He made an overhand blow and put almost all his strength into this blow. The enemy was able to defend himself and blocked this blow with the help of his sword. At that moment she realized that the ninja was incredibly strong, and if this continued then she would not be able to survive in this fight. At that moment he was thinking that ninja was an absolutely crazy person and there was nothing special about this guy, but for some reason he had incredible punching powers. Song-yu was unable to crush the enemy with his powerful blow, and the main Yura hit the ground, and after that there was a small explosion and the stones scattered in different directions. The enemy understood what was happening. He could hardly jump back and dodge there. He understood that fighting this ninja was extremely dangerous for life. It was impossible to retreat forever because this way he could spend all his strength on constant blocks and not hit the enemy, so he decided to swing his sword and make a side blow to wound this ninja. Song-yu saw that you were practically near his neck, and if he didn't dodge now then his head would be cut off. A strong impact occurred and a bright blue light was visible after the impact occurred. The sword flew to the side because at the very last moment a small lead ball hit this sword. This iron ball fell to the ground and rolled a short distance. The guy saw that another person intervened in their battle, and I shouted very loudly to this guy so that he would not interfere in their showdown. The second owner stood on high stones and tossed iron balls in his hands, looking at this enemy. Song-yu was very surprised when he saw the second owner here. He couldn't believe his eyes and couldn't believe that the second owner had just saved his life. The guy at that moment thought that this ninja who was now fighting with him was an unusual warrior because he was able to turn off all his aggression and rage in one moment. The second owner approached Song-yu and asked him if he knew this man with the ball. Song-yu said that he does not know this person and this guy is his opponent. The second owner replied that the ninja could get out of here and take the old man with him, and he would personally deal with this guy. Song Yu looked at the second owner and thought that his act was very generous and he would provide incredible help in this situation for Song Yu. This act was so touching that the boy could not hold back the tears in his eyes and began to cry. He immediately began to run towards his mentor in order to save him and take him away from here, but the mentor at that moment was unconscious and did not hear him. Song Yu picked up his mentor and put him on his back, and after that he slowly began to walk away from here. The second owner said that if Song Yu now takes this old man, it means that there will be no more claims against the second owner. Song Yu said that kindness from the second owner is not enough and it is not mercy, so he will return and take revenge on him. The second owner put black gloves on his hands and said that the guy wanted too much and he was surprised that one rescue was not enough for him. The bandit shouted that he would not allow him to just leave here with his old man, and he was infuriated that they were talking about something, but he did not understand what exactly they meant. The second owner said that now a new enemy has appeared from the torture room. The guy said that he would kill them all and he absolutely doesn't care who to fight. The most important thing for him is to take the old man and the artifacts that this old man has. Song Yu continued to run towards the city with his teacher on his back. Not far from this forest, there was a small settlement in which there were several fishermen's houses, and near this settlement there was a river. The man went outside after waking up and decided to stretch his muscles. He looked at the weather and said that today was a great day, but he had some bad feelings and he had to tell people to be careful at work today. He approached the house and began to look at the food that was hanging on his veranda and drying. He entered the house, and at that moment someone very furiously and loudly began to knock on his door with their fist. The man turned his head and said that he was not expecting guests today. Song Yu waited for the man to open the door and then shouted loudly that he needed a doctor, and he sent the doctor to save the man who was on his back. The doctor saw an old man who was now unconscious and ordered the boy to immediately go inside and put the old man on the bed so that he could examine his wounds. The doctor took the needle in his hand and looked for a place on the patient's body to insert this game. Quack, at that moment I was still unconscious, and in his body there were a lot of needles that were inserted into different parts of his body. The doctor tried to act very carefully and insert needles into the patient's body with special trepidation in order to save this person. After the last game was inserted into a point on his face, Quack took a deep breath and then exhaled the air from his lungs, which meant that he was still alive. The doctor exhaled with relief and said that they managed to do it and the patient would live. Doctor, that the patient needs to bring down the fever first. He looked at the boy and asked him to tell him who this man was and how he ended up in such a state. Song Yu replied that he fell into the hands of scoundrels and they mocked him. The doctor told me that he is the best specialist in such injuries and is unlikely to be able to help this old man with anything else because the medicine will not really help him, and first he needs to restore the stamina of his body. The doctor said that he used acupuncture, but this is only a temporary measure, and now everything depends on how hardy this old man is and how great his thirst for life is. Song Yu came to his mentor and took him by the hand, after which he said that the teacher must wake up and he must do this for the sake of all his students. The Wu-Tang clan was located in the very center of the city, and on this day very few people passed near this building, and therefore it was very quiet and peaceful there. Tang Hak and the head of the learned officials of the Wu-Tang clan were holding in their hands a scroll that he was trying to study. He carefully read everything that was written in this scroll. Suddenly a man and Tang Haku knocked on the door of his office, and then his younger brother arrived. Tang Hak heard his younger brother's voice, and at that moment he jumped up from his chair and was very surprised to see his brother here. A tall fat man with a long black beard entered the room and greeted the head of the clan. Behind him was the seventh student. Tan Hak said that he is always glad to welcome such guests to his clan. He lowered his head down and saw that there was a boy behind his brother. The seventh student was very surprised when he saw this gentleman and was scared because he did not know what would happen next. Tan Hak decided from his brother, "Who is this child?" The gentleman replied that fate brought him together with this beautiful boy, and that's why he took him for himself. Tan Hak did not understand what his brother meant when he said that fate brought him together with this boy, and he did not understand who you are, boy. But then he realized that his brother the fencer finally had his new pupil and was happy for him. The gentleman said that he wants to show off his mentors to this child, but he doesn't know where they all are now. Tan Hak said that if the mentors find out about this, the two of them will have to avoid outright provocations. Tan Hak asked the boy what his name was. The boy replied that his name was Song Chong. The gentleman also told him his name and said that his name is Tan Hak and he is the head of this clan. Tan Hak said that the boy is still very young and his older brothers should accept him well as a member of their family. Night came and the palace was very quiet and calm. Song Chong really couldn't sleep that night, and so he went outside to look at the sky stars and big moon and think a little about the problems that bother him. He thought that he could not remember many moments from his life. This really bothered him. The mentor said that he could see from the boy that he could not sleep and understood that some thoughts were disturbing his mind. Song Chong bowed to his mentor and said that today he cannot sleep. Song Chong said that he also had his own family like other people, but he doesn't remember them at all, and he is sure that these people loved him very much. The mentor said that when he looks at Song Chong, he sees that the boy grew up in harmony and love from his family. Song Chong asked his mentor why he couldn't remember his family. After all, they really loved him, but he forgot absolutely everyone. The mentor thought that something happened to this child and he erased his memory and left only his name in it. If he was drawn into some kind of battle, it is quite possible that his whole family died there. The mentor said that he could advise the boy to be patient and wait for the memories to return to him on their own. The mentor said that even if the memory does not want to return to Song Chong, there will always be a mentor next to him. He said that the boy doesn't need to worry about anything now because he will now live in Wu-Tang, and soon he will be able to find his family, and his memory will return to him. Song Chong was very grateful to his mentor for talking with him, and now he felt a little better. Kwok Boyaka was able to wake up after losing consciousness. At that moment he was sitting on the veranda and coughing. The old man looked at the weather outside and said that it was very warm today, and for this time of year this weather was surprisingly rare. Song Yu returned with a bag containing food and medicine, and saw that the mentor was sitting on the street. He asked his mentor why he went outside because it was very cool here. Kwok said that it was time for them to leave here and return home because they had already stayed here for a very long time. Song Yu said that it would be better for the mentor to stay here until he gets better and gets completely well. Kwok said that he knows his body well and he has very little time left to live, and if he dies soon he wants to do it at home. Song Yu looked at the girl and thought that first his brother Chi Sim died and now his mentor might die, and the saddest thing in this whole situation was that he never had time to tell his grandfather that all the students had fled and he didn't know where they are now. Kwok looked at the boy and said that before they returned home, he would need to stop in one place. Song Yu asked what place exactly is Grandpa talking about. Kwok smiled and replied that he had prepared a surprise for the senior student that he did not expect. Outside the weather was getting worse and there was a very cold wind that was blowing leaves from the trees. Song Yu put the old man on a special structure that was on his back, and after that thanked the doctor for his care and said that he would never forget his kindness. The doctor said that he did not know when these guys were heading, but he asked Kwok not to wait for the day of his death. Kwok replied that thanks to the doctor he was able to rest, but he feels that his body itself will no longer be able to repay for this service. His senior student will repay the debt to the doctor instead of Kwok. The doctor said that Kwok still has a few months to take care of himself, and therefore he should be careful and not take on too much work. Song Yu said goodbye to the doctor and thanked him for his hospitality, and then went on his way. Song Yu climbed the mountain with his teacher and tried not to stop in order to get there as quickly as possible. Kwok asked the older student what was happening to the other children now. Song Yu said that he was not strong enough to take care of them, but they all earn a good living by honest work. Kwok said that for the first time in his life, he behaved like a pathetic coward, and that is why his action led to such a result. He said that he needed to stay next to them and protect them. Song Yu replied that the teacher always did this, and he was sure that all the students were looking forward to returning. Song Yu had to come up with a story about where all the students disappeared. He needed to talk to a few more people because he couldn't let the teacher know the whole truth. Song Yu said that the second student Ram could not pass the exam the first time but would definitely pass it later. Kwok said that the last thing he worries about is Bok Gu because this guy will definitely not disappear. Song Yu understood that the old man needed to be told where each student was and what was happening to him, but he lied a lot and understood that he would soon get confused in his lies. He said that everything was fine with this student, and before he left he shouted loudly that he was going to build a huge house where they would all gather and live together. Kwok said that he was very pleased to hear that the students love their family and their brothers and sisters so much. Song Yu continued to run forward and communicate with the teacher about the rest of the students. There were a lot of people in the Privy Council building that day, and from the very morning workers were working on secret documents. Ram read the scrolls that the secret advisors brought him and studied them. A man knocked on the door that led to his office and asked if there was anyone inside. Ram turned his head and looked in surprise towards the door. He got up from the table and told the person who wanted to come in that he could do so. Ram saw a gentleman who came to him and bowed to this gentleman. Peck looked carefully at the table and the documents that were lying on this boy's table. He said that he was very surprised that Ram was still reading that report on Yunnan that was brought to him a few days ago. Ram said that he missed one very important detail. When he read these documents, he had to reread everything again. Mr. Pak asked Ram how many days has he been sitting and reading these documents. Ram replied that he had already spent about 3 days on these documents and he wanted to understand the information that he could not understand. Mr. Pak said that Ram should go and rest because he does not leave his office and is constantly busy with work. Ram replied that he couldn't just leave. The gentleman said that the local authorities are also analyzing this case, and in truth they say everything here is too complicated for one person to cope with these documents himself, but however the report must be kept in the strictest confidence so only a few people have access to the text. Ram said that everything is in order and he will handle these documents. The gentleman replied that this guy is not like other workers and he is very hard-working. The gentleman said that Rama now has a great responsibility and he sees how the guy is worried about his family, and knows that the only thing he knew how to do was study and risk his life for recognition in order to later help his family. Mr. Beck took the scroll and said that he also thought that if he gets promoted the road to the future state is extremely straightforward for him, however this only added more responsibility to his shoulders. Mr. Beck said that the guy is very hardworking and knows what he wants from this life so he will succeed in the future. Ram replied that he always admired this gentleman and tried to follow his example. Pak said that in this place there is only one person who should be equal to Ram, and he should respect this person first of all, but Mr. is sure that the boy will regret that the hall has put so much work on itself. Rama replied that he would never regret it. The gentleman said that their head of the clan has high hopes for the guy and otherwise he would not have allowed him to see such documents. Ram said that he will not let the master down and will do everything in the best possible way, and the organization will be proud of him. Peck smiled when he looked at the guy and said that he respects such responsible guys as Ram. Ram asked the gentleman when he will be able to contact his family and see them because he misses them very much. Pak said that unfortunately he cannot answer this question right now. He said that if the guy saw these documents it means that he is now busy with a serious task and he cannot communicate with anyone other than an employee of this organization. Ram said that he just wanted to let his family know that he was doing well. Pak asked the guy if he still hadn't told his family that he passed the exams. Ram lowered his head down and said that then unfortunately he could not contact them and that's why he wanted to try it again. Pak said that his desire is very commendable but this cannot be done now. Now due to the reconciliation process everyone is too sensitive for some time and you need to be patient and show restraint. Ram thought that his elder brother and students were looking forward to news from him anyway, and therefore other matters were most likely not so important. Suddenly someone knocked on his door again and Ram turned his head to see who else decided to come and rent today. A tall guy with long black hair came into the office and asked in a surprised voice, "Is Ram really at work every day?" Mr. Beck said he didn't expect to see Kong Jin here today. Ram began to behave very strangely after Kong Jin entered his office. Kong Jin took this guy's shoulder with his hand and pulled him in his direction so that he could see his face. Kong Jin asked this guy why he was acting so strange. Pak asked his friend to calm down and said that this guy came here recently and now he also works in this organization. He said that there was nothing to worry about and besides this guy has access to documents of the most secret level and you need to be as careful as possible with this guy. Kong Jin was very surprised when this unfamiliar guy turned out to be a very important person who has access to documents on Yunnan. Kong Jin let the guy go and said that he doesn't like to trust strangers. After that he asked where the old man had gone. Pak said that the head of the clan periodically reviews this guy and that's why everything goes smoothly. Kong Jin said that the damned are still annoying him and he is waiting for this old man to die. Ram didn't understand who this stranger was who burst into his office and why this guy was behaving impudently. Song Yu and the mentor were sitting on the street near the house and cleaning. Kwok was clearing the ground of debris that was lying and trying to find some important objects. Kwok picked up a torn book from the ground and a small bottle containing some kind of capsule. He said that he could never have imagined that such things would be so hard for him. Song Yu asked the mentor what is this he is holding in his hands. Kwok said that this is a kind of treasure that many influential people were looking for. He opened this book and showed that various techniques from martial arts were drawn inside. Song Yu was extremely surprised when he saw the book because of which their teacher did not appear at home for such a long time. He did not understand what this book was and what its value was. Kwok opened the bottle and pulled out a capsule from it. He handed this capsule to the senior student and asked him to eat it. Song-yu said that he will not eat it until they find out what it is. Kwok started yelling at his student and ordered him to eat this capsule immediately. Song-yu understood that it was better not to argue with his master and therefore took the capsule from his hand and put it in his mouth. He swallowed the capsule after putting it in his mouth and tried to understand what it was. Suddenly Song-yu felt a very strange sensation in his body, and I don't understand what this sensation was, but he knew for sure that it was related to the pill he had just eaten. He felt his organs begin to work twice as intensely, and as if a special energy was flowing through his body. Kwok asked, "What does this pill taste like?" Song-yu replied that she simply dissolved in his stomach and he did not feel anything. Kwok said that he had been looking for this one for a very long time, especially for the senior student, and was glad that he was able to give this tablet to Song-yu. The old man told the boy that they already need to go. Song-yu asked the old man where exactly are they going and why do they need to leave so quickly. Kwok said that he was going to find the second half of this book. He said that holding it like that was too dangerous, and so he tore it in half and hid the second part in another place because he thought that even if one part was found, the second one could save his life. Song-yu asked what is the meaning of this book. He said that he was very surprised that the master had been hunting for this book for so long and that a lot of people were hunting for it and did not understand what its meaning was. Kwok started laughing and said that people make up legends that with the help of this book you can become the best martial artist in the whole world. Oh said that with just one book you can become the best martial artist in the world. He said that he never believed in it, but extraordinary talented and influential people were looking for this book and it made him change his views. Kwok put his hand on his senior student's back and said that he doesn't know whether this book will make his student the best martial artist in the world or not, but it will be enough for Song-yu to improve his knowledge in martial arts. Kwok said that now he understands that the pursuit of this book was not so important and he spent a lot of time on it, but he is glad that in the end he managed to find this book and stay alive. Kwok began to laugh and said that he spent a lot of time completing various tasks and searching for valuable artifacts, but he still managed to restore his good name as Jongmun of the ghostly Muyin clan for the sake of his students. At that moment he realized that he had come a very long way and now this path was coming to its logical conclusion, and therefore he began to laugh loudly. He didn't laugh for long because he suddenly felt very strong pain and his laughter ended. Song-yu caught the teacher and asked what was happening to him and why he looked so sick. He asked his mentor to stay conscious and not fall asleep. Kwok felt very strong pain and did not understand what was happening to him. Song-yu was very worried about the painful condition of his teacher and constantly jogged him in different directions and asked what happened to him. Kwok ordered the boy to stop shaking him and said that he just needed to eat because he was very hungry. Song-yu said that if the mentor is hungry and they can't just quickly go downstairs and have dinner. The teacher said that he was very hungry and he needed to fill his stomach as quickly as possible. Song-yu said that he understood his teacher's desire and would try to go downstairs as quickly as possible to eat. Kwok was losing his mind and stopped understanding what was happening now. Song-yu asked the teacher if today is really okay. Kwok said that he will grow up to be a student so that in the future someone can help him, and now he just asks to be fed. Song-yu understood that the teacher was very bad now and he was losing his mind, so he needed to be fed as soon as possible. They returned to the village again to rest a little and gain strength before further searches. Kwok sat on the veranda of the house barefoot or watched the sun set below the horizon and the evening slowly begin. He saw his senior student approaching him and asked the guy if he had completed all the work he had to do. Song-yu replied to his mentor that he found delicious fish and today they will have dinner from the fish he caught. Kwok was very surprised when he saw that his senior student was able to catch such a large number of fish alone in a few hours. They fried the fish and then put it on a plate with boiled rice and homemade sauce as a side dish. Song-yu took a piece of fish with wooden chopsticks and asked his mentor to eat as much food as possible because he needed to eat a lot for the medicine to work more effectively. Kwok ate the rice that was in his plate along with the fish and thought that he did the right thing when one day he took these children himself because now he is an old and helpless person and these children can take care of him. Kwok suddenly realized that he had not even noticed how time had flown by and he had not been with his students for a very long time, and after all these hardships he was very glad that he was able to meet his eldest student again. He was glad that he had little ones again in the form of his student, but nevertheless he regretted that he had wasted a lot of time. Song-yu looked at his teacher and didn't understand what was happening to him, but he wanted to somehow help the old man. Song-yu saw that the teacher suddenly began to behave very strangely, and did not understand what was happening to him. He became scared when he saw the teacher in such a state. Kwok started screaming very loudly that he wanted the guys who were beating him to get away from him and wanted to stop seeing all these nightmares, but he couldn't do anything. They still came to him. Song-yu took his mentor's hands and tried to calm him down because he saw that the teacher was starting to go crazy. Song-yu hugged the teacher and said that there was no one here except him. He told the teacher that he had nothing to worry about. Kwok said guys keep hurting him. Song-yu said that the teacher shouldn't worry about this and it all happened before, but now it's all over, and even if your guy comes again, Song-yu will be able to fight back. Kwok shouted that their eldest student will protect his mentor and will never abandon his teacher. Song-yu said that he will always be there and will never leave someone close to him in trouble. Song-yu thought that the torture room in which his teacher was located greatly traumatized his psyche, and now he must take revenge on those people who did this to his teacher. Song-yu said that he would take the teacher to Old Man Oku because this old man has a good decoction of medicine. Kwok replied that this man is his friend and he will not harm him. They were walking down the street heading to an old man who had medicine, and at that moment another person passed them on the street. The man looked at these guys walking away into the distance and thought that the old man was having seizures again. Kwok was lying on the bed and sleeping because his mind and body got tired very quickly in recent days. He suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He felt that his face was very cold and sweat was running down all over his body. Kwok very loudly I started screaming and calling my senior student. He was afraid that he had dreamed it all and his senior student was not around. Song-yu asked the teacher what happened and why was he screaming so loudly. Kwok asked the student to come to him. Song-yu was very surprised and joyful when he saw that the teacher was able to regain consciousness after another attack occurred to him. Kwok asked the senior student how long was he delirious and unconscious. Song-yu replied that there was no nonsense, the historian would be fine all the time, just a little tired. Kwok said that there was not a single drop of saliva left in his mouth and his mouth was dry, which means that he had another attack. After that he said that the boy was deceiving him and asked him to sit next to him on the bed. Kwok said that the boy needs to understand that when his mentor is out of his mind, he absolutely does not understand what is happening, but it will all end soon. Song-yu asked what exactly does the teacher mean when he says that everything will end soon. Kwok took the guy by the hand and said that he would need to find the second part of the book. Song-yu said that he could learn martial arts from this book if it was his teacher's request. Kwok said that his mind is now unstable and it could disappear at any moment, so he must now tell his student. He said that this book is called Chechenrock. He said that more than 5 years ago the Murim were stained with blood, and because of this damned book they are still covered in blood. In the last century there was a man who was recognized throughout the world as invincible and truly no one could resist him. Even among his opponents of equal rank few could hold him back for more than 3 seconds. This great warrior possessed incredible martial arts techniques, and he could create a giant hand with the help of his internal energy and destroy large crowds of opponents. People make up legends about this man, and in all the legends they say that he was always alone because of his strength. There was only one opponent worthy of him, and this man was called the Moon Sword. The invincible warrior was lonely all his life, and therefore he wanted to meet the strong opponent, and even the fact that the Moon Sword was 10,000 li away in the state of Koryo did not stop the invincible warrior. One day, an invincible warrior came face to face with the Moon Sword. People told the story that their meeting was like a meeting between two old rivals who had known each other for a very long time. Song-yu asked the teacher what happened next. He was sure that these two great warriors fought in a mortal duel. Kwok replied that no one knows what happened to these two warriors after they met. However, after this meeting a book appeared in Kanho. Kwok said that this book was Chechenrock, and therefore people think that this book contains the knowledge of these two great warriors. Kwok said that no one knows how true the story about this book is, but none of them have ever mentioned anything about this book, and therefore Song-yu should study the martial arts that are written in this book. Song-yu said that he will learn everything that is written in this book, and after that he will definitely burn it. Kwok said that the boy should learn the second part of the book, but the teacher is in very bad condition and it is difficult for him to concentrate. Kwok said that they definitely need to find the second part of the book. Song-yu replied that they will definitely do this, but not now because the teacher must recover. Kwok Boyaka said that he needs to find it as quickly as possible because then his mind will be clouded and he will not be able to think adequately. Song-yu couldn't believe that the teacher was actually so obsessed with finding this book. Kwok said that every second counts and they must immediately begin searching. Song-yu understood that he needed to first wait for the teacher to return to normal and recover and only then talk to him about everything. Kwok began to lose consciousness again and say strange things. He said that he wanted warm tea and noodles. Songyu said that he would try to fulfill his mentor's request as quickly as possible. Kwok sat on the bed and looked at the wall. His eyes looked as if there was complete emptiness in them. There were no lights in the windows of the guild building. She approached the altar on which it was written that the ashes of a man named Kong Wu were here. She looked at this altar and thought about her problems. She said that she began to come to her older brother more and more often, and it seems to her that she has a little more time, but they still cannot meet before the country changes. She said that the death of her older brother was very stupid, and even after his death nothing changed. She said that it seemed to her that the bloody wind would cover this city again, and she told her brother that there was no point in this and the world continues to spin the same way as before. She remembered the day when she met this boy and he was very similar to his older brother, and she understood that this was my boy. It was very difficult, and so she gave this child a ring of demons and gods which he gave to a pawn shop because he had no money. She said that she is very worried about this boy and the tax doctrine is becoming more and more, and Kanho is confused, and she wants to try to unite Kanho despite the fact that no previous head of the clan has succeeded. She lowered her head down and said that maybe someday she will take this outstanding boy who looks like her older brother. She said that if her brother were alive now, he would definitely advise her to take this boy. She wanted to fulfill her desire and unite this world at any cost, no matter what it cost her. But at the same time, she thought that she wanted to see this child again and prepare two options at once. She said that she wouldn't be able to go back to her brother for a while, and whatever the decision was made, she figured she would be very busy lately. She looked back and saw that her subjects were on the street. She asked them what they were doing here. Byung-won, the lady's right hand and most important assistant, said that he was waiting for new orders. She asked him what people say inside the school and what are the current promotions on Chungwon. The men said that everyone would like to engage in distribution in this direction together with the lady. And he said that the ban from the previous chapter had been lifted and they could go out somewhere but a new task. The guy saw the dangerous look of his boss and realized that he had said a lot of unnecessary things. The lady said that now she understands why they didn't come here and why we don't ask her about it. Byung-won thought that the lady was now very angry with them because of what this idiot said. The master and his subject walked along the corridor. A subject asked Mr. USA if he could finally join the Purification Society. USA asked his subject how he knew the name of this society. The servant thought that the Purification Society is called so because this is the main direction of the school in the third generation, and besides, the members of the Purification Society are closest to the postulate of the teaching. If he ends up there, then he will also come closer to the key force of their teaching. He came to this school 30 years ago, and they believe that he deserves to join them as a full member of society. The gentleman entered the room in which the other members of this society were waiting for him. He saw that all the members of the secret society were sitting at the table and were only waiting for him. They saw their master, and after that they all stood up from the table and bowed to Mr. USA. He bowed back to them and said that he had come here to see his mentor and elders. The mentor of the Gwangmian family, Lim Chong-ho, asked Mr. USA was he really not alone. Park Ha-shin bowed to these elders and said that he came here to greet the masters of the Gwangmian clan. The elders were shocked when they saw an uninvited guest in the secret room. I did not understand how he would react to this. USA said that this person was recommended for entry by the founder herself and their secret society, and therefore will be one of the members of their team. The mentor said that the founder herself wanted to speak here today because millions of their followers are protesting and they need to be heard. Suddenly realized that he had said unnecessary information and he needed to keep his mouth shut. He thought that he needed to hear the position of these people before he said anything. The elder got very angry with this man and said that he has no right to open his mouth and talk about the followers and especially about their wishes because he has no idea about the intentions that the founder has. The mentor understood that he was now in a difficult situation and most likely he would have big problems. USA asked forgiveness from his mentors for the fact that his subordinates have similar shortcomings and do not know how to keep their mouths shut. USA turned to the elder of this clan and asked him for forgiveness for what or not the ethical behavior of his subject. Elder, that USA couldn't organize the investigation well enough, but your class already has too much water and he doesn't know how to act correctly in this situation. The elder understood that the person this gentleman brought here is a very unreliable companion and they could have serious problems due to his chatty tongue. The guy that he immediately made a terrible impression on all the elders because of his intemperate tongue, and this now causes huge suspicions towards him and problems. The elder said he said that now everyone didn't work for anything that they didn't prepare, it will be necessary to remove him. He thinks that this time you their Protestants have a chance to show all your power. USA said that he has important news about the boy, whom the founders want to get, and unfortunately due to their recent changes it will be necessary to abandon this boy. He said that there were problems with Zhuoxi and a hermit named Fu. Because if we take into account that they have a close relationship they can get certain positive results. But this can also have a bad effect on the course of the entire mission. Elder, it's very sad to know that because of this talkative guy who just ruined everything with his mouth that won't close, everything may not go according to plan. USA said that this guy just demonstrated all his capabilities and most likely tomorrow, he will not be able to join the main group. He understood that the goal he had been striving for throughout his life and his dream was destroyed in one moment because of his loose tongue. Song Yu stood on the bank of the river and watched how calmly time passed here. He raised his eyes up and looked again at the sun which was disappearing behind the mountains. He took a deep breath and took a lot of air into his lungs. He used the knowledge that he could read in the book and understood that he needed to study every movement that was written in this book well because 1,000 people risked their lives to get this book. He understood that the basis of all this teaching is the natural subordination of the whole body to one's own will. He thought there that for him all this training was rather chaotic because he studied it only from books, and yet it seemed to him that this was very far from the essence of these movements. He had to push the movement out as he inhaled and pull the movement towards him as he exhaled and tried to perform each movement as correctly as possible. In the book it was said that the arm, leg, and even the head should move synchronously at the same pace, and this is the secret that can make him the best master in the world. He thought that, in order to become stronger, he still had to practice fist fighting more diligently, and the strength of the new ones he learned in the settlement of evil. He knew that if the teachings written in this book did not make any sense, then the sacrifice his mentor made was also meaningless. Song Yu clenched his fist very tightly in order to accumulate energy in it. To do this, he opened his palm. In the room there were books on the table, and a candle was burning, and next to the candles there was a white vase containing flowers. Ram saw that a man had come to visit him, but this man came very late, and he wanted to know what was the reason for such a late visit. The man said that he understands that there is a lot of work in the Privy Council, but still a young scientist must take care of his health. Ram said that he must first complete the task and only then can he rest. Ram invited his guest to sit down, so that he would not stand in the doorway and feel comfortable. The guest sat down on a chair and said that in such a large palace, he felt very lonely and asked the young scientist if he could consider him his friend. Ram said that he always receives help from this man and therefore he allows himself to be considered a friend. The man said that Ram is different from other young scientists because others, especially those who have been working here for several years, do not even want to look other people in the eye. Ram said that he is a very shy person. Ram poured tea into a small cup and placed this cup for his guest. Ram saw that his guest took a cup of tea in his hand and said that he wanted to ask his guest one question. He said that not long ago he saw one person and he was dressed in ordinary clothes, and these clothes were not official, but he looked like a member of the Privy Council. The man said that he would try to describe this man. He said that this guy most likely did not hesitate in his words and actions, and it was unclear whether he was a rich nobleman or a street beggar, and it was difficult to describe what exactly to feel at this moment. Ram. The guy replied that this description is very detailed, but it fits the guy he's asking about very well. The man smiled and said that on the one hand you can't just stay away and watch him, but on the other hand you won't be able to get closer to this man either. Ram said that's exactly how it is. The man said that this man is a noble gentleman and he is quite elusive. What does a man need to think about before explaining to a young scientist who is this noble gentleman about whom they are asking him? He took a sip of tea from a small cup and then said that the noble gentleman is the next head of the Privy Council. Ram was shocked when he heard such an answer from his guest. The man said that it was too early to be so surprised because now he is the chief of the guards of the Imperial Palace. Ram did not know how to react correctly to all this information. The guest said that in practice the guards are led by the head of band, but above him is a noble master. He said that he has many other minor positions. One of them is very interesting and is connected with gold. Besides, this man is the supreme head here. Ram to believe that this man is actually the supreme head. He said that there is a woman the supreme head and this man the noble sir is also the supreme head and together they are the supreme heads. Ram said that this was all very surprising and he did not expect to hear such an answer. A man that the power that belongs to their organization is in the hands of one person and all the wealth of this organization is in the hands of another person and in the end they hold one thing or another. Ram thought that he felt the unusual energy of that person and this meant that he was truly great. The man rules the young scientist because from now on a great and bright future opens up before him. Ram looked at his interlocutor and at that moment he turned very pale because he did not expect to hear all this news. Song Yu was standing near the fence on the street at that moment. At night he was all alone. He was looking in the distance thinking about something. His face was very worried. He looked at the stone fence that was near him and examined its texture. He thought that he needed to concentrate on how he looked at the world around him and at the same time did not experience any emotions. He thought that his breathing should change depending on how he looked. He was exploring to identify a zone of visibility and create a way to organize the world around him. He knew these sensations and just felt them, but these sensations were impossible to feel. It's just that it was the same as catching a crane in the sky with your bare hands. He thought that it was worth trying and he should continue to try because he needed to bring this matter to the end and he would calm down and then he would be able to do everything as needed and the fire of indifference could not help him here. He looked forward and remembered the rule that was written in the book that fire indifference is a special energy that allows you to throw out anger due to the accumulation of melancholy and chaos in the soul. He looked forward and suddenly saw his phantom reflection. It was a clone woven and red energy. Song Yu was very surprised when he saw this phantom and at that moment he was very scared. But after he got scared and jumped back, the clone never disappeared and continued to be in front of him. He looked forward again to examine this phantom clan. There was no one in front of him anymore. Song Yu didn't understand what he just saw. He felt very scared because of this and his face and skin were pale. Suddenly he heard sounds coming from the house and realized that his mentor had woken up. He turned his head back and shouted to his mentor that he would now come to his aid. Song Yu entered the old man's room and saw that he was sitting on the bed and coughing very loudly. Song Yu took his grandfather with his hands and tried to help him. He asked how the mentor was feeling and if everything was okay with him. Song Yu saw that his mentor was coughing up black blood and got scared. This meant that he was already very ill and would not live very long. Song Yu said that she was now running around the neighboring house and would call the doctor to look at her grandfather and cure him. The mentor stopped the boy and asked him not to go anywhere. He said that the boy should not do this because a few days ago the grandfather vomited blood and the doctor saw it, but he said that there was nothing more he could do. Song Yu was outraged because his grandfather didn't tell him anything about this. He croaked blood from his mouth with his hand and said that from the state of his body one can understand how long he has been enduring this, and yet he was pleased that the senior student was taking care of him all this time. Song Yu asked his mentor not to talk like that anymore because he is not ready to accept this information. Kwok took his student by the hand and said that he couldn't go on like this forever and soon he would be forced to die because his body was very weak. He said that he wanted to enjoy the sunshine in the last days because he really likes looking at this light. Song Yu, at this moment I could no longer hold back my tears and began to cry. He raised the blade of his sword upward. The blade emitted very strong blue energy. The hand holding this sword made a swing and showed a very strong powerful blow. The gentleman struck very quickly with his sword and showed a masterful martial art technique. He struck quickly with a wide swing and created a whirlwind of strikes around his body. After this, thanks to circular blows, he created a cross-shaped sphere that surrounded his body. The gentleman stood up and tried to fix himself in the final position in order to complete the combination. He held the sword in front of his chest and at that moment radiated very strong internal energy that could be seen with the naked eye. He smiled and looked at his student. After that, he asked if he liked this martial art and how he felt about it. He looked at this boy and saw his reaction. He asked the boy if he was interested in watching this martial art. Song Chong said that he was very interested in watching his uncle use his sword during training. The gentleman said that the boy should call him mentor, but for some reason he calls him uncle. He said that he considers the boy his student, but for some reason the boy never calls him his mentor. Song Chong said that his uncle saved his life and he already has a mentor from another clan. The gentleman thought that this child was from the Muin clan who should have disappeared several decades ago, but for some reason this boy says that he is precisely because of this clan. Song Chong told his uncle that without the permission of his mentor, he could not have a second mentor, and he remembered this rule forever. The gentleman thought that he had heard a story about medicine traders and scammers who posed as the mysterious clan. He remembers that these people deceived various guys and then suddenly disappeared. He thought that this boy had ended up with just such charlatans. He said that the consciousness of this boy from childhood is under complete control. So he believes he does not doubt his faith, and this boy is good, and this child of heaven has devoted himself to such inappropriate spirituality, and now the master must get rid of this control over his consciousness and convince him to become his student. The gentleman smiled and said that besides Song Chong, he had no more students, and he did not think that it would be so difficult to fulfill his dream and hear someone calling him their mentor. The gentleman asked the boy, is he worse than his previous inexperienced mentor? Song Chong said that his uncle is an excellent swordsman, and even just by watching him he can learn a lot. The gentleman said that he was embarrassed because he praised himself a lot, but if everyone knew that he was his mentor they would definitely admire him. Song Chong said that unfortunately it turned out that he still couldn't call him his mentor. The gentleman looked at this boy and thought that he had never met such harmful and stubborn children before. He thought that this guy has a dazzling talent and there is simplicity and honesty in him, and isn't this a real treasure? He knew that this boy was different from those fools who were given innate talent, but they were too frivolous and therefore always quickly disappeared. The gentleman said that as long as the boy does not call him his mentor, he should never use martial arts against others. Song Jong said that it would not be difficult for him to do this, and his older brother always told him from the very beginning not to quarrel with others. The gentleman noticed that every time this boy remembers his family and his older brothers he always becomes incredibly happy and bright, and it seems that the children who were deceived by these scammers lived together and always supported each other. Master that he gave an order to his subjects to find his brothers and sisters, but for now the boy must study hard, and he does not know who his past mentor was. But if they have already decided to accept him, they must teach the boy all the basics of your art. He said that in the previous family the boy was the youngest, and now he needs to come to terms with the fact that in this family, he is not the youngest, and when he grows up he will be able to teach his students. Sir, that in this place a boy can become a senior student and take care of the younger students and teach them. Song Chong said that this is a good idea, and he still cannot call this gentleman his mentor, but in his heart he thinks of him as his mentors. The gentleman smiled and said that he was in no position to beg this boy to call him his mentor. Song Chong asked his uncle to return to his homeland once. The gentleman said that the boy himself talked about how all his brothers and sisters had fled and were no longer there. Song Chong replied that if his master and the elder brothers and sisters are still alive, they will not necessarily leave a trace or some kind of message if they return home. The gentleman said that if the boy goes back to his home right now, it will not give him anything. If he leaves, his education will be greatly delayed. Song Chung said that he still wants to go there, but after this he will definitely come back and work even harder. The gentleman said that the whole problem is that he cannot go there now, because when the gentleman was looking for his elders who first checked his hometown and his house, but there was no one there. Song Chung started crying because he couldn't believe that there weren't any brothers in their house yet, and he started crying. The gentleman said that he is sure that all the brothers and sisters are still alive, but they have not yet returned home, and when there is some news they will definitely visit his previous home. The gentleman said that they would need to return to this house a little later when the boy gained his strength, became older and stronger, and could figure out everything himself. What happened to his older brothers? He said that it would be great if his past mentor found Song Yung first. Song Chong said that he dreams of meeting his mentor again and would be very happy if the mentor himself could find him. Bok Gu ran away for a very long time and suddenly decided to stop to rest a little. He sensed danger approaching him and looked behind him to see what was happening. When he turned his head, he noticed that danger was approaching him, and he had very little time left to evade. At that moment a purple arrow flew near his face, and he did not have time to completely dodge it, but due to the fact that he stepped aside he received minor damage. The arrow hit his cheek and he felt that blood was starting to flow down his cheek. The mentor said that Bok Gu is still late, but at the same time there is something to praise him for because he has very good vigilance, and even the mentor has this vigilance. Bok Gu said that he tries to complete tasks as diligently and efficiently as possible, but sometimes he fails and he feels guilty for it. The mentor took his weapon in his hand in order to teach his student a lesson and create for him a shocking situation in which he must react quickly. He swung his weapon and said that the guy should always be on the alert and prepare for battle at any moment. He made a quick strike and said that he hoped that one day the boy would have enough skill to be the first to attack his mentor. Bak-gu dodged this blow and was able to jump to the side, so he did not receive damage, but nevertheless it was very difficult for him to notice his mentor's sudden attack. Bak-gu said that he will be the best student for his mentor and will achieve incredible results in the future, and his mentor will be proud of him. In the center of the river there was a small fishing boat with 2 people on it. The fisherman watched Song Yu learn how to handle a fishing net and how to catch fish with the net. Song Yu also pulled a net out of the river in the hope that there was already a caught fish there that had fallen into this trap. Song Yu pulled out the sow with quick and sharp movements and saw that inside this net there were a large number of fish. They together with the fisherman watched the fish splashing in the net, and it made them happy. Song Yu poured the fish onto the deck of the boat, and together with the main fisherman watched as this fish jumped all over the deck. The fisherman said that by sailing with Song Yu he could fill his boat with fish to capacity, and he knows the fishing spots well, so if they swim together in the future they will have very good results. Song Yu said that tomorrow he wants to take the head of Rod with him instead so that he can go on a boat ride with them. The fisherman said that this old man is a very greedy person, and he is alarmed by the fact that this old man wants to spend so much time with Song Yu because he has a lot of money, take it for himself and pay his workers little. Song Yu said that Rod is the person who helped him a lot when he settled in this village, and the house in which he now lives is the house of this person. The fisherman said that this old man was very lucky because Song Yu was able to single-handedly repair and put in order this destroyed house in which we allowed him to live. Song Yu replied that there were still a lot of things in this house that he would need to do, and he asked the fisherman to be a friend and mentor. The fisherman said that recently Kwok Boyak's complexion has become much better, and he is sure that this is due to the goldfish because it replenishes energy. Song Yu thanked the fisherman Lee Suk for sharing the fish with him, and said that the teacher does not need to eat this fish several times a month, but the fisherman still gives him this fish. Lee Suk said that in such a small settlement like this they must help each other, and goldfish is a very valuable product, but no one sells it, and it is customary to give everything to the elder in the settlement. Song Yu said that somehow he would definitely give this dress to the residents of this village for their kindness. Lee said that it is enough that the boy swims with him on the boat and helps him fish. Lee Suk said that they finally finished fishing and so they can go back. They straightened the sails of their boat and turned the ship around and then began to sail towards the shore. Suddenly they discovered that another boat similar to their boat appeared in the distance, but they didn't notice any other boats here lately. On the flags in this boat there was a white flag with some inscriptions. Lee Suk said that ghosts never fish themselves, they don't understand anything about it, but he doesn't understand why then they came here today. Song Yu looked at these people and thought that now there would be some kind of conflict that would have to be resolved. The ghosts stopped their boat near a fishing boat and looked at the basket in which there was a large amount of fresh fish that they installed today. One of the ghosts said that today these guys caught a lot of fish. Lee Suk said that at night he is not happy to see such influential and strong gentlemen near his boat. Lee held out a silver coin and said that if you think about it, today is the day when it is time to pay for the use of water, and so he decided to give these people money for using their water. The barbarian said that people like Lee have been catching a lot of fish in this lake lately, and because of this the rest of the fishermen have almost nothing left. Lee replied that he had been unable to fish for several days and today he caught very few fish. The barbarian said that he trusts his eyes and therefore sees that they have a large number of fish in the basket, which means that Lee Suk is deceiving him. The second barbarian climbed onto their deck and looked at the bucket of fish. He said that all the fish are difficult here, there is a lot of it in this bucket. Lee Suk understood that now these barbarians would want to rob him. The barbarian took a basket of fish and began to throw it into the lake. He said that fishermen should not be so greedy and fish need to multiply so that there are even more of them. Lee Suk was extremely shocked when he saw that his fish was now being thrown into the lake. I don't know what to do correctly in this situation. Lee Suk took the 2 silver coins that he had left and said that he was giving them to this ghost so that they could drink a glass of good alcohol after work today and stop being angry with the fisherman Lee Suk. The head barbarian said that he was even a little upset because so many fish were thrown out of the bucket, but nevertheless Lee Suk realized that it was better not to delay payment. The barbarian told his servant that he was a complete idiot because he threw away the fish that the fisherman had caught with honest labor. The servant said that he would not do this again. He began to walk towards his ship in order to get away from here, but suddenly he felt some strange energy, as if someone was trying to destroy him with his gaze. He looked at the boy who stood opposite him, and he became scared because this boy's gaze was very cruel. Song Yu emitted very strong red energy and felt incredible anger and rage at these barbarians, but tried to restrain himself so as not to attack them. The servant hit the guy on the cheek with his palm and said that he forbids this guy to look at him with that look. Song Yu was furious and ready to explode at any moment. He was very angry at the behavior of these guys and wanted to tear them to shreds. But in the end he decided to calm down his anger and therefore told these people that they would henceforth behave carefully. The barbarians left the ship of these fishermen and said that from now on they forbid this boy to look at them and now he must always lower his eyes downwards. Lee Suk said that the boy held up very well and he was great for not fighting back like the guys. Lee said that sometimes he also wants to beat these guys, but this will only cause more problems. Song Yu said that such scoundrels should be better avoided. Lee Suk said that there are a lot of scoundrels in this world and different rabble and garbage are everywhere. He looked at the boy and felt his strong energy. He saw that the strength of this guy was incredibly great and thanks to his strong character, he did not just kill these two barbarians. Song Yu said that there are a lot of bad people and it's better to ignore them than to enter into conflict with them every time because there are too many of them, you won't be able to defeat them all. When evening came it was very pleasant and the weather was warm, clouds floated across the sky and a light wind created a pleasant coolness. Kwok watched as his older student at work practiced using his stick. Song Yu was training and thinking that if he learned anything in the village of evil, it's that such strong guys never joke in business, and having encountered him once you need to immediately show that this is their end, and if you cannot resist then you have to ignore them completely. Kwok said that he just watched Song Yu's training and saw a very good job because for others it may seem insignificant, but the mentor taught the senior student one thing. This thing is called living by protecting your body. Song Yu said that thanks to the teacher he learned this rule and tries to adhere to it. Kwok said that when a guy twirls his stick, he looks a little better than his mentor, and when he was young he saw a warlord who also twirled his fighting stick. Song Yu began to laugh and said that the mentor is much better at this skill than the military leader he just told you about. Kwok said that his mentor wants to emerge victorious quite often, but still it's not worth comparing him with your boss because it's not true. Kwok said that the way this warlord wielded his staff was amazing, and when he waved it the heavens opened up, and when he lowered his staff down the earth shook as if an earthquake was starting. Song Yu looked at his mentor and realized that everything he achieved was all thanks to him. He took his staff and made a very wide swing. Kwok tried to understand what exactly this guy wants to do now, raising his staff up. Song Yu said that he never in his life believed that some unknown commander or general fought better than his mentor. Kwok Boyaka said that the boy only said that because he had not seen with his own eyes the skill of your great warrior. Song Yu said that the military technique and skill that his mentor possesses is also capable of cutting the skies into two halves. He jumped high and swung his staff to strike. Song Yu landed and at that moment dealt a very strong explosive blow to the earth which caused great damage in the area. Kwok Boyaka said that the guy uses too much energy for this blow and he should be careful because if his energy is directed incorrectly he could get hurt. Song Yu said that this staff can also make the earth shake and therefore his mentor's technique is better than any other. Kwok was flattered by his student's devotion. The lady took a makeup sponge and dipped it into the powder. She applied makeup to the face of a young girl with precise movements and watched how this girl became more beautiful. The mistress was combing the hair of the fifth student and said that not a single man could resist the look of this charming young girl. She thanked her mother for such nice words, but she was still sad. The mistress thought that she said something unnecessary because her words upset this girl. She looked at herself in the mirror and said that she had made a decision and thanked her mother for taking care of her all this time. The mistress told her that if she was ready then they needed to go to the elder mother and inform her about it. In the central hall of this establishment it was very noisy and fun musicians played various instruments and girls danced and entertained the guests. The girl played her musical instrument and plucked the strings with her fingers. The main mother sat with her eyes closed and listened to music. Suddenly she heard some extraneous sounds and immediately reacted to them. She looked at the girl named Okewa and asked what happened and why was the music playing wrong. Wa said that she asks for forgiveness from her mother and apologizes for the fact that she made a mistake in a piece of music. Mother said that playing this piece of music is very exciting but nevertheless it must be played as it should be, and she had already told these two girls that they could go home if they wished. Hwa felt very guilty at that moment and almost started crying because her mother scolded her. The mistress heard other girls enter the room and immediately drew attention to them. She greeted the elder mother and said that she was very glad to greet her after a long time. The elder mother said that she was very glad to see her friend and praised her appearance because despite the time she still does not age. She replied that the elder mother flattered her and that in fact she was aging just like everyone else. She looked at these two young ladies and said that she heard that her friend kept the child for herself and she wanted to know who this girl next to her was. She asked her adopted daughter to introduce herself to the elder mother. Eun-young bowed her head and greeted the elder mother, after which she said her name and said that she was very pleased to meet such an important person. The elder mother understood that this girl came here with her own story, and often the stories of such children are very tragic. The gentleman was sitting in his office and studying the letters that were brought to him. His head started to hurt because he spent a lot of time studying these documents but still didn't learn anything. Suddenly Mr. Peck came into his room and asked the guy why he was staying at work for so long and whether he managed to find out anything else about this case. The gentleman said that he managed to find out several places in which to search, but the search area is too large. The gentleman said that this time the scale of their plan is very large and grandiose. The gentleman noticed that everything was exactly like this and the cases for this work were unusual, so it would be difficult for them to understand all this. He said that if the old people don't leave Chongryong, this means they will have a very good chance of making their way in the future. Peck said that a lot of problems were starting again, and for one difficult matter he took his head in hand and said that there would be a lot of deaths again. The gentleman put a document on the table and said that this guy was not at work today, and it was very strange because he was constantly hanging around here. The gentleman said that his eyes became interested in this guy because this boy was hanging around Mr. Beck. But Beck, you shouldn't speak badly about this guy because he is a very worthy young scientist, not like the others. The gentleman said that in all 20 years he could not even count 3 people who Mr. Pack could speak like that. He looked down into his eyes and smiled and said that in fact this guy was doing the same archival records as Mr. Pack, and probably his hungry family only watched as he was the only one who escaped poverty. The gentleman said that this is the case, but he does his job well and does not miss even minor details and always listens carefully to everything that is said, but the pressure from the outside does not affect him, and besides he knows how to keep his mouth shut. He said that this guy is himself and he knows how to control his ears and mouth, but this does not give him too much of a chance for promotion. He leaned on the back of the chair and said that this man will take care of himself. He hopes that Mr. Peak can make friends with him. He smiled and said that this guy gets a lot of attention and that's why he also couldn't help but pay attention to him. Puck said that he wants to invite this guy to dinner and feed him. The gentleman said that he is very worried when Mr. Pack does something because of his interest. After all, if he is worried about something, he can even involve others inadvertently. Beck said that the young scientist Ramsoman still knows martial arts and looks like an amateur, but nevertheless he puts his whole soul into his movements. The gentleman said that this scientist is a very interesting guy and it will be interesting to deal with him. It was very quiet and calm in the valley and the clouds floated along the high cliffs. The mentor stood on the top of the cliff and watched his student climb up. He shouted to number 100 that he still could not adapt and he would not be able to get out and survive if he did not put in enough effort. The boy said that he was trying with all his might, and at that moment he continued to climb the mountain even more intensely than they had done before. He constantly repeated to himself that he could do this and he would definitely return home and gave me all the tasks. The mentor watched this boy and understood that he had very good potential, and at this rate the decades needed to train a new fighter could be reduced by exactly half. He adjusted his mask on his face and thought that he might have overdone it a little when he forced his student to work twice as hard, and more than 10 years ago one of the followers had already taken revenge on his mentor, and since then he has been wearing a mask so that the students do not know his face. The boy climbed up and tried to complete this task as quickly as possible. He threw an empty flask containing water on the ground, and at that moment the coach told him that in a minute he had to train again. The boy immediately grabbed the flask and began to drink the water that was inside the flask. He wiped his mouth with his hand and said that you want to talk to the teacher. The guy's mentor told the guy that he forgot the rules about not talking to each other during training. The boy replied that it was break time and he wanted to learn one answer to his question. He asked his mentor how many times did the mentor go through the testing networks. The mentor thought that sooner or later they would still have to act together. Therefore he can know this information. He replied that he went through all these tests 12 times. The boy replied that he went through all these tests as many as 13 times. The mentor thought that this guy should be stopped from being insolent and forced to behave with respect. The boy said that the words of the curator were different from those words that he said before because everyone who was not careful died, but now there was already a 13th attempt and he was still alive. The curator thought that this boy was hinting that the workout he came up with was very easy for him. The boy asked his supervisor, when the training will end, will I not be able to work together? The curator replied that he could not give him an answer to this question. He started to get angry and said that he would definitely get this right soon. The boy tells his entire supervisor his opinion on how long he will continue to be his mentor. The boy said that when he fell out of all the tests he will be the next mentor. The handler told him that this test was just the beginning. The boy replied that the beginning is already half. He will quickly complete all the tasks and the entire training process and then complete it with excellent skills. He said that if the mentor thinks about something about him, he will perceive it as a delusion. He said that the main task of the mentor is to make this guy strong and make him so strong that no one can become as invincible as he is. If the mentor does this, he will definitely receive a good reward for this. The boy said that the break had already ended and they needed to continue completing tasks. The curator began to get angry with this guy because he acted very impudently and outrageously and thought that this guy needed to be given very serious tests. The guy was thinking that Bakgu's older brother had disappeared somewhere, and now he is the only one who can take revenge for his entire family. If anyone else is still alive, he must find them. He was holding in his hand the ring that his lady gave him. He carefully examined this ring and tried to understand what the meaning was and why the lady gave this ring to him. Suddenly, he saw the mistress look at him with a reproachful look and he felt scared. She said that this ring is not for him and he should be careful with this ring. He understood that the lady could get angry with him at any moment and he began to feel guilty. She saw how he bowed to her and began to apologize, and after that she said that he was forced to give this ring to its owner. He asked the lady who exactly she was talking about so that he knew who he should look for. The lady said that this ring must be returned to the person who had it before and rumors must be spread that she will fulfill a promise for the strongest, and this is a promise that has been kept for a decade. He asked the lady if she was really talking about the same 10-year promises. The lady said that this boy once saved her and risked his life, and she heard that he was never able to use this ring, and in the end it fell into the hands of some person who did not belong to it. The servant looked at this ring again and was shocked that the lady was so serious and decided to take up this matter. He didn't understand what was going on in the founder's head because she decided to spread a rumor about a 10-year promise for the strongest, and this child would not cope with such a level. She said that this is fate and cannot be avoided. This guy has reached all the way to Jechenrock and word needs to be spread about it. He understood that her personal interest was interfering in this matter, but if he thought better, he doesn't know what would happen if these rumors spread together. He dropped his eyes down and did not understand what was the right thing to do in this situation. He had no choice, and he told the lady that he would certainly carry out her order and begin this task immediately. The mistress thought that unfortunately she had no way to just give this guy the ring and had to come up with a whole scheme of actions. Winter began and the village was covered with snow, and the lake in which the fishermen were fishing slowly began to freeze. The old man came out of the crowd and began to talk with the barbarians that the river was frozen, and they could not continue fishing if the barbarians demanded a tax from them for patronage. Then they would not be able to buy food during the winter. The barbarians said that this problem does not interest them and the villagers should worry about these concerns, and starting from this month, they will pay 2 silver coins twice a month. The old man at that moment I thought that they must stop these barbarians at any cost because their demands go beyond all limits, but the old man is not able to repel them alone. The old man hammered that the enemy's fist was too close, the law was too far, and even if a more punitive squad arrived this time their bodies would escape reprisal, but by that moment they could already die. The old man told the barbarians that if one of these days everything becomes a little more stable and the river melts, then they will prepare payment for patronage. The barbarian raised his leg up and was about to strike. He hit the old man in the chest with all his strength with his boots and threw him back. The barbarian said that if the old man is weak then he should get out of here and he doesn't care about this chatter, he just wants his money. The barbarian said that they could not beat up all the villagers if they did not obey these new rules. The old man fell to the ground and began to bow. He told the barbarians that if the river of growth is not necessary, this money will be prepared for them, but otherwise they simply will not be able to pay such an amount. The barbarian began to get angry and said that in ordinary words these people do not understand and they will have to break their legs and arms in order for them to better understand this information. From the crowd above, the doctor said that if the barbarians chose this terrible craft like theft, then they need to choose a proper way to collect money for a long time. He said that they should be well aware that the river is frozen and the villagers have no income, but they again demand money, and they must understand that in this way all the villagers will be forced to leave. The barbarian looked at this talkative man who came out of the crowd and became even angrier. He accelerated and ran towards this man in order to deal with him and shut his mouth. He hit the doctor with all his might and ordered him to get out of here immediately and not irritate the rest of the barbarians. He swung his leg and began to knock down the doctor lying on the ground. The doctor lay on the ground and was afraid. He felt very bad because he felt severe pain. Suddenly the main barbarian was stopped and he froze in place before he could hit this doctor again. Another barbarian stopped him and said that he shouldn't hit the doctor because he often treats other barbarians and it is necessary to collect debts from these people, but he shouldn't touch the old man. The leader of the barbarians said that he cannot feel sorry for everyone who opposes them and he must silence them. He said that this doctor behaved frivolously, and if he had just remained silent no one would have touched him. The barbarian noticed in a peripheral dimension that danger was approaching him, and he did not have time to react in time. A fist suddenly flew into his face and he felt very strong pain because this fist was filled with red energy and caused very great damage. The barbarian flew back and spun several times in the air. The blow was so strong that it was able to throw this heavy man into the air. People were shocked when they saw how high air flew. This is a strong man. They didn't know how they needed to react to this situation. The barbarians also looked at their leader who was now flying in the air and were scared and had never seen that someone had such great power. The barbarian landed on the ground and fell very hard and then took incredibly large amounts of damage. He was lying on the ground. It was very difficult for him to move after such a fall. Blood was flowing from his nose. Song Yu looked at this guy and was very angry because these barbarians were acting like real monsters. One of the barbarians pointed his finger at this guy and said that this boy had gone completely crazy and allowed him to fight with the barbarians. People did not understand why this boy decided to stand up for their village and fight the barbarians. Song Yu went up to the doctor to examine him, tried to find out how the doctor was feeling, and if everything was okay with him. He ordered the people who were standing behind him to take care of the doctor because he now needs help. The man looked back and saw armed barbarians who with their gaze showed that they forbid people to interfere in this matter. Song Yu understood that these people were afraid that the barbarians would attack them. But nevertheless now their doctor was lying in front of him, and they had to help him at such a difficult moment. Song Yu said that they should help him immediately because this doctor always treated them when they were in pain and now it was their turn to repay him. The men of this village behaved like real weaklings and cowards. They lowered their heads and tried to pretend that they did not care about this. Song Yu was very angry with these people and understood that they should show at least a little respect for the doctor and overcome their fear. One man came out of the crowd and said that he would take care of the doctor. Lee Suk was an ordinary fisherman who never showed initiative in such situations, but nevertheless he was tired of constantly acting like a coward, and inspired by the heroic deed of this boy, he decided to help him. Song Yu looked at the fisherman in surprise and realized that there is at least one person in this village who is able to repel these scoundrels. Song Yu thanked his uncle for agreeing to help. Lee replied that be that as it may, he is also afraid to confront these thieves, but on the other hand he understands how shameful it is to be a coward and stand aside. He scratched his head and said that he was worried about the boy because now there would be big problems and it would be better for him to leave the settlement with his mentor as soon as possible. Song Yu said that he must keep order here and take care of Mr. Doctor. Song Yu turned his head to the side and looked at the barbarians who were not far from him. He thought that as long as his mentor remained living here, he was not going to get involved in something like that, but Mr. Doctor was wounded and these guys deserve to be punished. The barbarian shouted that this guy really wanted to die. If he kneels now they won't spare him. Song Yu took a few steps towards them and at that moment he did not feel fear. He only wanted to punish these opponents. They saw this guy approaching them and he was very confident in himself. It felt as if he was about to destroy their entire gang single-handedly. Song Yu said that he doesn't want to aggravate the situation and asks them for the last time to think about their actions. If they still consider themselves right in this situation, then they will have to prove otherwise. The barbarian said that this boy has just said a lot of unnecessary things and is absolutely not watching his words. Song Yu raised his fist to strike because he could no longer contain his anger. The barbarian jumped back and didn't understand what he needed to do because he didn't expect this boy to attack him first. His fist flew very quickly towards the enemy. The barbarian tried to block this blow with his sword but felt that he would not succeed. Song Yu hit the opponent very hard and threw him back. His fist at that moment emitted very strong red energy. The barbarian fell to the ground and began to scream very loudly in pain. The red-haired brute saw one of his friends just thrown back and was shocked by this event. He shouted very loudly that this guy was annoying him and ordered the rest of the barbarians to run forward and attack him. The barbarians jumped out of their seats and began to run towards this boy in order to attack him with their swords. Song Yu calmly reacted to the fact that the blade of the enemy's sword was approaching his face very quickly and rapidly. The opponents saw Song Yu's hand rapidly flying towards them. The redhead shouted very loudly that he wanted to cut off this guy's hand because he hit his friend. The hand flew very quickly towards the ball. Song Yu wanted to block the sword strike with his hand. He was able to do this and moved the sword to the side, and the red-haired barbarians did not understand what had just happened. The red-haired barbarian was shocked when he saw that his opponent was able to block the blow of the sword with one finger. Song Yu looked at his opponent and thought that they themselves had chosen their fate. In winter he came to the same place where he trained all summer, and despite the cold he still continued to train. He trained with his torso naked because that way he felt nature and the wind better. The snowflake slowly flew down and approached his naked body. But this snowflake melted before it touched his shoulder because his red energy was very hot. He lowered his head down and thought that now he understands what the phrase "take control of your body" means, and he feels the sensation and can control it. He moved his hand in different directions and tried to feel this energy. He caught a snowflake with his fingers and thought that if he kept everything under control, even this energy would come out according to his wishes. He hung his head down and thought about it. Song Yu saw another snowflake approaching his hand. He realized that he had finally managed to do this, and he had found a path that he would follow further. He no longer needed to wander the world as a wanderer. He found his way in martial arts and found energy that he learned to control. Suddenly the snowflake in his hands began to melt and be destroyed. Song Yu thought that some important stage had begun, and he was embarrassed and missed this chance, and now he believes that reviews are also one of his new feelings. He promised himself that he would not be nervous anymore because he was here once, and the second time may not come, and therefore knowledge and search will bring him closer to the correct answer in contrast to ignorance and worries. The barbarian made blows with his sword and wanted to cut the enemy into two parts. Song Yu turned his head towards the enemy's sword and thought that he didn't know that the second time would come so quickly and at such an inopportune moment. He used his hand to move the enemy's sword to the side and looked at the reaction of this red-haired thug. He was able to control an opponent's ball with one finger. Song Yu did not allow the enemy to control his sword because the barbarians would make sudden and unexpected attacks. Song Yu said that he was going to somehow find the barbarians and destroy them, but this moment has come right now. He put the enemy's sword aside and said that they would still have to face his power someday, but they themselves decided that this day would come today. The red-haired barbarian shouted that this guy was completely crazy and constantly says strange things. Song Yu slowly moved his lips and said something to this barbarian. The rest of the people could not understand what exactly he was saying. The barbarian understood why this guy moves his lips, but at the same time does not make any sound. The red barbarian shouted very loudly that he was tired of all this and he didn't want to waste time on empty chatter, and he would just destroy this boy now. Song Yu said that it would be good if the red-haired barbarian thought about his actions before committing them, and he advised the barbarian to watch his words next time. Song Yu punched this barbarian in the stomach with all his strength and threw him back. At this moment blood flew out of the barbarian's mouth and his ribs were broken. Song Yu felt the taste of a fight and wanted to deal with the rest of the opponents, because his energy only now began to accumulate and find a splash in battle. Song Yu kicked the other barbarian in the chest and knocked him back. He stepped on the ground, and at that moment the ground began to crack. Song Yu made a high jump and told these guys that they were to blame for their sins and should be punished for it. Song Yu was very angry with these guys. In a few minutes he was able to defeat all the opponents, and when they were lying on the ground he said that if they did this again he would come and kill them all. Song Yu looked at the crowd of people standing behind him and wanted to see their reaction. People were very scared and didn't know how to react to all this. Because I don't understand that when this boy leaves, Varvara will attack them again, and they will have to suffer because of his actions. Song Yu looked at these people and realized that they were very scared. He knew that such a reaction would be caused from them after this fight, but there was no other option. Song Yu looked at the probably wounded Varvara and understood that this was the only correct path that could be chosen. He thought that up to that moment he was able to learn a lot. When I worked in the Black Tiger organization and when I was in the settlement of evil, but I didn't understand why he couldn't change for the worse. Song Yu worked for a very long time with various criminal organizations and was in the company of terrible people, bandits, courtesans, and thieves. But nevertheless he still remained kind and fair. The barbarian raised his head up and looked at this boy. He asked to spare him and not kill him. The barbarian said that he would never do that again. After this fight he would live kindly. Song Yu understood that unfortunately this person will not learn kindness and justice if he is not punished now. Song Yu hit this guy on the head with his boots. Song Yu continued to hit this man's head with his shoe and wanted this guy to begin to suffer. The bald barbarian begged to stop beating him and he promised that he would improve. Song Yu stopped and asked this barbarian where their settlement was located and how far it was from the village. The barbarian said that the settlement is far from here. Song Yu replied that this bald barbarian should lead him to the settlement right now. Song Yu said that if this Varvara refuses to accompany him to the settlement then he will have to be killed here and now. The barbarian, gritting his teeth, answered this guy that he would accompany him to the settlement. In the forest you could see a river that flowed through the entire forest thicket. Blood appeared in this river and slowly flowed downstream. The blood in the river only became more, and it changed the color of clear water to red blood color. There was a fire in the village. The whole building was burning with a large fire, and this fire spread to neighboring houses, and the fire increased every second along the river. A large puddle flowed downstream except the musician girls talked about the fact that the new girl who was brought to them was too old and was already over 20 years old. The girl who was in the center said that if you look closely at this new girl, you can see that she has wrinkles near her eyes and her skin is rough. She turned her head and decided along with her friends to look at this new girl. When she looked at her, she saw that this girl was actually already aged. Eun Young at that moment was sitting in the corner of the room and using a brush and ink to draw something on a white sheet of paper. She pretended that she did not hear the conversations of these little girls. Eun Young thought that she didn't know what these girls were thinking. They probably wouldn't be happy to go up to the third floor and give their body to some rich merchant with a pleasant character. Eun Young was thinking that she really needs to learn how to listen to the guys and then get out of here, but this will most likely take years of practice. She heard these little girls joking and saying that when Eun Young learns everything she will already be over 30 years old. The senior mother came into the room and said that her younger students have disgusting discipline here, and now they have time for a lesson on nobility. Instead of studying this lesson, they constantly talk. If they don't want to do this, then they can get out of here immediately. She looked at these girls with a reproachful look and made them understand that they wouldn't be able to joke today. The elder mother looked at the girl who had recently been brought to her for training and saw that this girl was working hard and drawing. Eun Chung continued to draw silently and did not pay attention to everyone else. She was carried away by the process, and she really liked to draw a picture because it calmed her down. The old woman brewed her best tea for this new student and poured it into a cup. She waited until the tea was well brewed and then asked her to smell it. She said that you should first smell good tea and then look at it and only finally feel it with the tip of your tongue. Eun Chung thanked the elder mother for the delicious tea that she prepared, and after that she followed all the rules, and in the end she felt the taste of this tea only with the tip of her tongue. The old woman watched this girl and realized that this student was a real gift because this child was from God, and she had never seen girls with such a noble character before. The old woman said that she sees elegance in this girl, and even in her little children's eyes it can be seen, and it will certainly be felt as unconditional power. Eun Chung was very surprised when she heard such words from her grandmother. I didn't know how to react to them correctly. The eldest told the girl that if she doesn't believe her words, she can look into her old honest eyes and be convinced of everything. Eun Chung bowed her head and told the elder mother that she believed every word and did not dare to doubt her words. Mother said that it's far away, and the rest of the children behave very pitifully and tactlessly towards others. Not all girls are like Eun Chung. The elder mother asked the girl to never forget these words and asked her to take care of her beautiful and bright soul because she is as beautiful as her face. Afterwards she said that their conversation was over for today and the girl could go upstairs. Eun Young was shocked when she heard that the elder mother asked her to go upstairs. The old woman said that once the girl goes upstairs, and is there no one will be able to treat her with contempt or negativity. Eun Young said that she had already turned out really well, and there was no need to prove to others that she was worthy or should be better than others. The old woman reproachfully said in her voice that the girl got here and she is already here. She reminded that So-Yul's health is fine and the girl is feeling well. She once again repeated to this girl that she had to go upstairs and she had to do it for herself. Eun-young said that this is already above her moral principles and they did not agree on this from the very beginning. It was raining outside. Kwak Boyaka sat on the veranda of the house and watched the heavy rain fall in large drops and break on the ground. He felt safe and calm when he watched it rain. Song-yu went to the door and told his mentor that he had already returned home. He opened the door to the veranda and saw that his mentor was sitting on the floor all alone and was frightened by this picture. Song-yu took off his fur jacket and gave it to the teacher, so that he would not freeze because it is very cold. Kwak said that he announced this on the veranda because he felt bad being constantly confined within four walls, and he understood that he was unlikely to be able to recover sitting in a room. Song-yu said that if an old man wants to get some fresh air, he should always tell his senior disciple about it. Song-yu each took an iron vessel in which they found firewood and coal. He carried this iron vessel to his teacher and said that Mr. Doctor constantly reminds the teacher that cold is bad for the body. Kwak replied that if I don't take care of him so much and diligently, the teacher will not have personal space. He placed an iron vessel with burning plaques closer to the teacher so that he could warm up. Song-yu asked the teacher if he wanted to see his new training. The teacher replied that he always enjoys watching his students study. Song-yu walked up to the wall and picked up his training stick to prepare himself before the start of the show. Kwak looked at his student and thought that this guy is trying very hard and doing everything right. Song-yu raised his stick up and waved it. Kwak thought that he was already very old and did not notice how his senior student again increased his level of martial arts. He watched the boy spin the stick in his hands and thought that his eyes were not at all what they were before, and during his military service there was a time when he also trained hard and dreamed of achieving the same level of combat skill. Kwak saw how his little boy was turning into a real experienced warrior, and he could not do such boring and difficult things, so he forced his children to do these things. Kwak looked at the boy and thought that Song-yu had found his meaning in life in these martial arts. Song-yu quickly and efficiently performed all the movements. He clearly changed each pose and masterfully wielded his weapon. Song-yu stopped and finished his combination of blows, after which he looked at the mentor and asked his opinion. Kwak asked the boy if his mentor had ever treated him with disdain. Song-yu said this never happened, and thanks to his mentor, he lived in warmth and grew up without knowing hunger. They looked at each other and saw that each of them gave the other certain emotions and memories. Song-yu saw the mentor's eyes begin to change again and he disappears again, and this has happened many times already, so he remembered this terrible state of the mentor. Kwak at that moment began coughing up blood and felt very ill. Song-yu ran to meet his mentor in order to help him and save him as quickly as possible. Kwak very quickly came to his senses and answered the student that everything was fine with him and he had blood stuck in his chest, so now his body is much better. Song-yu said that they need to go inside the house because the doctor said that cold air is harmful to the teacher. Kwak said that he doesn't want his student to force him home because he feels much better in the air. Song-yu told the teacher that he allowed him to take a walk but not for long. Kwak replied that the cold wind was really good but did not affect him and went to the edge of the veranda. Kwak said that if everything was okay with him, he would like to drink a glass before going into the coffin. Song-yu said that the teacher should not drink alcohol and the doctor forbade him to do so. Kwak replied that if only he had said what the doctor said, he would have died long ago from rot. Song-yu said that the teacher should not talk about this. Kwak said that he has been wanting to drink one glass of alcohol for a very long time, and now I feel that he has come to the very moment when he can fulfill his desire. Song-yu told his mentor that he really shouldn't drink and should restrain himself from such desires. Kwak replied that he would return to the room only after drinking one glass of alcohol. Song-yu said that he would allow the old man to drink one sip but no more. The old man replied that one sip would be enough. There was a small town hidden in the mountains. This city had a very small population and was home to the Wu-Tang clan. The man said that the house would soon be open and it would be possible to move there immediately. The Susami man replied that he did not see any problem in this because this time the house also did not have any direct connection with them. He looked at his interlocutor and said that this time it's better for them not to say that they are impeccable and have no competitors. Suddenly this man turned his head forward and saw something very strange. They noticed the boy standing in front of them and greeted their younger brother and disciple of the great master. Song Chong also greeted the older uncles and bowed to them. Man asked the boy where he is going to go at such an early hour and does the senior mentor know about it. Suddenly they heard the voice of a senior mentor who told them that they should not be interested in such matters. The men saw the senior mentor and immediately greeted him and bowed to him to show their respect. The mentor said that Song Yung is an older brother to them, and this is not the case as the real man below asks the older man where he is going to go. They bowed to the mentor and apologized for their post until they said that they would not repeat this mistake again. The mentor said that they should not apologize for this, but they should be careful. Song Chong, you saw these two guys running away so as not to catch the eye of their mentor anymore. Song Chung told his uncle that when he says such things to the other students it becomes even harder for him. The mentor said that when there are people around he is his mentor, and when there is no one around he just becomes an ordinary uncle. Song Chong said that he calls his uncle a mentor in front of everyone in order to ruin his reputation in front of others. The uncle said that his student is very cunning and wise. Song Chong said that not together with his uncle is like a cat and a mouse, and the cat can catch the mouse but the mouse cannot catch the cat, so the uncle is a cat. They went into the streets and the uncle said that now he understands why the boy treats his brothers so well. This is all because he has a great talent for rhetoric. The boy replied that he could not compare with his elders in this. Sung Jong said that he will have to study a lot before he can go out. Teacher answered because it all depends only on the boy. Song Chong asked if he would be beaten. The teacher smiled and replied that there was no point in this and that the strong could only hit the weak lightly. The mentor said that he needs to learn everything and not do it because it is a kind of feat, but no one will call to raise their hand against the boy because he will be killed. The boy said that his mentor constantly taught him that strong people can lightly hit the weak, but the world does not always work according to these rules. Song Chong began to laugh and said that his uncle is the strongest and he also wants to become as strong as his uncle. The mentor said that the boy must become strong because it's embarrassing to look at him now and began to laugh. They saw that the elder head approached them and greeted them. Song Chong together with his mentor bowed at the head, who approached them and greeted him. The clan leader said that his brother's new nephew seemed to have grown even taller over the past few months. The boy replied that because his mentor and the head of the clan care about him. The head of the clan said that he would also listen to his brother and the great master because he wants to understand. This boy saddened him. Song Chong was shocked when he heard these words from the clan. He did not understand what the problem was and what bad he had done. The mentor asked his brother why he had been looking for his youngest student since the morning. The head replied that nothing special happened and he came with a good deed and thought to give the junior teaching something. The mentor thought that judging by the appearance of the gentleman and the way the head of the clan is now communicating and trying to praise them, this means that the task he brought will not be easy. He looked at his student and told him to immediately bow and thank the head of the clan for such praise. He bowed and the gentleman looked at him with respect. The head of the clan smiled and said that this boy is very smiling and friendly. The mentor didn't know what it all meant, but he was sure that it was something unusual and asked him to tell you about his business as soon as possible. The master understood that recently the students were surprisingly good at detecting his scent and realizing who he was. There was a small box with different patterns on the table. The mentor looked at this box and was very surprised. I don't understand why the gentleman decided to put this box today. He looked at his student and asked him to open this box as quickly as possible and see what was inside. Song Chong opened the box and saw that inside there was a blue capsule, and besides this capsule there was nothing else there. He was very surprised and did not understand what kind of blue capsule it was and why it was there. The mentor said that Song Chong should take this capsule and eat it, and this is a very good gift from the head of the clan. In the fishing village at that moment it was evening and it was very cold. The doctor took the needles that were in his hand and tried to insert them into the patient's body with gentle movements. Kwok lay on the bed and was inserted into his body so that he would recover faster. The doctor inserted the last needle and then wiped the sweat from his forehead. He said that inserting needles into a patient's body is always a very exciting process for him. The two of them were near the old man's bed and watched what was happening to Kwok now. Song-yu cried and could not stop his tears. He asked the doctor what was happening to his mentor now and if he had any chance of recovery. The doctor closed his eyes and was very decisive in answering this boy's question. Song-yu constantly said that the teacher was so sick because of him and that day he should not have given him anything to drink. The doctor tried to explain to the boy that it was not his fault, and if not for his devotion to the teacher, he would not even have been able to live up to this moment, and even if he had lived he would have lost his mind and would no longer be able to be that person. Song-yu said that he doesn't need to be reassured and there's nothing wrong with him, but he wants the doctor to save his mentor. Even if he can't walk, he will be glad if he can carry him on his back. Kwok Boyaka was lying on the bed with his eyes closed and unconscious. The doctor could not stand it and began to cry along with the boy. It was hard for both of them to get through this moment. When spring came, the flowers began to bloom and nature became incredibly beautiful. A man's voice shouted that their commander was very handsome. That day Song-yu practiced his punches and practiced the same as always. Kwok shouted that the senior student in the future will be a real military leader and everyone will be proud of him. Song-yu thought that the mentor looked very good. He said that the boss Chung man about whom the teacher constantly talks was actually a wonderful person. The teacher said that everyone was saying that it was your boss who was the best of the best, and Kwok also insisted on this idea. Song-yu said that the mentor is very proud of this military leader and Song-yu will become several times better than this commander of yours. He asked the teacher to carefully observe his movements. Song-yu emitted very strong red energy from his body and tried to accumulate as much of it as possible. He concentrates the red sphere of this energy in his palms. After this, he made a rapid dash forward and was about to strike with the help of his sphere. He fired a red sphere forward. A red fireball flew out of his hands and flew towards the wall. After the collision with the wall, the ball damaged the surface of the wall and created many cracks. When the fireball completely touched the wall, an explosion occurred, and the stones scattered in different directions. Kwok said that he was delighted that his eldest student learned to use this secret skill, and he was very happy for his student. Song-yu said that until now he had never succeeded in this technique, but today he was able to do it, and thanks to constant training he was able to achieve success. Kwok said that his senior disciple has reached the level of a great general, and now he can defeat his enemy thanks to the ability of this technique and destroy him hundreds of steps from the battlefield. Song-yu smiled and said that if he had already learned how to use this fire technique, it means that soon he will be able to fly to the skies. Kwok said that all his life he dreamed of seeing a warrior who is capable of creating such incredibly strong blows, and now he is delighted because his student has learned to do this. Song-yu crouched down to push off the ground and make an incredibly strong jump. He had energy in his legs and the earth began to crack under this pressure. Song-yu made a swift jump up and flew into the air. Kwok shouted that his senior student had mastered this skill perfectly and learned to fly into the air like a real martial artist. Kwok looked at the boy and thought that all his life he had dreamed of teaching him such techniques, but he did not know how to do it himself, and yet by the end of his life he was able to achieve this. Song-yu said that thanks to his teacher he learned to fly into the sky and now he is a real professional in this technique. Kwok was delighted and could not restrain his emotions. He rejoiced like a child when he looked at the skill of his student. Song-yu looked at his teacher and realized that he had never seen a teacher so happy before and wanted to see his teacher in such a happy state for as long as possible. Kwok said that all his life he did not know that the senior student would become an outstanding warrior and would be able to achieve his goals. Kwok raised his head up and looked at the sky. He said that you also want to fly in the sky and destroy stones just like his student. Song-yu looked at the teacher and thought that he must fulfill his master's dream. Song-yu told his teacher that his wish can be fulfilled. It is not very difficult to do. Kwok looked at the boy in surprise. Song-yu took his teacher's hands and said that in order for them to fly up, the teacher must hold on tightly to him. Song-yu grabbed the teacher's legs and back with his hands and lifted him up. Song-yu smiled and said that now the teacher's dream will come true and I will not be able to fly into the air. Song-yu ran forward with his teacher and picked up speed to make a high jump. Song-yu kicked off the ground and made a rapid jump upward. He and his master flew into the air and stayed in the air for some time, and the teacher was shocked that he was actually able to feel these emotions. Song-yu thought that he could lift his teacher into the air several times, and if the teacher wanted he could not fly like this all the time. Song-yu was ready to do anything to ensure that the teacher was next to him and enjoyed life. They flew in the air and constantly jumped from one house to another and flew over the city. The old man laughed loudly and shouted that he liked to fly with his student. They landed on the surface of the roof, and this had to be done in order to push off again and fly into the air. Song-yu pushed off the surface of the roof with his foot and made another jump. They flew very high at the level of the clouds, and the boy thought that he wanted the teacher to always be with him. Kwok said that he cannot believe that they are not in the air now and he is actually flying with his student. They kept jumping and moving in the air. Song-yu landed and decided to stop to rest a little and restore his energy. He looked at his teacher's face. At that moment you wanted to understand what was happening to him now. Song-yu said that right now he is not good enough to call himself a professional, but if he trains a little more then he can fly even higher and be even further in the skies. He saw that his teacher was tired and fell asleep during the flight. He said that when he learns this technique at this level, he will be able to fly with his mentor every day. Kwok was very sweet in the arms of his student and was very tired. Song-yu said that if his teacher was very tired and these flights tired him, they could return home. Kwok removed his hand from his student's shoulder and slowly began to walk. He stood up and began to move away from his student. Song-yu did not understand what was happening to his teacher and why it suddenly began to behave so strangely. Song-yu saw that his mentor was very tired and began to fall, so he grabbed him with his hands. He tried to understand what was happening to his mentor now. Song-yu began to accumulate energy in his legs in order to push off and jump again. He understood that something very terrible had happened to his mentor, and now he was most likely not just sleeping and could simply die. Song-yu began to scream very loudly, and waking up his mentor for all this was useless. He took several steps forward in order to win towards the house and return as quickly as possible and show the teacher to the doctor. Song-yu suddenly stopped and realized that this might already be useless and the teacher is now very bad. He looked at the old man and couldn't believe that this was all happening now. He took his teacher's hand in order to feel his hand and measure his pulse. The teacher's hand was cold and pale, which meant that something very bad had happened to him. Song-yu shouted to his mentor not to die and not to leave him because he would not be able to survive this. Song-yu began to cry very loudly and tears streamed down his face. On that day, his mentor abandoned his eldest student and passed away. After some time, a man was running in the forest and he had a very fast speed. This man saw a large branch in front of him and thought that it was ideal for pushing off from it and making a jump. He gave a push and then jumped off the branch and quickly flew forward. Song-yu flew forward very quickly and thought that he could not afford to waste time on grief, and on the contrary, thanks to what had happened, he must move on, and Touchite would like the boy to develop and not regret what happened. He understood that soon what he was experiencing, and which he was not giving due time, should turn into violent anger. He wanted revenge on everyone who ever harmed his teacher and wanted to make all these people suffer. The lady constantly thought about the ring of demons and gods that she had in her possession. This ring was for a boy. In front of her was a large number of warriors who sat on their knees and worshipped Lady Gwangmian. The head of the clan, Lady Gwangmian, watched as her subjects bowed to her and praised her. But at that moment she only thought about the ring of demons and gods and about that boy, whom she had not been able to find for a long time. Did you know that the ring of demons and gods has a new name that sounds like 10 years of promises? Many people tried to get this ring. Many wars with incredible martial arts possessions, they wanted to take this artifact for themselves. This ring was the main reason why many warriors risked their lives and their fate in order to get this artifact. Gwangmian understood that she was the leader of the largest martial arts organization in the world, and therefore she could master this ring. But she wanted to ask for only one thing, that she had one word that could solve any problem. A bright flash appeared in the sky and illuminated the darkness of the night. A ring of demons and gods flew in the air and was against the background of the moon. It radiated the same energy as the great moon. Gwangmian wanted 10 years of promises to be fulfilled and this boy to get his artifact. Song-yu looked at this ring and did not understand what was so special about it and why so many people wanted to get it for themselves. He never understood why people are willing to give their lives for jewelry and an ordinary ring, even though this ring is a powerful artifact. He felt the presence of other people nearby and realized that someone was approaching here. Song-yu stood up and was about to leave here because he did not want to face opponents. Ram returned to his home after a long time and saw his old house, which looked terrible because no one had lived in it for many years. The gentleman told his friend that he returned here too late and they were most likely late. Ram did not understand what happened here. His body was afraid, and he was experiencing terrible emotions at that moment. The gentleman said when he was given instructions to come visit the Ram family, He came to this address but thought that he had come to the wrong place because there was no one here. The gentleman said that he does not know what happened in this place, but Ram has enough power to find out where his family is. Ram said that he definitely needs to find out what happened to his brothers and sisters. The gentleman said that they need to hurry and therefore the guy must find his relatives as quickly as possible. After all, they have a lot of things to do in the central building and they are ready to allocate 100 people to find his family. The gentleman put his hand on this guy's shoulder and said that everything would be fine, but if someone else really did it, then they need to find out who hurt his family. Ram said that he will definitely find the people who are to blame for this and his knowledge should be useful for the search. The gentleman said that he will use all his strength and connections in order to find his family, and they will definitely succeed. Ram bowed to this gentleman and thanked him for his help and support. Suddenly I heard some strange sounds that were in the forest and looked towards the forest. He turned his head the other way and saw something that surprised him. In front of him stood 100 experienced fighters and scouts who were sent here to find Mr. Ram's family. The warriors quickly ran along the forest in order to get to the goal as quickly as possible. A large crowd of military scouts ran along the forest. Their leader shouted very loudly that the fighters needed to hurry up if they did not arrive on time. In this case, the disciplinary action would be several times greater. The soldiers were very surprised when they heard this information about their leader, but then they all stopped when they saw a stranger who came out of the bushes. Song Yu ordered these guys to stop immediately and not move because they had nowhere to rush. He said that there was no point in running anywhere because their life would end here and now. The soldiers looked at this guy in surprise and thought that he was crazy because he single-handedly decided to confront a large number of opponents. The leader gave the order for the soldiers to take out their weapons and immediately attack this crazy wanderer. Song Yu picked up his spear and began to make wide swings, preparing himself for battle. He made a rapid dash forward and swung in one movement to pierce several opponents at once and inflict very serious damage on them. The fighter turned his head back and looked at this guy. He didn't even have time to notice how the stranger made his blow, but he saw a drop of blood flowing from his mouth. Song Yu twirled his stick in his hands and completed a combat combination of blows. Song Yu saw the enemy's deeds begin to splash out blood and gradually fall to the ground. He did not understand how these enemies managed to find him because he was very careful and did not give away his positions. He walked along the forest and thought that a lot of different strange things were happening to him, but he still doesn't understand how these soldiers were able to find him. He held a ring of demons and gods in his hand and understood that these people were hunting precisely for this artifact, and as soon as they received it, and then they would immediately want to sell it. He remembered the moment when his mentor died. He neatly folded his mentor's things. He tried to fold all his things as neatly as possible, but suddenly he saw that some strange ring had fallen out of his shirt pocket. This ring rolled towards the wall and he immediately drew attention to it. Song Yu understood where his teacher got such an artifact from. He looked at this ring and thought that this item belonged to his teacher, but most likely someone put this ring in his clothes. Song Yu suddenly joked about some strange feeling in his body, as if he was not alone here. He was sure that there was someone else here besides him, but he did not understand how he could not feel the energy of this person long before he approached. Song Yu turned to this man holding his spear in his hand and saw that in fact there would be a stranger here who was watching him. He felt the incredible energy of this man and it seemed as if there were giant snakes behind him. The gentleman said that he finally managed to find this guy and he was very glad that they met today. Song Yu asked this gentleman who is he and what is he doing here. The gentleman said that he wants to talk about a book called Chechen Rock. He said that he is the real owner of this book and received great damage from the fact that this book fell into the hands of another person. He took a few steps towards the boy and said that he shouldn't be nervous because it seems to him that the boy has reached a certain level in his fighting skills. Well, he doesn't even imagine what kind of person is now in front of him. Sir, the guy himself must realize that he should not resist and give it to him. The gentleman looked at the boy with his red eyes and said that if everything was clear to him, then he should lower his spear point down. Song Yu quieted his teeth and didn't want to do this, but the gentleman who was in front of him looked very dangerous and he didn't understand what the right thing to do in this situation. Song Yu listened to the master's order and put his spear forward, otherwise he would quickly swing it. He shouted very loudly and distracted the attention of this gentleman with his scream. He didn't understand what was happening to this guy and why he was acting so strangely. Song Yu threw the master's hand aside and made a rapid lunge forward. He used his internal energy to quickly move in space and move away from this gentleman. Song Yu asked the stranger who is he and why did he come here. The gentleman said that this guy's martial arts leave much to be desired. But despite this, his will is incredibly strong, and this makes him stand out among other warriors. Song Yu pointed his spear towards the stranger and once again repeated his question about who this man is and why did he come here. Mister, that this boy will never be able to defeat him, and he has most likely gone crazy if he continues to resist. Song Yu didn't understand where this man came from here and how he knew about the secret book that his teacher once gave him. Song Yu once again shouted very loudly and asked the stranger who he was. The gentleman did not want to answer this guy and thought that it would be better to simply demonstrate some of his capabilities so that the boy himself would understand who was standing in front of him. The gentleman teleported with the help of his internal energy and approached the guy as close as possible. Song Yu was shocked when he saw that this stranger could move in space so quickly and without putting much effort into it. He made a thrust with his spear and tried to attack the stranger. The man easily dodged this blow and managed to touch his spear with his hand. He hit the guy's spear with his index finger and threw the weapon aside. Song Yu was extremely shocked when he saw his weapon fly out of his hands. He lowered his head down and didn't understand what he needed to do now. After all, he no longer had a weapon in his hands. Song Yu used the wind technique and began to spin around his body very quickly. He jumped very high into the air and took off with the help of the wind that he controlled. The gentleman looked at the martial arts of this guy and thought that many warriors could envy such strength of spirit. The gentleman saw that the guy was able to find his spear and tried to make a blow from above using the power of the wind. He didn't want to absorb the force of this guy's blow. He had no other choice. Song Yu understood that this opponent was an unusual person because he was able to absorb the force of a very powerful blow with one finger. Song Yu swung his spear and wanted to strike again. He turned his head to the side and saw that the enemy had moved very quickly in space and was already to his right. This stranger began to irritate the guy and cause in him a storm of negative emotions that overwhelmed him. Song Yu saw that the stranger was pulling his hand towards him and could not avoid it. Mr. put his hand on this guy's shoulder and pulled him down. Song Yu did not understand who this person even had to be in order to fend off his best techniques so easily. The gentleman said that for his young age this guy is a very good fighter, but he still doesn't deserve to know this gentleman's name. Sir, should he still remind the guy that he is the creator of the book Chechirok? The gentleman extended his hand and waved this guy to his feet. He said that this book could have fallen into the hands of anyone, but it fell into the hands of this particular boy. They were finally able to calm down and made a fire to talk about everything that is happening here now. The gentleman said that he wanted to give the guy a gift and would allow the boy to rest for the next 3 days. The gentleman asked how long would the guy look at him in silence and not answer anything. Song Yu apologized to the master for his excessive curiosity. The gentleman said that he thought that this guy was an ordinary stupid idiot, but he got used to it very quickly. He would be very unlucky if he owed money. Song Yu thought that whoever this gentleman was, he was one of the 5 rulers, the strongest martial artist in Murim, or he was an ordinary person with a license from the company allowing him to study this book with an official. Sir, that sooner or later the guy will have to bow before him. If he does not want to do this of his own free will, then he will have to force the guy to bow his head. Song Yu understood that this gentleman was not even trying to hide his disdain for martial arts, and he did not understand who was in front of him now. The gentleman bent down and looked at this guy with a malicious smile. He said that he did not expect such a guy to study from his book of martial arts. The gentleman asked how difficult it was for the guy to understand what was written in this book. Song Yu said that he thought it was just a list of rules to follow in order to become a master. The gentleman said that because of his master he had never touched this book and does not remember well what is written there, but according to the guy it turns out that studying this book is quite simple. Song Yu said that at the moment he has already completely memorized the entire book, but he is not sure how correct his skills are. The gentleman said that he could not believe that the guy was able to study everything that was written in the book so quickly. The gentleman said that the martial art that is written in this book is called perception, and such a thing cannot be comprehended by the usual methods of study. He stood up all the time and told the guy to immediately get up and attack him in order to test his fighting skills. Oh said that it doesn't matter to him how much this guy managed to understand, but if he was able to understand and advance at least a little in his martial art thanks to this book, he wants to see it with his own eyes. Maybe he shouldn't even risk everything he had when he fought with that old man. Song Yu said that he is not ready to fight the master. The gentleman replied that a battle should always take place between two people of equal strength, and therefore the guy should perceive this as training and give his best. Song Yu thought that he cannot refuse this man now because he is one of the 5 rulers, but he can learn a lot from him in martial arts. The gentleman ordered the guy to beat him as many times as he could, but the gentleman will not attack in response and will only defend himself. Song Yu understood that there was no other choice, but on these conditions he was ready to fight this gentleman. Song Yu made a swift dash forward and wanted to attack the master with his spear. The gentleman saw the attack of his opponent and thought that so far he was not impressed. He saw that this guy looked very simple and trivial. Song Yu waved his stick and decided to strike a very strong blow from above. The gentleman saw this blow, and at that moment he finally understood what was happening. He jumped back and thought that the guy needed to train these elementary movements several thousand times, and thus these movements became part of his reflexes. Song Yu filmed that he could not even touch the hem of this gentleman's clothes, and this is the martial art of one of the 5 rulers. Song Yu waved his stick and thought that it doesn't matter and that no matter what he wants to demonstrate his skills to him. He emitted very strong red energy from his body. Song Yu made another swift dash towards the master in order to attack him with his unique power. Sir, when he saw that a lot of red energy was approaching in his direction and was ready to absorb him, he had never seen this energy before, and it was amazing for him to see that this guy had such skill. The gentleman understood that this guy knows how to combine several combat techniques and energies at once. Song Yu hit the master with the help of his red energy and wanted to put his maximum strength into this blow. He caught the guy's spear with his hand and stopped him. The gentleman said that he was surprised because in addition to the skills that the guy was able to get from the book, he learned something else. Song Yu did not understand how this gentleman was able to stop the spears that had invested a large amount of energy with one hand. Sir, with this guy's strength, what else has he learned? Song Yu said that he first wants to hear from the master how he stopped the spear with one hand. The gentleman replied that it is not difficult and you just need to choose the right moment for it. Song Yu was shocked when he heard this answer. He understood that the master had explained to him the structure of this martial skill of blocking blows too simply. Sir, if the guy doesn't understand how this unit works, then he can't help. He said that based on the guy's strength, he could very well become a formidable fighter, but exactly until he becomes a worthy opponent for the master. Song Yu asked the master to teach him this great martial art. The gentleman said that he doesn't even know how to treat the guy and how to train him. He said that this guy reminds him of someone and that's why he agrees to teach him. He saw a stick that was lying on the ground and picked it up, and after that he said that the guy's movements became as natural as when walking or running. He had to bring his movements to automatism. This deserves praise. He looked at this guy and said that he rarely said this, but once he also started with this, and now he believes that he would rather die of boredom than finish what he started. He pointed the branch at the guy, and after that something began to happen in his hand. Song Yu saw a giant branch and did not understand what his master had just created. He jumped back because he didn't know how to resist such incredible force. Song Yu saw that this giant hand suddenly disappeared somewhere, and he did not understand where this gentleman got such strong martial skill. The gentleman said that even with such automaticity, the guy needs to clearly calculate his movements in order to calm down when he doesn't succeed or to deliver the final blow when he does everything right. Song Yu did not understand what exactly I meant. His master understood these words. The gentleman said that in order to do everything as it should be, he needs to monitor his movements. This is the only way he can objectively evaluate himself and his fighting skills, and of course this is a completely different level and this cannot be comprehended through training. Song Yu said that he had already encountered something like this before. It's like looking at yourself from the outside. The gentleman said that this is called contemplation, but he is still very surprised that the guy has already met with this once. Song Yu said that one day it seemed to him that this was a sharpening of his perception, and he was sure that he had already experienced this strange feeling, as if he saw himself through the eyes of another person, and he gave it some meaning because he could not use it to the fullest. He bowed and thanked the Lord for his instruction. The gentleman said that since the guy is already so noble, he may not even perceive the teacher as his enemy. And studying martial arts is useful for him, but no one forces him to be a master. From the forest above the dark silhouette of a man. Mr. This man that he promised to do one favor, and now he is ready to show the promise present. Song Yu looked back and wanted to take a closer look at the man who appeared from the forest. Song Yu saw that his brother Ram was standing in front of him. The second student said that he had not seen his brother for a very long time, and could not believe his eyes that they finally managed to meet. Song Yu was very surprised when he saw his younger brother, and could not even imagine that this moment would ever come. They looked at each other and tears began to appear in their eyes. The brothers hugged each other and cried because they couldn't believe that they could see each other after so many years. Mr. watched these guys and thought that he had finally managed to find his older brother Ram, and this older brother was very different from his brother. The gentleman was very surprised when he saw Ram's reaction and thought that he had never seen him like this because he always behaved with restraint, and for the vicar of the Western Gate he was too soft. Young was training with a staff in the courtyard of the palace. She waved her staff in different directions, repeating the martial arts techniques that she studied as a child, and at that moment she felt calm. She thought that if she finds at least one of her brothers, she will be even more calm, and she is glad that now she can protect her little sister So Yul. She thought that she should no longer be so insatiable, and maybe at some point she would have to stop. The elder mother watched this girl and said that she still continues to train despite the fact that it may harm her delicate hands. She said that the girl often forgets that her hands are her weapons. Young said that this training calms her down. She apologized and asked for forgiveness from the elder mother and said that next time she would train more carefully. Mother said that the girl thinks too much for her age, she needs a break from her thoughts. Young asked her mother how she could fight thoughts if they visited her, even if she didn't want to think about it. The old woman said that even if she can't stop thinking about it, she should learn to control her mind and it won't take her much time. The girl replied that mother was right, and no matter how long it took her, she would learn it anyway. Mother said that the girl will definitely succeed if she puts effort into it. She took the girl by the hand and said that nevertheless, while these thoughts excite her consciousness, her mother would worry that they could change her beyond recognition. Young replied that this would never happen. Mother said that people are saying that the head will arrive soon, and she warns the head that Young will visit her coming to her. Young thanked the elder mother for her kindness and said that perhaps she would help her. Song Yu sat with his brother near the fire. Song Yu asked that this gentleman specifically fought the battle in order to reduce the number of residents in Murim. Ram replied that everything happened exactly as he had planned. Song Yu closed his eyes and thought that this all meant that the master was caught precisely because of this situation. Ram said that all people from the very bottom up to the most influential families of Murim are afraid of Mr. Manager, and if you think about it, the master had the opportunity to prevent this even in its infancy. Song Yu said that the master did this for all the students. Ram replied that based on his brother's words, he thinks Ram knows what happened next. Ram said that he knew absolutely nothing about the fate of the other brothers and sisters, and he was able to find his older brother only because people from his organization helped him. Ram said that he would find all the brothers and sisters without exception and bring the whole family back. Song Yu was very happy that the second student grew up to be a kind and honest person. The servant approached Mr. Ram and said that it was time for them to return back to the Western Gate. Ram said that the elder brother just had to ask the manager for a favor and he could buy him some time so that he could get out of here safe and sound. He said that for a man of honor 10 years of waiting for revenge is not such a long time and he first needs to buy some time. Song Yu replied that he promises that these people will pay in full, for this he must stop. Song Yu said that if he can't overcome this, then he will never become stronger and brother should believe in him because the video of his younger brother, he feels happy again and a stone has been lifted from his soul. Ram said that he is very angry with himself for not being able to help his older brother because he is not competent enough. Ram asked his elder brother to promise that he could take care of himself. Song Yu also asked his younger brother to take care of himself, and the revival of their family now lies on his shoulders. Ram looked at his brother and felt incredibly proud of his older brother, and that he was able to live up to his expectations. Song Yu knew that his younger brother would cope with these tasks and everything would definitely work out for him. A few days later, Song Yu sat near the stone and thought that he was right after all, and everything that he experienced in that hell would never be forgotten. He thought that if he could just hold on a little longer, then he could imitate what he saw that day. He hit his knee with his fist and said that he simply did not have time to just sit around. He remembered the words that the master told him about something that a crazy old man wrote a great secret book to explain how to become an immortal Taoist. The gentleman said that the title of the book itself does not imply that he will worthily rule heaven, and for this he needs to become an immortal Taoist. If he has perfect knowledge from this book, he will automatically ascend to the gates of heaven. Song Yu promised himself to study these martial arts perfectly in order to become a Taoist, and he understood why the gentleman said this, because until he reaches such a level of self-control to see himself from the outside, Song Yu thought that he trained a lot in order to achieve the shape he has now. It's still not enough. He turned his head to the side and saw that some people were approaching him. There were martial arts masters in front of him, and he was very surprised that they decided to come here. The gentleman said that they were looking for a man named Song Yu. Song Yu answered them that he didn't know them and wanted to find out who they were. Judging by the fact that they knew his name, he assumed that they were his enemies. The man started shouting at the guy that when asked he should clearly answer the question. Song Yu said that how does he know that if a person is looking for someone then he should call himself first, and again asked no one is like that. The old man said that they are the murderous 6 monsters, and now they want to find out if they manage to find a man named Song Yu. Old man asked the guy if he now has a book called Chekarok and a 10-year promise ring with him. Song Yu said that 10 years promises are actually in his possession, but he is not its owner, but in the book now he does not have it. If they don't want to, he can read a few lines from this book. They began to threaten him and say that if he continues to lie to them, then problems will no longer be avoided. He replied that he doesn't lie to these people. Song Yu said that all the knowledge from this book is in his head. If they want to attack him, it will be a mistake for them. The man replied that he shouldn't worry about it now, and now he needs to take this guy with him. Song Yu said that he had to refuse and would not go with them. The old man replied that if he obeyed them then they could save his life despite his resistance. The main first master came out of the crowd and said that he had no more time to talk and he would bear full responsibility for his next actions, but they must speed up the process of capturing this guy. The old man replied that he understood the words of the master and could not object to his decisions. The soldiers looked at each other and realized that the master had just given them the order to attack. Song Yu knew that if a fight could not be avoided then it was necessary to strike first. Song Yu swung his spear and began to attack his opponents. The old man put his hand forward and said that any resistance would be useless. Song Yu was surprised because this old man was able to block his blow with one finger. He lunged forward again and tried to continue his attack. The old man again used his inner energy to release a large wind of his finger. There was a big explosion after the old man used his fighting equipment.